Welcome to the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker Online 1v1 Championship. We're kicking it off today with the European region. I'm TWK, joined here by my very good friend, Sparky.
I haven't gotten to sit on the desk with Frone for a long time, got to do it yesterday. Haven't gotten to sit on the desk with you for a long time, got to do it today. So this is a lovely weekend for me. I hope this is a lovely weekend for you. It's a lovely weekend for the players, and it's a lovely weekend for the viewers and fans of Brawlhalla everywhere as well. We're in the EU portion of today. We saw North America, we saw Australia, we saw Southeast Asia play out yesterday. We're about to see EU play out, and then later today we will see South America play out for the Brawlhalla Combo Breaker 1v1. Next week is 2v2s, but we still have a lot of 1v1 this weekend to look at.
Oh yeah, and I mean, today has already been boiling down. The competitors started before our broadcast, getting towards those top 8 qualifier matches. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing Acno is already in a position to qualify for top 8. Heisen already in a position to qualify. Artio and Goosey, they're gonna have to fight to qualify. So a lot of these names that you expect to see, but, you know, there's some of the old favorites and some of the fringe competitors. You can see M4 Mini and Zider are there vying for their slot. Simple and Addy mestic, Blaze and Tinx, Machete and Link, and Stickia unfortunately getting sent down by Artio, but this is double elimination. So that means they're sent down into the lower bracket. They've got another chance.
Yeah, since we are starting EU right now, at least the stream starting right now, we're in top 32, so there's still a lot of your favorite players still in the tournament. Some of them are in the losers bracket. Of course, Pavelski down in the losers bracket, Fosy down in the losers bracket, a couple other people down in the losers bracket. We'll see how that unfolds throughout the day, but like you also mentioned, there's a lot of people ready, raring to qualify for top 8. Acno's waiting on a set. Heisen's waiting on a set. We have a couple other great sets that are going to be earmarked to be on this stream. I think first up, we are going to have M4 Mini versus Zider, though. So this will be interesting. You mentioned some of the old names that we're used to. You can see the stats right in front of you, both extremely evenly ranked. The fact that players that are that closely ranked are coming up against one another this early in top 32, man, this is going to be a very important set for both of these players. M4 Mini, though, he's kind of the old head on the scene. We've actually had a beautiful mix of new players and old players. A lot of old players, though, occupying those kind of top spots. I think someone tweeted yesterday about, like, North America, their top 8 was like all old players, not that many new players. We're seeing M4 Mini coming back more lately. Of course, yesterday in Southeast Asia, we're seeing Far coming back, who is a name that we haven't heard for years and years. So we're seeing interesting mixes of new and old. Of course, on the other side, Zider is going to be that new guy coming in.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see what kind of energy he brings into this match, because I know they play ranked a bunch. I don't know how many times they've matched up against each other. We saw they were 1-1 as far as tournament matches go, so not a lot of experience to draw from when making these initial picks. So it looks like it's going to be Zider on the Bodvar and M4 Mini rocking the Olgrim.
Yeah, and talking again about that long storied career that M4 Mini has, he's been playing Olgrim for longer than most. I would say he's probably one of the longest playing regular Olgrim players out there, playing from back when he wasn't thought of to be a very strong character whatsoever. Fast forward to where we are now, and he's an extremely meta character. You see a lot of players pick him up. Oslix picking him up, Isidru picking him up for the axe, for the lance, for the signatures.
Yeah, and I mean, the Axe has been doing phenomenally well. He built himself a significant damage lead here, but I wouldn't count Zider out just yet, because we've seen Bodvar do significant damage on this particular map. Small Brawlhaven, those knockout zones are so incredibly close, and that side hammer signature can end stocks just in orange.
Yeah, talking about players with legacy, but also Bodvar, the character himself, has one of the longest running legacies in all of Brawlhalla as a strong character. Almost! I can't believe the ground pound didn't hit. Zider wrestles around, reaches up with the recovery, pulls down, gets the first knockout, but only just.
Yeah, that was an insane scramble. I thought M4 Mini got it with the dive kick on the turnaround. Zider, phenomenal job recovering from that, but it's not long before M4 Mini just ties up the stocks.
On a minute
Is he going to
12.
opt? Yes, staying with the lance.
Yeah, he wants to go back to that lance. That's going to be his damage option here. He's going to have true combo options, going to have that beautiful neutral light. We were talking about lance neutral light last night after Southeast Asia, and I think Egg was the Egg was the one who said that people aren't abusing neutral light as much as they should be. Lance players need to use that neutral light more.
Ooh. And I really do like, you see them, they use that neutral light, they charge in with the down light, and that sets up a lot of these different Zider, I love seeing that play around the corner. And again, M for Mini with these turnaround snipes, but the same situation, and Zider catches him with the hammer recovery. That's twice now we've seen that exact situation.
Yeah, using those lance weapon tosses on the edge, it doesn't spin in the air like the hammer does, so it has that full length of the entire hitbox, man. It is so long, and he can throw that down so safely after Zider maybe overcommits. He's done it twice now, not necessarily overcommitting, but committing with a move that requires a lot of commitment in the hammer ground pound. Neutral signature coming out. Zider avoids it. D-Light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy, kill off the top, but again, just barely.
Yeah, I mean, but that's really good to know the efficiency of that knockout confirm, because when you start building up a little bit too much damage, you know, you haven't been able to get those strong solid hits on your opponent, you've got to know, all right, what are the easy quick attacks that I can land that will convert into a knockout before things spiral out of control.
Saw that side air just clash out. That likely would have knocked out Ziders. He's very damaged right now. And for Mini still with the lance. Neutral light coming out. That is going to be his KO move. Yeah, that side air before definitely would have knocked out if that in light from the middle of the stage did. Swapping up the weapons. Inframini just a little bit behind. There is a weapon spawn on the field. No toss coming out so he can grab it and steal it away from Zider. That hard-hitting hammer. Goes for the stomp dare. You can't do the stomp side air on the side. Interesting that he's turning those around, though. I don't know if he's just maybe a little bit off on where he thinks he is or where he thinks it's going to hit. Oh, no. Is Mini done?
He got him. Recovery not
up.
spent yet. That's so smart. The patience that you have to wow. Okay, gravity cancel into the down signature. That's a ton of extra damage, and stomp side air, claiming game number 1 for Zider.
Gonna take it, putting out 100 more damage than Mini was able to put out. We're gonna roll straight into this next game. A couple interesting choices that Zider chose throughout the game. We didn't see him really poised to punish that recovery that we saw from Inframini over on the edge. We just kind of saw him completely disengaged from that. We also saw that D-Light gravity cancel D-Sig. He did it right over the ground, where it's definitely going to bounce off the main platform rather than going for like a D-Light recovery, or if you wanted to send over to the right in an edge guard situation, go for that D-Light side air. So a couple interesting choices that came out from Zider that round. We'll see if he continues to do things like that in this next game, or if that was just that situation at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him use more of that down signature on the sword, especially on Demon Island, because it's one of those stages that has such short walls, so any kind of spiking attack is just amplified in its effectiveness.
Stomp sidelight that Zider threw out, the second hit missing, but then he comes in with a stomp dare, hits it this time where he didn't make it through in the small Brawlhaven game. Sword coming out, weapon toss coming out, and for Mini stands between Zider and the weapon spawn, but again, he's not super focused on denying the weapon by throwing his out and then picking up the spawn. He'll kind of play in between Zider and the spawn, but doesn't go full-on weapon denial.
So now we've got both of them jockeying for position, seeing who can control center stage. They both have pretty large weapons on the field, and there's that side signature, almost taking out M for Mini. Uh-oh, sends Zider off, danger zone. That's so smart, having to delay your recovery back to stage, knowing that that axe recovery spins for so long, so wide.
Axe Zider coming out, that's going to be the knockout option. Now that time, Inframini actually had quite a bit of space to play with while the weapon spawn was on the field, so he could safely move over and grab it away. But no, again, he continued that of just staying in between Zider. He wanted the axe side air. Then once he got the knockout, that's when he went over, started to strip the field.
Yeah, you see that? I always like kind of trying to keep track of which weapons you know, when you're doing your weapon starve, which one do you favor leading off with on the opponent's fresh stock? And right now it seems like oh my gosh! Mini just taking Zider all the way across the stage, pouring on the damage, definitely securing a lead.
Yeah, that was a beautiful dare. Then he turned around, dare the other direction, catching Zider, wanting him to stay low, and then reading the jump from Zider with the jump side air. Nice little 3-hit there. Going to be a solid amount of damage. And for Mini, definitely in the lead here. D-Sig, unfortunately for Mini, that is a diagonal sending signature there. That's going to send up and left all the way into that far corner. Not enough to knock out yet, but the sidelight recovery true combo, Mini's going to throw that out and secure quite a lead for him here. Swapping back over to the axe, doesn't juggle back onto the lance. Either he doesn't want the lance right now, wants the axe, or he was worried about staying disarmed if he wasn't able to pick up that weapon in time.
So it looks like Mini in a good position here to survive in the set, because this is pre-top 8, so it's best 2 out of 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so now with Zider up 1-0 in the set, Mini looking to tie it up and bring this even.
Another recovery from Zider, man. Still not enough. He has the hammer. So many of those moves are going to knock out. It's going to be the side air. Didn't even need the D-Light to preface it. And swap back over to the sword. About 80, maybe 100 damage on this stock. Maybe even a little bit more. Lance coming in for Mini, trying to guard the ground with a neutral light, jumps in the air to cover the high option with the neutral air. Weapon toss, allows him to safely land into the neutral light, turns Zider red.
Hey, you were talking about how effective that neutral light is. Look at that. On miss, it's only those 2 pokes, so you get to act or even just move out of the way a little earlier. And Mini getting the knockout, tying up the set 1-1.
Again, we're rolling right into the next game. None of them really requesting a moment to think or choose which character they want. They're ready to go into it, leaving Small Mammoth, Small Great Hall, and Small Brawlhaven open for this game 3. We could see Brawlhaven again. They've already gone there once. But we're going to go to Small Mammoth. Going to have one soft platform. It is going to move, but it's not going to be the 3 platforms from the Great Hall.
Now, I like this pick because obviously, you know, Zider, he banned out Demon Island. He just lost there. He left open Small Brawlhaven because that's where he won previously in the set. I really like Mini not opting for the Small Brawlhaven, especially when these games have been this close.
Coming in on Mammoth. Mini has the lance in his hand. Zider has the sword. I think Zider started to rely on the sword a little bit more. It seems like when he has the option of which weapon, he goes for the sword. And he coming in with the axe. There's the neutral light.
It just has that versatility, right? You can catch those landings with the neutral light. We've seen him a couple times use gravity cancel side light to get out of a lot of string setups.
Zider definitely getting the better of Mini here. Some big moves starting to come out. You saw that recovery, wanted to chase him into the sky.
It looks like Mini is just bunny hopping around trying to find some stable footing to get any kind of offense mounted against Zider here, but it's just been chip damage, a little stray hit here and there.
He's still staying relatively even with Zider, though. Like, that neutral light, Mini just turned red, and that neutral light just turned Zider red. The weapon toss goes straight into him. The axe toss going wildly high. Both of them unarmed on the edge. Mini shooting back to the main platform. Grabs the weapon spawn. A side heavy from Zider.
Oh my gosh. These knockout moves missing by inches. Zider skipping Mini off the ledge. He's unarmed and the ground pound.
A little bit brave for Zider to go for just the raw ground pound on the edge. If Mini would have been queuing up, that axe recovery likely would have covered over his head. Might have led to the knockout, but Zider, dude, he is so close to being put on his second stock here. Mini is not hardly behind at all. In comes the weapon spawn, far left side. Mini grabs it. He has the side light recovery. You're seeing him poking with those neutral lights. Jumps in the air. The side air comes out. Which weapon is he going to stick with? It's the lance.
I think it's important. We've seen Mini go for those reads of thinking, hey, Zider, you're going to jump. I'm going to go gravity cancel signature right close. But, you know, a number of times it's been Zider just staying on the ground. So now that he's starting to land a couple of those, the jump side air, expecting the preemptive jump, will that kind of unfold into a little bit more of an advantage for him? Oh, almost caught it there again with that dodge.
Again, another neutral light. 2 neutral lights in a row. Catching the jump, not with a side air this time, but all the way up with a nair. GC's side signature. Mini with a massive lead.
Yeah, that's the perfect height that you're looking for, where it'll still catch a grounded opponent, but you get as much extra vertical reach on stage.
And there we go. We immediately see Mini throwing away that axe. Complete weapon denial there. Zider's over on the right side of the stage. Weapon spawn comes in on the left. Mini backing up just a little bit. Throws the lance away. Weapon denial game is much more of a focus here for Mini. In comes the weapon spawn almost directly to Zider. He's going to be loving that. He needs that right now. A full stock behind. Sidelight into the ground pound. The back side of it. And the recovery takes him off the top. In for Mini. It was looking close until that game. He takes it 2-1.
That was ridiculous. Like, look at the replay here. Where do you land? What is the answer here when M for Mini is just spinning around?
See him poised up, dodges through the side signature, side light into the ground pound, into the recovery. Man,
beautiful.
Good set for Mini. And we're going to be moving on to our next set. These players are ready to go. It's going to be Simple versus Addy mestic. We're seeing Simple come in with an Ulgrim pick. I had to like second guess and think, wait, that's Ulgrim, right?
Yeah, well, you know, he's got a little buffer. He's got the spiky beard to go with it. Maybe it's a little iced over. He's ready. And this is important right now because Addy mestic, one-time world champion for 2v2. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. He's one of those old players that we've seen. And Simple, I wouldn't really call him new guard at this point because he ran the scene for so incredibly long. But right now, he's power rank number 2 versus Addy mestic's, what, 13? So, Addy mestic has his work cut out for him.
And we're going on Brawlhaven. We've already seen multiple Brawlhaven games so far today. But if I'm Simple, man, I'm loving the Brawlhaven pick. I don't know how I'm feeling if I'm Addy right now because I'm looking at that axe and I am very scared of it on this map. I'm looking at the lance. I'm looking at lance side air. I'm looking at side light recovery, and I am very scared of those early knockouts right when you hit 150 damage, maybe even before that.
Oh yeah. Side air, not yet enough. And Addy mestic, he gets to use those gauntlet side airs to recover back to stage a little bit. Side light recovery, almost enough to knock out. There's the weapon starve.
Addy, what are you doing, man? He's gonna come that early in this set and gravity cancel a down signature with about 1.5 million active frames. That's gonna lock him in place. An easy punish for Simple, but Addy's able to maintain control back of himself, and he's able to get the knockout right quick.
Yeah, I like that being the quick answer. Not just, hey, I'm gonna catch you with a neutral light or something right as soon as I respawn, but a signature to tie up the stocks. But now it's up to Addy mestic to make something of that even game he created.
Now we have seen, oh my man, gosh. Look at just major color changes happening so quickly. An NSYNC kills in orange on this map. Don't go back here, Addy mestic, please.
Simple hit that one like as high up as he possibly could, very tip of the energy blade.
Now Valve's been getting some more love here recently after the last patch with some of the recent changes that have happened to gauntlets. So Addy, who has been a Val boy for a long time, so much that his mother has a tattoo of Val on her leg, he might hopefully be feeling better about this Val maybe than he ever has before, or maybe better than he has in quite a long time with the space that kind of gauntlets have occupied in the meta previously compared to now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna be up to him, and it looks like the sword might be the one to secure the deal and bring this back. He hasn't really been able to get any of those long gauntlet strings that have increased in power with that last patch, but it's really just been finding signatures at the right time.
Yeah, those 2 hits and those 3 hits that you can now execute on the gauntlets haven't really been a part of his play so far today. Maybe he does still need some time warming up on those, but yeah, like you said, it's that D-Light side air on the sword. Sidelight Nair, that's going to turn Addy orange. Another Nair. Simple just catching Addy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, floating in the air, the down air. Side air from Addy. That's going to turn Simple orange. I mean, sorry, yellow. That's an important amount of damage that's coming out. Still keeping it going. Couple more hits, Simple's gonna be orange.
Man, but now Simple has Addy mestic in the knockout range. The neutral light just shy.
Simple has him on the edge. See those axe side airs coming in. That's definitely gonna knock out. Neutral light that. Oh man, I thought that one might do it.
How did he survive? So Addy mestic, I think he's got just one more chance left in him.
Simple's able to grab it in time. The neutral light. Simple in the orange, charging up the neutral signature. That might have actually knocked out on this map. That signature has a tremendous amount of strength, but Simple is going to rein it back in and take it.
Man, that was a bold choice.
Brawlhaven.
Like, I know it may have knocked out here because it's small Brawlhaven, but even still. Like, let's see, where did he opt for it here?
He didn't go to Brawlhaven.
Just after the bunny hops.
Addy did leave it open, but Simple chose to go to... I'm sorry. Simple left it open. Addy didn't choose to go there.
Alright, I mean, you know what? Honestly, with the space afforded on Mammoth Fortress, I really like this for Addy mestic. If he was looking to get some of those gauntlet strings, really make effective use from that weapon, this is a really good choice for him.
Also, we'll see people sit on the wall more on this stage than they would on Small Brawlhaven for things like that side signature from Addy to come out that goes right over that corner.
Oh yeah. It is devastating, because it's different whether you land on flat ground, the wall, or open air. And open air, oh man, it is a strong spike. No! Addy, why?
Addy is going to dodge into the bottom of the stage and fall. I definitely think he didn't need to die there. That is super unfortunate for him, especially when it's best of 3, and when he's already down a game, and when Simple's only in orange on the first stock.
Sparky, he doesn't need any more of this piled on top of him. You're just adding bad scenario after bad scenario. I want to see him make this comeback, please.
Well, I maybe do too, but he's the one who put himself in that situation, didn't keep track of everything that he had, put himself all the way under the stage before using his dodge, man. That's a tough spot. Really tough spot to be in and come back from. Addy's now in the orange. Simple might just run away with this set right here. Addy's going to have to find a way, fight back into it, get the knockout, and find some damage.
Definitely looking for that neutral signature, but the downlight side air with consistency and the weapon toss sniping him out. All right, he's not back by stocks, still a significant amount of damage, so he's going to have to play this one flawlessly to re-stabilize the match.
Sidelight put him further into orange, and the Nair from Simple's axe put Addy into the red. Big axe side air, a little bit more to the right on the stage. That might have been the knockout. Weapon toss going down. Addy avoids it wide. There's the neutral air. Oh!
Oh my gosh. The sandwich, the pincer technique.
Simple's going to sit on the wall just for a minute. Addy's going to move over to grab the weapon. That gave Simple the room and time to get back on the main stage. Weapon spawn comes in on the far left. D-Light almost knocking out off the top. Virtually anything, any possible knockout move will kill here.
He could just stab him with his beard right now, and I think that would do it. It looks spiky enough. Whoa, riding up the wall. A bold choice. Simple grabbing that axe side air, and now he's got a significant lead, not just in the set, but here in this game.
Sidelight, Addy trying to jump up with the Nair, wants the strength potential of the gauntlets, but he still really hasn't found it, like you said. That's continued into this game.
Oh man, Simple really just playing the footsies against Addy mestic here. Every time Addy runs in with those sidelights, Simple just able to backdash, keep his nose clean, and respond.
Max range side air coming out from Simple. Both of them just kind of jumping around. No major momentum, but Simple is definitely getting more of the hits in compared to Addy. hugely in the lead here. Has Addy on the final stock. 1 or 2 more hits, Addy's going to be in the red. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Dare desig into the taunt. The kill was not secured yet, but it's still... I really don't see Simple losing this game. He is going to be red.
Whoa.
He is going to fall. The chance is still there for Addy, although unlikely.
All right, let's see. Is he going to get the KO into the taunt here? You know Simple's looking for it. You miss 100% of the taunts you don't take, and he didn't do it, but he does take the set. 2-0 over Addy Mestic.
Putting out over 220 damage more than Addy put out. Holy cow. Simple's going to take that 2-0. And even without that little SD that Addy did, man, Simple really was controlling that game. We might have seen a different outcome if he didn't dodge into the main platform, falling so early on his first stock. But that did happen, and Simple is going to be moving on. Addy's going down into the loser's bracket. I think he is going to be going down to like a set before a top 8 qualifier. Let me look at the bracket real quick. Oh no, he's not. He's gonna have to play 1 set, 2 set, 3 sets before he can qualify for top 8. So yeah, that's going down really early for Addy here. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Simple moving on. He has 1 or possibly 2 more sets to play before he makes it into the top 8. 1 for the winner's side, 2 if he's going in through the loser's side. But the EU boys seem to be moving along into these games really quick, man. We have Blaze and Tinx coming in.
Man, they are eager to play. Now, Blaze, you know, for a time, he teamed with Acno, so he's got that high-level experience. We've seen him do phenomenally well in the tournament scene. Tinx, one of those newer players that's usually hanging around on the edge. I see right now he's power rank 28.
And we're seeing another Ulgrim coming into this. We have seen Blaze play the Ulgrim a couple times. He's not the most diligent at reporting his characters, so don't have a lot of information on who Blaze actually plays. We do somewhat regularly see him on stream, but even then, we still don't see him reporting his characters very much. I have that he played the Ulgrim at like DreamHack Rotterdam, but other than that, don't have a lot of information on who Blaze actually plays.
I mean, I do really like this Lance skin that he chose. It's
yeah,
the creepy crawlies, man. That's what I'm all about.
What is that from?
I think that might be from one of the Battle Pass skins.
Okay, I would assume it to be something new because I feel like I've never seen that in my entire life.
Yeah, I think it's like the Battle Pass Artemis or something.
Okay.
Right now, they've got the damage even. Ooh, Blaze catching the back end of that. Oh, but Tinx with the ground pound right onto the signature. That was a bold move.
Big D-Light from Blaze, sending Tinx really far. Going to give him a lot of room. Oh, man! The top of the flames of the D-Light end up hitting into the side light, into the recovery for the knockout.
I love that conversion, too, because he noted that he punished a gravity cancel move. So your dodge is on cooldown for just about that full 3 seconds. So there wasn't really any recourse, no chance of escape from that 3-piece.
Yeah, the sidelight recovery, of course, is going to be a true portion of that. But the D-Light into sidelight, that is going to be a quite large gap that was only able to execute that because of what you just said.
Looks like neither of them have been able to secure a significant lead. You know, Brynn has decent enough defense. She is speed focused, but it takes a little while to cut her through into the knockout percents.
Sidelight recovery coming, or sorry, sidelight neutral air coming out from Blaze. Double D-Light into the side air. I think Spirit players all across the world just collectively threw their hands up and cheered because someone hit a double D-Light.
Now we've got them again, both in the red, searching, hunting for the knockout strikes.
Yeah, Tinx hunting really hard for it with all those recoveries, man.
Oh yeah. He just wants this to be over.
Big D-Light again coming out from Blaze. This time it's a ground pound on the right side from Tinx. Oh man, that's sending him far. Oh! Side heavy from Blaze for the knockout. Despite being a long game between these two, man, it is so close right now. They're both right neck and neck. In comes the axe for Tinx. All he has to find is a side air.
He's looking for it. We see him turning these around. He's really just expecting Blaze to dance right through it.
And tinx was floating around trying to find the side air for a long time. He didn't want to commit to anything because you were seeing the hits he was taking from Blaze. So he was just mostly jumping around, not even throwing out any attacks. tinx already in the orange on his final stock. Sidelight recovery.
Sidelight recovery.
Beautiful
sets
punish.
Up the edge guard.
Beautiful punish coming out from Blaze. Sidelight recovery
oh my
again.
Gosh. I mean, it's a decent enough chunk of damage, but setting him across the corner every single time is just so significant. You've got to find your way back to stage.
Yeah, that gives Blaze so much time to figure out what he wants to do. If there's a weapon spawn on the field, he can go over, maybe swap his weapon, at least deny the weapon to tinx. Meanwhile, tinx has to figure out how he wants to get back to the main platform, and Blaze is there to punish so many landings. Almost 700 damage that Blaze was putting out. Holy cow!
Jeez. Man, so Ulgrim we've definitely been seeing a fair amount of today, just doing a ton of work.
But on the other side, we're seeing tinx swap over to the Fate pick. We've seen a little bit of Fate play so far this weekend. We're going to see what tinx does here. A level 45 Fate coming in as the skin. I believe this is the skin that Sandstorm also uses. Going into the defense stance, taking 1 out of strength. Still going to be swinging for 6 strength. So definitely not a soft hitting legend.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's got that stat for days. She can afford to pull 1 out of there. Especially given that she has weapons that are designed for a ton of different strings. You know, you've got, oh, look at that, getting the 4-piece immediately to kick it off. Or one of those more free-flowing weapons. And the Scythe, definitely known for just pulling you into the blender and not stopping.
There's a weapon spawn on the field, so either player could swap up their weapons if they wanted to. It looks like they just want to go with what they have in hand. Orb into the lance. Back-to-back neutral signatures coming out from tinx. The first one hits. A sidelight waits. Doesn't go for the immediate side air. Oh, okay, tinx. All right, be careful, buddy.
A little bit of danger, and you could see he wasn't fully comfortable. Oh! The classic, the ball toss, the fastball, the pitch.
It's one of those where you're playing catch with, like, someone who's trying a little bit too hard, and they, like, sing you a bullet, and you're not ready for it, because you're like, yo, we're just playing casual catch, dad. Calm down.
Why you gotta break my hand? In this case, break my face. Jeez.
Sidelight side air. Big damage coming out from tinx. This fade switch,
and
man.
It's that continuous push across stage. We see him opt a lot for those sidelight side airs once they reach yellow, just because he knows, hey, I'm probably going to get an edge guard or close to it. Oh my gosh!
Getting to the
other reverse side air, just bouncing him off the wall. It's so cool every single time.
What an interesting choice of edge guard there. He didn't want to come immediately in front of tinx, because obviously tinx is going to expect that, likely dodge through the hit, and that's going to possibly lead to a punish. But Blaze is actually going to go through, get around, and grab the bounce off the wall. Fantastic option from Blaze.
Yeah, it's those split second, usually you have to make a couple unorthodox decisions. And oh my gosh, just chopping him to pieces. Blaze, he was so far behind in damage, but now it's just about even.
Weapon spawn coming in, an unarmed recovery, sending Blaze flying. So tinx grabs the orb. There's the side air. Weapon toss again. You see Blaze. You saw that weapon toss come out. The fast fall immediate from Blaze. He didn't want to get caught by that. It was a beautifully aimed toss from tinx. And again, securing the knockout. This Fate pick is so good for tinx.
Yeah, I mean, he has just been commanding the lead this entire game and doesn't seem to be slowing down. Oh, just peeks right around the corner, gets hit out for his trouble, but still building that damage, getting the extra credit on his second stock.
See Blaze playing right on top of that weapon spawn. tinx does have the option to swap over to the orb. You see him getting close to it, but Blaze has just been zoning him out. Doesn't give him any room to really toss his weapon away and pick that orb up safely. Now he's going to be unarmed, playing into Blaze's axe. The weapon spawn comes in. Side air from Blaze. Nice two-piece. Doesn't get the ground pound, but still a lot of damage is done.
Oh my gosh.
in a row.
Man, just chasing him down relentlessly. And we're just right back in it, neck and neck, orange across the board. Blaze setting Tinx off the board. Tinx reversing it with the Scythe active input.
Here coming out, doesn't reverse it that time, sends him back over onto the edge. Oh man!
No!
I want to see a replay
I
of
can't
that.
believe it. Just like that, Blaze snatching out what surely should have been Tinx's game, especially at the end there. He got the hit, he was looking for the chase dodge back to stage, just missed out.
And Nair going high, Blaze was low, the recovery bouncing. You see the side air, that turned him red. Beautiful slow motion coming in. The weapon toss, Blaze grabs it, goes back over the weapon toss coming out from Tinx, but he didn't have anything else to get back. Blaze had too much to throw out to keep Tinx over on the left side. Blaze is going to take that set 2-0, but that Fate pick was looking so good for Tinx. I want to see him continue that in the loser's bracket.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it would be crazy for him not to. It's just unfortunate that, you know, when you use those offstage weapon throws, it halts your horizontal momentum almost immediately. So you've got to be so careful when employing that option.
Now we're moving on into our next set, the last set of winners round 1 here that will be on stream. It's going to be Machete versus Link. I don't know too much about Link. They're both in the same clan, but I don't really know very much about Link whatsoever.
So I see Link right now is power rank 8. So I'm wondering if there was a little bit of a name change going on there.
We'll see. It could be.
Looks like he got 9th in Spring Championship.
Okay.
Losing only to Acno and Blaze. Ah, it's .xc.
Oh, okay.
That's the name change.
Okay. Yeah, definitely a name we are surely familiar with, and we are seeing more Ulgrim. This time it's from Link coming in, but Machete, also an Axe Legend, doesn't have the Lance in hand, has the cannon on the Zol. We saw some Zol yesterday as well. The boys with the heavy weapons.
The highest strength legend in the game. He's got the base of 9, so you know every time he hits you, it's going to do amplified damage no matter who you are. And his signatures are just going to knock out so early. But right now, having to use those cannon side airs to make it back to stage just touches the bottom corner.
Yeah, with how Link chose to commit, nice little soft weapon toss there coming up. It's going to be slow, but on the bounce back down, it's going to hit Machete in the head. But for how he committed off stage when he was unarmed, first hitting the unarmed side air that sent Machete really far, surprised he didn't choose to recontest after that and go and maybe guard that corner, ride that sidewalk down with it down air, because it was looking like Machete pretty much had to use almost everything to get back. Big axe side air from Link, though, still going to take it.
Yeah, it looks like Link definitely favors the stable on-stage play. He'll let you try and come back, and he's just looking to catch your landings. Wow, Machete hunting him unarmed still?
Yeah.
He ignored that weapon for so long.
I think he wanted to do what Link didn't expect and like re-engage on him and then get the hit, send him a little bit further away, giving him that safety. But a weapon toss coming out from Machete right there, going to disarm him. Cannon spawn comes in, he grabs it. Link is finding a lot of extra damage here.
Ooh, big blast, bouncing Link off stage. Machete looking, trying to set up. Oh, Link getting right around that neutral light and continuing the pressure. Almost catches him with the back end of that axe recovery.
Yeah, I like that Link knew, based on how far away Machete was, he was able to throw the weapon spawn, wasn't going to be able to throw out any move in time, so he dodged through the immediate attack on Wake Up that came out from Machete. Then Link was able to punish that for free, and we're seeing him continue this lead, man. Just now, 2.5 minutes into this game, did he lose the first stock.
Jeez, I know Machete has won plenty of tournaments in his time, but it looks like Link just has his number. Oh, great punish. The rope-a-dope, the do-si-do, put 1 foot in, 1 foot out, all of them going right into your face.
He's still finding that beautiful unarmed damage here, finding his initiations onto Link, even though he's at the weapon disadvantage. I'm sure Noel's at home going, man, dude, unarmed is broken.
I mean, right now, Machete is doing the most amount of work with it.
Weapon toss going just below. Gravity canceled D-Light that Machete punishes for the knockout.
Textbook.
Both players on final stock.
That was
Machete,
beautiful.
Man.
Just
really
the way
was.
that he wove right under and around that attack and the perfect turnaround, beautiful. Link having to spot dodge. Uh-oh. Side light into the side air and ends it with the chainsaw rip. Just wants to give you that visual as you think about what's going to happen next game.
I wonder if that neutral light was a misinput, because like he was facing the right way. He had the most perfect spot dodge, knew exactly what Link was doing, and I can't imagine him expecting Link to actually go all the way through him with the move that he threw out. So that's unfortunate, because that was a perfect punish opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's going to be telling whether, you know, that kind of gets into his head, especially since it was so recent, just the end of that game. At least he's got this map selection time where he gets to think about it a little bit. And it looks like we've got the double Ulgrim, the double Grim rocking in. What do you think is the map pick going to be here?
I was going to say maybe Mammoth, but it's not Mammoth. Leaving Apoc, Demon Island, and Small Brawl Haven left. I'm going to say Demon Island.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It is the Demon Island. We've seen a lot of Demon Island this weekend. We've also seen quite a bit of Apocalypse as well. Both of them on the same stance movement speed.
You know what? I don't blame them, because when you've got those big slower attacks like Axe or Lance, the dexterity, when you're already at 3, I mean, what's the difference of going down to 2? You're probably going to get punished anyway. So a little bit of the movement speed just helps you more carefully place those attacks to never miss them.
Now, I haven't tested it
Oh my gosh.
Oh, bro,
Jeez.
Who needs dexterity? Oh my god.
Just don't miss. Just don't miss and you're fine.
I haven't personally tested it, so I don't say this with 100% certainty because we don't really run into 2 or really low dex Ulgrim ever. But I mean, I'm sure you probably still get Sidelight Nair on Axe, and I'm sure you still get Sidelight Recovery on Lance, so you still get the true combo options. But yeah, who needs Dex, man? When you're Ulgrim, who needs Dex? When you got the Axe, you got the Lance, and you're opening up the game like Link did. He wasn't going for those like really quick strings. He wasn't looking for those 1-frame dodge windows or anything like that. It was hit after hit after MF and hit.
Oh yeah, it's just finding that rhythm. You hit them, they try and escape, you go where they're going. It's Space Invaders.
Sidelight Nair. From the follow-up recovery. D-Light from Link. 1 or 2 more hits, and Machete is going to be at the same damage level as Link, but on the second stock.
Good God. Oh! Link tried to go low under that weapon toss, but you know what? You always get a little bit of that light refraction, whether you're going into water or that magnifying glass. So a little bit lower than you may have expected, and just caught.
Even on the floating Demon Island, gravity still seems to exist here. At least for weapons. Oh, recovery turning it around! Full stock lead for Link as he is fresh. Looking like a clean little baby on his second stock here.
Man, he is feeling so good. He's up in the set 1-0. He's got the full stock lead. He is just poised to keep moving on.
Yeah, there's so much momentum in his favor here. You see it on almost every single hit because he's finding considerably cheekier hits now too. Like he's doing more strange things and they're working. But Machete, this final stock from Machete, what a stock it is! So much damage he's putting on the Link. And just as I say that, back and forth in those final moments between both of these players, huge momentum from Link. Huge momentum from Machete, back to huge momentum from Link, and he's going to take the game and the set 2-0.
Yeah, look at this. Link, just watching the replay, he had that weapon toss on lock. He knew exactly, hey, you're going to use your recovery, you're going low. He threw it before Machete fast fell into its range. That was a huge call out, and now I see why he's got that finger handstand as his taunt. He's just that flashy today.
That's huge, man. And it looks like going through the bracket here, we have all of our top 8 qualifier matches for the upper side of the bracket set. It's going to be Acno versus Inframini for top 8, Simple versus Blaze, Heisen versus Link, and Artio versus Goosey. Now, we haven't seen either Artio or Goosey yet. We've seen Simple, we saw Blaze, we saw Mini. We haven't seen Acno yet. We did. If you look at the bracket, you can see that he went 2-0 over Fosy. So unfortunately, both of those players had to go up against one another that early in the tournament. I would have actually loved to see that set. I swear I haven't seen enough Fosy lately, and I need to see more Fosy. Maybe we'll catch up with him in the losers bracket. Losers bracket side update: Hermison went up 2-0 over Zapapi, and Addy and Hermison are playing right now in losers round 2. They're about 10 minutes into that set, so maybe on game 2, maybe on possibly even on game 3. These best of 3 sets can go quickly depending on who's in it. Fosy's down there. Dobrain is down in the losers bracket, down very early. He came in from top 128 on the loser side of the bracket, going up against Godly Q. They're about 7 minutes into that set. But who do we have next ready to go queued up for us?
Looks like we've got Acno versus M for Mini. We saw a little bit of M for Mini earlier today, but Acno, he is the dude to beat right now. He's been claiming just about every tournament this year for the European region. He is the #1 power rank. He is just ready to keep that going. You saw a 2-0 to get into this top 8 qualifier match, and he's looking to just continue it. His Val already has that digital flaming sword.
Has that level 64 on it as well, and the strength stance for a little bit more knockout power. The classic Val stance choice coming out from Acno. Meanwhile, on the other side, that Mini got the Olgrim going in on the actual deck stance here. I'm just going to straight up ask him.
Interesting. Because we just saw two decks Olgrims going up against each other. So you're asking him, what? Why go for the deck stance? What is that choice? I know a lot of people, you see it on Acno's Val, they like bringing those stats to the midline, at least for some of those initial game picks, and if they're playing Legends that are a little bit more balanced. So this one does bring Olgrim a little bit closer to that midline, but still, that brings you up to the 4 decks. I'm curious to know what kind of situations M for Mini favors.
Well, that's going to be still an open-ended question, because he says classified information, and then I see the other Lance players in there Simple saying bad idea, and then Link saying 2 decks please, it's easily playable, no differences. So yeah, you see players will sometimes play a higher decks because they get like a true combo, or they turn like a 3-frame into a 1-frame or a 2-frame, or just the general like, oh hey, it fixes kind of everything just a little bit better.
Everything gets time on miss.
Everything gets 1 or 2 frames off of it, which makes me feel more comfortable for my playstyle. But here lately, and for quite some time, we see people just kind of not even worried about decks, and if they can go into a stance for a stat that they like more, like if somebody loves movement speed like a Wilson and it takes out of decks, a lot of times that's not a big deal. If they go in, if they want a little bit more tankiness, they'll go into defense, and if that takes out of decks, that's fantastic. You don't feel like that's too much of a trade-off. So it's interesting that we just saw 2 low decks Olgrims, and then here we're seeing Olgrim in the deck stance. It's going to take out a defense too. Still has 6, so it's going to be 6 defense into the 5 strength of Acno's Val.
So still a favorable trade, because those 2 stats play off of each other as far as how much damage you take and how quickly you recover from the extra force that you take. Now, Demon Island for Acno, I love this, because Gauntlet's absolutely terrifying on the edge, especially when you can grab somebody like that with the neutral air. Puts him in the danger state almost immediately. And then, of course, that side signature on the sword. Amazing for just spiking people around that corner.
Acno definitely winning the spacing game between him and Mini right now. But he isn't winning the weapon game. Has the damage lead, but a lot of it has been unarmed. Some of it has been on the gauntlets. Now he picks up the sword. Nice catch on that landing. D-Light Dare into the GC Inlight.
I like that. When you're a little too far... Oh, okay. Downlight side air that far over on the stage, securing the first knockout and the weapon starve.
Yeah, he dashed to make that D-light real quick over there to close that distance between those two. Weapon toss coming out, immediately strips the field. Another weapon toss, picks up the sword. This time he disarms himself. Mini, off of the recovery hit, goes over and grabs that beautiful axe. We'll see if he's able to find a side air for a knockout. Down there coming from
Look
Acno.
at this. Acno, a couple times now, just getting information on M for Mini. He has chased him down and done nothing just to be like, are you going to blink? Are you going to dodge? Oh, interesting. So we'll see and look for when the capitalization on that kind of information gain happens.
And Acno chasing down Mini kind of has been the pace of the game so far. It's been like Acno pursuing and Mini trying to respond to what Acno is doing. The weapon tosses have been helping with that a lot.
Yeah, he's using that a ton, knowing that M for Mini... Uh-oh. All right. Ties up the stocks, but knowing that M for Mini beats him out as far as range goes, you know, the axe and the lance, definitely longer range than the sword or the gauntlets. Oh my gosh, the full read. That's what I like to see, the classic left-right.
And that was pretty early on, too. You didn't see him having to do it like 8 or 9 times, like you see from a lot of Gauntlet players that just have to basically guess and be like, well, I hope he does this time. And then if he doesn't, do I change it up or go for it again? A lot of string potential coming out from Acno on the edge. Not able to secure a kill, but so much damage was done. There into the inlight. Mini just kind of stands there, waits to see what Acno is going to do. Maybe try and catch a jump later on. Side air. You saw him going for that down air. Wanted to carry off the stage, but Acno immediately spawns out of Wake Up. Another D-Sig that we've seen today from a Val player. This one doesn't get punished.
Oh, the uppercut. Look at that. Just the timing that he knows he has to cover the low option and still be in line to pursue the high recovery.
Now, Mini put out 272 damage. Acno was in yellow on his second stock. So we'll do a rough estimate of, let's say, 50 to 60, maybe as much as 70 damage on that second stock. That still leaves 202 damage that Acno took on his first stock before M for Mini was able to knock him out with a heavy weapon like Axe or a weapon that has true combo kill options like the Lance.
Yeah, I think that has to do so much with those mid-range weapon tosses. A lot of the areas where you'll see them get those side airs on the axe or the lance to secure the knockouts, he just wasn't able to set up the range for them. Acno continues just bashing him in the face with those mid-range weapon tosses to keep him set on his heels.
Now you just saw on the stat screen there a pretty big difference between these two players. Of course, in power rank with Acno being number 1, I think Mini was like 10 or 11. I believe he was in double digits though, regardless. But you also saw a huge difference in earnings throughout their entire career. Now, Mini has had a longer career than Acno, but Acno has like double the earnings that Mini has. And if you saw all the numbers of like gold medals, silver medals, top 8 placements, top 32 placements, Mini has such a long career in Brawlhalla compared to Acno. Not necessarily that Acno is a fresh little baby in the scene, but man, Mini's been around a long time as a long-time player compared to Acno.
Yeah, so he has that deep pool of experience to pull from, so that's going to be important here as he tries to make up the deficit in the set.
Oh, the neutral light almost came out the first hit, but the weapon toss was already out from Acno. Follows up as a punish with the side air on the neutral signature from Acno. I honestly forgot a little bit what that signature looked like, the neutral sig on gauntlets, because nobody is using that.
Yeah, we saw it once before, like as the immediate option right after they recovered, when you could use pretty much anything in that case if you're hitting the opening part of it.
I think I was thinking, he's still, oh man, Acno
smart
onto it, just kind of stayed there. He knew Mini, once he got that clash, was going to try and come down and capitalize on it. That was a weird corner interaction for Mini there.
Yeah, man, Acno has done such a phenomenal job. Oh no, but caught with the ground pound. M for Mini, he was on his heels so much, like just trying to find some way to stabilize on these walls. Acno was hunting him down. That was an incredible turnaround he got right at the end there with that lance ground pound, and that's exactly what he was looking for. He wants to bring this back. because he is down 1-0 in the set right now. It is still best 2 out of 3. Finally losing his first stock.
Yeah, cleaning that one up.
Now, you were doing some of the quick math on how long Acno survived on his first stock last time. I'm curious to see how long Mini pushed that one. That was crazy.
And even if he didn't necessarily take the most damage on it, he had it for such a long time as well. I think that's an important metric that we don't always have the immediate access to. He's going to take that. We actually are going to be able to guess 252 damage. That almost all went completely into that one stock. He had less than 50 damage on that second stock before he got the final knockout and the win there. So again, this time it was the other side, with Mini the one taking a bunch of damage.
Man, so this seesaw of a set just continues bouncing back and forth, but there's only one game left, so it all comes down to this.
And Acno is hoping that the swap over to the Bodvar is going to give him what he needs to solve this Mini problem.
Interesting. So maybe he thought the gauntlets weren't really doing it for him there. He wasn't able to get the range needed. So now he's opting for just the long-range power of the hammer.
Yeah, he did some gauntlet work on Demon Island, but then last game, I wasn't feeling as confident in his gauntlets.
Yeah, especially because like most of the offstage stuff that he ended up doing was kind of unarmed. He's been using those mid-range weapon tosses, so maybe the larger weapon toss of the hammer can play into some effect as well.
30 seconds into the game. Oh man, Mini might be running away with this. He might win this game on first stock alone. Holy cow. The amount of damage he was able to put out. That second swipe of the neutral light, that turns Acno red. The desig in the middle of the stage. Acno has a heavy weapon.
He doesn't quit.
And now he has no weapon. The recovery from Mini running away with this.
Man, that is such a dominant performance to kick off Game 3. You know Mini has to be thinking, all right, yeah, I've got this. Acno a little bit worried. He's got to find some sort of change of game plan. He doesn't have the map advantage here. He's on this fresh legend swap. He needs to make it work for him.
Nice spot dodge there for Mini. Unfortunately, he doesn't have quite the positioning to pick up the neutral light as Acno was behind him. Swap over to the sword for Acno. There's the Zider, going to bounce a little bit off the platform, so it's not going to send him very far. There's the Nair. That doesn't even send him off screen into the reticle.
They're just jockeying for position. Just, all right, are you taking center stage? All right, there's just the ebb and flow of the potential threat ranges.
And it's interesting because Acno has at least 50 damage on him right now. He knows like one good hit and Mini is out, at least on this first stock. There's the beautiful hit. That's what he needed to find. But he also knew that if he tries to overcommit, fish for those options, that since he's 50 damage behind on this second stock, like Mini has a lot of damage potential. He's been able to blow him up this game so far, so he had to be really careful how he chose to go in.
Yeah, it was all on the back of those early axe strings. Oh my gosh, just trying to stay perfectly stacked, not wanting to jump up above him, knowing that the hammer recovery is such a threat, even at low damage.
Neutral light coming out from Mini. Tries to go for another one, but Acno's behind him. Oh, stacked skull. I can't believe the Zider actually hit there. The side air from Mini is going to be the knockout option. Mini in the orange on his second stock, still a big lead.
Chasing him down, just shy of hitting that neutral air. And for Mini looking for the extra credit on this second stock. Uh-oh, caught the toss, recovery, it's stuffed! Man, just perfect. The surgical precision to hit it out right before he touched that corner. I mean, he missed that stock by inches.
There you go, Acno, throwing the sword away. He hit the Nair to send Mini flying, grabs the sword weapon spawn, in comes the hammer weapon spawn, grabs that too. Look how quickly he's denying this weapon. This is exactly what he needs to do. Unfortunately for Acno, that spawn comes in high enough, almost directly to Mini. It is so close between these two players. They're tied 1-1 in this set. A win here is so important for both of these players. It's a qualifier for top 8 winners side game 3.
I know, if you go into that lower bracket, you have to play almost double the matches in a lot of cases that you would have to if you just skate right through winners. That's what everybody wants to do. They want that extra chance, the winners side grand finals, the dream.
Acno still finding these weapon tosses to just change up the momentum and the pacing for how Mini wants to attack him.
Oh!
It's the dare, D-Light into the recovery, and Acno just barely takes it. What a comeback!
Man, he is not letting go of his throne today. Mini almost toppled him off there, but man, this clutch finish. Look at this, using the platform on Mammoth Fortress. Skates right under, bounce into the downlight, didn't even have to spend a gravity cancel for it. Beautiful finish.
What a comeback and control shown. Holy cow! Acno, what a set between him and Mini, but still, the fact that Mini took it that far against one of the most tippy-top players in EU, that is huge for Mini as well. I am very excited to see what he'll do on the loser side of the bracket. Quick update real quick before we get into this one. Addy went 2-1 over Hermison, so Hermison is out for the day. Either we got the wrong map picked or there is a connection issue and they are SDing right now. So don't worry, folks at home. You are not missing anything.
Could be a little button check, whatever, but it is going to be Simple versus Blaze for this next match. So we've got the first person in winner's side top 8 decided. It's Acno. We just saw Simple and Blaze now vying to see who gets to take on Acno to kick off top 8.
And you can see right there in the stats, 19 top 32 placements for Simple, and I can't remember the number. It went away too fast and my brain's too small. But it was like 8 or so of those are in top 8 compared to the other side. Not many top 8 placements for Blaze, at least compared to Simple. Simple has had a longer career and a more successful career, but still, Blaze is still... it's weird calling people new because like they've been around for a year, and that's like 20% of Brawlhalla's life, so I wouldn't consider them new. Simple is 15 top 8s. Never mind, I got it completely wrong. Blaze is 6. So yeah, huge discrepancy there between the two of them. Simple is a regular staple in the top 8s, in the top 3s.
This is interesting. The other Olgrim match happening. Simple versus Blaze. Damage build staying pretty even.
It seems like EU today is very much, hey, y'all like Olgrim, right?
It's all about the Olgrim. There's got to be something going on. There's something in the water over there.
Two axes here, 2 Olgrims here. Simple, what a huge lead he has here against Blaze.
This has been several times now. He just reads when Blaze is going to approach. He gets that extra jump right over him, descends with the down air.
That sequence right there, man, that was just, that was some action gameplay, man.
Yep.
Both of them hopping around, whipping attacks. A weapon toss is like the only hit that comes out in 10 seconds. Oh boy.
I mean, right now, neither of them want to give up this next stock, but look at this. Simple has just been chipping away. Blaze is already down on his second. He's almost getting knocked out again. Simple is just slowly dismantling Blaze. Oh, catches the read. Little bit of charge on that Lance recovery gives it enough distance to catch him out of the sky.
It is crazy how quickly you can start doing that recovery, like off the ground, like how low you can start charging it and using it. Like you can catch people who are much lower than I would have previously thought with that recovery. You like dash jump that? Man.
Oh yeah.
It's like after that thumbs up taunt, Simple having maybe some connection issues going on, which is what that thumbs up taunt symbol meant. That's why you saw them just kind of standing there.
And, you know, with it being this far into the match, Blaze does not have to wait for him to get back here. Because they can just keep running it. But you know what, Blaze, he wants that honorable victory. He wants to know, I fought back and won on my own strength.
Oh, nah. You're behind, bro. You take that dub.
I mean, listen, that's what I would do. I'm not going to tell Blaze what to do here. But right now it's looking like maybe he should have taken the opportunity.
Yeah.
Because Simple has such a massive lead built onto him. Blaze is ready to be knocked out. You know Simple's looking for it. Falling side air. Falling side air. Oh, gets anti-aired by Blaze.
Now, we have known Simple to play very slowly in the past against a lot of different styles of opponents. But I think this is a little bit more than usual and might be some connection issues coming in to determining how he's playing the game today.
Would make sense. So he's just trying to continue playing those footsies, beating him out on the range game, just reading the movement from afar. Blaze doing a lot of these falling neutral airs you see, just to cover whether he's falling back down or jumping up right then. It just covers a ton of different options.
Now, we could be buckled up here for an extremely long set between these players. It is just a best of 3, but we're over 4 minutes into this game. Simple still has his second stock. 1 or 2 more hits, and Blaze is going to be orange on his final.
Man, so I guess it becomes a very real question of which one of these competitors has the mental fortitude to not crack under this pressure. Blaze getting the knockout. He started to chip away at this lead that Simple has built. He's only in the orange. You know, he's got a little bit of extra defense on that Ulgrim. But still, these are not light weapons that Simple is fighting with.
Blaze is in the orange. The recovery from Simple sent Blaze into the red. Weapon toss coming down. The unarmed Zider to the back of the head of Blaze.
He's definitely starting to pick up the pace, keeping in closer quarters now. You feel that noose tightening, just the red building up onto Blaze. Simple looking for these knockout hits.
He's hit a couple down airs. He hasn't been able to find the follow-up. One follow-up was a side air. The other one was a recovery. Both of them missing, so that side air could hit right there. 639 damage that Simple put out in that very long game. That was just game 1. Even if you're Blaze and you're playing into someone that may or may not be having connection issues, that's still a very long game to play and then end up losing. That's a very tough loss in game 1, having to play through that and still losing.
Yeah, it definitely wears on you. It's something that you need to, maybe take a couple deep breaths. I know a lot of different competitors have their picks for what's the way that they want to calm their nerves, recenter themselves. Some of them going through breathing exercises, somebody, you just change the music on your playlist, something to get you back into the zone after an experience like that. And it looks like Simple taking a moment to try and resolve whatever issues he may be having, but Blaze swapping over to the Bryn for now.
Yeah, despite what you mentioned about the breathing exercises or whatever, Blaze, he locked in the Bryn very quickly. So he was putting the ball in Simple's court on how quickly they wanted to move into this set. He didn't request any time. He didn't sit hovering on multiple characters, figuring out what he was going to do, taking that time. So Blaze seems ready to go. Simple actually dropping out of the lobby, likely going to be either a client restart or maybe a full modem or router restart. See just Blaze in here. So maybe we can get those stats up on screen so we can talk about those for just a few moments between these two players. There it is. You see Simple coming in rank 2 in EU. On the other side, Blaze no slouch himself, rank 5. See their sets overall head-to-head favoring Simple 2-1. But look at those earnings, man. That is a massive difference between these two players. Probably a good chunk of that from Simple being from BCX, and of course the amazing placements that he has in those seasonal championships as well. But right after that, that's what I was talking about. You see 19 top 32 placements from Simple compared to 15 top 8. So that's 4 times.
That's crazy.
Only 4 that he's placed top 32 and not top 8. Compare that to Blaze, 16 top 32 placements, almost the exact same number. Only 3 difference in top 32 placements between Blaze and Simple, but look at how many times Blaze makes it in the top 8.
Yeah.
That is 6, which is still a solid number. But man, look at those bronze medals as well. We've never seen Blaze get a gold or a silver.
That's the thing with Simple taking home, 4 and 5 silver and bronze medals respectively there. It's really just, that's where the lion's share of the winnings come from, getting on those podiums.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Now it looks like we're rolling right into it. Oh yeah, they're just going for it.
It could be.
This has to be movement test. Yeah. Has to be movement test. All right, yeah. Gives the thumbs up taunt. Just being like, all right, we're good. And it looks like they're just gonna roll with it.
We're definitely seeing already more fast falls. That Simple is hitting. Like, so many of his jumps are followed by a fast fall, and I don't think we were seeing that many before.
Clears Blaze off of the weapon, swaps over to the Lance. With beautiful punish on the signature, gets an extra hit on the dodge punish as well. Damage definitely building up a lot faster here in game number 2. Nearing the knockout percent. Ooh, but Blaze managing to chip him off and away from this corner, but the turnaround, and again, just answering back and forth, hits building both of them into the red.
Blaze not choosing to edgeguard that, even though quite a few of Simple's in-air movement options were expended. You saw his character gray out, so he had limited options left in the air. The weapon toss down, Simple's been throwing that Lance quite a bit. That's something Blaze gonna have to deal with. Grabs the Sayer on the almost landing of Blaze, rides that wall down with the ground pound, and we're seeing definitely a different change in pace. It's still a Simple game, so it likely will be slower than average, but still not a bad pace for that first knockout from him.
Yeah, it looks like he's even trying to pick up the pace beyond that, just staying a little bit closer to Blaze in most cases here. He wants to be within dash jump range to get some sort of thing started. Oh, but a big signature. That's one of the ones we see a ton from Brynn, because it just flies right over a lot of the lower attacks that a lot of opponents try to contest with, and it's incredibly strong.
That's a really nice range too. Some of the unarmed damage coming out from Simple. He's still able to grab the weapon. Gonna be Blaze's axe into Simple's lance. More weapon tosses coming out from Simple. He likes to spend his time above Blaze and either throws diagonally or straight down as a way of opening up Blaze's neutral so that he can punish. But man, Blaze is finding these hits.
Yeah, it has just been neck and neck between these two in game 2. Simple has the corner guard opportunity, goes for the ground pound, no bite. Another chance. Oh my gosh! That was perfectly placed right after the spin of the axe recovery finish. Blaze was already there, lined up to ground pound right on top of him.
Yeah, Blaze with the timing here. The unarmed side air is going to send Blaze away. Simple grabs the lance. See those raw recoveries coming out from Simple. And again, those down throws. Simple is throwing out so many of those. And it seems like Blaze isn't falling as prey to them as much as he was previously in this game. So that could leave Simple more and more disarmed.
Yeah, that may end up being the key here, because Blaze has himself a very slight damage lead. But he can't afford too many strong hits from Simple.
Simple playing high on that wall.
Holding that spacing. You see that exact spacing that Blaze is just walking back and forth in. That's where the axe side air will miss if he peeks over the corner, but that spear neutral light every time.
Yeah, it seemed like Simple was baiting Blaze into trying to hit him so that Simple could punish, and then Blaze just actually did hit him, so it wasn't working for Simple. He's so far behind. Oh!
That brushed his nose.
Oh my gosh, that was close.
Jeez, and now they're staying pretty stacked on each other. Simple knowing that Blaze needs that little bit of extra range to get anything going with the spear. It doesn't really have any stacked options unless you're going for a jump down air.
Simple starting to find the chunks that he needs to bring this game back. He is dangerously in the red. Now Blaze has the axe in hand.
Oh, the dodge was spent!
Knockout option with the neutral light from Blaze. tying it up 1-1 in this set between Simple and Blaze.
Man, so much of that game and Blaze bringing this back to a 1-1 set was really on these corner guards, able to contest and just hold that very specific position where his neutral lights can catch Simple peeking over the corner, but Simple can't relatively threaten him.
Yeah, that's where that spear was really playing in his favor. You can throw out that neutral light so safely from so far away that, like, by the time you're out of recovery, Simple is not going to be able to jump, get close enough to you, and throw out a move to punish in time. Blaze was playing that really well, and all it took was those couple pokes. He didn't have to re-engage towards the edge. We're seeing the connection come out. See Blaze. Oh, yeah, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Right back in it. Waiting for another thumbs up. Simple. Of course, gravity canceling another thumbs up.
This looks like... Okay. It started almost looking like bot movement. All right, I'm getting confused messages here with the thumbs up.
Man, Simple just keeps tossing him. I wonder if he was waiting for one from Blaze, but Blaze only has axe side lights for him.
It's weird because, like, Simple will throw it out, obviously, to initially signify that he's having issues, and then he'll throw it out again, like you would normally signal, all right, everything's good, but then he just stands there. Like, he doesn't go back to playing the game. So that's why I'm getting confused by them.
Well, looks like they're both just swimming around looking for just some sort of neutral air hit. They're swinging.
I think Simple's having issues.
Oh my gosh. Blaze starting to cut through.
Sidelight in air. Simple goes immediately back to the platform. This time comes the up toss. There's the down toss. We've been seeing from him a lot. Ground pound from Blaze. This is likely going to be the stock. Oh, he was able to side air into the platform. His head barely touching it. No edge guard from Blaze. The clash.
Surviving that ground pound only because it was a clash and not the full force. Downlight side air secures the stock, and Blaze, opening up with the weapon starve, opts to keep the axe. Again, just pressuring Simple over towards the corner. Simple trying to find some place to safely land. Is he going to continue with the weapon starve? He does have another axe primed. Really no need, it's just the extra on the field. It depends who wants to use a weapon toss for that little bit of extra range. Doesn't even need it with the far out side air. Too far to even make it back. And look at that, Blaze now sitting on a 3 stock.
And even when Blaze didn't have spear over on that corner, he still found supremacy as Simple was playing high on that wall. Still found the timing, even though he didn't have the safety of a move like spear neutral light.
Yeah, it's a tricky medium to run, just because you've got to use and rely on that movement. Since he's got an axe, I've got an axe, we have equal spacing that's allowed, so you've just got to use that barrier of the corner to your advantage.
Coming in 3 minutes and 15 seconds into this game. Simple still pretty fresh on his final stock. Blaze fresh on his second stock.
Yeah, this is almost a mirror image of the first game where Simple was slowly dismantling Blaze. Now the shoe is on the other foot.
Which is probably uncomfortable.
I would imagine, they bend it for the big toe, and right now Blaze is just stubbing that consistently into Simple's face.
Why don't they just make the shoes like so you can put both feet in either one? Honestly, that would cut down on manufacturing costs so much.
You're an innovator.
I'm telling you, I'm about to revolutionize.
You've got the strategy. Maybe, Blaze should bring you in as his coach. Maybe Simple needs it more right now because he is deep in the red, poised to be knocked out. Moving forward here, this is still best 2 out of 3, so Blaze ready to step on in to top 8. Simple trying to prevent that from happening.
Ooh, big side air from Simple. 4.5 minutes into this game, both players on their final stocks, but Simple, he is so damaged here. A lot of moves
gotta
from
find
Blaze.
some
Will
sort of
knock out.
solid footing. Oh my gosh. That spear recovery catching him just as he peaked high enough for it to. And with that, Blaze is moving on 2-1 over Simple, securing his spot in winner's side top 8.
In a very long set, Simple ends up falling, and Blaze was able to secure it. Wow, that was really only like 19 minutes. I swear it felt a lot longer. It seemed like it should have been longer based on how long games were.
You had a lot of these situations where they were both kind of jockeying for position, and it was that constant push towards the corner from Blaze, where Simple was, getting knocked off stage, and then you go into that corner guard, and that's where Blaze ends up chipping out the extra damage. So you had a lot of those like slow walking for positional advantage.
And we're going to be moving on past that into our next set, where we have Link and Heisen. We haven't seen Heisen yet today. One of the only other players, or there are still a few left that we haven't seen yet today so far. We already saw Link. We haven't seen Heisen today, and this is going to be the Petra pick coming out from Heisen. Last Petra we really saw was last night in SEA. Far was playing the Petra pick, and it's going to be the Macho Man on the other side for Link.
Alright, so it looks like Heisen, to get to this point, actually put Pavelski into losers, but it was a close set 2-1.
Now looking at those stats there again, Link playing formerly under the name .xc.
That's
kind
right.
of somewhat of a newcomer, definitely a newcomer to the later part of the brackets. Like you can see, 8 top 32 placements compared to the 18 that Heisen has. Heisen has as many top 8s as Link has top 32s. So Heisen's definitely a long-standing player.
I do like the diversity of legend picks that they have here on the board. None of them had a legend over 50% pick rate. They had like pretty even top 3 picks.
But compare that to EU as a whole, and they do, it seems like they probably have over 50% Ulgrim pick here today. Yeah. And we are seeing Link going back to that 2 Dex Ulgrim. The Ulgrim that Inframini didn't want to play as he chose the Dexterity stance.
Ooh, and we'll see if Heisen can get some of those gauntlet strings started. Oh, goes for the extra, even putting 2 neutral airs in there. Qualifying for DI, but look at that, just pushing it, continue into the signature. That is a highlight clip for sure.
And that is like a 28-second knockout. Heisen starting this one off big.
Oh my gosh, catches another dodge, almost continued into even more.
Oh!
Jeez!
Oh, how many moves is that? It's too many!
So it looks like Heisen used Pavelski to just warm himself up, and he is just running this train on Link right now, and it doesn't have any stops. This baby's express.
Oh my gosh, dude. Heisen is getting so many of these punishments. Oh my god.
Like, I don't want to say this is the most brutal game I've ever seen, but it's close. Oh my gosh. Heisen is just going off right now.
It's one of the most brutal games that we've seen this weekend by far. And it's between a player like Heisen and a player like Link. It's not even just like an early round in pools where it's LDZ against someone who's playing on their first tournament, which we love those people, but when they go to their first tournament, they can kind of get demolished sometimes.
Yeah, this is a top 8 qualifier match. This is high octane action, and Heisen is just making it look like training room. Link starting to fight his way back. He managed to take 1 stock. He's poised to take another. Is it too little, too late?
And it seems like every time Link initiates a little bit too much with something, sometimes it's a signature, other times Heisen's just in the right place, he gets that punish.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my man, every time, dude. Heisen's punish game is so good, which when you're playing a weapon like Axe, you have sometimes those longer recovery frame moves. So you're putting yourself into those positions, and if you're too reckless with them, Heisen's going to tear you apart. He's nailing those punishes like every time.
Oh yeah, and I mean, not even that. So many of these strings, like, there's gaps in them, there's pauses for dodges or movement. He just had the read every single time. He was in his head. He read the script. Oh my gosh. So now Link, really thinking about it, swapping off of the Macho Man onto the Olgrim is the same. There's no change here. Listen, he's still running the 2 decks, but what is the map pick? Is he banning out Demon Island? No, leaves it open. We're going right back there, right? Right? We have to.
I think we are.
I would be shocked if Heisen opted for anything else. Yeah. Oh yeah, when you have a performance like that, it's just encore, baby. Same venue.
Going into this, we see the defense stance coming out from Heisen's Garnet.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I think he didn't appreciate not getting a 3 stock that time around. He's like, yeah, a little bit of extra defense. Maybe I could have just turned the entire match into a highlight.
Nice.
Ooh, but now it's
from
Link. Yeah, he's got the read on the movement this time. Look at all that damage. Defense stance or no, that's Heisen in the orange.
Side air from Heisen. The neutral signature misses. Ooh, that signature gets punished by Link. Going back over to the axe, moving to the right side of the stage. The weapon toss comes out. Heisen knows the timing, dodges right through it. Gravity cancels with a downlight as well. Sidelight side air, not going to be a true combo option for Link. Heisen's going to dodge right through it. Side air from Link. Weapon toss goes out a little bit too low to hit Heisen.
Oh, side air just catching Heisen, and Link turning this around. He's got the lead in game number 2.
Heisen's able to grab the weapon. Coming in with the orb here. Link still has the axe in hand. Weapon toss coming out. Link was in the air.
Oh my
Recovery
gosh.
is not making contact here. Again, doesn't make contact, but Heisen keeps going. Every time, keeps going, hits the side air, sending to the left for the knockout. No bounce off the main platform.
Opts to stay with the gauntlets. No surprise, even in the previous game, it was mostly just Heisen's gauntlets doing all the work.
Sidelight
Look at
turnaround
that.
nair, recovery down air.
He's caught that turnaround nair so many times where a lot of folks end up going for, all right, you're dodging left or right after the side light. I'm going to do a gravity cancel side light. Heisen says, no, I want more. Gets the nair after the side dodge reads.
You see the past like 2 or 3, he's been turning it around and going, or sorry, not turning it around,
gosh.
going for the nair in the direction that he was moving. That time he changed it up yet again and went for the side air instead of the nair, expecting Link to be a little bit too low, or sorry, to be lower, but he wasn't that low, still able to find the knockout. Heisen playing very well here. Just raw neutral signature. There, again, turning around the nair this time. So he's switching it up so much and he's catching Link.
Oh, and the recovery was caught, but it looks like he touched the wall.
And unfortunately for Link, it was the top side.
Link took so long to pick up that weapon. He wanted Heisen to try and contest, potentially. Oh my gosh!
Do it again. Do it again. You just keep doing it.
Just short of you, Repa. The triple uppercuts, downlight into down air, interesting option. Pays for it, the axe recovery gonna knock him down to his final stock. But look at this, Heisen still has such a massive lead.
Still going for it, man. Ooh. Link wanted to carry him off screen so badly. That signature from Heisen is going to get that. Holy cow, dude.
Jeez. So that is a 2-0 victory for Heisen. I love the spacing that he used on those side signatures, because even if they miss, he would drop down around the corner during the recover. So that way it's a little bit more difficult to punish. Affords him a bit of safety on an otherwise risky signature.
And we're just going to be moving on through that shockingly quickly.
Yeah.
Our next set is going to be Artio versus Goosey, 2 players we haven't seen yet today. We have Artio showing a little bit of his age with the Stream Me icon there. Not the first one from like a long time ago, but the more, I'll say, quote, recent one. That was sometime, was it last year? Maybe the year before that? I don't even remember. It was a long time ago.
It's a while now, for sure. And you know what? We always get messed up whenever we see his name, whether it's on Smash GG or here. The ... It's part of the name. It's essential. It's not just, oh, there's more. It's just Artio. And then a pregnant pause.
And again,
it looks like
another Grim, baby. Getting a lot of Grim today. But two players, look how closely they're ranked, man. 21 and 22. Ooh. Even though they're that close in power rank, they don't have a lot of history with each other this year. 0-1 in favor of Goosey. And you see, man, Goosey has a lot of top 32 placements, but both of them have only one top 8 placement. A lot of those top 32s are back from when Goosey was probably maybe in the prime of his career several years ago. But this year, I mean, we could see it happening. He's in a top 8 qualifier right now. We could see the new prime. We could see the rebirth, the resurrection of Goosey.
I know there's a lot of people that will be excited for that. I'm excited. We get to see him swapping in that Ragnir, Artio on the Ulgrim, and it seems like there might be a little bit of a battle of stances going on in EU between all these Ulgrim players. Do you go 2 decks or do you go 4 decks?
That'll be the EU Civil War, is Team 2 decks, Team 4 decks.
I'm going to have to hit up Twitter and just be like, all right, who's on Team 2 decks? Who's got Team 4 decks? Just see where the land lays. Oh my gosh.
I'm curious what the Swedes have to say on it. Typically a nation that is very neutral in war. Maybe they're just gonna be like, yeah, we're the default stance, Ulgrim guys. We're just gonna be right in the middle.
Default stance, man. So it looks like rocking into game number 1. Mammoth Fortress.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
We've seen so much Axe in EU today. That's kind of been always the case in EU. I feel like Axe has always had a very large, warm, comfortable home there in the EU.
It's almost, regardless of meta, Sword is always North America's sidearm, whereas Axe is always Europe's sidearm. Right now, damage build going just about even. Goosey, oh man, if he managed to catch that, it could have spiked just around that corner. Ragnir's Axe side signature, so deadly in open air.
A lot of damage coming out from Goosey, who's able to find so many sidelight nairs, but Artio answering back with a 3-piece. The unarmed side air from Goosey, sending Artio over to the edge. There's the down signature, that Spitfire extending that blast right around that corner, and Artio's gonna fall.
Man, that caught like just the top of his eyebrows. All right, I lost Caster Chicken. Ah, come on, Sparky. I thought I was gonna get you. I was so close.
Man, I was just entranced. I wasn't even trying to play the game. I was just in a trance watching Goosey. His sidelight has been so good. He's been able to follow up so many of them with the nair, take chunks out of Artio.
Oh my gosh, Artio just able to get back and touch that bottom corner. But look at this, they're continuing. Oh my gosh, he bet it all. He thought he was going to get that hit into the chase dodge, but no purchase. And now Goosey is working on a 3-stock.
Yeah, Goosey was just more in control there of, okay, I'm going to jump a couple times, then go back to the wall, make sure I reset my jumps. Jump a couple times, go back, reset. Not necessarily going for these like Hail Mary options of, oh, I'm going to burn my dodge, I'm going to hit him with a D-Light ground pound, it's going to be sick, or I'm going to overcommit and go with a raw ground pound here, he'll never expect it. It was just like a really calm edge guard from Goosey.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you need. When you've got that kind of lead, you don't lose your temper. You know, cooler heads will prevail, and you just continue that lead that you built for yourself. There,
D-Light doesn't get the end like Goosey still had his dodge up. In light coming out. Artio with the forward dash, then the back dash, just kind of changing his movement up a little bit. Goes for the gravity cancel side light, reverses the nair, doesn't make a connection. There's a nair. The grounded side air misses. Goosey is on the right side of it. Artito's going to the left. He keeps grounded side airing into the ground over towards the middle of the stage.
Oh! And just like that, Goosey with the slide kick into gravity cancel neutral heavy. That's one of the earliest knockout confirms you can have on unarmed. So that's a 2-stock victory. Artio now swapping over to Amethyst.
It's going to be that switch, taking away the lance, grabbing the cannon, still holding on to the axe, however, and going into the movement speed stance. Going to go from 4 to 5. A department that Zol can kind of struggle in sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get in range if you want to land those big swings. And right now, it looks like Artio just controlling the stage. This is kind of terrifying. We're on small Brawlhaven. Artito's got a cannon on the highest strength legend in the game.
But Goosey, you've seen his damage build up. His sidelight game has been so strong. Always leading into that nair. Gets the 3-piece this time, too. And another side air. You see the side signature coming off the stage. That side signature will kill in orange on this stage.
Oh yeah, need to be exceedingly careful. Going for the side light into side air, but Goosey finds the dodge out. Oh, caught the landing. Goosey doesn't have any options left. Manages to touch the wall.
Neutral light with the weapon toss going high. Neutral light again on the corner. Beautifully placed by Artio.
Look at that. He did that high teardrop throw just off stage, delaying the next weapon spawn, and guarding it with the cannon.
Nice falling nair into the side air. Right along that ground as Artio comes in. Goosey just a little bit behind.
That one might not have too much force behind it, but it carries you such a great distance before that final send. So on a map like this, it is still terrifying.
Man, I remember back in the heyday of Ragnar when like everybody and their mom was playing Ragnar, and that side signature, holy cow, dude. It was like one of the best in the game.
Ridiculous. So now it looks like we've got Artio sitting pretty with 2 stocks. He got the dodge read. Oh, almost into more.
And Goosey's so far behind with the guitars in his hands. He has to find these 3 and 4 hit strings without taking too much damage. All he finds is the weapon toss. He picks it up and gets hit. Full stock behind. That Spitfire would have been a good place to start. Might have been the equalizer that he needed. Neutral light, second blast, turning Goosey red. That clash keeping Goosey red.
Man, the damage build has just been so even between these two, but you can't afford that when you're down a stock. And Artio, just like that, tying up the set. We're now 1-1.
That ground pound had to be so close. Man, that was so close to hitting. I don't know if
let's watch this replay
in time before the game really starts. Here comes the ground. Oh man, that was so close.
He dipped right under that slash.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Going into this game, swapping over to the Demon Island. Artio gets the first weapon, tossing his cannon up, tossing his axe away, grabbing the cannon back.
Ooh, just guarding this weapon, starving, keeping Goosey unarmed, and just blasting him around the stage.
There's the dare. Goes for the chase dodge into the turnaround side signature.
And again, you see that holding it, because it goes farther the longer that you hold it, so that way he would charge off stage, give himself a little bit of extra safety. Now it's Goosey keeping up the weapon starve, matched axe to axe. Both of them hunting for these knockout strikes.
And they want those side airs. Seeing some down airs coming in too, but that side air from Goosey is going to be the knockout option. Minute 3 into the game when he found that one. sticking with the axe here. There is a spawn on the field. Artio gets the neutral light. Gonna send Goosey away. Give him some room for the cannon in light. And the dare to confirm it.
I don't even know if that was necessary, but it felt good.
I don't think it was. Still can't quite get these chase dodge turnaround follow-ups on these cannon moves. Before he did the side signature, that time it was a side air. But Goosey's just a little bit too far to the left. You aren't seeing him really dodge back in the middle of the stage on them. And that time you see him not going for it. Doesn't go for the chase dodge turnaround. Just tries to stay in place throughout another neutral light.
Swapping onto a fresh cannon that gives him a little bit of extra time before it gets knocked out of his hands, but he's just going to use it as extra fodder to force the dodge. Axe side air up top, and just like that, Artio now with the 2-1 stock lead.
Yeah, his cannon gameplay, although it's not these gigantic strings, it's not Sandstorm carrying off people off the stage all the way 0 to death like we've seen in the past, it's still very strong cannon play.
Ooh, and that's, you see Goosey going for those neutral signatures on the guitars. He needs some sort of offstage spike, whether it comes from the guitar's base kit, that neutral signature, maybe the axe side signature. Just an axe toss will do.
Calling out that Artio was going to immediately side air back towards the stage instead of jumping up and blowing a movement option in the air like that.
Oh, gets the 3-piece with a slightly different option at the end.
And that's 2 interruptions that Goosey was able to find priority. You heard the cannon attack sound playing twice, and Goosey still was able to make contact during those. Artio finding no damage, and we're even here.
Yeah, Goosey's done a phenomenal job bringing this back, picking his spots for approach.
Lots of dares coming out from
looking to
Goosey.
seal the deal.
2-piece from Artio. Both of them very even. Oh, those nairs are so close, but a big side air from Goosey. Weapon toss goes low. Artio getting back to the stage with the recovery from Goosey, and he takes the set. 2-1, just barely. Look at the damage difference between those two. 15 damage. That is it.
That's like one attack. That is one light attack. Insane.
And that's Goosey, man. Moving on, adding one more top 8 placement to his stat card. Artio's going to be going down into the loser's bracket. Let's look down at the loser's bracket real quick to give any bracket updates before we take a quick break. Blue took out Machete 2-0. Blue then took out Pavelski 2-0, and it's going to be Blue against Mini for the top 8 qualifier on the loser's side. Fosy took out the Ninja 7-9, 2-1. After the Ninja took out 720, Polly shot again another 2-1 set. Dobrain moving on past Godly Q, but ran into Zider, fell 0-2 there. Now Zider versus Fosy, the winner of that, moving on to face Link, their top 8 qualifier. Is there anything else you see on that bracket that you want to mention, T-Dub?
Man, I am just ready to see more. I want to see more of Simple. I want to see more of M for Mini. All this kind of crazy Ulgrim picks that have been happening, but really, we've seen crazy gauntlets from Heisen up there, now sitting in winner's side top 8. I want to see gauntlets from Addy Mestic. I want the Addy Classic.
I'm curious how Goosey is going to do running into these Ulgrims. Very curious how that's going to work.
Oh yeah. Definitely something to watch for, but that winner's side top 8. We've got Acno, Blaze, Heisen, and Goosey.
Now we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with the rest of EU for today. Stay tuned for that, and then stay tuned shortly after that, just a few minutes after that, for South America for their portion of the Combo Breaker Online Brawlhalla Tournament here for the singles weekend. We'll see you in just a few moments.
Combo Breaker rolls on with more EU action happening right in front of you. With you today, of course, I am DukeXFam, as you'll see below eventually, and of course, the wonderful You Got Froned. How are you feeling, Froned?
I'm feeling pretty good. We had a great day yesterday with a lot of great games, and we have even more today. I mean, we've had a few games already underway. We had the first set of matches with, of course, TWK and Sparky878, and they did wonderfully. We had a bunch of exciting stuff, especially the Heisen game, where he basically held a heist and took that game hostage and ran away with it. So that was actually pretty fun so far. I know we've got a lot more good stuff coming our way. I know we've been seeing a ton of Ulgrim. I'm still not sure. I don't think we've seen a single game today that didn't have an Ulgrim, but I mean, what more do you want? We don't usually see Ulgrim in the first place.
He's feeling strong. But so speaking of, you talked a little bit about Heisen. He is one of our top, the winner's side, 4 of the top 8. We've got Acno, Blaze, Heisen, and Goosey down on the loser side of the top 8. We're still figuring out who it's going to be, and I think we're going to find out in just a little bit which potential top 8 finisher it might be, as we have Zider and Fosy sitting in the lobby in front of us. Of course, Zider and Fosy, very established European players. Honestly, either one could take this. Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, we will see in just a moment. We don't have any legend picks just yet, but we do have the lower side of the bracket kind of filling out slowly right now, like we have coming up in just a moment. Zider versus Fosy to find out who will go up against Link, who did drop to Heisen earlier, and that is going to be for a qualification match for top 8. And of course, on the top end, the top 8 winners side bracket is filled out. Acno, Blaze on that upper side of the winners bracket, and Heisen and Goosey on the lower side of the winners bracket. So those should all be pretty entertaining games, to say the least. I actually really did enjoy the Goosey or Tito game as well. The game's actually coming out pretty solidly, and it looks like Fosy is swapping between a few of the few characters right now. I'm not sure who he's going to go with. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Ulgrim at this point, but we do have the rankings and the stats for the players on the screen. Of course, a lot of top 32 placements for Fosy, with 18 and 1 top 8 placement, and only 1 top 8 placement for Zider as well, with 8 top 32 placements. So just under half the amount from Fosy, and the ranks are still pretty close. You know, that's rank 10 to rank 16. There's not a super big difference in terms of player skill at that level, that disparity. Also, funny enough, Fosy with even more earnings and more placements, even though his rank is lower. But I'll let you make that determination for yourself. Anyway, we have Zider versus Fosy going down right now, and this might be the first game without a Ulgrim today.
No, but there still is that carryover of the axe coming out from Zider, so maybe not a full Ulgrim, but like a half Ulgrim coming out from Zider. On the other side, Fosy, very interesting pick. The Zariel, very rarely seen in competitive. The kind of crossover between people who play gauntlets and bow is a little bit few and far between.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, I actually really like Zariel, especially in the way things are going right now with how people are picking characters and weapons. The gauntlets and the bow are 2 very strong picks, and I honestly don't mind seeing it right now. And Zider with the spear going off stage with the down air, the ground pound, trying to get that KO, trying to pressure Fosy. Fosy making his way back onto the stage with the side air, getting a little bit more damage off. He is on the back foot just a little bit in the red, but getting that damage built up, trying to equalize these stocks right now so that he can potentially take that stock. That is a very precariously is what he's going to have to do right now. Zider, of course, making the approach over the side air, looking for that KO very quickly. He will be able to find it if he gets a big hit. The ground pound might not be able to finish it off. The swap over to the spear as well. I'm not sure if he'll be able to find it unless he perhaps finds a signature or a side air, but from that distance, I don't think he's going to find it.
Yeah, Zider struggling a little bit, but was able to keep enough pressure there that Fosy misplaced the dodge and was not able to get the wall touch. But we do see Zider opting to stick with the spear for a brief moment. He had the opportunity to juggle, and looks like he wanted the spear for the early stock of Fosy.
Fosy with the bow,
Fosy
going
gets
for the
back on
downlight.
stage.
Downlight neutral light. Launching Zider way up into the sky, but he's not damaged enough for that's leading to a KO. I know at certain percents, I don't remember the exact one, so I'm not going to say it, but I know that that leads into a KO. The recovery, though, from off stage, catching Zider on his way back to stage is going to lead to the KO, and that's going to equalize those stocks. The damage differential at about 50 or so damage between the two players here. Fosy with the damage deficit, and he's gonna have to bring that back. Gauntlet strings, gauntlet reads are the best way for him to do that, but taking so much damage right now from Zider is possibly gonna cost him the stock.
Just a raw side signature coming out from Zider. Well-placed side light. Had Fosy low enough that he could go for it and respected the gravity cancel neutral signature. Really played high enough. Knows that that's a common option from Zariels, especially when they recover that low. They'll go for that neutral signature. Just try to punish anyone coming down for a ground pound.
Fosy with the side air. Side air response from Zider is going to lead to another KO. Fosy with one stock left. Zider about halfway through his second stock, or at least halfway to the red. Fosy trying to make his way. No, not opting to go for that weapon, seeing it as a bit of a trap. Zider taking advantage of the weapon pickup as well, getting a little bit more damage off. Weapon throw into sliding neutral light, getting a little bit more. And getting caught in that recovery. Fosy trying to get him off the top, maybe. Not enough damage built up quite yet. The signature coming out.
Weapon toss from Zider, trying to get some sort of control back from Fosy, but it ends up disarming him. Fosy now with the gauntlets in hand gets the recovery high in the sky. Great positioning from Fosy, staying right underneath Zider, waiting for the opportunity to throw at that recovery. And then again, he respects the iframes on respawn. That's the second time we've seen Fosy go for the wall when Zider is respawning.
Nice side stick from Fosy to get a little bit more damage, and the follow-ups too to get a little bit of an additional damage, closing that deficit that he has in the damage department. Fosy backing off just a little bit, trying to play a little bit careful. He knows he doesn't have the range here to outrange Zider's attacks with the gauntlets, but he does have the string potential if he can get on top of Zider, which is where his biggest issues have been lying so far.
Yeah, he's got to get that opener onto Zider. Has not been finding quite enough openings onto him. Zider with the sidelight side air gets a lot of stage control, but doesn't read the high recovery, and Fosy's able to get back onto the stage and steal out both weapons.
And nice recovery from Zider to find Fosy off the top in very clean fashion. 90 damage, excuse me, more than Fosy. 598 to 508. So Fosy not quite coming through on the strings. He's going to have to find some strategy that works for him. He is going to be swapping over to the Scarlet, the Lance Hammer, so a complete departure from the Zariel pick. And this should provide, I think, a little bit more range on his attacks, especially because he does have the Hammer. He's got the Lance. Those things carrying through a lot of attacks. So we'll see how this fares, if it fares any differently.
Really interesting switch over to the Scarlet, especially with the small Brawl Haven. Scarlet hits incredibly hard, high strength character, and then the small kill box on small Brawl Haven means Fosy has a huge advantage here, but it does rely on him winning the neutral, which is something he was not able to do with the Zariel.
Especially one of the other things he has in his kit, too, with the Hammer, is that he just has enormously powerful hit connections if you can find them. I mean, those side airs do so much, especially out of the coach pitches. That's almost 30 damage. And that is going to be the offstage side sig from Fosy with the Hammer. He's that little extra bit when it is in the air, curling around the corner of the stage, able to find that KO is going to be extremely devastating for Zider as he loses off on a pretty early KO, just under a minute.
Yeah, he was barely even close to kill percent, but got him right on the tip of that one. But Zider, again, with the downlight recovery. I love the decision making to go for that, considering he was so high in the sky recovery. Definitely the closer kill box versus the side air, which is the common option off that downlight.
Fosy playing a little bit more careful. He got beaten down pretty hard in the last game, so I don't think he wants to take those same kind of hits from the axe. Zider, though, making such work, such quick work of this stock right now as he just continues to land blow after blow, and now it's Fosy's turn. Now that Zider has lost that axe on the weapon throw, trying to confirm that kill on the left. It's Fosy doing a fantastic job at getting that damage back. Oh, but getting caught in 2 unarmed neutralites, even with the lance in hand.
Yeah, Fosy does get back up with the help of that weapon toss up. The unarmed recovery got him back to the stage, but Zider with a big side air able to take another stock off of Fosy. Again, opting to stick with the spear. Fosy trying to get the weapon spawn, does get it. Gets forced onto the side, though, to pick up that weapon.
Zider using the neutral airs off stage, trying to catch Fosy in the mix, trying to get a little bit more damage built up off on the side and get back on the stage. He did find his way there. Fosy with the side air is going to find that KO. Of course, on small Brawlhaven, it's going to be that much easier. The close blast zones and that high damage, the high knockback, especially the variable force coming out of these things, that's going to be very devastating when you get, I mean, even to the orange on this map.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is the loser's bracket before top 8, so this is really do or die for Fosy. If Fosy wins... Oh! Whoa! Zider didn't touch the wall!
Oh, no.
Tragic
That's
end, but that
really
means we're getting
unfortunate.
to game 3.
And this is going to be for all the marbles. This is all the rest of the stocks that either one of these players have in this set. This is going to lead to who makes it into top 8 and who drops out of the tournament entirely. There is no more second chances for either of these players. So they are going to have to put it all on the line right now. If they have any secret pocket picks, if they have any secret plans, any backup trading, any boosts, or I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying stuff. If they got anything left in their pockets, they need to empty it right now.
Yo, they got to get that Fast and the Furious, press the red button, activate the NOS, because this is the home stretch for them. Winner of this gets to continue on in the bracket. The loser gets knocked out going home just shy of top 16. But here we go. Fosy going to be sticking with the Scarlet pick against Zider, staying with the Bryn. Zider able to steal out both spawn weapons and has the axe in hand, the comfort weapon of Zider.
Zider getting a lot of nice axe chops in the mix. The aerials coming in handy against the more cardinally directive attacks from the hammer.
Weapon toss as Zider decides to swap over to the axe for the spear. But we do see Fosy with some fantastic edge play. Zider might not be able to touch. Zider can't touch. Fosy steals the stock.
Fosy just got the dodge through downward right underneath that recovery from the spear from Zider, and that allowed him to position himself quite perfectly for that recovery himself. His hammer recovery, able to just toss him right down into the ground, and that was a fantastic play from Fosy.
But Zider's got some plays of his own, goes for the downlight neutral signature, very much not a true combo, but Fosy was just not expecting it. Definitely an uncommon option coming out from Zider. Stock count is evened up, health basically even between the two of them.
Zider making the spear work right now, getting a lot of damage off on a Fosy, getting these consistent hits, going for that side light, looking for the punish. Nope, these jump punish on that down light, not going to connect, but he does get the follow-up in neutral air. Fosy having a little bit of trouble there, finally finding that coach pitch into the weapon throw. Ooh, that might not have been a great idea. Now he's weaponless, and but able to get the weapon out of Zider's hands on another weapon throw. These weapon throw punishes from the opposite player are coming in really handy as both players throw out just big hits at the exact same time. Fosy finding the follow-up, though, in that neutral sig is finding the KO as well and taking the lead in the set.
Fosy one stock away from taking down Zider and continuing on in the bracket. Zider now with the axe in hand. Zider's been able to add up so much damage with the axe, but we see him switch over to the spear time and time again. We'll see if he decides to stick with this axe for the potential side air knockout. Goes for the ground pound. That was risky against that hammer of Fosy, but might have paid off. Wall touch for Fosy.
Ooh, weapon throw a little bit too close to the stage, too. That would have been devastating if Fosy got caught because he wasn't on the wall yet. But that miss gave him enough time to get back. He's still alive for now. He still has another stock as well, so he's not too much in trouble getting caught by the neutral sig from Zider. and that is going to be another stock gone. Even to up stocks. Zider bringing this back to square one. Stock one for both players.
Oh my goodness, and suddenly Zider with the big 4-piece from the axe, and Fosy with the hammer in hand. Again, Scarlet, a high-strength character, meets just one neutral signature, and the damage is essentially evened up.
This is the danger of axe. Once you get one of those hits and then you put someone into a bad spot, you find that read and you can just follow it up with 2-3 more hits. Fosy having to make his way back on a stage. He is in red. Both players in red. And this hammer, I mean, they both of these players have their heavy hitting weapons, getting hit by the down air, getting launched into space, getting that weapon thrown, the weapon denial too, looking for that down light pickup, not going to find it. The weapon pickup from the air though from Fosy, looking for that down sig, looking for the recovery, finding it, not enough to take him off the top. Zider coming out down sig, Zider, there it is, Zider finding the KO, moving into the top 8 lower side and taking Fosy out in the mix. And that is such a close game, but making it come down to the wire like that, very impressive stuff.
Solid composure from Zider. Fosy was definitely swinging for the fences, throwing out so many signatures, and Zider was ready for it, able to avoid that down signature, get the punish, and continue on. And that means Zider will be going up against Link for the top 8 losers bracket side. Also updating the losers bracket, we do see that Addy mestic 2-0'd Artio to earn his spot in the loser side top 8. And coming up next, we're going to see M for Mini versus Blue.
And I think that should be a pretty good game as well. Blue has been making quite the run through the lower brackets. Just looking at these lower side, just the top 32 side alone, we have Blue taking down Spider 2-0, Blue taking down Machete 2-0, Blue taking down Pavelski 2-0, and all of these guys are big names. I mean, Pavelski coming down from the lower bracket, taking out Cake, who had to make a lower bracket run as well. There's a lot of people who got knocked down into the early stages of the lower bracket. I mean, Addy Mestic, Hermison, Zero, Sticky, all of these players down here in the lower bracket making these runs, having to fight their way through to this top 8 because there's so many other names up in the upper sides. Blaze, Acno, Heisen, Goosey. This is a stacked tournament right now.
Yeah, definitely lots of established EU names, but one of the more established names in the European region is Blue. He was, in fact, last year's #1 EU player for a big bulk of the 2019 season. So we'll see how well that works out for him as we get right on into this match between Blue and M for Mini. Blue with the Yumiko. M for Mini over to the Ragnir pick. Yumiko, again, kind of a more meta pick coming out from players who are still very strong in the meta. And Bo, we've seen how well players are able to take stage control with it. Blue with a fantastic downlight Zider, just shoving M for Mini all the way over to the right side, but not quite enough to put him off stage. M for Mini, though, does have the weapon control only for a moment as Blue gets back, picks up the hammer, and gets the neutral light off. Nice weapon toss, great spot dodge to avoid that end lag, those final hits of the guitar side light. Sitting in the middle, Blue with the neutral air. Neutral air, not quite a common knockout option, not as much available for it as a side signature. Blue able to take the first stock. Gonna juggle weapons for a brief moment, but again, wants to stick with this bow. The potential of damage, the juggle potential, the stage control potential, not to mention the wisps, which are so good at just denying area from opponents. Pulling side air into the side light, again into the wisp. Blue, he dances inside of it, knows that he's got so much safety there as M for Mini eats 1 ground pound. A second one would have finished the stock, but M for Mini thankfully avoids it and throws out the flames, that hot breath, eating some Flamin' Hot Cheetos. But Blue not going to get taken out from that one.
Blue is going to be holding on to that first stock still, though, as he gets M for Mini into the red. And M for Mini playing very careful game. He knows he can't approach Blue in the exact same way this time. Blue just getting that stomp punish, though, launching M for Mini over to the right side, and the stomp off stage is going to find that second KO. Blue still holding on to his first stock, and wow, crazy stuff coming out of Blue. Just still holding on to this, getting that stock extension, that bonus damage looking so good right now.
Yeah, Blue really running away with this game, considering he's still sitting on that first stock, able to get even more onto M for Mini's final stock. What is it going to take from M for Mini to finish off this stock of Blue? A Neutralite's not going to do it. That is definitely not a knockout option. Axe in hand, doesn't go for the obvious option of the side signature on the corner. Instead, wants to go for something potentially safer. He knows how important this stock is, but he needs to get this stock off of Blue.
And for Mini with 2 neutral airs, getting the weapon swap and the denial, Blue with no weapon right now in the red. And for Mini has to find the KO right now. He's got the side air option. He's got the neutral air option. Gets the dodge through the signature from Blue. That would have thrown him off stage over on the right side. That would have been devastating. The side air, though, finally finding that KO. Still has 2 more stocks to go through, though. This is a real grind for M for Mini. We know he has the ability to do this. He has tournament wins under his belt, a lot of top 3s as well. He has those stats to back it up.
I love the patience on the guitar string, though. M for Mini hit the Neutralite and just waited for Blue to come back down. Knew Blue was going to go for some sort of grounded return and ended up getting some extra damage on top of that one. He's going to need a lot of plays like that if he wants to continue on in the lower side of the bracket, but Blue just needs siders.
For Mini with the guitars, looking for that read option, the dodge coming in handy just in time for Blue. And wow, taking M for Mini off the top with the neutral air. I actually did not think that was gonna get the KO at that point.
Yeah, fortunately for Blue, they were pretty high in the sky when that neutral air connected, and because it's got just like a straight upward shot, on top of the fact that M for Mini was very damaged, means that they were able to close out game number 1 with Blue. And M for Mini is now going to change up the characters, potentially sitting on the Legend Select. He's got an Olgrim, which would be very European meta right now.
Yes. Very much so. I mean, the Axe to Lance is just extremely favorable for the EU scene at the moment, and Blue making a swap to the Yumiko. No, yes, no, yes. I'm out of my mind right now. I don't know why. I think at the same time he did and didn't play Yumiko in the last game. I don't know where my mind is at right now. But it looks like M for Mini is going to be going with the Ragnir as they ban out the maps. 3 maps left. Small Brawl Haven is where they're going to go back to.
Small Brawl Haven for game number 2. M for Mini and Yumiko sticking with their M for Mini and Blue sticking with their character picks of Ragnir and Yumiko. And we'll see how well that works out for M for Mini. M for Mini definitely struggled to finish off that first stock of Blue, but we also saw some potential there, some potential to build up a lot of damage with these guitars if he's able to get those dodge reads onto Blue. Definitely no easy task, but M for Mini has shown in the past he's able to do it. Risky situation, though. Back on stage, Blue just dancing right underneath M for Mini, utilizing the fact that he's got higher grounded movement speed than you do in the air. That's kind of a way that this game works. Again, throwing out the wisp, making M for Mini think about his return on the stage, but while he's thinking, Blue is gonna catch him lacking there with those hammer neutral airs for some big juggles, and Blue, again, so healthy on this first stock while taking off the first stock of M for Mini.
I mean, barely any damage taken at all. I mean, it's absolutely whoa, way at the bottom of the stage. And for Mini fighting that ground pound, taking that entire lead, that entire deficit that M for Mini had on the damage from that first stock. He barely got any damage off on the first stock. And Blue taking that fall that quickly, losing that advantage, that is devastating for him. M for Mini,
yeah, M for Mini needed that one.
That is incredible.
Back up onto the stage, though, Blue with just some fantastic neutral game. That's something that's always been a strong mark of his gameplay, is he's just had an excellent neutral game. Again, just dash dancing underneath, chases down M for Mini, going underneath the stage, kind of some coverage from above, but he has to worry about these wisps. Those wisps just so good at stalling M for Mini out, forcing the exclamation points. Ground pound connects onto Blue, but the turnaround from Blue with the bow down air means he gets to hold on to the stock.
He found that opportunity that he needed. M for Mini was going in on him, and he had the damage, he had the positioning too, but he overextended for just a split second, and that opportunity that Blue saw, he didn't even think for a second. He just went for it, and it paid dividends.
Just great reactions coming out from Blue. Gets the 3-piece onto M for Mini. Goes for a ground pound deep commit. M for Mini could get the punish. Blue got the wall touch, and Blue's able to get back up safely.
Dragon Breath coming out from M for Mini, trying to catch that recovery back onto the stage. Oh, there's the other one, the Ground Breath. There's a better name for that. M for Mini.
I always call it the Spitfire. Shoutouts to Sparky.
Oh, that's so much better than Ground Breath. M for Mini making his way back up to the stage. The Wisps coming out from Blue, trying to catch the recovery. Not going to find it though, as he does get that neutral light. The Wisps coming out one more time. M for Mini throwing his weapon, not going to find the connection there for the disruption, as Blue tries to back off, find another neutral light, but he's not going to find it. M for Mini with the guitars this time. Going to get a little bit more damage, looking for the half pipe.
Yeah, I like the decision making from M for Mini, right? He got the side light, down light, waited to see if Blue would react. Blue didn't react, so then we got the side light, down light again. Tried to get a punish for it. Blue, meanwhile, just going to get a straight recovery and run away with this one. 2-0 over M for Mini, and that means Blue has earned his spot in the top 8 loser side.
So we do have 2 of the 4 filled out for the bottom side of the bracket, of course. And it is going to be, still loading right now. Addy Mestic looks like he is in the top 8 on the bottom side. We have Heisen, Goosey, Acno, Blaze, and of course, we have Blue as well. So there's only 2 more slots, it seems, left to find out the qualification of the top 8.
Yep. Currently fighting it out, Link and Zider. Winner of that one will go on into the top 8, and then there's one more top 8 spot that is to be decided. Simple, just awaiting the winner of quite a few matches, to be quite frank, but we'll probably catch up with that one at a later point in time. And like you said, again, on the upper side of the top 8, Acno is going to be going up against Blaze, and then Heisen will be going against Goosey. Acno in the lobby, I think we're going to be going to that match. Yes, Acno and Blaze going to be fighting it out. 2v2 teammates turned 1v1 rivals, but they can't go too hard on each other because, of course, they're going to be playing together next weekend when we get to the 2v2 side of things.
And also another thing to note, this is going to be the start, well, at least for now, the start of the top 8 bracket. So these are going to be best of 5 games. So these are going to be going a little bit longer, allowing the players a little bit more time to form adaptive strategies and figure out what they need to do to take down their opponents. Maybe they lose the first 2 games. It doesn't mean they're out just yet or down to the lower bracket. It just means that they have more time to consider what they need to do action-wise to take down their opponents and stay alive.
Yep. Plenty more time to adapt to the opponent, figure out how they like to play, how they like to dodge, and kind of adapt to what they're doing. Also, a little bit more room for playing with characters, just like this Rayman, which we had not seen from Acno prior. Of course, still in that kind of wheelhouse of characters Acno plays. We've seen Acno on the Bryn, we've seen Acno on the Ulgrim. On the other side, no surprises to see Blaze on the Ulgrim. Very surprised to see him not do anything at the start, but it looks like just some friendly pausing there, and we're going to get right on into game number 1 of the top 8 winner side.
And right into it, we are getting Acno just coming right out of the gate, explosive gauntlets, and look at the damage he's dealing onto Blaze. A little bit of retaliatory damage from Blaze as well. From that lance, the neutralites coming in, getting a little bit of disruption, though it does have a lot of damage on the back end as well. Acno looking for a lot of these big hits with the axe right now, not able to find as much success as he did with the gauntlets, but he knows that this is his kill option right now. Oh, weapon throw, down air,
nice.
Weapon throw, not going to connect. That's going to allow Blaze to get back. Ground pound, though. Another one coming down, and the grab out of the air. Still alive, Blaze making his way back to the stage, but not without scars. Deep in the red right now. Acno just barely making his way back, too. And Blaze with the side air weapon throw. He's going to find the first KO after all of that.
Well played on both sides in the intense offstage on the left side. Blaze gets back up. He got the axe Zider and just a great weapon toss. These are 2 players who are very familiar with each other's playstyle, considering they play together in 2s. They play together all the time, so they've got to bring out the big guns when going up against each other in the 1v1s. Weapon toss coming out from Acno, trying to break that neutral. Acno knows he's on the back foot, needs to get this knockout off of Blaze. With the axe in hand, the options are really going to be signatures or a side air. It's going to be the Sig coming out from Acno, riding that skateboard axe side signature onto Blaze and denying the weapon spawn. Blaze goes high, expecting the weapon to spawn high, and he knows it will for him as they've got axe versus axe now.
They're just trying to chop at each other, trade these tree trapping blows. Blaze making his approach with these aerials. Acno responding in kind with his own, and it is just axe v axe right now. Just chopping that wood, just chopping. Down sig's coming out from Blaze. The quick, that quick, just destructive down sig that covers the entire hurt box. Oh, the ground pound's coming out from both the down air. Acno with a second. Ground pound, not even gonna need it. He doesn't manage to grab that ledge. Blaze taking the fall, and Acno is holding on to that second stock for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Acno definitely the favorite between the two of them. Winner of the past 2 seasonal championships. Acno has been doing incredibly well for himself here in 2020. But again, Blaze, his longtime partner, definitely has the reads on him. Definitely knows how Acno wants to play this matchup. Good dodges from Blaze, tries to get the punish from behind, but just slightly off the mark with that Lance recovery.
Acno with the nice side light to pick up Blaze and get a little bit of a follow-up. The respond, though, going a little bit too hard on the read with the neutral sig from Rayman, that jump read. Able to catch Blaze, nope. He got the response with his own recovery, taking him off in the corner, and that is going to equalize those stocks.
Good dodging from Blaze, avoiding that dash-in weapon toss from Acno. Starting to get some hits on Acno, get this health a little bit more even, but Acno just needs a couple more before he can go for that knockout. Again, goes for these neutral sig reads, and Blaze has not been inside of those positions, has not been getting caught by that.
Yeah, not a single one of those has worked so far, but at least the bread and butter of finding those kill options, the side air is gonna do it for him. 20 damage lower than Blaze. Blaze actually dealing a little bit more, even though I think Fulgrim is the tankier character. But I guess it doesn't matter as much. These high-hitting weapons, those high force knockbacks is all you need on this kind of map with the axe. So the side air is all that she was asking for there. Blaze, or Acno, finding that KO. Looking really good right there, and it's such a close match. Able to eke it out right at the end. Going into game number 2 right now.
Blaze is going to be switching up the characters, goes over to the Bryn, wants a little bit less defense, but a little bit more potential in those strings. Again, higher dexterity means that those strings are going to be a lot tighter, a lot harder for Acno to get outside of them, as well as the fact that Blaze is going to be switching over to a spear instead of a lance, a little bit less rockets on that pointy stick. Acno, though, on the gauntlets, didn't see a lot of gauntlets in game number 1. It was primarily the axe play coming out from Acno. We'll see what Acno can do. Likely will be looking for some sort of opener with the downlight, but Blaze not giving him the opportunities, just putting out those big hitboxes in front of himself. Dodging around
Acno
each
hovering
other.
above.
Blaze goes in for the neutral signature. Acno able to avoid it. Stuck on the corner. Blaze jumps over the side signature, but opts not to try to punish the fact that Acno has to burn a spot dodge in order to throw out that gravity cancel.
Honestly, a pretty solid option, though, because if Blaze wants to play a little bit too close to the edge, a little bit too aggressively with the edge guarding, that Sig will catch him out and deal quite a bit of damage and knockback to allow Acno to get back onto stage and potentially even follow up. It didn't work for him that time, but I do believe that could work later down the line. There is the follow-up KO, taking that first KO of the match. Match number 2, finding the downlight into the uppercut right off the top, and Acno just not even hesitating, getting even more damage on the follow-up here with these gauntlets.
Ooh, Blaze with an interesting option, goes for the raw ground pound at a hit stun, expecting Acno to try to maintain that pressure on top of him. Blaze is able to even up the stock count with the side air, but needs to get more damage built up onto Acno. Again, axe in hand, big chunking damage potential. See if Blaze can get it. Doesn't try to go for the ledge cancel downlight. Instead, just backed off, trying to see what Acno will do at a hit stun.
Well, he goes again for the gravity cancel. Side sig charged up for the extra range and power. Blaze just responding after not even getting hit by it in any way, shape, or form. Oh, the recovery just barely getting dodged out of. Blaze trying to back off, space out just a little bit, and there's the punish on that down sig. Gravity canceled. Side air from the axe, almost knocking Acno out of the map, but the spot dodge is going to allow him to turn things around, get a little bit more damage out with his own axe. Blaze with the spear now looking for side airs, maybe a side sig potentially, but finally able to catch that neutral sig. The fairies coming out in favor of the Rayman and picking up that KO.
Miss 100% of the SIGs you don't throw out. Acno finally connects with that axe neutral signature, but Blaze might find the stock evener immediately. You saw him going. Actually, that was a recovery attempt from Blaze, but Acno still able to dissuade any sort of pressure in the offstage. Nice. Still not enough, though.
That's surprising. Blaze trying to make the approach across the stage. Acno getting a little bit more damage off. Blaze needs to find this kill option right now. The side air not quite enough, as he did get the stage bounce. Anywhere else where that didn't have a bounce off the stage to reduce the velocity of that would have led into a KO. Finally finding it with the unarmed recovery off the top. Not too late. Blaze isn't in that kill option yet. He's not in the red zone. He can come back from this pretty quickly, especially with a weapon like Axe.
Yeah, but he needs to get those hits onto Acno. Acno playing far away from the axe of Blaze. Throws out the down signature. That's a burn dodge. Blaze takes full advantage of it. Again, underneath. Gets the down light. Gets a down air. Blaze slowly starting to get the chunks onto Acno.
Side air, not quite going to do it. Acno still living right now, going for the very risky ground pound. Still just able to tap that wall and survive. Finds the weapon in the mix as well, right through Blaze's side air. Down air, weapon throw, looking for the follow-up, not going to find it. Blaze still not able to find this convincing kill option on Acno. The downlight on the axe isn't going to quite do it just yet. Acno still has options without the weapon, but he's not going to have the chance to find it as Blaze closes it out with that side air right off onto the left side, doing so much damage. 727 damage. And it was
that's
still
a lot
close.
of damage. Almost like too much. When you see damage numbers like that, you're like, wow, that is Acno really able to extend those stocks, really able to make sure that Blaze has to put 200 plus damage, 35, I don't know, Sparky's the one who usually does the math on that one, damage plus onto each single stock. Really well done from Acno. Congratulations to Blaze to finish out that game number 2, but we are going to be going right on into game number 3. Is Acno going to switch up the characters?
Well, he is not locked in yet, so he does have that option, I suppose. He is probably going to determine whether or not he does need a different character. He wasn't super successful with those axe neutral sigs. He did find one, but that was, I think, out of 6 at least. The hit confirmation rate wasn't the greatest, so maybe he's feeling that maybe he has to choose maybe another character. Maybe he sticks with the gauntlets. He was really, or maybe he just sticks with the Rayman again. Maybe he just needed a little bit of extra time. Who knows? But at the very least, he is finding a lot of success with these gauntlets right now. I think he's still finding success with the axe, just not as much with the Rayman signature kit.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't been getting the most out of the Rayman signature kit, so it could very well be that he just likes the Rayman stat line. Again, very middle of the road stats can be very comfortable for a lot of players. Plus, of course, Rayman with some common meta weapons right now. Again, EU really loving its axe and gauntlets coming into the meta with the recent stun addition on that gauntlet nair.
Things getting started off. Even damage being traded back and forth between the two. Weapon throw from Acno, looking for the follow-up with the neutral air. Not going to find it. Blaze going for the very greedy double down light. Not going to find that either as Acno jumps out. He did not catch the dodge in order to punish with that follow-up. The spot dodge in the air with side light into Blaze was a very nice spot dodge reversal from Acno, but Blaze with with his own reversal, this is a volley of blows back and forth between the two. And now on the edge of the stage, Acno knows he has to be careful.
Yeah, Acno's been very effective with those wake-up sidelights on the gauntlets, but Blaze just getting the better of Acno, getting more damage put out onto him. Gonna swap over to the spear, just a fake out as he goes in with the axe side signature to take the first stock off of Acno, trying to dethrone the European champion.
Acno with the axe sliding all the way across, holding it maybe a little bit too long, but able to still find that KO. It is a pretty fresh stock, so those that knockback from Blaze's axe isn't going to be too harsh just yet.
Yo, I get why you held it though. With a lot of those signatures that like run as long as you're charging it, they can let you get a little bit safer if they go far enough. Unfortunately for Acno, Rayman's kind of like putters out, just friction starts getting into the axe. Unfortunately didn't grease those wheels quite enough and left him in position to get punished. We do see Blaze though, there it is, swapping back to the axe. I was like, is he gonna stick with the spear? But it looks like he wants that axe again for the big damage potential.
Acno with the recovery, looking for Blaze off the top. He does have him in the red. Side sig is going to connect. The variable force on that, not sending Blaze nearly far enough to find that KO. But the down sig coming out, that was maybe not the correct move for him there, as he gets absolutely punished by the neutral sig. And Acno looking for more side sigs, just throwing out these signatures, like trying to grind the battle pass signature damage mission right now. But he is going to find that KO from the bottom, the ground pound. Finding that worked for him, finding that KO, and Blaze now getting right back into the mix and already taking damage from this axe.
Yeah, Blaze just slightly behind, took a little bit of damage from Acno on the axe, but the recovery almost enough to take out Acno. Acno very damaged on the second stock, could see the stock count evened up as Blaze swaps back to the axe for the downlight to knock out quite a bit of damage built up on Acno.
And it is going to lead to evened out stock, so you can an equalization of the conflict between these two. The Blaze with the axe making his approach, just barely avoiding that weapon throw, preventing Acno from retrieving those gauntlets at the very least. Now they're going to have to both chop each other down with these axe attacks.
Acno has that stage control, throwing out the down signature over the corner. That's where you generally see that move used. Still, Acno not hitting a lot of these signatures, and Blaze has been getting some solid punishes on it. When Acno decides to play a little bit more standard play style, a little bit more light attack focus, he gets the better of Blaze.
Blaze dash dancing in the center of the stage, looking for some of these aerial attacks of disruption, losing his axe on the weapon throw on Acno's dash dodge through. And the recovery into the side air is going to throw Acno around a little bit in the weapon throw. He is going to lose that again. Acno making his approach. Side air coming into the stage. No, he's going to save that option. And Acno getting punished again by the neutral light. This is one stock left apiece. Oh, and that's going to do
it. Blaze takes game number 3.
2-1 in the set, and that is going to lead Blaze into having the advantage now. Remember, it is a best of 5. This is a top 8 match, so there is a little bit left to go if Blaze wants to secure that spot.
And we see Acno deciding to swap off of the Rayman, just the signature kit, not quite working out for him, and he's going to be going over to the Bodvar for game number 4. Again, Acno switching up the characters constantly shows he's very comfortable with a lot of different characters. Absolutely no crossover between the Bodvar weapon kit and the Rayman weapon kit.
Recovery. Down air into the recovery from Acno, getting a little bit more damage out. Like the swap over to the Bodvar, I think, should be a pretty interesting one, especially the hammer side of things being a little bit of a departure from the axe, still heavy hitting, but having a little bit more range, I think, on those neutral airs and side airs, able to maybe contest some of these axe swings from Blaze. So this should be pretty interesting. And the scoops and the recovery options being great off stage, I think this is going to be very interesting for him. But this is also, I believe, something that we're not even surprised really to see from him, as EU in general, I think, just has love for Bodvar in many of their pocket picks.
Yeah, Bovar just a great all-around character, one of the original characters to Brawlhalla, and still just works so incredibly well. Acno doesn't even need to hit Blaze, just threatens him, gets right up in his face on that soft platform, and Blaze not able to touch down onto the ground or touch the wall to reset his jumps.
Acno trying to make his approach, looking for that Zider, not going to connect it, and Blaze making his approach across the stage, making that dash approach, not able to find the, almost being able to dodge through that signature, but I think the timing is a little bit too precise. In fact, the move itself is more of a dodge punish, if anything, and so making that move right there and catching Acno out was the right decision from Blaze. Blaze trying to get that spot, that recovery onto him, finding the hit. Acno making the, the side air from Blaze, though, interrupting any opportunity that Acno had to get any more damage off onto Blaze, and Blaze looking really clean in this stock right now. No bonus damage is going to be enough for Acno right there, and he is going to have to continue this onslaught right now as Blaze just continues to close the gap, hit after hit, chop after chop.
But some great wake-ups from Acno, keeping Blaze on his toes. We saw him go for that wake-up gravity cancel sidelight, this time with the sword instead of the gauntlets that he was doing it with Rayman on. Able to trade back and forth. Trades are definitely in Blaze's favor in general, just with the higher on-hit damage, but Blaze getting hit a little bit more frequently than Acno is.
Down airs coming out from both players off stage, trying to catch each other out with those dive kicks. Acno and Blaze both losing their weapons. Recovery, and off the top, gravity cancel, uppercut. That's going to do it for Acno. Very opportunistic play there from Blaze. That could have gone very wrong if the connection wasn't made, but finding that uppercut, immensely powerful there. Immensely powerful statement for him to say to Acno to just extend this lead and take this all the way from Acno for at least a second, because there is the follow-up KO from Acno with the scoop off the top.
It was a good read from Blaze, though. Hit that recovery and expect the dodge down from Acno for that gravity cancel neutral heavy to hit. Well done from Blaze. He's gotten some extra credit onto Acno's final stock, and you see Acno really slowing it down, sitting on this right side while waiting as long as he can before he goes back up onto the stage.
Very nice movement there from Acno to get a little bit of follow-up damage, but he's now positioned on the wall again, and Blaze has really good coverage on the wall, especially with the axe. He has been very punishing on to Acno while Acno's been on there, so he always has to be very careful with his returns to the stage. The coach pitch, though, coming out from Acno, and the punish! He already used his recovery, and he knows it. That is going to be Blaze taking it down 3-1 against Acno, dropping him down to the lower brackets to, I believe, let's see, face off against the winner of Zider and Addy Mestic later on. Heisen and Goosey is sitting in the pocket right now, waiting for that next game, but Blaze taking down the first top 8 set in a very handy fashion, 3-1.
Really well played from Blaze to get that turnaround. Blaze was on that corner, and then Acno, who was trying to pressure with that hammer, was trying to go for the big play. Acno burned a lot of jumps and recoveries, trying to keep that pressure. Blaze just gets the turnaround Zider, gets the stock, and takes the top seed of the tournament down into the loser's bracket. That means Blaze has earned his spot in the top 3 over his 2v2 teammate, and Acno now has to make that lower bracket run, like you're saying, awaiting the winner of Zider and Addy Mestic. On the other side of the winner bracket, we've got Heisen going to be going up against Goosey in just a little bit. Right now, Heisen currently locked in with the random, and I doubt that's the actual pick, but you know, Kyler Alice just won a tournament playing a new character every single game. Like, I guess crazier things can happen, right?
I mean, honestly, yeah, I suppose. I wouldn't be too surprised if Kyler Alice was a little bit of an inspiration for people today. Playing, 23, I believe, unique legends. He had a couple double ups there, but it looks like he might actually be playing random for real. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that for sure. I'm not gonna dedicate onto that claim that he is gonna be playing random for real, but the possibility is there. It looks like he keeps going back to it.
Yeah, he's been hovering it and then unhovering it. Looks like Heisen and Goosey maybe talking things out a little bit. Both of them in kind of the two most established European clans, Bop and Annoying. They're kind of like the big name clans in the European region. Lots of love between those clans and all the members. So might have just been some friendly lock-in banter, but it looks like Heisen's going to be locking in the Garnet officially for game number 1 of this best of 5 against Goosey on the Ragnir.
And that's going to be a really solid pick as well for him. I think we saw him pick that out in the last game that he did, the Petra crossover of Garnet, and he was pretty phenomenal on that pick. That's what he, I believe, was so incredibly successful against Link against. So this should be a very interesting matchup for him using the Orb Gauntlet combo. But Goosey right now doing a phenomenal job at controlling the pace of the game with these guitars.
Yeah, just staying right underneath Heisen, doing a really good job of just following the way that he's moving in the air and getting those anti-airs. Guitars have some fantastic anti-airs with the neutral light and the down light, very effective against opponents. So was just doing a good job of staying underneath him. We do see Heisen starting to play a little bit more grounded, throwing out quite a few signatures as Goosey switches over to the axe, and Heisen suddenly getting the better of him. Downlight into the recovery to take the first stock off of Goosey.
The approach over with the side air, the neutral light jab knockback there. Heisen getting the turnaround with his own gauntlet jab. And that is going to be the dash over, the side sig. Not going to find that connection there. Goosey with the omnidirectional neutral air as well. Going to be directing Heisen down the map, but just the mobility of these gauntlets allowing him to get back to stage and back to pressuring Goosey in such a short amount of time is going to allow him to keep his foot in the door. But that weapon throw, stalling out Heisen. He already used recovery. He already had his dodge to save himself from the blast zone on the side. He didn't have any more options to get back to the wall, and that cost him his first stock.
Goosey was getting some good reads, though, with the guitars, trying to even up the damage difference. But Heisen, the high-strength Petra, gets the 3-piece downlight, sidelight into recovery. Just clean gauntlet play to take that stock lead back. Huge lead for Heisen. Nice pickup from Goosey into the neutral signature. Almost gets the stock off of Heisen. Not a lot of damage put out on Goosey, so that could have been big, but still not enough to finish off this stock of Heisen.
I down sig off stage. Just kidding. That side sig that sometimes jukes me out as well. Oh, but the side air from Goosey finding that KO off on the left side, and that's going to equalize the stocks 1-1. Goosey with like a 40 damage deficit on Heisen right now, and Heisen getting a little bit more damage to start off this next stock. No weapon in hand, but he doesn't necessarily need it. That unarmed kit being phenomenal in being able to get a few consistent hits off on your opponent. But Goosey there with that axe getting hit after hit after hit right now, just punishing Heisen's movement, finally finding the side air, pushing Goosey away and getting another hit here off the another side air, continuing to push Goosey off stage, swapping over to the gauntlets. Is this going to be enough?
So Goosey play around these signatures of Heisen as Heisen starting to swing for the fences. Goosey was getting a couple of punishes, but again, just that damage deficit means that if Heisen gets the one right read he needs, could easily finish this stock off of Goosey and take home game number 1. Down like ground pound comes out from Heisen, and that's going to be it. Game 1 goes the way of Heisen. Goosey goes down, taking about 110 more damage than Heisen.
That's quite a bit. I mean, that just shows how in the game Heisen was, how in the zone he was, getting these gauntlet and orb strings down, because neither one of those really have a lot of really hard-hitting attacks like axe or hammer or even lance does, where you get one move off and it might do 16 to 25 damage depending on which one you do.
25 damage? What?
Hammer neutral air does 25 damage. It's a lot.
I can't think of the number off the top of my head, but I don't think it's 25.
It might be like 24.3 or 0.6 or something, but I know it's pretty up there.
Well, either way, like you're saying, gauntlets don't have the highest damage per hit, but Definitely lots of potential there to get more damage with those strings. Heisen gonna stick with those gauntlets, but opts to swap over to the Mordex. Again, gonna be a lot of string potential with this scythe, as Goosey gonna bring out the Qatar strings. Backs away, Heisen chases after him, has the range advantage with the gauntlet downline.
The Mordex is going to afford him a little bit more here too with the gauntlets as well. He is going to have that option for the down sig from the Mordex to go in for that grab dash with the optional, I think it's a up or down throw depending on where you are. You can choose which way you can angle that throw, and that it can be very devastating, but the neutral sig off the top of the scythe is what's going to do it to start with, and that is going to have a lot of force, and it also has a lot of lift too, because I think if you hit it, I don't remember if that hits grounded, but I know if it picks up, it lifts up whoever you grab in that a little bit higher, so it kind of moves the opponent more towards the blast zone. Either way, Goosey finding that KO off the bottom in response to Heisen. This is just going to be a high-speed map here. No platforms, very not short walls, but moderate length walls, I guess, but close blast zones leading to early KOs for both of these players.
And Goosey had so much pressure on top of Heisen, was getting all of these neutral wins, but still just not a lot of damage per hit on these Qatars. Means that Heisen is in the lead in the damage department. Heisen has the opportunity with the active input on this site to go for more damage potential on these things. And there you see the active input down. Signature going to swing back, take Goosey out. And Heisen opts not to swap over to the gauntlets. You saw him have that opportunity, waited next to the spawn, and was like, nah, I'll just stick with this scythe.
Well, the scythe looks like it might be a pretty good option, taking Goosey down off stage, grabbing another one, and there it is! Is that going to do it? He doesn't have any other recovery options, but neither does Heisen. It doesn't matter, though. Even if you're losing that stock, if you're stock up, you can afford it, because that is going to give you the win overall. You got 2 stocks, your opponent has 1. Go off stage, have fun, waste as much time as possible, use as many jumps. If you hit those attacks, it doesn't matter, you've already won.
Yeah, it's all about that dub. Heisen doing a great job getting that mental damage in as well on top of Goosey. We're going to get right on into game 3 in just a little bit. But this is going to be tough for Goosey. Heisen just leveled up more between game 1 and game 2. Usually it's weird when a player decides to swap characters after a win. But this is Heisen saying, any character I play is going to destroy you. Goosey going to opt to switch over to the Asuri now, sticking with the Qatars. Heisen with the ultimate mental damage, going to be playing random for game number 3. If Heisen wins this, I think Goosey is going to be done. Well, he is going to be done for because this is loser's bracket, but he's going to be done for, extra done for. Like, that is something that got left in the oven overnight done for.
Like he's going to be like on Twitter afterwards done for.
Yeah, maybe. Heisen going to be going into the Orion for game number 3 on the random, while Goosey on the Asuri.
Well, here we go, straight to Apocalypse, and if Goosey loses here, then you know that this is nothing more than an omen for this game, but Heisen getting the Orion here, having to use the Lance Spear Kits, some pretty different stuff than what he's just been using, and Goosey, you know, continuing to use the Qatars here, having a little bit more option here in terms of speed and reactability here from the movement speed, and Heisen just not even caring, just continuing to use this lance, the recoveries, the side airs, the down airs, and everything in between to continue getting damage. Just does have a lot of high damage stuff in the kit, but Goosey doesn't even care. He's getting a lot of good stuff, forcing Heisen off the ledge and into the red.
Heisen throws out the side signature. Many Orions are fans of the signature kit. Now you're starting to see why the side signature covering so much of the main stage. Down signature covering both sides of him. Heisen going to take the first stock off of Goosey.
Chasing down, looking for that. Oh, you saw the slide kick in there. He was ready for it. Oh, it doesn't. It's no KO. Even though the sides of the map have a relatively close blast zone, the ceiling is so high here. So those higher KO attacks, the ones that launch vertically, are not going to find KOs nearly as early as the horizontal ones, and that is showing right there.
Seeing Heisen play far away, he disarmed himself on that weapon toss, but he's going to get a weapon spawn right on top of him. Neutralite connects onto Goosey. Goosey needs to finish the stock off. That'll do it. Downlight Zider. And Goosey swaps back to the guitars for the damage build.
Coming right out of the gate with 2 neutral airs, 1 connecting and a side air. There's the neutral sig. It connected. Huge play from Heisen. That's going to be a lot of damage on a Goosey. Goosey almost getting caught in that side light as well, but Heisen just having to back off. Look for a few more damage options here. Goosey with the sword, getting his recovery blasted out, and Heisen trying to find the recovery, not able to find it, but the side air is going to do it, finding that KO off on the left side, and Heisen taking a very quick lead here. Just 2 minutes into the game, Goosey with 1 more stock.
Oh my goodness, Heisen really running away with game number 3 after randoming into this Orion. Goosey, he's got so much potential with these guitars. We saw it in the first stocks, but every single time Heisen just beats him back in return. There's the weapon spawn up top. Lance pickup for Heisen. Might be all he needs to close this one out. Offstage opportunity. Goes for a down air. Heisen getting eager.
Goosey now having to make his approach, getting the neutralite off, getting Heisen into the red. Not quite in the damage. Not potentially, maybe? I'm not sure. It depends on what move Goosey goes for. If he goes for a side sig and catches him at least at mid stage, maybe he'll find a KO, but any further than that, I don't know if it'll lead into a KO. I don't know if he'll even go for the side sig though. Ooh. And he won't even have the opportunity as Heisen 2-0s Goosey off of the random Orion. Insanity.
Holy cow, Heisen with some big Orion plays, showing some stuff that you see out of very accomplished Lance players, right? Like that sidelight Nair gravity cancel N-Sig is something that you see out of the likes of like Kosalix and Stingray in North America. Really well done, and it looks like the next players are already ready to go in. Addy mestic versus Zider, jumping in, banning out maps, and getting ready to go right on into the next one.
I guess that was just the map ban prep as they went into it and just backed out. Maybe they realized, you banned the wrong map. I didn't mean to ban small Brawlhaven. I wanted Enigma instead. And you can see that. I mean, I think they banned it in the very beginning, and then they got Enigma on the back end, and they're going to go to Brawlhaven. So hey, who knows? But anyway, we do have, like you said, Addy, mestic, and Zider here. We got the Val pick. Very, very, very unexpected from Addy mestic, if I have to say so. I never expect him to play this character. Val, not in a million years, but Zider here back on the Brit at the very least.
Definitely not a character that his mom has tattooed on her by any means, but we do see Zider sticking with the Bryn pick to go up against Addy mestic's classic Val, just the white Dragon Slayer Val. He's got the sword in hand against Zider. Nice pickup, gravity cancel downlight into the down air, but Zider gets the response damage. This one fairly even between the two of them right now. No one getting those big damage swings quite yet.
Just trading blow for blow. Both players at about the same damage threshold right now. Addy mestic trying to go for that neutral sig, not able to find it either, is going to allow Zider to get his own blows back in the mix. It's a volley of attacks. Sort of like a tennis match, but no throwables to get back between each other. But that, I actually didn't think that was going to KO that off on the left side. Addy mestic taking the fall as Zider picks up the lead to start.
Yeah, that small Brawlhaven close kill boxes make it so those Ziders will kill a little bit earlier. Addy mestic was doing such a good job of staying right underneath Zider. Now he's over to the gauntlets. Can he get the knockout? We'll be relying on a side signature or a recovery if he can get it. There's the side air, puts Zider off stage, needs a little bit more. Weapon toss doesn't connect. Zider's going to get back to that wall safely.
Oh, and Addy mestic having trouble finding the KO option here. Zider, just getting interrupted right out of the side stick. That was almost certain doom for Addy mestic considering the force behind that and the deep dive right off stage. And a little pat on top of the grave right there with the shovel. I mean, I guess the sword, but who digs a grave with the sword? Zider now equalized in stocks 2-2. Addy mestic just getting to the red right there, and then Zider with the axe trying to find this KO option here, throwing out the signatures, the neutral sigs, and Addy mestic with a lot of damage right now, closing this deficit pretty handily.
Yeah, some solid gauntlet strings, but still Zider with that damage lead. Big hits coming out from the axe. He's going to go over to the spear for the potential knockout. Downlight goes for the recovery to follow up, and that's going to be the second stock taken off of Addy mestic.
Zider with the aerial attacks from the axe kit right now, looking for some of the more damage onto Addy mestic in his last stock, trying to force this lead into a more advantageous state as Zider continues to use these axe neutral lights, the entire axe light kit essentially all over the place to continue this damage. And the side stick from the spear just barely not finding that KO, but no weapon there. Not even a problem, he says, as he goes slide kick into stomp off stage for that KO.
Zider with a comfortable finish to game number 1. Very well done. And Addy mestic, of course, going to be sticking with the Val. Bans out Small Brawlhaven. Didn't like how early that first stock was taken from that axe side air. And so we're going to be going to a similar map in terms of shape, but much wider in terms of kill boxes, Demon Island.
And much wiser on Addy mestic's part, at least, for banning out that map. He did choose to go there the first time, so he was expecting some kind of advantage. And I think that he realized pretty early on that against especially a Bryn pick with a lot of high octane, high force signature moves, and then an axe on top of that as well, it's just not a good formula for success. Zider now trying to do the same thing here on this map on Demon Island with the spear, now picking up the axe and able to try to go for these side airs and axe aerials. And he is just continuing to run a damage train on to Addy mestic right now.
Definitely getting the better of Addy mestic. Addy mestic goes into the neutral signature, chasing after. Zider is able to follow up with the side air. Zider going to take the first stock off of Addy mestic. No weapon spawn. Zider doing a great job of denying. Goes right to the spawn to throw away the axe. Again, gonna deny. No, stays on top of him, getting the hits on the Addy mestic. Extra credit for days.
Zider with the recovery number 2, both actually landing hits. The ground pound coming out on stage, and the neutral sig actually gonna find the KO for Addy mestic in the midst of all that axe-pocalypse coming out from Zider. And now going right off stage, taking him, going for that ground pound, not finding the connection there onto Zider, and the neutral air not gonna find a connection, but is also going to get punished at the same time. Zider making for that slide, trying to find his way up to the weapon pickup. Is going to find that spear, and the ground pound is going to find that wide hitbox down that wall column is going to find Addy mestic and throw him into the blast zone, finding that second stock.
Final stock here for Addy mestic in game number 2. Zider with a full stock lead over Addy mestic. Addy mestic needs to get a gimp here, and he's got the weapons that could potentially do it, but Addy mestic's been a predominantly on-stage, predominantly neutral playstyle with these gauntlets. Hasn't been really shoving Zider off stage.
Down air into the down light, and now that's a down light swap from the spear into the gravity cancel neutral sig. Very good option to try to read out those spot dodges coming in after the second downlight to try to avoid one of those options, and that leading into the KO. Huge stuff. Addy mestic just barely 6 damage over 300 compared to 522. That's a huge deficit there, and we're going to be seeing Addy mestic swap it over to the Petra.
Yeah, Petra's going to be an interesting pick. A lot more force than on the Val. Of course, sacrificing some of the defense from the Val over to the Petra. And of course, we'll be switching up that sword for an orb. We'll see how well that works out for Addy mestic. I don't think I've seen a lot of Addy mestic's Petra, or really orb in general from Addy mestic.
I mean, normally it's just Val to the end. I don't really know what other characters he consistently swaps to, but he is holding on to the gauntlets here, and the gauntlet kit on Petra is a pretty solid one. She has the 50-50 sig mix up there on the down sig and the side sig, so those are options that he can take advantage of. Addy mestic actually doing a pretty decent job at getting some spaced out damage from the orb, and the follow-up there from that downlight into the recovery was a very nice option as well, and Zider trying to just continue what he's been doing every single game. It's been working and no reason to change it. And off the top, almost finding that KO, looking for that gravity cancel neutral sig, not able to find the KO there. That might cost Addy mestic a little bit of time unless he can get that KO really quickly. Whoa.
Yo, but Zider got all the time in the world with these side airs. Zider, 3 side airs in a row, gonna take the first stock off of Addy mestic again. Addy mestic has these great dodge read attempts off the orb recovery, but none of them connecting. Means Zider gets to hold on to this stock for longer.
Addy mestic neutral light approach. Round down light into gravity cancel, or gravity cancel. Gravity cancel downlight into recovery from Addy mestic to find that KO off the top. Recovery being a fantastic KO option there from Gauntlets. And a high force character like Petra as well. That's going to be just a very, very wonderful combo to just mix together into the perfect smoothie of finding KOs on Brawlhaven against Zider as Petra.
Yeah, it's definitely a good tool for Addy mestic, but Zider's got some tools of his own as he connects with the side signature, and again, maintaining this lead over Addy mestic. Gonna start throwing away the weapons, again, trying to deny Addy mestic anything. There's the weapon spawn. Zider gonna put pressure on Addy mestic, gets the 3-piece. Addy from below gets a recovery, and swaps over to the gauntlets.
So I think it's suffice to say this pick is working about the same as the Val pick. The orb is actually relatively successful, but Addy mestic right now still.
Nice.
Oh, the recovery pick is going to give him that KO. That's a very nice opportunity to use that move there and just toss your opponent straight down into the ground. Right out of that recovery, huge stuff from Addy mestic to actually equalize that right now.
Yeah, got him right at the start of that recovery, so it completely eats the recovery, and he doesn't get any of the movement, doesn't even get it back. But Zider, one more side air, and Addy mestic is out of here. He does get the wall touch, and Zider going to disengage. He knows he can win if he just plays on stage neutral, but the Nares needs more. No, the backswing of the recovery, and Zider is going to go on in the bracket 3-0 over Addy mestic.
Went for the close option there, took the risk, and it wasn't successful. That was all Zider's option there, just coming to fruition. You can see it in the replay right now. Addy mestic trying to chase across, getting that offstage pressure, getting the double neutral air, tries to go for the ground pound option rather than maybe the side air option. I think trying to read dropping down lower on the wall to stay a little bit safer and try to counter read the like fast fall recovery play from the axe that Zider had. I mean, I can definitely understand why he would go for the ground pound there, trying to read the lower option, but in that moment it was a 50-50 chance. You gotta risk it, and sometimes you just come up short, and that's what happened right there. Addy mestic losing the 50-50 and Zider taking it all the way down.
Yeah, he bet the farm on that one. Zider just had a little bit more in the back pocket though with that axe recovery, and that does mean Zider will continue on in the bracket.
And he is, I believe, going to be going up against Acno in the very near future. Of course, looking at the rest of the bracket, we do have Blaze and Heisen sitting there in the winners final waiting for that top 4, and then Goosey as well in the lower quarter final waiting for the other losers round 1 game where Blue is waiting currently. So we will bring that to you in just a moment with some very special casters. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, well, here we go. While my brother gets that sorted out, now we have made it over to the top 8. Now, granted, the issues that we're kind of running into here, I won't really call it an issue. I mean, the tournament's just doing its thing. On the loser side of bracket, we do have.
How about now?
Oh, looks like Simple actually just beat Taher there, so that means we actually will have our losers top 8 match here of Blue versus Simple here to see who's going to make it to the losers quarterfinals. It's going to be the last match for 7th place, because we already saw Addy Mastic fall to Zider in the loser side of bracket. So seeing which one of these two is going to fight against Goosey in the losers quarterfinals. We back? We got you?
I don't. Are we back? am I back, bro? Like, I can't. All right, I'm back, bro. Here we go.
Wait.
What is going on, bro? Like, I was in the middle of my spiel. That shit just, nope, you gone, bro. Get him out of here. So, anyway, man, as I was saying, I'm happy that Combo Breaker was able to, well, we were able to salvage this part of the tournament. Thus, you know, even if we're online, well, one, Brawlhalla's online is amazing, so that's great. And two, you know, we still got to have some type of prestige going on with this tournament, so I'm very happy to be part of it yet again. But yeah, as I said, we're gonna get into our first match. We got Blue and Simple getting into it. We are in top 6, right? Top 6 now.
Almost. This is the last match before top 6. These guys were having a little bit of slow time on the loser side, so the winner of this will make it to top 6.
Okay. All right, so we got the Thor and the Yumiko. All right. So Thor's still obviously getting a lot of play from the last time that I was watching. I feel like Thor's probably never not going to get that type of play. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I mean, this character is he's just insane. So it's nice to see that that people are still out here, you know, playing the tier list correctly. We'll see how this match goes as we get into our first match. First item going to be, our first weapon going to be going to Yumiko.
There we go, Blue doing everything you can't hear. Simple's gonna pick up that orb and get a quick sidelight conversion. Another conversion right there, holding the corner. It looks like Blue a little stuck on the edge here. And honestly, Yumiko isn't a legend that we see super often. I feel like here and there we might see one. She got some pretty cool hammer sigs. She got the orbs. I think those are always pretty cool. They control a lot of space.
Yeah, I feel like she has like some pretty decent like setup type sigs. I almost saw that double dunk or the double scoop right there from Yumiko on the left side, but luckily Thor was able to get away. Now Thor though putting the pressure on a nice recovery. Get him. Oh, easy stuff right there. D-light side air, and we are going to be out of there on that first stock.
Here we go. Looks like Simple doing a pretty good quick work for Blue here. Blue needs to get himself back in the game. Simple holding the corner. He's doing a very good job here. And the scary part about Thor on Miami Dome was always the fact that his signatures just kind of carry you really far, especially the hammer side signature. It'll carry you like half of the map on this stage and just carry you right toward the blast zone. So who's gonna need to look out for that?
Yeah, definitely liking the movement coming here from Simple, man. You know, getting a lot of these neutral airs as well. Jumping up, getting that quick poke, and then resetting that neutral. Oh, yeah, I feel like right now in this match, well, Simple's definitely favoring the orb, but I feel like the hammer play from Yumiko is not really countering the orb that much. So yeah, might want to try to see what this bow can do, if anything. But honestly, even right now, the bow doesn't seem like it really has an answer to the orb just yet. Finally getting him off that orb though, as he goes for that second weapon toss.
Yeah, man, he's struggling to get the hits here. You see stomp after stomp coming out from Simple. Finally, Simple does go down as Blue lands an unarmed neutralite. And granted, the hammer does hit pretty hard, so, you know, dying to a neutralite isn't the craziest thing, but it still kind of shows he wasn't able to land any stomps or any, like, D-lighting or recoveries on the bow.
Right. So here he is, stuck onto the side. You see him trying to put the setup just in case he, with the orbs, just in case he decided to jump over him, but Simple. You know, keeping it simple, to be honest, so. Nice, fighting his way back on stage. I'm always in awe at like all the cool stuff you can do with orbs down here. You know, bouncing off the walls, bouncing off the floor. What a great design for that weapon.
Might be like top 3 favorite moves in the game. Just the amount of different things you can do with it. You know, when they first started adding active input legends, that was a cool thing, and then they started giving moves different properties like that one. Where it goes off the wall or the floor in different ways and different angles, makes it hella fun to watch and also just very versatile. And so far, I mean, it's working out for Blue. This orb, or rather not for Blue, for Simple, because Blue's just kind of been getting kind of smacked. No lie, he hasn't really had a moment. Getting smacked.
Sometimes you gotta just say it like it is. It's like, yeah, this guy's kind of getting smacked right now, but it's all good, you know. It is all good. We're only one game in. You know, we still have some time to really adjust. But I don't know if we're gonna get that adjustment yet. I mean, he's still keeping it decently close. We're on the last stock for both of our competitors. However, he's already in the orange. So this is looking a little scarier for Yumiko, especially when you're going against all this power of Thor. There you go,
man. You can tell, Simple, he's confident. He was like, all right, a weapon spawn, but I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with an unarmed down sig first because I'm so confident I'm gonna be able to hit you here. I don't even need a weapon. Blue trying to rack up that damage to try to bring things to even, but he keeps losing to the unarmed. If Simple here can't line a side light at all, he's struggling. Okay, one hit. That's it. All right, another Sayer. He's just, I guess, gonna be one Sayer at a time, I guess. Oh, see ya.
Yeah. All right, still though, I want to see the damage difference. The damage difference wasn't too bad. 425 to 490, 425 to 495. Yeah, definitely not terrible, but you know, Thor. You know, I feel like that orb play for the first and second stock definitely kept that lead very much alive. So here we are, getting into our next game very soon. Just getting the bands out the way.
Oh man, another small stage, but we do have the swap over to Bodvar from Blue there, so that makes it a little bit more manageable. But granted, Thor on small Brawlhaven is always terrifying. So I mean, Miami Dome, pretty small stage, then we have Brawlhaven, the smallest stage, so it's going to be a very easy time for Simple here to get some KOs. But Bodvar, he does pretty well here. He does have that hammer, that down sig on sword as well, will annihilate anyone who's trying to recover from the ledge. So we'll see how they do it.
Yeah, man, this stage is actually extra small. Jeez, man, it's like you definitely down to scrap when you come here. So, and Bovar, you know, Bovar is definitely one of those characters that, you know, if you're trying to scrap, he's gonna get the job done. So, here we go. You know, very middling character as far as stats go, but the SIGs are pretty nice, cover a decent area. Got two pretty good weapons. So here we are. You see him kind of stuck on the hammer now. I'm not saying that Simple's hammer wasn't popping off either, but for right now, I think Simple's orb play is what I'm really looking forward to. If he's able to get himself an orb. You see him over here trying to weapon starve him, if he even decides to go for it. Seems like he wants to keep the hammer on deck though.
Yeah, and Blue, he's saying, all right, you know what, I'll go ahead and meet you in the middle, and the Ditto gets a stomp Sayer, and maybe the first KO. No, Thor just has way too much defense, man. He be taking too many hits sometimes. There we go.
Oh, that was a nice little effect on that one. Is that in the battle pass? I might have to go ahead and kill that, you know what I'm saying? Nice little effect on that KO.
Hey, it's only $10, brother.
I might got the points on deck right now, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. Okay, or... Oh! That was a nice snipe. Okay. Definitely caught him jumping. I mean, I feel like he just uses dodge too, so, I mean, he kind of, that was a very hard read. I give it up.
Yeah, especially like I feel like there are certain weapon throws that are more impressive than other ones. Like anytime you got to throw your weapon like up and forward. Ooh, hold up. Blue got the swipe on him. All right, he's good. But anytime you got to throw your weapon like up and to the side, it's a lot harder to get that angle than it is to do like down right. So the fact that he was able to land that was kind of nice.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, very simple on the scoop this time around. So you know he just kind of waited out for that air dodge. As soon as he did it, picked him up and sent him down. Nice recovery. All right, and so now, you know, the swap to Bodvar seeming to really help out against Thor, but you know, he's got that lead that Simple pretty much had in that last game. Look at the stage pick too, but yeah, this hammer play is looking a lot better on this character. I mean, it's crazy too because obviously Bodvar and Yumiko share this weapon, but it seems like he's doing a lot better just in general. Also, maybe having a sword instead of that bow kind of helped out in the close quarter battles.
Man, that's the worst feeling. Every time that moves, like you think you're about to hit somebody and then it scoops you out. It's like, oh man, that was supposed to be a ground pound, man. And now Blue in a much better scenario than he was before. I mean, he was already winning, but now he's just winning that much harder. Simple doesn't seem to have an answer. Another Nair might do it, and there it is. Blue deletes him in that second game, so we got ourselves a 1-1 set right now.
Yeah, that landing there was actually very nice too. And like the first one he did, I mean, you don't really expect that move to hit to the side as much as it does, but yeah, no, he kind of just landed right on top of him. Got that or that side part of the landing there, and then got that second one as he was trying to land. Olgrim switch, okay, off of the Thor onto the Olgrim, looking like a demon.
My skin, my colors too.
That's you right there.
Okay, that's me. Okay.
Jotun
Olgrim, bro.
Man, the dexterity looking quite low on this Olgrim. Was that 2 dex right now? My boy's gonna take forever to swing that, but at least he has good defense and good speed. Very interesting in like character design, you know, be speedy but also tanky. So here we are.
And he's kind of lucky in the sense too that both of the weapons that he has don't really need dexterity. It's like, all right, I'm gonna hit you, and there's so much like stun on these attacks anyway that I don't need the little bit of extra time to kind of convert to a true combo. But with that said, I mean, this axe it's hanging in there, but Blue, you can clearly just tell, I mean, the sword's a faster weapon, and it's playing out that way.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, it seems to be kind of like chasing him down quite a bit. I mean, again, though, you know, if we're talking about stats, obviously Ogrim is gonna be a little heavier and more defensive than Bolvar, but Bolvar, man, doesn't really have a bad stat, you know. Like,
Yeah.
Here we are. Got the lance out. Oh, locking him up, but not gonna be able to get the KO just yet. But still a lot of damage. Jeez, I feel like he just trapped him on that right side and was like, you know what, you can't go anywhere. Time to drop the sig.
And I feel like no one's ready for that, because you see the weapon spawned right there in that corner, and he wasn't expecting a freaking axe side sig yet, because he hadn't picked it up yet. And the moment he picked it up, the sig was out, and he was like, whoa, didn't even know what happened to him.
The lance, dude, I feel like the lance. Has the lance ever been bad? I gotta ask one of the resident Brawlhalla pros right here, because I feel like this weapon has always been a menace for me to play against. But you know, then I'm watching other people, and I'm like, yeah, this weapon just seems so nice, man.
It's like, it depends who you ask. Like, there's some people who will tell you Lance was never bad. There's other people that will tell you that, like, it's always been able to, you know, be used. Like, it's always been playable. But it definitely got the glow up, especially when Dash got added to the game. That's when Simple just, is that the heck?
Okay. Just, you know, he was trying to play some intense neutral, but I guess he wasn't ready for him to burst over there. He's like, you know what? I don't care about no neutral. I'm coming through.
Oh, crazy. You just... Sometimes that's a mix-up, though. Sometimes you're like, yo, is he AFK? And then you move a little bit forward, and then... It didn't work that time, man. Simple trying to keep Blue on the edge here. Blue, pretty damaged, you know, will die. Sidelight recovery might do it. He might need a little bit more damage. We'll see here. Well, that could have been a sidelight recovery right there, but instead he's going to punch with the quickest move the Rocket Lance has, that neutral light. Another throw.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I think he's gone on that, man. The lance going down, impossible to avoid.
Good luck. Yeah.
Literally impossible to avoid, man. It's covering so much space. It just kind of and-1'd him real quick off the Heisey 3 times, and then we're going to go ahead and take that stock. So now, pretty good lead here for Ogrim, aka Simple. Now we're going to see if he's able to, like, pretty much take this one to the end.
Ooh, oh, man.
Almost.
That was a good dodge, yeah. Here we go. He's dashing around him, throwing out these nairs. It was S-Light nair. No follow-up after that. Jumps right through Blue, though. Blue can't seem to get any sort of footing on where Simple's going to be right now.
Right. All right. Yeah, man, he's definitely dancing around him and also getting the correct punishes every time with this side air from his lance.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, picks it back up, too. Very close to getting that neutral sig, but gonna be on the mark just yet. Either way, though, still kind of keeping Blue at bay. And they have that long range of the lance, really just outranging this here sword, but also, okay, Blue managed to sneak through that one, just barely.
Weapon throw. Tries to catch a jump with the stair. He's a little bit too slow. He's going to keep dash weapon throwing because it's unreactable, and at this point, it'll send him so far that he's just going to end up off stage anyway.
Yeah.
Simple's like, he's perfectly chill. He got another stock to work with. Weapon throw again.
Yeah,
come on.
He's definitely able to do this. Oh. Especially the way he's throwing it down, because you still have to respect all that space under him. So, gets the stock though. I'll give it up. The what's that? Downlight recovery.
Yeah, so it was a little bit lucky for Blue. I'm not gonna lie, because Simple went for a side light recovery to KO him, and he accidentally got neutral sig, so he was able to get that free D light recovery. But Blue should be dead right now. There's no question. Like a second shot of life. What you gonna do, Blue? Ooh, almost the fist enough.
Okay, yeah, there it is. He was going to force that air dodge out some way, one way or another. So throws that item forward, test him on the other side with the recovery. Unarmed was still going to be enough for him to take that stock. So into game 4, man. The swaps have been coming out for both of our competitors. However, it seems like the swap has worked out both times. They're going to keep their characters going into the 4th game, though.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one's going to pan out. Granted, the maps we've gone to have been all over the place. We went to some smaller maps, kind of all over the board this time around. We're going to Apocalypse, which of course the sides are shorter, right? So that means when you're trying to make it back to the stage, you kind of got to expose yourself a little bit more. You don't have as many mix-up options as it is. It's not as bad as like Shipwreck, where like the sides are non-existent, but it's still pretty short.
Here we go. Ooh, yeah, that was very quick, but he manages to make it to the other side. Wasn't sure if he was going to get all the way over there, but I'm assuming that he was going under the stage for a reason. So, you know, I'm sure he knows his recovery by this time. Great recovery to go ahead and kind of alleviate the pressure of coming straight back up against that hammer again. Oh, almost put himself in a terrible position.
Yeah, that recovery almost KOing him off the top. Weapon throw again. Whoa, what a juicy ground pound that did not connect. And there we go, the reversal. Once again with the gravity cancel D-Light recovery from Blue. Twice back to back. Man, tough time on Summer 16.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that he kind of showed his hand a little too hard on that ground pound on the side. You know, he's been able to get these prime weapon tosses without even having to commit to anything by just throwing that lance down. And he still had the lance in his hand, but he went for the ground pound, kind of put himself in a bad spot. Oh no. Okay,
man.
That was very smart to actually wait instead of go for the ground pound himself, but he missed, and just like that, man, what a turnaround. Two different turnarounds over there, man. It was like he gave it to him and then he gave it back. Like,
yeah. Playing hot potato, and they're like, I don't want it. Playing taps with your friends in the elementary school playground, passing the ball back and forth. Because I was terrified, because generally you don't want to go off stage when someone has a hammer. Oh. Get the weapon throw. Nice. You can stop him here. Oh, yeah. He's gone.
Yeah, he's going to be gone, man. Down air is going to go ahead and take that stop. A little dive kick action. And, yeah, he already used the recovery. He didn't really have much of a way to get back to stage after that. So, hey, hold on. Get some nice damage off that one. Downlight into the ground pound.
Throws it down, picks it back up. Blue tries to wait him out a little bit and then dash in with the side light. Simple gonna miss that stare. That would have KO'd Blue off the side for sure there. Nice to get back to the stage without a weapon. Blue being patient. Ooh, look at that back dash.
Yeah, the back dash was ooh, caught him trying to air dodge back in as well. A lot of damage coming up, and even with the downlight to gravity canceled neutral strong, he still was not going to be able to get that stock. Either way though, finds the stock here with the lance, and now not a crazy amount of damage on him, but still enough for him to be a little threatened. May play a little safer to get back into this game.
And Simple, I mean, he's up 2-1 in the set right now. So if he's able to get the dub here, he'll be moving on further. But looks like that's not going to happen, as Blue is able to find a pretty aggressive Sayer there to stuff the high recovery. And we're going to be going to game 5.
Oh wow. I mean, yeah, honestly, bro, I feel like in Brawlhalla, game 5s are so common. Like, is anyone ever really just getting bodied?
Well, so that's the thing, right? Like, if usually it's like, oh, is Sandstorm in this tournament? Okay, so we can see like 3-0s on that side of the bracket, but not even that, because yesterday Sandstorm kind of got clapped up. So I don't even know who to root for anymore. Everybody, you looking for a fast bracket, you won't be getting them anymore. But I feel like an EU game 5 all day. EU, they play their own different meta over there. Take it over to SEA, though. It's going to be Tiger with the 5-0. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Game 5 on a Demon Island. Blue has the hammer in hand. Trying to rack up a little bit of extra Demaglio here. Going to see what he's able to find. Nice down air coming out from Simple, though, to pop Blue up into the air. That's come from Simple too.
Yeah. All right, man. This stage is actually very pretty. What the new?
I know. It's like relatively.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get back up in here, man. This is an aesthetic right here. This is my counter pick stage, even if it doesn't even benefit me. I'm just like, yeah, I just want to see something pretty while I'm getting slapped up. Anyway.
Still got the sauce though.
Yeah.
We'll hop you back in. We'll tag you in. We'll bring it back. There we go. Simple. He's trying to do the best that he can here. Blue in the red, Simple in the orange, so he's in a pretty good spot here. Weapon throws again, man. He just keeps forcing him off stage with these weapon throws because they're non-committal, right? If he throws the weapon and he doesn't get hit, it's whatever. At least he's not putting his own hurt box at risk. But see, just like that, right? What did he lose there throwing that weapon? Nothing. In fact, he was able to get an unarmed Sayer. And
double call out on that one, man. He gets the weapon throw, and then he knows that jump was coming. Gets over there with the side air, finishing him off super quickly. So this is going to be a good start here for Simple. Hopefully he's able to keep this lead long enough to take this game 5. You know, you don't want to give it up when you get a lead like this. The man was barely in orange when he got that first stop.
I'm hit.
Yeah.
Go up. Neutral air coming out from Blue, man, just to find a side air here. And Simple, he's not going to use that Rocket Lance recovery unless he has to because it's easily punishable. I don't know how he managed to sneak through Blue's hitbox right there. Oh,
wait
exhaust.
a minute. This is looking terrible for him right now. Holy, hadn't even lost his first stock yet. Again, though, man, you've seen crazier comebacks in this game, though, so don't want to count him out until all these stocks are gone. But, woo, that boy he's cooking right now. Simple is cooking.
It looks like Simple. He just put it all on the heart of the cards, and he got every single card that he needed, man. Exodius, Slifer, Obelisk. He got the entire, all 3 God cards in his hand right now. But there we go. Stomp Sayer coming out from Blue. He has a lot of work to do here. Got to clock in that OT.
Man, finally gets himself the stock, though. Definitely got to clock in this OT, man. You know, he got to hit like 5 free throws and 3 threes. Like, yeah. Like for him to get back in this game in 30 seconds. Like, it's looking a little rough out here, but all right. Hey, look, he's kind of keeping him at the edge. I like the stage control that we're seeing Blue exhibit. Kind of give it up just real quick. But, oh, okay.
Ooh. Oh man, he wasn't able to get that D-Light. And granted, in the last patch, they did nerf the range of that D-Light just a little bit there. So who knows if maybe on the last patch that might have connected. It looked like he was a little off though. But even with that said, Blue's making it happen here. If he doesn't take too much more damage and he's able to get a quick KO on a Simple, this could very easily be a tie game. And Blue is one of the most patient players I know.
He's definitely cleaned up his gameplay right now. One thing, I don't know if it works like this as well in this game as it does in like Smash and whatever. But like when you have the lead, you know, chasing after someone, usually not the play. But it seems like Ogrim, aka Simple, is really just trying to finish this game as quick as possible. He is definitely running Bodvar down or Blue down, and Blue is just kind of playing around it. So he's got the lead. So to me, I'm just like, yo, you could chill. There's no timer for some reason though. So, maybe that's why he's like, I'm going in, bro. Like, oh, not enough yet. Just very close to getting that down sig to take the stock, but that neutral or the recovery will take the stock right there. Good stuff. Too Simple.
There we go. With 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, he had a good amount of time there, but yeah, he decided to rush him down anyway. He's like, you know what? I want to move on to the next set, and there we go. That means that's the last match of the top losers, top side of like top 8, loser 7s basically. And then now we are finally into the top 6.
Yeah.
So that means that we're going to be seeing the winner of that match go up against Goosey. But it looks like we're going to switch over to the other side of top 6 first, and we're going to take a peek at Acno versus Zider. So that should be
okay. I actually do have a question. Has anyone ever really been timed out in this game? I feel like timeouts don't. Yes?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Let me tell you. Well, so here's the thing. Timeouts don't really happen in this game unless you're trying to go for a timeout. You know what I mean? Like, if are you a Wi-Fi Sonic? If the answer is yes, then like, yeah, okay, people go for timeouts. I can tell you right now off the top of my head, there was this player named Jan King who used to enter all these Brawl League tournaments maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and he would just sit on the island on Twilight Grove and just circle camp the entire, I don't even know how long the timer is in this game. I should probably know that by now. Probably like 8 minutes, 7 minutes. And it was pain. It was pain. As a commentator having to sit there and be like, yeah, he's sitting on the island doing nothing right now. This is hype. It did not fly well, but
now that I think about it, yeah, that stage definitely seems like it would be. It's not even.
That's why it's gone.
Yeah, as I say, it definitely seems like something you could do out there, just circle camp that right side. So very interesting design until it's not, basically. That's what happens. You're saying like, oh, this is a sick design until that one person gets on there, and you're like, you know what, this design's not sick anymore. It's gone. It's gone. We don't care anymore. All right, so we're getting our players ready. We got Barraza and Bryn stepping up. Love Bryn. Actually was my main for like a long period of time until I think Jala came out. But yeah, just, easy weapons. Got the spear, got the axe. Works out for me.
Yeah, I feel like Bryn, if anyone's never been bad, like there's like a few legends, right? Bodvar, can't remember the time he was bad. Bryn, never been bad. They're just like these legends that just have these like amazing signature kits and like solid stats across the board. Like, look at that, right? Like, that's like you're playing backyard baseball and you see someone with those stats, you're putting them on your team. Like, there's nothing bad there. But Acno on Barraza. Barraza is definitely a pick that has gotten more and more popular, right? It used to be like the Cody Travis, and now other people are just kind of going ahead and rocking with it. And so far, I mean, this first match is going crazy. Everyone's just trading blow after a blow. Look at the damage already in the orange. It's only been 15 seconds.
All right, man. Yeah, they're actually scrapping it up, man. That's axe on axe gameplay. Old God of War stuff going on here. just slapping everybody with the same weapon. However, we're gonna swap over, get a little more modern, get the blasters out. And wait a minute. Oh, I like that down there. Would have been clean. I think he probably most likely would have tried to drop down for another down there, maybe even a ground pound after that register. Oh, just barely fading that side air.
Crazy. I don't know how we got through there. Oh, stuff that sig as well. Acno looking for that hit. We're going for the D-Light. Wants to get the unarmed recovery. No, we want to go for the D-Light, grab, cancel, and sig. But that's the risk you run there. That combo is a little tighter. So sometimes we can be able to air dodge out of it if you're not like frame perfect with it. That's why a lot of people go for the recovery like he went for right there. But also that was because since he got the gravity cancel D-Light in the air, it meant he couldn't gravity cancel for an N6. So we had to go for the recovery bit.
Yeah. I like Bren's sigs a lot. I mean, they're pretty straightforward. You know, I'm gonna forward sig to go forward, you know, neutral sig to go shot anti-air, whatever. But sometimes, man, that distance will fail you a little bit, and she does leave herself kind of out to open if you just kind of throw it out randomly like that. Oh, nice though, very nice. Go out there and get that gravity cancel sig. Go ahead and take that stock off the wall too.
Yeah, you get that like, I forget if it's 20 or 30%, however percent it is, reduced knockback when you bounce off the surface. But he just took so much damage at that point that the game didn't care. So you out of here, brother.
Yeah, man, didn't even matter. Oh, there we go. Getting big damage off that. Got the downlight, side light. Ooh. And then getting a neutral air right after that. Ooh. Like that backstep on Baraz's 6 as well too. Boy, definitely be trying to catch you walking in on him.
Yeah, especially if you combine that like the inherent backdash and the animation with like an actual backdash, and you're just backing up so far that I don't know about this. Okay,
yeah, they are scrapping off the stage. However, though, he managed to do it. Got that down air in there right before he was able to grab the wall, so he was not able to refresh any of his recovery options. Great stuff. Just like that, man. You saw him actually bust that recovery. Luckily, though, going up instead of down. Jeez! I'm always amazed at how strong the gun recovery is, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Blaster recovery.
It's going crazy because there was a time where it used to be even stronger than it is now, and then they nerfed it a little bit, but it's still a very potent option, especially if you catch someone like in the sky with it and be KO'ing off the top. It brings your opponent so high up with you, brings them that much closer to the blast zone, and makes it so much easier to get the KO. I mean, Zider, he's keeping up though. I mean, this is as close as it gets. He gets a double D-Light, which everyone has been complaining about on Twitter because of the last patch. There you go. You can still get it. Just gotta get the sauce with it. Ooh, nice dodge.
Just barely kind of avoided that. I feel like he almost jumped straight into it. To be honest, if that jump was like half a second early. Oh my God, can't avoid that one though. Get out of here.
And what I like about that weapon throw too is that we saw Acno burn his dodge early so he could have it again by the time he was a little bit closer to the stage, which meant that he was gonna recover high. So he immediately threw that weapon high because he was like, all right, he's gonna need to bide time for him to fall to get that dodge back. I'm just gonna throw this weapon high and hit him clean in the dome.
My man, axe throwing champion right there, man. Send him to the Olympics. Like
Tomahawk guy.
Yeah. All right. So first game, down. It's gonna be going to Zider. We're gonna have Acno, getting his bands out the way. See where we're going next. Looks like I missed him. Just say I wasn't looking fast enough. Oh, it's going to that pretty stage. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm always down to be there. Let's go.
Demon Island.
3, 2,
Here we go. The Onis run wild here. Looks like you got the Oni Koji on deck as well. And I like the Legend swap. Koji, another one of those legends that I don't think has ever really been bad either. His signature is also really good. A sword, bow, pretty strong combo. And he has a very high dexterity stat as well, which means he can kind of whiff some moves a lot easier and also convert much easier as well. So we're going to see how this play works out for Acno. I'm a little bit more used to him playing sometimes the Ragnar, but he's always kind of swapping legends every week, so.
Yeah. This sword six to me, like, well, I think the down six is the one that, like, I feel like I like his bow six a lot more. Just you know what I mean? Like, I feel like when I'm thinking of Koji, I think of like bow six and just, kind of know where your opponent's going to be, rolling up on top of them or catching them as they're trying to pass over you. Sword six aren't bad per se, outside the, the down six and that having that weird hitbox, but
yeah,
other than that,
strange.
I feel like he's got some pretty decent sigs.
Ooh,
Speaking of, got the bow out and just finishes him.
A gravity cancel Neutralite had enough force, I guess, at that damage to actually KO Zider off the top there. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that because I wasn't expecting that by any means. And now Acno has a little bit of a lead here, trying to get back down to the ground. If you're playing bow, you want to get your D-Lights for the free Neutralite afterward or the Sayer or really anything. That D-Light combos into anything, but dang. Just kind of got mollywopped.
And he was like, you thought I was going to hit the ground? Absolutely not. Just gravity cancel to that side sig. Catching it right in the dome with that one. Quick poke.
That spear
Hold
is
on now.
sharp. Oh.
It is definitely sharp. I mean, it's probably made of Valyrium steel or something,
The
All that
vibranium.
goodness. All right, so
Oh man.
he throws it down, but does not actually get the hit on that one. Now he's going to be walking around for a little bit unarmed. Not the worst situation to be into in the world. Honestly, I think it's one of the things, if you're going to be a top Brawlhalla player, you got to learn how to play unarmed. Because sometimes you will be getting weapon starved out here.
And sometimes, honestly, you'll be unarmed and you feel like you're doing better than you would have if you had a weapon. Like sometimes it's like, hey, you know what? Maybe unarmed's the strat. Here we go. Acno, almost catches Zider with the weapon throw. Zider recovers high. He couldn't get the punish on the X recovery. Just couldn't get there in time. But there we go. D-Light recovery. True confirm is going to KO on Zider there.
I have to say, man, his recoveries are looking pretty good. Gets the taunt out real quick before he decides to keep the battle going. His recoveries are looking really good, though. He has avoided 2 different situations where Zider might have taken the stock. So he gives himself a chance to live another day, even at these high percentages. But as of right now, man, he hasn't really been able to add a crazy amount of damage on to this Koji yet. Hey, okay, try to get tricky with that one. I like the weapon toss to see a potential hit right after. Ground pound, gonna send him to the side. Hey, hit him with the recovery as well. Gonna be able to make it back down to the ground with that side air. Thought he was gonna, honestly, because he had burnt all his options, really thought he was gonna try to side stake there on the ground. Maybe even a neutral stake, catch him before he even gets to the ground. Neutral side stake right there, though. I called it a little late, but it came.
Asking you shall receive. He finally managed to land the blow there, and that's kind of the thing about Koji as well. I feel like the amount of force on Sig's, or rather on Bryn's signatures, are pretty strong to start.
Yeah.
And then Koji has that 4 base defense, so he's not like particularly tanky. So if you're able to just kind of get some momentum going, like look at this.
Yeah, that was all momentum right there. Stringing mad hits together. Okay, but only needed 1 down light to go ahead and take that game. But he was definitely Zider was definitely finding his way back into the game for a quick second. That was like 5 seconds of straight Zider gameplay. But unfortunately, yeah, as soon as he let off the gas, well. Yeah.
I know. It's like when you watch a gameplay video for a new game that's about to come out on YouTube and they don't show you that part. Like, oh man, this game looks fire, and then immediately after, it's kind of trash. But it really do be like that sometimes. Here we go. We're gonna check it out for the next game. Here we are going back to Demon Island, and we do have the same matchup. I'm not too scared, honestly, for Zider here. He was pretty close to getting that last one. He just needs to kind of tighten it up a little bit, keep that momentum flowing. He should be able to get a game here.
All right. Dabbed up. I can get much more off of that. Hold on. Man, okay, you weren't going for a lot on that on that gravity cancel side thing. No one was really up there. No one really home. But unfortunately, takes a little damage for that. And now, I mean, sometimes you only need just that one opening to take the stock. There it is.
Man, that was actually an amazing edge guard from Acno there, because when I saw Zider use his recovery, but he didn't drift toward the ledge because he didn't want to get ground pounded, I was like, how are you going to make it back? And that gravity cancel end sig was definitely like a cheeky way of bringing yourself up while being able to drift to the left afterward, but he perfectly responded with the down air from Bo to KO him, so that was just very smart play from Acno there. Zider now on the back foot once again, but I mean, he has enough force on his 6 to KO Acno right here if he can just land a hit.
Yeah, this is definitely going out in the favor of Acno right now, man. Zider, has stayed with the Bryn the entire time, and the Bryn hasn't really been bad, but it also hasn't been bringing home the wins just yet. So obviously, at this point in time, it's probably just a playstyle difference that he needs to bring to the table. Now starting to get some of these neutral sticks to hit instead of going for as many side sticks. I think that is kind of a tell from him, though. He will be throwing out some side sticks in situations that I feel like are not kosher, and end up taking a hard punish for it. But as of right now, man, he's at least kept it even until I say that. I'm just about to lose that stock. Oh, okay, that recovery barely hitting.
Yeah, use the exhausted version, was able to grab it just barely. Oh, and he goes for the D-Light Nair. Keeps it nice and simple. Man, Zider, I mean, he was kind of in this scenario last time around. He was able to get a KO pretty quickly, ride a little bit of momentum, then toward the end, Acno was able to get that D-Light recovery to seal out the last game. We're going to see if it's going to be a similar tale or if Acno's going to kind of clean up this stock right here and now. Oh, wow, what a read. Just went for it.
Oh, okay.
The dodge still.
Okay, I like that down there actually to kind of chase him back down to the ground. But still, man, he's already down to his last stock. Got Koji in the see. That was the time for a side
Sig, yep.
That was the time.
You beefed it, brother. No.
Like, he's like, I'm gonna get this dog sooner or later. Oh no, he just went so crazy at the end, bro. Like,
he was trying, bro. I appreciate it. Like, I respect it. It was a kind of one of those moments where it's like, oh crap, I missed my opportunity. I can't let them know that I messed up, bro. I gotta go for it again. And then you just kind of make yourself look more and more like a fool. But in the same vein,
crazy at the end. Just I'm going to hit this. That was 4 in a row. Not get that to hit, man. I mean, honestly, I feel it though. Sometimes you get that small miss on the opportunity, and you're just like, man, this is all that's in my head. I need to get a sig. Like he picked the neutral sig when it should have been a side, and then after that, everything in his head was just side sig, side sig, side sig, side sig. Fortunately though, Koji or Acno not gonna have any of that, so he will be moving on. 3-0. I just said we don't really get a lot of 3-0s here, but here we are.
I mean, we still. Am I basically that 3 games?
Oh no!
Was that
we
2-0?
still have another game. Never mind. He won one. He won one. I'm tripping. It's been so long, guys. I'm just saying. It's been so long. So he's got another game to work with though, and maybe he can turn this thing around. But after seeing that display, I don't know, man. Like I don't know.
I mean, is Thor the answer? I mean, I don't think that's a bad swap. I think the biggest thing for Zider there is that how many KOs did he get on Acno that didn't come from his signature, right? Like a lot of times you'll see with these high-level players that they may get a KO with a signature here and there, but more often than not, it's usually with either like their edge guarding or they do like a guaranteed conversion, like a stomp say or like a delight recovery or something like that. So hopefully with this Thor, that kind of hammer stomp Sarah should be enough to help him get some more guaranteed KOs, because the Axe doesn't really have anything like that. You just kind of throw out Sarah after Sarah and hope that it hits.
So this one, we got vacation Thor on. He got the vacation juice on.
Yeah, got the coconut. Oof.
He about to be taking a vacation outside this bracket if he can't clean his gameplay up. That's all I'm saying. So, hopefully the Thor, he's still business casual with it. It's like I might be on vacation. I might be out here chilling in Hawaii, but at least got the laptop on me just in case.
Call you back in, connect to the VPN.
Yeah.
Here we go, Zider. Oh, nice scoop. Perfect. All right, that's going to be the first KO going to Zider there with a very slight lead, but this is Thor, so he's going to be able to take a decent chunk more damage before dropping his stock here, unless Acno plays kind of a very solid here, which, not too tall of a tail for him to do here, but Zider gets his first hit. Can't get that side light, which is honestly pretty tough. I don't know if he didn't dash, because dodge window on that is pretty small, but Acno's going crazy. I
do like that Thor... was that the Thor hammer being a shovel too? Digging graves out here. At least he's trying to. So gets the first stock though on Koji. Again, with Thor having all this defense and Koji not having the craziest amount of force, this in itself, the stats kind of working against Koji a little bit. How many hits he's going to need more on this character in comparison to Bren. Finally though, finds it right there, downlight into the neutral air. I'm gonna send him packing. Didn't take too much damage either.
Yeah, he's pretty healthy, all things considered. At least for a Koji stock, you know what I mean? Like yellow for Koji, that's not bad. Zider though, if he keeps trading with him, that's definitely going to work in his favor, but he needs to make sure he's trading here. There we go, sidelight tear, goes for a hard read with that neutral sig, which, it's all right. They did nerf it a little bit, not really the force, but just like how much people would use the ground pound of the orb. Oh wow, what a read.
Try to call him out.
Oh, he's just throwing him out again. He's going. Okay, there we go, stomps. I like that. Non-committal option. Use that to get your KO confirmed there, but he can't seem to land it. Acno's too tough.
I feel like him kind of throwing it out now is probably okay. He's got a little more health to work with, got a little more area before things start to get a little dire for him. But at the same time, man, to me it's a tell. When he starts getting crazy with the sigs, it's him. The mental's going boom. You know what I'm saying? Like
going boom.
it's going somewhere, bro. So hopefully, there it is, the call out. He actually called out. I feel like he started his sig too, but unfortunately, Koji already had that thing locked and loaded.
He held down that button, bro.
Yeah.
That's tough, man. He's wow. He didn't even give right between the eyes. That's a head shot. I've seen one myself, man.
Not Koji, man. Koji on his own. He taking the lead. Coming to the demon side. Should still be living. Just barely though. gonna be a hard recovery. Managed to make it though, straight over him.
And just like that, man, Zider was doing pretty good at the start of this match, but now he can't find the KOs. That's oh no. Okay, he's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say they fighting a little in reckless area right here, man. Next down light could be the winner. Scoops him up and sends him packing though. Now they're just gonna go ahead and get him off the top. Here we go. So a lot of damage here onto this. Well, honestly, because of Thor, I say medium amount of damage on Thor.
Yeah,
you still have to do a little work before it's time to get this stock off. But still though, stage control all on Acno's side.
Oh, he gets pushed. He can't get into the stage. Oh no, he missed the corner. Oh, he's gonna die because of that. That feels bad.
Yeah, under that stage. And what a quick what awareness right there from Acno. Realized he missed that corner. He jumped down there immediately. As soon as he saw he was under that stage, he's like, oh no, you got to get down there here. So there it is. Actually want to get the replay real quick so y'all can see it one more time. Yeah, that down there, I mean, he was just sitting on the edge, saw him miss that corner and was like, oh, it's time.
Yeah, it was
like a hawk.
Dinner's ready. I'm there. It came down. Bop. Oh, crazy. And Zider was just having so much trouble getting to the stage there, man. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah. So, I mean, give it up to Acno, man. I mean, he took that in 3-1 fashion. I thought it was 3-0, but I mean, it definitely felt like a very quick 3 games when he started to get his momentum going for him. So, as I said, Zider, he had a pretty good first game. The second game was looking all right too, but yeah, after that, about that third game, that's kind of when I was like, oh, I think this might be over, boys. This might be over. There's Zider's vacation.
Yeah, he's out. He say, oh, I'm taking some paid time off, got some pension. He's good to go.
Back to the vacation juice for him. So here we are. We got simple stats and Goosey stats. It's like a head-to-head Simples has taken Goosey 3 times. Also got their earnings, which is making me feel very broke right now. You know, like
yeah.
Every time I see that, man, I'm just like, yep. Who's broke? I'm broke. Like,
man, that's crazy.
Oh man.
There we go. That means we have the winners finals, Blaze versus Heisen, and are going to be popping off. Acno, we just saw 3-1 Zider, so we're probably going to be watching Goosey versus Simple next. But that should be perfectly fine. We'll see how this game's going to play out.
Yeah, man. So, Goosey, I'm saying, got Goosey on the Ragnar and then Simple. Just going to go ahead and start off with the Ogrim. His Ogrim was looking very strong the last time we saw it, so obviously not a bad idea to go ahead and start with it straight up just to see what you can get out of this. But Jesus, Ragnar, man, also another one of those characters I feel like, every time I see him, he's never really done bad or been bad. The axe is nice. If you got really good rush down, obviously the guitars are nice. So, and he's got really good sigs too. Just simple sigs, get the job done.
Yeah, and especially against the Rocket Lancer, if he's able to get him off stage, go ahead and get a Sayer on a recovery or something like that. It can be very tough for the Rocket Lance to recover versus guitars if they're in a pretty bad spot. So we're gonna see how he's able to do. Because right now, I mean, this Ogrim's taking damage. Simple, he's hanging in there, but Goosey's kind of keeping him at bay.
Goosey is definitely trying to keeping him pretty much at bay. Hey, trying to chase him down, but I like the intense neutral we're playing right here. No one's really trying to super commit to anything yet. It's that jab, or they had a neutral light. I like jab is just so much easier to say, but you know how it is. That neutral light.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's a jab. For the purposes of kind of a fighting game, it comes out quick and it helps you out in kind of the footsies and neutral. Keeps people honest. There we go, man. I mean, Simple's hanging in there. Gets that side light in there, that nice true stuff. Trying to push forward on a Goosey. Just kind of doing the dash on him. he cannot get touched right now. Simple is just kind of struggling a little bit. There you go, weapon throw. We're gonna be seeing a lot of that today.
He is still struggling to get this final hit though. You see him trying to line up these Sayers. None of these Sayers finding the mark yet. Weapon throw right, almost there though. Almost there. Almost called that one out. Yeah, I mean, even when he gets the hit, he's not getting the hit that he needs though. So he got that down air there. Then kind of had to step back. He was like, I don't really want to put myself in a bad position. Finds the little shimmy, the little 2-step right there to go ahead and get that stock with the recovery. I like it. Doesn't take too much damage either. In fact, even game. Just like that. 2 lance hits, even game.
Oh no, and he's getting that guaranteed stuff too. Going for the side light in air. Waiting for the dodge. Oh, that almost cleared off the top. Wow.
Yeah, that was close, man. If he had waited just a little bit on that gravity cancel, that might have actually been the stock. Just kind of stacking it up on him real quick. Hey, hold on now. even though he stacked it up on him, and he's still taking quite a bit of damage. I think Simple's kind of bringing himself back into the lead here. Just one sig away and one downlight recovery, potentially, or the side air is going to go ahead and work for him. Good stuff.
All right, Simple. He's not doing too bad at all here. Going to go ahead and keep the rocket lance there. Throw the axe straight up. Make it spawn a little later, delaying this weapon spawn right here. But Goosey going to be able to pick up that axe pretty freely there. Simple trying to get that down here into the neutral light. A very small dodge window on that one, but Goosey was able to get out here. I like how patient Simple is being here, man. You really got to wait for your opportunities. Wait for a whiff like that, and then dash in with the side light to get your damage with the rocket lance.
He is trying to dance on him right now. Hold on.
Ooh. Ooh. You got some foot C's. Wow.
Okay. I like it. Yeah, he tried that a little earlier all the way at the top of the screen, but didn't really need it. Just kind of, I think he already realized that he got his air dodge out, so he was like, all right, this is mostly guaranteed, you know?
Yeah.
Like sometimes in Brawlhalla, man, it's like, what is guaranteed? You know what I mean? Like,
you go into training mode, it's like, wow, this has dodge windows in it. This has dodge windows in it. What do you mean they get their dodge back in like 3 seconds? But you got to figure out what works here, and he was able to thread the needle on that and that nair to save him from the ground pound there from Simple, keeping Goosey alive, and now he's taking so much more damage on his Simple here while also staying alive in this game, because we are in a last stock scenario here. Oh man, Goosey have a tough time here, has to burn the dodge, goes high and gets smacked to the other side. I know that there was some base on that hit.
all right, man, managed to make it all the way back though, man. Luckily he got smacked to the other side instead of to the right. That would have immediately been a stock, man. Okay, they still have the chance to get back into this game. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that weapon toss was on point. Unfortunately, though, he was just a little too early on it, but does find the recovery to go ahead and take the stock.
Oh, Simple. Able to take that one. He racked up a lot of damage by the end there on Goosey. Like, to the point where the unarmed recovery was able to KO. He was trying to go for weapon throws, say, hey, I just want to get you off stage, man. But Goosey honestly did a pretty good job making that last stock as close as it was, because it started off pretty terribly. He was able to get a bunch of hits in to kind of bring the damage closer to even, but just could not close it out there. So Simple gonna go ahead and keep on pushing forward. We're going right back to Mammoth Fortress. Nothing crazy there. We're gonna see if Goosey's able to make the adjustments.
Okay. But yeah, man, Mammoth Fortress. Obviously, I feel like the stage not playing super huge of an issue between our competitors here. I think just Simple. You know, after he got his in, he kind of just stated, he was like, I'm not really going to give up too much of the lead here ever again. And he stayed up in front for pretty much that entire first game, except for like right after he got the first stock. You know, he got that first stock, and then he just never gave up the lead after that.
He's going kind
Either
of
way,
crazy on it.
Yeah, look at this, man. Like they're going back and forth. The axe play is out here, but somehow, man, Simple keeps finding a couple more hits before Goosey does.
Wow. Ooh. Enough juice to KO from the right side to the left. Simple. Punishing Goosey with that axe recovery in kind of a weird spot. It's definitely somewhere where you wouldn't expect an axe recovery to be coming out there. I was expecting maybe a weapon throw, especially since there was a weapon spawned already, but looks like Simple not going for that. Nice dash inside light from Goosey to stop Simple and also avoid the weapon throw as well. Goosey looking, whoa, hey, he gave him a little bit of love. Hey.
Okay, that's cute.
Apple pride, baby.
He's big chilling right now.
We lagging out. What's the word? Okay, we good.
I was like, what's going on here? Yeah. Oh, it's that fireball though. Sends him packing.
Okay.
Like, you know, man, sometimes you gotta show a little respect. You got like a nice flag, I got a nice flag. You know, June's right. Actually, yeah, June's right around the corner. I was like, is today June yet? No, June's right around the corner, guys. Obviously, that cap fight is gonna be coming up very heavy. Gotta go ahead and show some love out here.
There we go. I mean, Goosey, he's hanging in barely, but I feel like that's kind of how it's been. Goosey's been hanging in there, but he hasn't been in there. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, hey, yeah, I'm showing I can compete and keep it competitive, but I need him to kind of pull ahead for a bit here. And Simple is just making that look impossible. Oh, that weapon throw.
Hey, dashing in on him. Wait a minute. Caught him again. Where are you going? To the blast zone. Now, just like that, Simple. Pretty solid lead here. Barely touching orange, if not even really in orange yet. Pretty much deep yellow. And almost every hit that he gets seems to just put another color here on the drag here. Here it is. Cream now in the yellow. Next it's gonna be deep yellow. Next it's gonna be orange. Just like that. Look at that, man. he has racked it up on him. So pretty much set himself up to take this game, even if he loses his stock, you know, before he's able to take this next one or the last one off of Goosey.
Oh man, Goosey. He's probably gonna be looking there. Goes for a jab there. Gets a snare for the punish. Has to dodge through here. He couldn't go for the ground pound. I don't think he wanted to just because he was unarmed since he went for the weapon throw. And trying to ground pound and axe recovery while unarmed is pretty tough. So he just said, you know, I'm gonna go back to the stage. Goes ahead and throws that weapon. Well, he just throwing out moves now. He said, come on, I just need one clean hit. And he air dodged way too late. He had it.
Yeah,
he had it.
He definitely was there for it, but yeah, air dodged a little too late for that one. So I'm gonna say on that left side a second ago, I got hit by that down sig. The flame charge, I got hit. I definitely jumped straight up and that's gone.
Like, man, you really just spit all over me with that fire.
Oh. And can still turn around though.
Oh,
nice.
Bad
Wait.
trade. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost his recovery on that one, man.
Player
Jeez.
1 wins.
Man, that's tough. So that's 2 now, going right to simple as Blue. Not Blue. Goosey struggling to catch a dub here, man.
Yeah.
Simple shows no signs of slowing down. Goosey, I don't know if he's gonna go for a legend swap here or if he's just gonna try to clean things up a little bit because as I've said, these games have been relatively close. That last game, not so much. It did go to last stock, but kind of at a point where Goosey had already kind of lost. But he is going to stick with the Ragnar. Maybe switch up the stage or something. I really don't know what his plan is. But whatever he's doing now is not enough.
Yeah, it's, honestly, man, like the most interesting thing I'm seeing is that like they are just scrapping. Like they're just scrapping, but because they're just scrapping, I feel like Ogrim's getting the better of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so Goosey's gonna have to figure out a way to. I mean, if he wants to continue scrapping, he's gonna have to figure out a way to at least, make the second move, if you will. You know, be the one punishing instead of the one who's kind of just running at him. And they have, I mean, it's respectable defense too on Ragnar as well, but just I don't know, for some reason, I guess that power on this hit's just not nearly as powerful as Ogrim's.
3, 2.
Yeah, and I guess he probably, I don't know. I feel like I don't know where Goosey's getting his hits in. I need to take a closer peek because I feel like a lot of his hits are coming from the Katars, which just kind of as a weapon don't hit as hard, so you kind of got to hit them more times, but kind of trade that for the follow-up potential. Meanwhile, for Simple, every weapon he's using just hits hard no matter what. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, especially the rocket lance, you get a side light neutral air, that's already a good chunk of damage, and you potentially get a follow-up after that as well. Since Goosey hasn't been able to get anything going off stage, really, might be worth it to give the axe a little bit more of a shot. But hold on, that neutral sig might be all she wrote. Beautiful unarmed down air, and that's enough to secure the KO. And Goosey finally pulling into the lead here, so I take that back. Go ahead and use that Katars, young fella. It worked out right there, so hope to keep it going.
Hey, hold on now. Oh, where do you think you going? Absolutely nowhere, man. Double sides, both sides covered. You see him like now. This is the thing, man. Like, we were talking about the adjustments he needs to make, and it seems like he's opting to go for the Katars a little more than the axe right now. He just be stuck on the Katars, but either way, I think this is the real issue that he has to deal with. Like he has not been doing well against the lance somehow, and even with me saying that, that was just a little bit of like misdirection right there. You saw him actually throw the lance down and then come through with the side air. But yeah, that lance has been a real issue so far for Goosey. As you can see right now, like exactly what I'm talking about, man. Like jumping straight back into it, just getting jabbed up right there with the neutral lights. Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, this is not a good look for Goosey right now. This rocket lance is posing a problem. And I feel like a good chunk of that is I think Simple might actually the reason he's getting so much mileage off of it is, oh man, that neutral sig was beautiful. He's playing pretty passive with it. You know, I'm not gonna lie. He's kind of sitting on the ground. He's dashing back and forth. He's waiting for Goosey to whiff something, and then he goes in, dashes in, gets his side light. And if he's not, he's reading a jump, like you saw him do right there. He's like, I'm gonna jump Sayer, and since it kind of pushes him forward, if it misses, he's not gonna take too much of a punish. But there's another whiff from Goosey getting punished. Oh, and he went for another one. Jesus Christ. And Sig being sent packing right here. Goosey's just not winning enough in the neutral.
Oh.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, everyone's getting crazy over here, but Jesus, what happened in this game? I looked down for a second. Look at the damage spread right here, 549 and 222. Not even a chance for Goosey to really make some type of comeback there. I mean, I understand why he started trying to play off stage, because obviously when you're down a percent like that, you might have to jank your opponent out. But unfortunately, man, he was just not able to do that against Simple.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. I mean, that was I don't even really know what to say there. Like that was just kind of like a body bag for that last stock. He just could not keep up. He was trying, you know. All things said, he was trying. He was doing the best that he possibly could. It's just that Rocket Lance was supposed to be way too much, and it seemed like I don't know, for a lot of players, the Rocket Lance matchup is their worst matchup. Mainly because there's just not too many people that played at a high level. You know, you got, especially in the EU side, like you got a couple people. But for a lot of people, it's like, all right, if I'm not going up against Costlix or like a Stingray or I don't know, some of these other people that have like a Pocket Ogrim or whatever, you don't really get the option to go up against that weapon too much. And it seems like a lot of the times when people run into someone who's good with that weapon in their bracket, it'll just end right there.
Yeah. So up next, we're going to have Blaze and Heisen stepping up against each other. Heisen with a 3-0 over Blaze right now, head-to-head. But, you know, we'll see what happens here. You know, this could be the first time for everything. Heisen's also got a decent amount of, got a gold medal, too, over Blaze. So he's been able to win at least once, maybe trying to get a second gold medal here right now. But, you know, we'll be seeing what happens very soon, man. I like how detailed this is, too. You can see their top 8 placements, top 32 placements. Like, that's super nice. A big shout out to Brawlhalla for having all this data on hand, ready to go.
Yeah, I'm hip. I mean, based off of that data, though, it's looking good for someone and not great for somebody else.
Yeah. Heisen's looking like you know, like he might be able to take this tournament pretty freely, with a record like that. You're in winners finals, and you have already beat your opponent who you're playing against 3 times. Yeah, it's feeling good for him. Feeling good for him.
There we go. Oh, we got the Garnet though. Oh, I love the Garnet, bro. That's the Petra crossover skin, Steven Universe. You know, she got some cool particles and stuff. She also just got the throw. You know, I'm all about the throw, so.
Yeah.
Hey. Whew, man, I am interested to see how this
Oh my
goes.
gosh, she got the Duff gloves on. She ready to go.
Says BH on them, Brawlhalla. You know that's what that stands for. Looking like Ryu in Street Fighter 5. Got the gloves on. Ready to go.
I know you did not just say Ryu, bro. Come on, man. I know you did not just say Ryu.
I say Ryu for the people that I cannot say explicitly, because you know if I start hitting the people are gonna be like, whoa, slow down, my wee friend.
Just Ryu. Like, all right, bro. I'm down. All right, let's get into it, man. You got the Garnet out here, but she's kind of get in the hands right now. But actually, put the hands on now. Now this one works out. We got another Brand as well, man. Brand. I feel like if not a popular pick, a very safe pick at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like a lot more common in EU. And for Heisen, like Petra, we saw a little bit kind of after release, because the Orb Gauntlet combo was cool and she was very unique in her signatures and all that. And just like that side sig right there, she has an active input on it where if she presses up, you can side sig them up instead of forward. But I guess people just, I don't know if people just kind of fell off the Orb train, because we don't really see Orb as much. Like we still see Thor here and there in EU. In NA, he's gone pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, the Orb is nice, but I think that what really matters for the Orb is that accompanying weapon. Sometimes that accompanying weapon just doesn't feel like it complements the Orb enough. With Thor, like, Orb and Hammer, it just works. You know what I mean? Like, he's very defensive. He's got a great way to end stocks quickly. He's got a great way to build damage quickly. And even with the building damage weapons, the Orb, he still can actually end stocks very quickly with that as well. So sometimes when you're looking at Orb and Gauntlet, I feel like I can see the shortcomings of just being 2 kind of decently short-range weapons. And that may be one of the reasons people are kind of staying away from it. Although I will say, when it comes down to a Petra or a Garnet in this case, the Sigs are too cool for me not to want to play this combination.
Oh, I mean, he's going crazy. Another thing is like the kind of singles versus doubles. Oh man, recovery. I love that weapon throw. Yo, you hot. He the new hotness. That was fire.
Okay, that was a turnaround of the century, but also Blaze. You tight.
Tight AF, bro.
Oh my god.
There's nothing. You're just like, wow, really?
Yeah, how like that happened to me, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That weapon toss into unarmed recovery was godlike though, because if he had gone for the orb recovery, he for sure would have gotten ground pounder down air there. So he just played everything right. And now, I mean, Heisen still up damage wise, but this game is probably closer than it probably felt like after a play like that.
Yeah. I wonder if we're like, now again, Heisen has definitely got the 3-0 victory over Blaze right now, but this is looking, well, the first part of this match outside of that Gimp is definitely looking more so in the Blaze's favor as far as the momentum and things. So I wonder if we'll end up seeing a switch after this to a different character, or has he kind of figured it out? Looks like he kind of figured it out right there. Side light to the recovery. Easy stuff right there with the Kung Fu salute. Let's get it.
Yeah, and that's the thing I love.
That's in the battle pass, by the way.
Yeah, you should check it out. It's actually $10. Just $10. Not only that, complete your battle pass, you get mammoth coins along the way. So you just kind of you get free stuff. Just pay the $10, get your $10 back. Like, what do you?
I imagine the way that it's set up too is like, so if you don't buy anything with those mammoth coins, you could probably just continue to keep buying the battle pass every season with the mammoth coin that you get from the battle pass if you complete the battle pass. So if that's the case, big shouts to Brawlhalla. You know, a little late on the battle pass train, but at least they made an effective battle pass. So you don't want to be late to the battle pass train and have one that people don't even want. This battle pass is pretty lit.
Hashtag Realm Royale. What was that battle?
Hashtag rip, bro. Like, that is. All right.
With that said, man, we're going ahead into game 2. Heisen doing a pretty good job with this Garnet.
Big rip.
And the other thing too,
Chat got me, bro. Anyway. Well, I gave y'all some ideas, man. Here it is. Here it is. Put an idea out there. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's keep it moving.
So Garnet is a pretty cool pick, and she's also dead, by the way. That Zider from Blaze. But she's a cool pick because Gauntlets in the last patch got a pretty happy buff, right? The Gauntlets kind of in the history of the past few patches actually has just kind of been buffed and then buffed again. So the patch gave it more like hits than I believe on the neutral layer, so they get more guaranteed follow-ups. And a patch a while ago, like I want to say months ago, added a little bit more force to that recovery. So now like sidelight recovery like we saw in that last match, a lot more potent of a KO option, and now you can get a nair into recovery as well. Or D-light, right. You know, you chase dodge recovery, that's always been there. So you got options now to KO.
He's definitely still chasing. Oh, the reads are out right now. Knew exactly where that dodge was going. Turned that thing around, and honestly, I think even if he didn't turn around, he still would have got it. But just the turnaround let him know exactly where he was going. Ooh, the neutral Sig's gonna find his mark. Oh, try to get his own turnaround here, but does that, man? Whiffed punish. Put him off stage though.
Gonna go for down here? No, you're just gonna recover high. I don't think he touched it. Oh, he's gone. Oh my wow, God. That was a 3-stock. What?
Okay. Yeah, you dead. You dead, bro. You dead.
That's also in the battle pass.
That's also actually the battle pass. You're done, son.
Oh man. Oh. That's
all right, bro. Well, I think we'll be seeing a different game plan now, because that whatever game plan that he brought to the table first. It was definitely not the game plan that he brought to the table the second time, and well, you can see exactly what happened. So Blaze, this may be the first time he gets a win here against them, and if he does, at least he got that dominant 3-stock before. So this is, whoo, that hurt to watch.
Yeah. Man, I made one joke and the match was over, so that's how you know it's a crazy match, man. But he switched over to Mordex, so that means he's going to keep that Gauntlets. I think he really likes that, but maybe he wasn't feeling the orb, so he's switching over to the Scythe, a weapon that's kind of, it's made its splashes in the competitive scene. Of course, you think of players like Sandstorm or Effie, who were able to take that to great effect, but now the Scythe has kind of fallen off a little bit, so I want to see what Heisen's able to do with this Mordex.
So, with this Mordex, man, I feel like Mordex, another one of those characters that can definitely overwhelm you super quickly.
He's gone.
The Scythe plays super nice, and oh my, I thought he was gone as well, but managed to kind of stall it out and just barely touch that bottom part of the wall.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna get hit, but it's like that kind of point where you hit someone so many times off stage that you just like make their recovery option linear. But he still had, I guess, just enough mix-up left in him. We'll see you. Weapon toss for good luck.
All right, man. Oh, easy stuff right there. Gets the stock real quick with this Mordex.
Let's see. Okay, Nair coming out from Blaze. Neutral light coming out from Heisen. Nice scoop. Heisen's actually
dancing
his
around him
nice.
right now.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah, this scythe is moving.
What side am I on, bro? He doesn't know. Blaze is getting his ankles broken right now. Not great. There we go. Finally gets a hit. And Blaze is able to secure that KO as well. Getting sent to the orange, so not too bad thus far for him, you know. But hopefully for Heisen, he's able to kind of buckle down a little bit because that last match. Sheesh.
Yeah. With this switch though, I guess I can see that Heisen more so favors the gauntlets instead of the orb. Because if he went the other way, but he just wanted to scythe, and he obviously would have picked Fate instead.
Right.
But you know, he picked the Mordex, got the gauntlet still, but swapped out that orb for the scythe, which has definitely been doing some damage. So and you know, just kind of cleaning up stocks here, man. Another down, a ground pound to go ahead and take that stock away.
Yeah, the
You're
cool
now
thing about
sitting on
that
one stock
too
left.
is what he do? He threw the gauntlets like up a little bit, and then it forced Heisen to dodge through, so he didn't get hit by the weapon throw. So it made that ground pound so much easier for him to hit. He said, "All right, you don't have a dodge. All I gotta do is line it up."
Okay. Here we go. Looking for that down air, but didn't scoop him up just yet. Have a scoop right here.
He light. Blaze, he's throwing out that Sarah right now. Down air too. Not gonna land that. There goes sidelight in there. Blaze looking for that second hit, but Heisen responds with a down air of his own. Can't really follow up off of it. Get back though. Ooh, I like that. Goes for the unarmed neutral air and then uses the chase dodge to get the wild touch. And now he's back in it. Has another chance to get some damage going.
He's definitely trying. Oh boy, he's trying right now. Oh, gets the side air, but doesn't get the finish just yet. Goes for another one. That was very close. Very close for him to actually go ahead and take that stock. At least try to even it up real quick, but unfortunately, a little off of the mark. Very intense neutral being played yet again.
Yeah, and for Heisen, he's like, as long as I don't get hit by like Sayer, I won't KO. Like that ground pound almost did it from center stage, but like still not enough. Going for weapon throws now, gets to that. Oh, getting caught in the vortex. No, only 2 hits. D-light, not enough. Like, as long as he avoids the Sayer, he's good. That down air is fine. You don't care. Oh,
okay, wow, just steps up and does it, man. Got to watch out for those for the ice tendrils basically coming out at the end. A little more range than you would expect. Are we out?
I like that. Every time he's scared that Blaze could potentially be aggressive, he throws that scythe up to cover himself as he's recovering to get the... Oh man, that was a smash. Wow, Heisen was just untouchable in that last, or what, his second stop there, right? Like he was dancing around for quite a bit there. And sure, you know, he got hit a few times, but it was always by like a down air, a D-light, a ground pound. Not like a neutralite. Like a neutralite would have KO'd, or a Sayer, but he couldn't get the hits that really mattered there. He was getting to a point where he might have KO'd him with D-light off the top or something.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep the Mordex out. I mean, obviously the Mordex is doing quite well. Even though he swapped and kept the gauntlets, I feel like the gauntlets weren't really the biggest part of his gameplay. That scythe play right there was all was kind of all over, making it work for him. So obviously, I think that you know, it's nice that he still has his comfort weapon in the gauntlets. But as of right now, I feel like I'm definitely okay with the scythe play. He's kind of stuck on the gauntlets right now, though, and it seems like it's not really helping him out too much, although he just kind of got a nice little combination. As I say that, they're not helping him out too much, and then he gets the crazy combination right there, sends him off stage, but doesn't actually get the finish.
Yeah, just got like a 4-piece conversion, got that SIG, went ahead and did the active input to make sure you threw him down instead of up. The end SIG, almost enough juice. Wow, that Sayer hit! He went so high to get that. I don't think Blaze thought he was getting hit. I definitely didn't think he thought that Heisen was going to be that aggressive. Normally in this game, when you're that high up above, people just kind of let you fall, you know? They just kind of let you like, all right, I'm going to wait for you to come back, and I'm going to try to hit you again. But there was Heisen just all the way up near the top blast zone saying, hey, I got this Sayer for you, and Blaze was not ready for it.
Man, now kind of stuck off here at the edge. How's he gonna get back to the stage? Does it pretty easily. Still though, trying to find a way to get a little more damage here before he potentially loses his stop. Oh, nice slide. Oh my god, what a combination right there. Slide, ground pound, and then turns that thing around for the recovery. Okay,
that's a pretty
ground pound. I actually really like the axe ground pound. I mean, just the animation itself when you get the charge, you're like, oh, I'm coming through. It was really good.
You're just holding it, and you're like, oh, you know what comes next? It's the big chop. The big chop. There we go. Heisen though, kind of going off. Oh, goes for a read there, not gonna find it. Blaze falling behind damage-wise once again, but he's hanging in there. Heisen looking for the side SIG, gonna get barely punished for it. Not as strong of a punish as I'm sure Blaze would have liked, but at least any damage is good damage for him. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, getting a little overzealous right there with the side SIG, so starting to kind of show his hand a little too much, but I think it doesn't. Oh, he managed to touch the stage just in time. All right, man, lucky you.
How'd he dodge
To
that?
see another day, and the wall slip started to catch up too, but he managed to get back on the stage. He's gonna get back. How is this Morning's gonna get back himself? That's unfortunate.
He lived? Oh, that's gonna
Yeah,
do it, though.
they're dancing right now.
Okay, and just like that, Blaze is actually able to pull ahead there, even though Heisen kind of started that second stock with a pretty hefty lead damage-wise on a Blaze. So Blaze now looking to see if he's going to be able to secure this game number 4 and bring us to a game 5. We're going to see Heisen kind of getting pushed to the corner here. Oh, that's not going to do it. That's not going to hit either. Sayer, man, he's getting these hits, but just not in the right position on stage for them to KO.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be able to make that one back. That was a great weapon toss, though. Where do you think you're going? Right to that blast zone. Good stuff. And now, keeping the game even at the very least. Are we gonna be able to get a comeback coming in from Heisen? Or is this lead gonna be a little too hard for him to surmount? Okay, unarmed combos. Tries to get himself a weapon too. Takes a small hit for it though, so not the worst trade. Not the worst trade.
Oh man, he cannot land these nairs right now. You can see he's trying, but every single time Blaze just happens to air dodge at the right time. And now he has the scythe in hand. We've seen what he can do with it, especially at this amount of damage. If he gets a string like he's gotten before, if he combos into a weapon toss ender, he should be able to get a KO there. But it looks like he's actually going to go ahead and switch right back to the gauntlet. So I guess this is where he feels the most comfortable. And we'll see how that works out. Gauntlets and the axe, definitely not a bad matchup.
Yeah, I just, again though, when I'm thinking about how he was popping off in that last match, I'm still thinking about that scythe. But it seems like he is really committed to the gauntlets right now. Finally picks up a scythe here. The swap almost got a little fancy with it as well. Oh, there it is. The step back neutral sig. Where you going? To the blast zone yet again. The damage is actually pretty comparable this time around, but yeah, that last stock, Blaze really wasn't able to get anything started for him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of a shame for Blaze there, because there was definitely a moment in that match where he was behind and he was able to pull ahead, right? And it was looking pretty good for him. It looked like he was about to be able to take it to game 5, but unfortunately he was not able to do that. And Heisen was just able to go ahead and secure that set, a 3-1. So that means he's going to be moving on to grand finals, man.
Yeah, what we were saying about Heisen getting the 3-0, so now he's got a 4-0 victory over Blaze. But Blaze, I mean, at the very least, he shows that there's, the signs of life there. He's not getting just ran over. He's not getting 3-0'd every time. Just, hasn't found the keys to win the long game. Like, he can win a game with it. He has to learn how to win the set.
Yeah, and they're close, too. Like, they're relatively close. Like, I feel like that set could have gone either way. He just, I don't know. Must have some sort of patterns. I mean, these guys have played, we saw that, right? We saw 4 times, at least in tournament. I'm sure they've played, like, just a ranked solo queue or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes I like that dude.
I'm looking at the chat right now. It's very international in there, bro. Like it is very international there, man. These people come up and they show up for the boys, man. I like to see the the fans come through, or the country come through to see their best player thrive and see how far they will go. So I guess we're moving over to loser semis now, right? Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna have Simple versus Acno. And so far, Simple versus Blue was kind of the toughest thing we've seen for Simple in this top 8, and that's always a set I feel like can kind of go either way. But Goosey was a lot easier for Simple than Blue was, and now Simple has to go up against Acno, who, as we see right here, the head-to-head for Simple, not great, but he has won twice, whereas Acno, currently the leader, this is number 1 and number 2 in EU right now, so, of course, this is going to be as close as it can get in terms of what their projected skill is, but head-to-head wise, not looking great for Simple there. So
yeah, the fact that he's at least been able to get a win, that's great. But yeah, the head-to-head not looking so great right now. Oh, the Fate coming out. All right, I was just talking about her. So now we get to see her, man. Fate was some of those active inputs as well, but just a generally cool character, little mage action coming through. But going up against Simple's tried and true Ulgrim. Ulgrim's definitely been popping off now. When I first saw with this first match, I forgot who he was playing before this, but definitely swapped over to the Ulgrim and has not swapped off ever since. It has no reason to. This Ulgrim is doing him justice. Maybe you want to do him justice, give himself a 3rd win instead of making this a 2-7.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the Rocket Lance from Simple earlier before, but right now we're kind of seeing what this Axe can do, and so far is doing a pretty decent job. Acno able to get a sidelight there, platform charge into that end sig, and almost takes him on the Kirby's air ride.
Yeah, try to hit him with
Not
that
get
warp
the hit.
star, bro. Like, we out. About to get real
rolling.
city trial in here. Like,
City trial, yep. Oh man.
wait a minute.
There we go.
Oh, almost sniped him. Almost sniped him. I feel like just a little angled, a little further angled down. That might have been the hit there, but it's like that. Simple's gonna get back to stage, trying to cross his way up to the center stage. Only takes a small hit.
Yeah. Acno. He's gonna go low. He actually tries to recover him from under. Wondering if that would have had enough force with that amount of damage he has right now. Oh, he just did it again.
Do it again,
He
bro.
just did it again.
Drifting on him. Easy.
Slide
Yeah.
to the left.
Yeah, definitely hit him with the shot. I'm sick. All right. So yeah, this has been the real issue for most competitors going up against Simple though. It is the Lance. So how will Fate play around this Lance? How will Acno do this? If he, if it's something he has to deal with, doesn't even go after to try to catch his weapon, but the might be enough anyway. Oh no, just a little too low on that recovery. Doesn't get him off the top blast zone.
Man, Acno's getting kind of mixed up by the defense of blue right now. Like, he'll land a safe side light, and he'll wait to see where he dodges so he can react or just kind of get some information for next time. And then Simple just doesn't do anything, and he's like, what? And he's just not ready to cover that option. So hopefully, next time he lands a side light, he might just go into the next move immediately, assuming that Simple may not do anything.
Yeah, just like that, man. Finally gets himself the stock, but already in the orange, man. A lot of damage Acno's been able to put on Simple. Simple kind of with the threatening weapon here, at least in my opinion, but I may not even get a chance to threaten what it easy confirm right there. Neutral air into the recovery. Good lord.
Spinning on him. Oh, here we go. Oh no, he didn't touch. Oh, he got the corner. Unlike several others today who have tried to get the very same corner on Mammoth Fortress, it looks like Simple was the only one to prevail there, being able to refresh his jumps, and now he's back in it. This is his last stock too, so he's definitely happy about that. Has a chance to bring it back here. Acno doing such a good job of keeping Simple at bay. Can't get that D-Light in a hot pursuit.
It was crazy, man. I was definitely looking, because I keep the chat open when I'm watching Little Brawlhalla. Y'all be pretty funny in there. That's what someone's saying. This matchup didn't look too great for Fate, but I beg to differ right now. I beg to differ, man. This is looking pretty good. Maybe not a bad matchup. Maybe not a good matchup for Fate, but definitely a good matchup for Acno. My boy is dancing right now.
Oh, let's get the three-piece there. Can't get the nair to connect. Every hit is just connecting in a more and more beautiful. You can throw it again. Doesn't even need to. I'm pretty sure that Simple didn't even die there. I think he just held left. He was like, yeah, this isn't the game.
Don't even matter. Yeah. All right, so where we going next, Sam? Simple. I don't know if you think he'll swap characters? Seems like he's keeping the same character. Nope. He's keeping the same character. Going in.
I don't think so. I don't think he needs to. I would like to see a little bit more of the Rocket Lance in this game, though. I felt like he was sticking with the axe pretty heavy in the last game. I feel like the Rocket Lance, I mean, his hitboxes are big, man.
Yeah.
Like, they're big and they're disjointed. So you start throwing out that neutral light at a range where kind of you can't really do much about it with the orb. You just have to dash in side light and hope you get the timing right, or go for the dash D light and hope you can kind of hop over it. So Simple's kind of able to keep him at bay. It could be a very good time for him, but every single time Simple's been getting hit, Acno's been able to convert that to a lot of damage. So we'll see how this works out.
All right. So, now, as you said, we want to see more of the Lance, but the real thing is like,
oh no.
Well, not that. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that. Like, is he going to... okay. All right. The recovery was nice, though. Oh,
Hold
wait,
on.
here it is.
Oh,
what
no.
are you doing?
Oh, he hit him. He hit him. Oh, so this was...
What is...
I don't even know what to...
You've got a question about what are you doing, bro? Like, holy, come on, man! Like the double, like the double ground pound. I just like your weapon toss is just so wide. It's so wide. Like the ground pound seems so unnecessary until you know you've exhausted all the other options. It's all good though. It is all good. He still managed to get the stock sooner than later. They got a lot of damage down there too, regardless of actually losing that stock and maybe in a quicker fashion. Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh man, are we really playing with Rocket Lance off stage? Still the weapon throw and just he's done.
Goodbye.
He's gone. That's it.
Yeah,
that's
goodbye.
it. That's I'm like, if you got a Rocket Lance off stage against Scythe, throw that Rocket Lance as soon as possible and just try to get back to the stage unarmed. Like you will not. The moment you start charging your Rocket Lance recovery, you are gonna get hit by a weapon throw. Like, just give up at that point. Like I don't know.
Yeah, man, you either get hit by the weapon throw or I'm just going to jump into it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? I'll take the damage if I know you're going to lose your stock for it.
Okay. Nice. Somehow this game is close.
I don't know who's doing this. Because, like, all the momentum definitely feels like it's on Acno's side. Like, every time he goes off stage or whatever, or Acno has, like, the best turnarounds in this game. But then, like, we lose the stock and we go right back to, you know, even stocks. The thing is, though, if Acno continues to take the stock first, that's all that really matters.
Well, right now, I mean, the damage.
So yeah, the damage
might be the one.
He's racking up. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, there we go. Simple. Push him to the corner. Ooh, right over the warp star.
Limpo. Oh, okay. Try to wrap him up. Try to send the present.
A weapon, nice. Oh, okay. Goes for an immediate Sayer though. Not sure about that one, but now Simple has to find the KO with this axe or wait for another weapon spawn. If he wants to force that scenario, he can definitely throw the weapon away now if he wants to be a good scenario to do it. He's gonna keep the axe. He's gonna stay tried and true with it and see if he can get the KO.
Oh, okay. The SIGs are coming out. Not a hard punish on that neutral SIG, but oh, okay, there we go. See, that would have been the time I was seeing that ground pound. You know, he had to come touch the wall. You already threw the weapon down, force the recovery. Jeez!
How'd he win?
How did he win? Well, he did do mad damage. I'll give it up. Yeah, he did mad damage. He gave like, that was definitely an X-Files moment. Just as soon as he got that stuff.
How to get away with murder? The final season right here, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know how simple. Oh man, you def. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, all right. Well, keep it moving into our next game. Simple. I mean, he did it. Like, you know, I was not expecting him to take that win after all the crazy, all the craziness. But unfortunately, nah, bro. We just gonna.
I wonder what
they were
what's
fighting
going through
off
Acno's
so
head.
much. Yeah.
Because I feel like losing something like that, like especially because he got the first turnaround on the first stock, then somehow Simple went off stage and did like an axe ground pound, whiffed it, and then managed to get a reversal on Acno with the recovery on his way back to the stage. And Acno was definitely like, bruh, this wasn't supposed to happen. And somehow, I guess scenarios like that just kept happening, and then Simple was able to just be the better player at the end of the game. Yes?
Yeah. I mean, he honestly was a better player throughout the game. I think the only issue was that, you know, he was getting a little ahead of himself, and then he ended up getting gimped basically. So as long as he can avoid that, I mean, I could see these games going more in his favor. And the, you know, we were talking about the fact we wanted to see more of that lance play. The lance play was out. It just, you know, some of the options that he picked on that lance play were a little interesting. Just like that though, you know, the swap over, the nice weapon toss, he gets his first stock pretty easily. So Acno, actually, you know, in danger of, you know, losing this here game and potentially losing this here set. This will be pretty crazy for Simple, seeing that this was basically in favor of Acno to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, especially on Apocalypse, like I can definitely see why Acno allowed this stage to be a stage to be played on. Oh, nice, beautiful. Just let it rip right there. Boom, let the blast go, and he was able to take the stock right there. But on a stage like this, since the walls are smaller, if you're trying to use that rocket lance to recover, you're kind of like really in a bad spot. Oh man, he went for the read on the jump. Man, that's the thing about the scythe. You like miss an attack, and then you throw out another one, and it hits, and you're like, man, I'm chefing right now.
Yep. I'm schmooping. Looks really good. All right, so we got a pretty even game between our two competitors. Obviously, a little more defense here on to the ways of Ogrim, but the amount of hits that you get from the scythe, you know, I feel like it kind of makes up for it. You know, when you get one, you get about three. But it is just like who's going to take this here set? I mean, it really looks like it's kind of like split down the middle, more than I was expecting it to be. You know, I thought I was going to see a lot of Acno in the. Oh, nice. Okay, nice dig. Acno in the front, and then, you know, Simple having to make some comebacks, but it really has been Simple really in the front, and then kind of like giving Acno a chance to get a stock off of some reckless play.
Yeah, man, Simple, he's in a good spot right now. You know, has the rocket lance, which gets a nice little conversion right there, and he's not overextending. Like a lot of times, you'll see people get that side light nair and then try to go for a read on a dodge. But he was trying to extend that stock as long as possible, so he just said, you know what, I'll get my side light nair, I'll back off, and I'll see what Acno does. Granted, he ended up losing the stock anyway, but I like kind of the I'll say the conservativeness of his play right now.
Yeah. All right, man. So you gotta give himself a weapon. Just barely grabbing that lance. But even with the lance grab, somehow looking like he grabbed it at a bad time. I feel like he even cleared some space to grab the lance and still took a pretty hard punish there from Acno.
Oh, another nair. We got pretty even damage. There we go. Simple pulls ahead a little bit. Reads a jump with the Sayer. Oh, can't punish the recovery, but now Acno has to dodge back to the stage. Simple just not in a position to punish it. Has the axe in hand. We might see an Ogrim down sig come out soon. The slice down the middle. Try to close. Oh, he had the read though.
Yeah, he almost took his head off with that one. That was close. A little later on that, and that could have. Oh Jesus! Wow, super strong on the axe. But a little later on that, and that could have definitely been the game. Would have stolen that one away. Damage a little comparable this time around, but if you were looking at the the health meter at the end, you could tell that Ogrim hits were hitting just a little harder. My boy was sitting in the orange. We had Fate in the orange red, pretty much in the red by the time she took that last hit.
So Simple. Right. I mean, he's up 2-1 now.
2-1, yeah.
In a kind of an unfavorable matchup head-to-head wise, and potentially, I mean, if Simple's able to win this, he'll be securing himself a spot in the losers finals to go up against Blaze. And who knows, we might be seeing Simple make it all the way to the end to fight Heisen if he keeps playing the way he's been playing here. So we're going to need to see if Acno's able to kind of rein it in a little bit, because I feel like Simple has this momentum going. And if there's anyone who can stop momentum, I think that Taros pick he just swapped over to.
Oh, wait a minute.
Definitely could be the one, bro.
Big boy Taros. He said, I don't care what your defense is. Like, I'm breaking through it. All right.
Oh, man. And that skin, this is as intimidating as you can be.
I thought, I was crazy. I thought he was actually about to go for the extra force too, but like, no, he's like, I'm good. 8 force is enough. 8 force is enough.
If 8 force can't do it, nothing can, man.
2, 1,
All right. So yeah, man. I feel like Taros, man. I have like a love-hate relationship with this character because and sometimes I feel like Taros is kind of bad, but also I feel like Taros is a pub stomper. And now that we're in this top 8 area, you're not really pub stomping anymore, but sometimes it's just the fear of knowing that every hit's gonna put you in a different color. Like that's what he's bringing to the table. It's like, yeah, I might hit him like 18 million times, but if he hits me once, like I'm now in yellow.
You just you're never really ready for it. But as I say that, Simple, he's going ham in this axe ditter right now. Acno swinging back just like that, 2 hits and the damage is relatively even. Switch over to that hammer though. He's gonna get for a stomp and sig. No, in fact, he's gonna get hit by a chair and the Kobe. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Kobe. But yeah,
I know, man. Pour one out.
Cannot believe we found that out at Genesis of all places. Pour one out, man. Pour one out. All right. So here we are, man. The first stock going over to Blaze. Blaze actually still looking pretty nice on this stock too. I don't know how well I can say that against Taros. Taros, obviously that super high force, man. One of these 6 hitting could actually spell imminent demise here.
Yeah, I mean, he just hit so hard. And you were talking about before how Taros is like kind of a pub spomper. And I think that's true, right? Like, he definitely, if someone doesn't know what he does or just can't get around the NSIG, you're probably a wrap, right? And on top of that, he used to just, I think, be kind of uniformly considered bad. And then he got buffed. And then people are like, man, you buffed this guy? And now we've been seeing him a lot more in tournament. But Acno still, even with this juggernaut of a legend, can't get the hits there. That Neutralite, almost enough to KO. And that...
Okay. Still wasn't enough,
yes,
but...
Sources.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
wow.
Oh.
If that extra force came through, though. Oh! No force needed when you're that close to the blast zone. Yep, again, that very, very wide weapon of that lance getting thrown straight down, man. You got to watch yourself. And this is looking like Blaze about to take this and make this a 3-6.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Well, Acno finally gets the KO. But at this point, Simple has 2 perfectly pristine stocks.
Oh, I said Blaze again. My bad. Definitely meant Simple. My bad.
Wait, that'd be happening. I didn't even catch it.
My bad, bro.
Here we go. Sidelight coming out from Acno. Simple on the prowl here. D-Light for the perfect anti-air. Tries to catch him coming through. I think he started a down sig there, baby. But there we go. I mean, Simple did a great job. D-Light coming out once again there. Ooh, almost gets the Sayer. Simple is, oh, he's just going to wait. He's like, bro, I got to leave. Come on. I got to leave. Come on. What, you going to give us save
This is what you should do. He's got the lead. Simple. Nice. Oh, down air actually would have been super nice there, but just for the damage. But all good. Simple though, you can definitely tell he's slowed this game all the way down, but I don't know if the slowdown is actually helping him out. I think he's giving I think he's giving Acno time to like really think about his gameplay. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Acno. He's brought it down to the last stock. Just recovered for a little bit of, I guess, just to give himself some hype, I guess. I don't know. He's amping himself up, but even with that, he just kind of throws away his weapons, and now Simple has a rocket lance, and he does not. There you go. Picks up an axe. Ooh, he's getting the hits, and he's Taros. Ooh,
uh-oh.
Was he in red already? Not yet. He's close.
He's getting close. Oh my god. Like, this is actually a straight up comeback. I mean, the game has escaped Simple by a large margin. I mean, like, this is pretty much one seg away at the right side of the stage. Oh my, and he has no weapon either.
There we go. Acno.
You know what looked like we were about to go to losers finals. Now we are going to a game 5. Acno, the comeback. I'm telling you, man, that slowdown did not help Simple at all. You know what really didn't help Simple? I started calling him Simple instead of Blaze. That's what really that's what really didn't help right there, bro. I was like, you know what, brother? Let me get his name right. And just after I started calling him by his right name, look what happens, okay?
Yeah, I know. You messed up. You done goofed, kid. You done goofed. Just like that, we're going to game 5. You just let that side sig fly, and then Simple, you could tell. I mean, just looking at his gameplay, the way he was moving, he was like, what's going on? Hold on, what's happening to me? Hello? And then before he knew it, he was escorted out the building, man. That was tough.
Yeah,
hopefully...
That's just like, I just was not expecting that to go down the way it did. I mean, like, he had such a solid lead. He was playing so well, but just after he started to slow it down for seemingly almost no reason. I feel like he wasn't getting hit. You know, I feel like he wasn't in danger of anything. He just decided to slow it down, and that just gave Acno too much time to think. You know, sometimes you gotta keep the pedal to the metal. Look at this, man. Acno looked like he's about to run away with this game in the most expedient fashion.
Oh man, bro, I'm like, there's part of me that's like feeling so bad for Simple for being so close. You know, I mean, not to say this is over. It's not over by any means, but looking at that stock counter, if I was a betting man, I don't know if there's any Brawlhalla side bet discords, but definitely sweating right now.
If there was, I would have lost some money on that one game alone. Just if I would have came in on that game and you would have just freeze framed it on like right before the comeback started, and you said, who do you think is gonna win this game? I for sure would have put all my money on Simple. Oh no. That mental is gone, brother.
Shattered.
That's
It's gotta go back to the past. Right, Jack. Like you just right back to the old story, man. We thought we were about to go to the future with something new, and then the same old story once again, man. I don't know. Yeah, I guess Acno just. Simple can't beat Acno, man.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay, he managed to make it back just barely.
How much longer? Hold on. I mean, we saw Acno trying to do the crazy turnaround.
Bro.
You don't think Simple can do it?
I don't feel that. You know what? You know, for the sake of the storyline, let's say I feel that. Let's go Simple. For the sake of the storyline.
Does it work if you say that? Let's see. Hold on. He's doing it. He's getting his hits in.
Hey. Yeah, he's getting juggled now. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
The ground pound. Upward. Like it.
Oh, man. Okay. A little bit of a momentum shift there. Simple needs to get back down. Unarmed stare. Wait. Is this going to last stock? Oh, the weapon toss didn't hit. Gonna pick up the weapon. Oh, weapon toss coming down from Acno. You need a sidelight recovery, big man. Oh, no, he has axe. D-Sig, what are you going to do? How are you going to get the stock, bro?
Oh, no. Okay. Are they swinging? Gets the side air. Oh, wait. It's a one-stock game.
We got a match.
I said for the sake of the storyline. Here we go. One man, one axe. Like, two axes. Like,
is Samurai Jack about to defeat Aku? That's my question here, man. Is he gonna be able to do it?
There's so much he has to avoid right now. There it is. Okay. There it is. I was like, there's so much he has to avoid. He had to avoid just straight side airs, and he had to avoid the down light side air. So, all right.
That's crazy though. That was definitely closer than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, like I say, the mental go boom, and then he brought it back a little bit. But at the end, it was just too late. You know, the recovery process for the mental just took way too long.
Yeah. Oh man, that's tough.
Man, say Acno be doing it for the content. that's the MK layout right there. Like, you know what? I'll take it to game 5.
It's like, yeah,
I'll let
you
it go
know,
to game 5. It's cool.
YouTube thumbnail about to go crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, simple. You know, he at least got it to a game 5. You know, it made that one a lot closer than I was expecting it to go. With the record of 2-6, definitely would not expecting it to go that close. Especially definitely not expecting him to actually be able to squeeze out a win almost. But unfortunately, that was not the play. That was not the case here. So now we're going into losers finals. We have Acno going up against Blaze. I can get that name right, but maybe I'll call him Simple. Who knows?
And these guys, I mean, you already saw them play today. I mean, it says right here that head-to-head is 2-2, rank 1 versus rank 5. But I mean, based off of what we just kind of saw from the bracket, right? Acno first versus Blaze in the winter semifinals, and Blaze was able to win 3-1. So I'm like, all right, can you do it again?
Hey, they're 2-2. I like this 2-2 right here. So we're getting a pretty even match between our competitors, man. Who won the last one? I think that's what I kind of want to know. Like, who was the?
Yeah, well, Blaze won in winter semifinals today.
Okay. So they count that. They count that. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if that's in there or not. I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay. Well, we'll find out. I mean, he already got the win though, so we'll see if he can do it again, or if Acno's, he's got a little momentum this time around. Rank number 1 in the EU. Nice. Well, hold up, Diana. Oh, that's Brent. Okay. What do you say? Wait a minute.
You're ready for some Indiana Jones actions there?
Yeah, bro. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Throw that joint over real quick. All right.
Get the Tomb Raider going. Ooh, Lara Croft. Great skin. Check it out if you haven't already. Perfect, epic crossover skin for Diana. Tomb Raider. Let's go. But here we go. Acno versus Blaze, losers finals. The winner, of course, gets their shot in the grand finals against Heisen. We're going to see who's going to be able to come out on top here. Now, granted, of course, as we've already said before, Blaze is the one who's kind of taking the momentum into this, just based off of the fact that he beat Acno already in the winter side.
Yeah. All right, man. Oh, okay. He is kind of dancing on him right now with the orb, though. Petra out, man. Said, I don't need the skin. She's looking kind of fierce, though, anyway, so. She just looks so evil, so angry.
Yeah.
There we go. Drop the spirit bomb on him. Not going to hit the mark just yet, but. Fortunately, though, kind of stuck off on the side. Even though, like, I feel like Petra was definitely dancing at the beginning. Some of the damage is pretty comparable for the first part of this match. Again, that's the difference between the combo weapons and the heavy weapons, man. That spear or that axe. You can definitely get a couple of. Oh my God! Just walks out and duffs them. You can definitely get a couple of early percent combos with the axe, but for the most part, that's still a heavy weapon.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, if he got that ground pound, I'd have been like, can we go to the grand finals? I would have been too clean of a sequence. But there we go. Acno hanging in there pretty well. I mean, I don't know. Blaze getting thrown off the stage time and time again. Acno making it tough, going ahead and throwing out that side signature as well. I don't know what Blaze is going to do here, man. It is not looking good right now.
Oop. Oh, what the?
Yeah.
All right. Send him out. Send him packing. I don't know where he thought he was going. He must have. That was a crazy read that he was going for. So, either way, little illiterate on that read. And losing that stock for it. Nobody over there.
Yeah, definitely. Dyslexia comes out sometimes. That happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's like when the read, I feel like that's what you gotta call that. When the read is right, but it just goes the reverse way. Like if you would have hit him by throwing that stick the other way, that was the dyslexic one. You were there, but just, read it backwards.
You were there, but your mind was not. You had the right idea.
Oh,
like the tosses. Acno. Kind of making quick work of this game. I mean, granted, I do think Blaze has it in him to bring it back here, but Acno, it's kind of the pacing of this match in general has been a very quick one, which is honestly a little strange. I'm honestly pretty used to casting EU and being like, all right, we're ready for some slower paced matches today, a little bit of camping, a little bit of passiveness, but today has been none of that. Everybody's been just scrapping. They've evolved. Are you trying to say
the EU is defensive? Is that what you're saying?
They can be.
EU players, how do y'all feel about that, man? Y'all defensive, bro? Like, I just need to know. Like, I've watched a lot of Brawlhalla out here. I've been to a lot of BCXs. I've been to a lot of Dream Hacks.
Depends who you ask. I mean, granted, somehow this became a last stock even match. I was like, in the blink of an eye. Oh, goes for the Hadoken. Uh-oh, he went lower than he wanted to there. Was able to get the jump recovery to stuff out Blaze. Blaze needs a weapon here. Acno throwing out N-Sig after N-Sig. That Sig is so hard to punish, so he's just going to keep throwing it out.
Yeah, it's nice. Ooh. I mean, it's like a stronger recovery, basically. Oh, speaking of recovery. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. He's definitely trying to line it up right now. Oh, another recovery, and he finds it just like that. It's kind of fishing for those, those short Yukins, basically. Neutral stakes and recoveries. Finally found one to hit. So Petra will be taking that first game.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much closer than I thought it was going to be based off the way it started. But I feel like that's been so many of the matches that we've seen today. It's like, man, this person just got clapped. Okay, there's no way they're going to win this game. And then fast forward 15 seconds later, and it's like, oh, we got a time match. I'm like, what happened in those 15 seconds? The momentum swings in the way of the other player, and they just, I guess EU, especially today, they just they got their momentum going. Once they get their hits in, they know how to extend that damage and how to keep their opponent feeling like they don't have options. Even when they do, they get them in their head, making them feel like, oh, bro, you got to do this. I'm going to cover that option now. And now you really feel like you lost.
All right, man. He's chasing him down. Hold up. Saw the little dance on him. Hey, jabbing him. Hold up, bro. Oh, I really want that to hit. For as many times he's thrown that out, I just didn't want him to hit, Let me get one neutral sig, please.
Clean uppercut. Oh, goes for side light. Sometimes you'll see that as well. You'll see like side light. Oh, that D6 is going to kill for sure. Blaze accidentally jumps off stage with that weapon throw, but that's going to be fine. He's waiting for the next spawn. Not going to be able to get it in time, so he's just going to go ahead and pick up that axe. Give Acno the chance to get that orb. Oh, jump again. I dare you.
Down sit here pretty clean, so wait a minute. Looking for a lot here, man. Somehow, it's kind of two-piecing him every time. Oh, I like that. Big bet just in case he decided to probably air dodge down. Maybe he thought he was going to go for that instead, but now the air dodge down comes down the second time.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these recoveries are getting ate up.
Oh. Man, Blaze.
Petra not having any of this.
It's kind of...
Well, what I mean by Petra not having any of this, Petra not having any of these stocks right now. This game is definitely a straight turnaround from what happened in that first game. Well, not even really a turnaround. I feel like, it was obviously a closer game between our competitors, but now Petra is really getting overran by Bren. That Valyrian steel, man, I'm telling you.
It was crazy. I mean, Acno, finally gets one. Has the gauntlets in hand. And we've seen some crazy gauntlet strings from Acno. This nice three-piece right there. He doesn't end up falling over the ledge like he wanted to with that down air. But I'm just wondering, if he gets able to get one good sequence that leads into a gimp, this could very easily be a time match. And already he's racked up so much damage so fast. This keeps happening. This keeps happening.
Yeah, that was actually great. I wonder. I think if he actually went for this, the gravity cancel. Oh my God, duffed up. And I think if he went for the gravity cancel sig, the little forward momentum that it gives him, would have pushed him far enough to go for to actually get that hit instead of going for that recovery. But either way, reverse 3-stock is potentially on board.
Grab the weapon.
Right. Oh yeah, took a little damage for it, but I mean it's probably good that he's got something in his hands. Oh, hold up, dancing on him yet again. Oh no.
Oh no, he's chefing now.
Yeah, gotta watch the dodges here, man. Sometimes that 3 seconds be feeling a little faster than 3 seconds, but regardless, he's calling him out.
Man, Acno is he just turns it on. It's like MKLay on his last stock. It's just like boom, that's a stock. There you go, Acno.
Wow.
Reverse 3-stock, just like that. Oh, you got me to my final stock, bro. Okay, now and now he will try. There's no.
Wow. I need a replay for that because that sig was beautiful. That was a good catch. And it's also just nicely animated sig, man.
Yeah, it's true.
Whoever's the one animated that, you get a raise from me.
Get the TK Breezy sponsorship.
Love it. All right. There it is, man. We're getting to our next game, boys. Let's go.
3, 2, 1,
this really about to be a 3-0 for Acno, and every single time Blaze starts off looking like he's about to get the dub.
Yeah, man, he's popping off. He's definitely doing some good Brawlhalla gameplay here, but unfortunately, he's just not being able to close out these games. And Acno, man, the fact that he didn't close out that last game, the fact that he didn't close out that last game and then he was able to make such a crazy comeback, I feel like that's definitely gonna be weighing heavy in the Blaze's head.
Oh, and he can't even make it back. Here we go. Wow, Blaze. This time around, Acno's looks like he's not playing any games, man. I'm gonna come out the gate. take your stock, take the next 2 as well if you don't do nothing about it. And Blaze, whiffing that side light, gets caught by the dash jump Sayer, and very hard to react to. Blaze can't get him off, man. He went ahead, tried to do the neutral air, said, please get off me, but Acno was just in there. Oh. Oh.
All right, well, Acno is definitely in there. Looks like he's going to be in this grand finals as well. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to be getting this this reverse. You know, I don't think we'll be getting this reverse right now. A lot of momentum here on Acno's side. Still living on this first stock. Still getting back to stage. Grabs himself another weapon as well. Okay, gets faded. Got a little overzealous right there with that that extra attempt to get some damage on the board. So.
See what Blaze got here. Has the axe in hand. Gets 1 hit. Okay, nice conversion there. I think he might have missed the jump on that last counter he did there, and that kind of cost him a follow-up. So far, there we go. He's getting some momentum. He is in the orange, though, so he can't really afford to take more hits here. He can only afford to dish him out. So far, he's doing just that. Blaze might be giving Acno a bit of his own medicine here. If he can get the KO, not enough force on that recovery to do it. Blaze looking for the final hit there. He really needed that to KO. That'll do it. Hold on. Man, what are these matches?
What did I said there wasn't going to be a comeback, and somehow we're getting one? Potentially? Maybe? We'll find out. We got 1 stock left for both of our competitors. No damage yet, except for that first hit finally hitting Petra, but... Uh-oh. Something about y'all Brawlhalla players. Y'all turn up on that last stock.
Oh, that's it. Got the
That's
recovery,
too late,
yeah.
Turn up was too late, bro. They cut the music. Cut the music.
Oh, man, the currents came down and everything, bro. That's going to be it.
Cut the beast way. Like, God damn. All right, so Acno gonna be taking it. We're moving on to grand finals here, man. Either way, man, great, just great sets between all our competitors so far, man. We've seen some heartbreaking sets. We've seen some stomps. We've seen some reverses. Been real nice. So Heisen's gonna be stepping up against Acno. That will be our grand finals for the EU side of this tournament, guys. Are you enjoying yourself watching some more Brawlhalla? We got even more Brawlhalla coming up for you after this. Definitely keep it locked here, but we're gonna before we get around to doing that, obviously we're gonna go ahead and get through these finals. Got some stats for you, most likely. Got some stats for you, indeed. There's actually a run back. Well, not a run back. What's that? It's gonna say gonna be Acno making his way through loser side of things to get all the way to Heisen. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, and I feel like that must be tough because I mean, before at that last match, we saw kind of the head-to-head stats, and Acno and Blaze were like they were like 2-2, right? And then today we saw them, one of them won and then the other one won. You know what I mean? Like I was like, all right, cool. Was able to beat him in winners semifinals, and then in losers finals he lost. So now Acno gonna go ahead and go up against Heisen, and we're gonna see how that's gonna play out, man. I mean, the Val versus the Garnet, definitely not a matchup we see every day. We haven't seen Gauntlet Dittos.
Yeah, just now noticed I wasn't looking at the topic earlier because we came in during like top 7 basically, but I saw my boy Addy Mestic was in there. Unfortunately, you know, kind of falling early, but that's my boy, man. I love Addy Mestic. He's one of the first people that I like, you know, met and like talked to regularly through Brawlhalla, like back in like 2017, 16. So
it's like LDZ or like Dobrain, you know, they're just like certified in Brawlhalla history at this point. You can never, if you ain't a fan, you're a problem. You know what I mean? Like, but. Here we go. Grand finals. Acno versus Heisen, starting off on Mammoth Fortress here. Now, of course, since Heisen is on the winner's side, I gotta say this every time, that means he only has to win 1 set to be crowned the Combo Breaker EU 1v1 champion. Meanwhile, for Acno, coming from the loser side, it means he has to win 2.
all right.
Oh, oh, that was hot. That was hot. For the weapon throw, fast fall into the catch, into the nair to throw him back down again. Acno definitely not ready for that, losing that first stock quick.
Wait a minute. The long one's looking kind of nice, bro. That's a nice skin. That color on that boy, trying to shine it on him. But either way, yeah, that first stock's gonna be kind of eradicated by Heisen.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Oh, the second stock also might be eradicated by Heisen. There it is, just like that. And now we have a 3-1 lead. Now, again, in this game, in this here tournament altogether, does it even matter? Like, doesn't even matter, because you could be up these stocks, the next thing you know, you lose yours, and now it's an even game after like 30 more seconds of gameplay.
I'm gonna find out. I mean, anything I've learned today, I'm like, I can't count anybody out just yet. And by the way, Heisen making it look. You really want to, though. Definitely has the edge in the Gauntlet Ditto. I think Acno learned that pretty quick. So he's over to the sword now. Let's see how that's going to be able to fare against the gauntlets and the orb from Heisen. He switches over to the gauntlets here just because he wanted to starve him. But you're going to see he's probably going to switch back to the sword again. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. He tried to scoop him up, couldn't get it. Hold up, this sword's kind of doing some work right now, though. Getting these little 2 pieces here and there. That's also a nice sword skin, man. This is just a nice set of skins. I might have to invest a little something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. You gotta buy that. That Shin Sakai Koji skin will give you that sword. Pretty nice. Nice. Has special custom particle effects. But with that said, I mean, yeah, Acno, he's kind of trying slowly. The sword definitely doing a lot more work. I'm sure he's thinking, man, I should have brought this out earlier. My gauntlets were not able to keep up. Heisen. Just trying to close this one out, right? It's Acno trying to make the comeback. Heisen trying to close it out. Heisen definitely in a good position to do that. Acno, I'm sure if he starts the next game focusing on his sword play, will be in a much better spot.
Yeah, well, that was easy. So yeah, might have to start looking forward to the next game. Get the downlight into the gravity cancel neutral. So I just like, I don't know, man. Like I feel like what he brought to the table, he just brought it a little too late. Like as you said, that sword was definitely popping off a little later on. So may need to try to favor the sword a little bit in this matchup if he decides to stay with the Vow. But we'll see. 1 game already down for Heisen, who again only needs 3 games to go ahead and take it right now.
Yeah, and see, Acno switches over to the Boudoir. I feel like that makes sense, right? His gauntlets weren't getting anything done. He said, all right, I'm going to keep the sword, and I'm just going to switch over to the hammer now to make sure I have a little bit more stopping power. I just want to go ahead and keep Heisen out there, and I think it's a very smart switch. I don't feel like the gauntlets from Val are really doing him any favors here. So we're going to see if the addition of hammer will be able to do it for him. We did see him hover over Hattori for a little bit there, so he was considering the spear, but I think he wants to try out the Boudoir first. If that doesn't work,
All right, yeah, the sword is definitely what we're going to be trying to see more of. Yeah, obviously if we're talking about from that last match over here, and honestly that sword play just in general from when we were watching him earlier has been very nice. So sword definitely keeping this here gauntlet at bay though. Got him here on the right side. Wall slip about to start coming in soon. Have to get back to stage. There it is.
All right, now we're gonna see what Acno's hammer can do. We haven't seen this yet in this set here. Goes out the Sayer, man, just to get a hit on the Heisen. Not quite enough to KO yet, but we're getting close to that point. Stomp Sayer, another one from Acno. Hammer already doing better than his gauntlets ever did in that last game. And another one, no, he misses the Sayer. That's unfortunate. Definitely would have been the KO. Finds another one, and now Acno finding himself with the lead here, and that's exactly what he needed. Now keeping the hammer as well. Doesn't even want to build up damage with the sword. He's saying, you know what? Keep this weapon. It looks like it's doing pretty good against Heisen, and now he finally throws it away here. Probably going to be depending on the matchup that Heisen has in hand.
Well, that was a little risky on the sig there. Doesn't take too hard of a punish, but he does have to do something to get back into this game sooner than later. As you can see, he's got him in the red, so he's definitely looking for the KO blow, but throwing it out so recklessly.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Oh no! But he did it too high or too low, and so he ends up just passing him on that ground pound. And yeah, ends up losing that style. This, I don't think we're going to be getting a reverse here, but at the very least, we can try to get the stock off. There it is.
That's the start. Heisen, pretty far behind here, but he could be able to do it. Just keep the orb here. Wants to rack up that damage. That orb, a very good weapon in the neutral in terms of just having quick buttons with decent hitboxes that are also can be pretty evasive. Like at that down air right there, you don't really put yourself at risk when you're throwing it out. Go destroying it. Oh, what a dodge.
Yeah, he was like right there. Like his face was, her glasses were touching that sword. Like,
crazy.
Hey, this ain't looking so good. Great.
Oh.
Touches the, yeah. It wasn't gonna be able to get back up safely, so I feel like he just kind of let that one go. Heisen, not really the greatest showing there on that second game, but might see a swap of character, might see a swap of style, might want to favor one of the weapons more than the other. I really feel like both of his weapons were just getting thwarted though by the sword, so he needs to find a sword counter, if anything.
Looks like his answer to that is going to be the scythe. going ahead and switching over to that Vortex, meaning he's going to be keeping the gauntlets. But he is going to have some really good signatures at his disposal too. Mordex's signatures across the board, gauntlets and scythe, are all really good. Like, I can't really say Mordex has a bad signature. They're just all very good, very versatile, very quick or active. Kind of what they're good for. Especially that scythe and neutral sig, so quick, it covers the perfect area above you. That can lead to KO, which can be a problem for the scythe. A lot of time you just have to go to neutral light, try to get like a jump recovery or jump stay or something like that. You see how Heisen's able to do here. So far, Acno putting the stomp on him. Okay, reversal.
All right.
Oh.
Ooh. Well, it looks like that Mordex, it came out last time and it definitely did well, but I don't know if it's going to be happening this time around. That was just a rough outing for that first stock. Gets himself the gauntlets though, and again, the gauntlets not like a problem in his gameplay, but at the same time, man, I didn't really see him getting past these bigger weapons as he's doing right now. I mean, he's trying to force himself in there. Gets the combo, but still not enough to take the stock yet. Now this is where we're going to see some magic, I think, off of the scythe.
Yeah.
Looking for that sig was a little off the mark though.
It's hard because whenever you get sent off stage against Hammer, clean KO from Acno with a weapon throw, you had like a scythe versus Hammer matchup, right? So they're both like, I can't recover high before you recover high. Oh, okay, that's turned around for Heisen. Because both of their recoveries is going to send the person back off stage and potentially KO them. Heisen just found himself on the losing end of that minigame there. He recovered high first and got caught by the Hammer recovery.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, just crazy.
Okay. Nice. And I think that might actually be it if he can get this easy edge guard. Very close to getting that ground pound. Like wow, doesn't matter. Actually doesn't matter. This is domination right now from Acno.
Yeah.
Heisen, man, even with the swap, still had no answers on that one. I mean, the scythe did absolutely nothing. And looks like we got another swap to a different character again. So the Thor. All right, just run the gambit, bro.
Yeah, you got options. I think he's saying, all right, so I felt pretty good about my hammer. I'm going to keep the hammer. I thought his sword did all right. At least not in the last match, but the match before that. But I guess he didn't feel like his Bolivar sword was doing enough. Or not the Bolivar, the facing out right now. Y'all know what I mean. Y'all know. There we go. Game 4. Acno versus Heisen. Thor's doing. Goes for a read right there. The recovery almost hitting, just very narrowly not catching Acno. Sidelight Sayer. Sayer's not going to connect. These guys are scrapping once again, man. On Miami Dome, Thor, great place to be.
All right.
There. Off stage, got the hammer. Ditto there. Acno finds his way on stage with a down air. And they're swinging. Granted, for Acno, he's definitely going to need a bit more damage first. You know, doesn't necessarily need the Sayers KOs. And just landed the Thunder Rush coming out from Heisen, though. Exactly what we're talking about, man.
It'll be the turnaround that he needs. It'll be the turnaround that he needs. Now, Thor out here getting used like pre-patch Leroy, bro. Just pick him. Pick him, bro.
Parry.
All right.
Oh.
Makes it back to stage. Well, he's at least trying to make it back to stage. Yep. Actually gives him a little space, but looking like a little bit of a bait.
Oh, man. Oh,
Well, Jukes, wait a minute. I thought he was going to go a little lower than that. Oh, that was close.
Whoa. Oop. Yep. The Russian Mafia strikes once again. Acno able to secure that KO with style. Heisen kind of gets burned for playing with fire there, right? You're going up against Hammer unarmed. Definitely not the best place to be, and he just did not come out on top. It's also not a favorable matchup. Not something you always want to take.
I mean, so the orb, yeah, I feel like the orb probably is not going to do him that many favors. We already saw it, like, you know, we saw his orb gameplay earlier on with the Garnet, the Petra, but there's nothing wrong with the orb gameplay usually, but just right now in this matchup, I feel like it hasn't really been paying off. So I think that the fact that he's opting to go more for the hammer is going to work out for him in the long run. Now, I don't know what's going to happen if he ends up winning this game, you know, because this game 5 could be a little different, but yeah.
Seeing is Acno going to be able to bring this one back? This game has been a little bit slower. terms of like comparison to some of the other ones we've seen in this set thus far. Despite the fact that it is on Miami Dome. There you go, Acno, man, just get a blow there. Go for the scoops, trying to get the down air. Maybe gonna try to neutralize sometime soon. Surprised we haven't seen more of that actually. Quick move for the hammer. Man, Heisen's just jumping around these hitboxes. It's tough for Acno to find a way in right now. He's throwing out these hitboxes and none of them are hitting. Finally, the neutral light that I was just talking about.
It looks like a lot of the time Heisen is like he's like trying to kind of bait out with the down air, but it also looks like Acno is almost in position to punish those, even if he's trying to go for the bait. Like he still has enough momentum to get over there in time. Doesn't get, oh my god, he's kind of dancing on him right now. Doesn't get the side air, but still kind of remedies that situation with that recovery before he lands, or that up air before he lands, neutral air, up air. Everything. I feel like when I'm trying to hit people going up, I still hold up for the.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yo, Acno, flipping over the weapons, has a sword in hand. Heisen looking for something. He's like, where's my spawn? There it is. But Acno is able to grab it with the quickest speed, man, with the greatest of ease. Go ahead and go pop that one up. Now Heisen trying to fight his way back in here. Acno getting the hits. Hold on. Acno might be in this. Oh.
Hey.
Tense snooch. He didn't starve him.
Hey. Hammer on hammer now. He's gonna get the finisher here. That side air is gonna hit, but then just like that, comes right back with the stomp side air. One more of those should be able to do it if he gets it on this right side. Yeah, trying to take that center stage back. I like that. Oh, now this is the real menace. It has been this sword, but I don't know if it's gonna. Oh my god! I thought he hit him. How?
That's crazy. And
I actually don't. I don't like this. Like the fact that he didn't get the win and now he has this orb in his hand. I don't like this, but I mean it's. Whoa.
Okay.
It's gonna be enough though. All right, he only had to get one hit. The hammer was bringing it home, so that's why I was like, once I saw that come out,
I feel the same way. I felt like that sidelight sayer, like even though it KO'd there, I really did not think it was. You know what I mean? Like it had like just enough juice on it to actually secure the KO there. That was looking much closer than, you know, I feel like it's just been everything today. Oh man, this match is looking pretty one-sided. Haha, just kidding. This match is looking pretty close. Like it's just been a tale of people being able to press, I guess, like just like a mental advantage pretty far. And then it seems like their opponent seems to like figure out the answer, kind of turn things around, and then they kind of bring it back to, instead of being a one-sided match, it becomes more of an even match.
Hey, hold on now.
Punch yet still. Wow, what a turnaround. Hold on. Oh, I don't know about this.
Okay. But this is the thing that I'm interested in. Like he got past him for one game with the hammer. Now, is this the key to success, or now that the game is reset? You know how sometimes it is like you can't think about the key to victory during the game, but now that you got that little time between the game, you're like, all right, this is all the things I got bodied by. It's time for me to go ahead and finish this thing real quick. So we'll find out. He's got the orb back in hand still. The orb, in my opinion, has not really served him well. Oh my god, and unfortunately was not able to re-grab that orb too, so now looking kind of oh, nice juke. Okay.
No, gets the weapon here, and like this is kind of the turning point, right? We're game 5 grand finals. Heisen, if he wins here, he goes home the combo breaker champion. But on the other side, we got Acno there who, you know, if he's able to do this turnaround, we're going to another set.
Man, Edgeguard was looking a little crisp there, but not too crisp. He wasn't able, didn't account for the way that he's going to touch that wall. Goodbye. Yeah. You already know when you see that stomp come out anywhere past the red. Goodbye. You gotta go.
You are the weakest link.
Just like that, man. I feel like you know he obviously can get back into this game very easily. Nice sig usage or potentially one of those nice combos to end into a side air. Just has to get the right time. I like that. Try to get the reverse down air to hit. Still though, put this down. Yeah, there we go. Get yourself the hammer.
Yeah, just get that down there. Get that stomp. Get that sair. Every time he gets the hammer, I don't know what. Oh, ooh. Oh, that was so act.
I feel like he moved forward into it. Okay, oh, nice. The weapon gonna come back in time. There it is, and gets himself an orb, but no weapon on deck. Gets himself the hammer too. Nice, very nice. Weapon starving him.
and he has a hammer. It's going to be able to rack up some good damage. Acno's going to be able to pick up a hammer of his own. I guess a little bit of a lucky spawn there right on top of him. Looks like Heisen's actually going to throw away his hammer. Oh, and Acno's going to starve him here. Heisen, I think, looking for the orb maybe to try to rack up some damage and to switch over to the hammer for the KO. Acno is just swapping weapon after weapon, not giving Heisen a chance. Heisen can go ahead and lose that stock as well. Acno posing himself to be potentially the one who's going to start a reset here in this grand finals. If he can close out this last stock, Heisen wants this to end now. He needs to turn it around. But first, he can't get a weapon. He hasn't had a weapon who knows how long. There we go. Finally, get some damage in.
Okay. Wait a minute now. Wait, hold up. This orb is trying to do a little something. You have to, at the very least, get this down to a one-stock game if he wants any chance of taking it home right now. Being the combo breaker champion without the stress of taking another potential 5 games to do it over Acno. Acno, though, man, the movement on this boy.
No, he's going.
Ooh.
There we go. Gets that nair. He's like, all right, if I just get a hit, I don't need multi-hits at this point. You know, I just get a hit, rack up my damage. If I lose my stock, it's whatever. I'm setting myself up to get this reset. And that Stomp Sayer. Oh, the weapon throw. We got a reset.
Yeah, he probably thought he was going to throw it just a little lower, but that is not the case. The Bodvar was happening. None of the, you know what's interesting to me is that, like, Heisen did not punish any of those down airs that he was throwing out. He was getting a little, like, preemptive with the down airs, right?
Yeah.
And there's a decent amount of lag on that. So after he whiffed, you know, you could have probably got just a quick jump side air, a quick jump neutral air. And Heisen just decided not to do anything like that. And so after a while, you know, the game just escaped him.
Man. Now I'm wondering, do you think Heisen is going to go ahead and swap Legend some more? You think he's going to stick with Thor? I'm trying to figure out what his game plan is going into the second set here, because he was so close to just winning it overall right there. You know, he could have had the 3-0, or well, not 3. I think he had a chance to get a 3-1 and then potentially go for the 3-2 in that last game, but just wasn't able to kind of close it out here. And so now he's in a position where, you know, Acno, of course, has a lot of stress because he's like, man, if I lose here, I'm out of the tournament. That's it. And now they're on even footing. You know, he has a lot of just clarity mentally that he doesn't have that stress anymore of like, oh man, I got to win 2 sets. I already won one. If I won one, that means I can do it again. I got the momentum, got the fire inside me. And Heisen looked kind of lost for an answer, so I'm gonna see what he's gonna do. Back to Garnet? Is that what it's gonna be? It looks like it is.
Man, I don't know, man. I feel like he's losing one of his powerhouse weapons, but at the same time, maybe he's figured out something on those gauntlets on his orb, because the orb wasn't looking too bad near the end of that set. Just at the beginning of the set, I feel like he was getting straight destroyed while he was using his orbs. Now he's back on these close range weapons too, so not only is he gonna have to get in, he's gonna have to stay in, and he's gonna have to like get in a way where like every time he whiffs, he doesn't get hard punished for it. And I think that's one thing that Bodvar or that Acno's been doing to him. Like every time he whiffs, he just gets a pretty hard punish. Here we go. He's in there though.
Ooh. Okay, there goes Sayer coming out from Heisen. Trying to get that hit in. Acno, nice patience there on the dodge to go ahead and get that stomp Sayer afterward. Heisen, oh, there we go. It finally landed just for you, man. Just to find that gauntlet Ensign.
Thank you.
That Shoryuken. Go ahead
Thank
and close
you,
that
game.
one out.
Thank you, Heisen. Now you must win. Like, we'll see though. The Bodvar has definitely been a menace, you know. So like, as of right now though, he's looking like he's playing with some new confidence in the second set.
Oh wow, that stomp. Oh, that was high.
I was like, well, I did say he was playing with that. Was it? Does that down light side light into side air?
Yeah, it was.
Clean.
That was a low side air too. Like no one would have
Yeah.
expected that. I've never seen that. Oh man. I'm just like, Heisen, what's your answer? I mean, we do have ourselves a tie game here. Acno, oh, don't run into that. That was close. Almost got a haircut. There we go. Oh. Oh. Okay, I was scared there for a second.
Okay.
Crap, did he
Yeah, I
recover?
did not think she actually touched that edge, but we back. Okay. Get some nice little guaranteed damage there. Tries to go for another Shoryu. Maybe this time. Oh, swapping back over to the orb. Wants the blast out.
Oh, he tried. Oh man.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely tried to get sneaky with the weapon starving, but somehow Acno was able to get down there and scoop that hammer up.
Lucky break for Heisen in the sense that Sayer hits him like so parallel to the base platform. He slides across the stage. It doesn't get sent as horizontally as he would have. But it doesn't really matter because Acno just does a D-Light Sayer, closes it up, and it Acno, he might take the lead here in this second. Oh, if that unarmed down air hit.
Yeah, I was like, that's the game. I don't have to worry about the lead. That's the game right there. So just like that, though, we get the stock. I guess the stock's evened up real quick. But you can see my man's got a lot of damage on him. Already hitting the yellow. Getting closer to the deep yellow. I like that. It looks like he's trying to keep the pressure going on. But yeah, you got to watch out for that sword neutral there, man. Covers a lot of area over your head.
Oh. I was like, if you jump here, you better make sure you jump in the perfect spot because that bold bar down sig on sword will delete. So he's all right. All right for now. It's evened up.
Yeah, they're playing some intense neutral right here. You know what I'm saying? Well, you got to just wait for the gameplay to happen. Intense neutral. Like, you know what I'm saying? Wait a minute. Hey, managed to avoid that, but he does not have his dodge. We didn't have his dodge available for him for a little bit, so luckily for him, only takes the recovery. This is down to the wire now. Just now looking at the damage. Okay, that was risky the way he went for that side air, but does not lose his stock yet.
Go for a recovery here. Oh, he's gonna switch. He's gonna go for the starve rather than have him have a chance of getting a weapon. He can do it again.
Oh no.
Oh no. I think he should have started him right there. Oh no, not this matchup.
Okay, still living. He's still living.
What? He's alive?
I don't know how. But he's now getting weapon starved. Has to juke under that. Has to get back to the stage as well. Oh my god, great dodge right there. He's back on stage. Gets some stuff. Doesn't even go for the weapon.
He was trying to fade out the time, but he got hit by the weapon throw. What a trade. He has to air dodge jump and he gets caught. Yup.
What an ending right there, man. Like, just he went for the weapon starve, messed with the weapon starve, and then ends up starving himself, and even had a chance to grab another weapon, but I think he didn't want to go too far to the edge in case he got hit by that weapon toss, and it was powerful enough for him to get, thrown to the blast zone. So yeah, he definitely hesitated on trying to go for that weapon on the ground, and then after that, yeah, that trade didn't work out for him. Had to air dodge back up, just get scooped up. Acno taking that one.
That's crazy. Oof. Yeah, I mean, we could potentially have another Game 5 set on our hands here based off of the way this is going, because all these matches have been close. Swap back to Garnet definitely was doing all right. You know what I mean? Like, it was keeping up. It was getting the damage. It just needs to find the KO in that last scenario, and that's kind of where that hammer would have come into play if he was still on that Thor. You just start throwing some stomps out, sayers, some neutralites. Eventually, he'll get the KO. But with the gauntlets in hand, you kind of got to fish for the recovery, stuff like that.
All right, man. But yeah, right back over the Thor. Again, that hammer was working out very well. What is Gauntlet Hammer? Is that core? Nah, never mind. Never mind. I was like, because his gauntlets were doing some work in that last game. The orb did not do work, but just like I feel like his hammer was nice and his gauntlets were doing some work, but it is what it is, man. I feel like the Thor is obviously going to be a good pick. As I said, this is the Leroy of this game. Just pick it. Pick it.
Can't go wrong. Here we go. Oh man, wow! Acno is just dodging all these attacks right now. Stomp Sair. Okay, I like that. Uses the grab to cancel N-Sig, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was a nice little juke, but yeah, he still ended up just right on top of Acno, so it really didn't matter.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, they nerfed the amount of they added a bit more N lag to that neutral sig, just so that all the times people are spamming orb ground pound to neutral sig to get back to the stage. They're like, all right, we need to nerf that. So they did, and oh man, wow! Just to explain that, Acno took another stock. Yikes!
All right, Acno. I waste no time. Damn, hold up though. Oh, try to go for the double stomp. I see you.
The American reset. Oh, scoops, no recovery on him. Oh, sends him up. Okay. Oh, he needed that to hit.
He needed something right there. He was trying so hard to decide, please, sir.
Looking like all of his choice. Have some more. just a tad. Couldn't get it though. It'd be like that sometimes, man. You looking for a handout, just can't get it. Oh. Oh.
Right. Back on stage. Gonna get much more off that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just don't even know how you're supposed to get past that. This is a wrecking right now from Acno. Heisen literally one game away from taking this whole tournament. Now one game away from taking second place. Jeez.
Yeah,
he turned this all the way around.
got one more chance to switch up the legend pick if he thinks it's going to do it, and the Fate comes out. Okay. We'll see if this is the mix, man, because, I mean, you know, at this point, your back's against the wall. You're running out of options. You got to pull something out, something new, something innovative, something you haven't tried already. So I definitely don't blame him for going for the Fate. I guess he really likes the Orb, but he's going to try the Scythe out this time around. We're going to see if Acno cares at all.
All right, man. So Acno. Well, swapping over to Fate. You know, what's weird is that I actually talked about this pick earlier. You know, I was like, you know, because he picked the Scythe, Mordex for the Scythe, and then I was like, you know, his Orb is actually doing a little work. And as of now, I feel like it's a little too late. But at this point in time, you know, you're kind of just throwing caution to the wind. You know, you have one game left. Obviously, your other characters haven't been bringing it home. You got to try one more time. You know, see what you can get off of the Fate. You got the Orb out. You got the Scythe out. If you manage to get either one of those, but hey, wrapped it up. Oh,
perfect.
Yeah, almost sent the present straight to the blast zone. Wasn't Christmas yet.
Yeah.
Christmas Eve on that one.
A little too early. Eid Mubarak was a few days ago. It's a little late to the party. Yo. You're just holding the corner here. Okay, just going to go ahead and run back. Manages to get that down air. Misses the Sig, and the down air from Acno is going to KO on the punish. But Heisen not too far behind. But this is what I'm scared of, because the moment that Acno kind of has this lead, Heisen finding the KO to bring it back to even stocks has just not been a good time. By the time he does it, he's already like in the yellow, maybe the orange, and just look, Acno's racking up that damage. Okay, so he's in the yellow, you know, kind of like I said, you know, not the worst thing in the world, but still, like, you don't want to allow your opponent to get that many hits in before you're able to close out the stock. So we'll see how Heisen does here.
Him being in the yellow is definitely not terrible. But at the same time, though, I mean, like, this Bodvar damage has been, or these Bodvar combos, and this, like, the amount of damage that he puts on after getting one hit, definitely been a real issue.
Oh man, Heisen's missing the punishes too. What he needs is a gimp. You know, if you have this Scythe, you need to get that crazy offstage play. You need to make it so that you grab him at like white and then make sure that he doesn't come back to the stage. Oh, no punish. He dumped too far away. It's KO. All right, I mean, this could be it, TK. This could be where we have Acno crowned as the combo breaker 1v1 champion. There's a few more seconds left here. Still not enough juice on that Sig, man.
Yeah, very close though. I mean, twice, same situation too, where you know, sent the present over there, but just slid it under the tree. It wasn't time to open yet. Warp Star. Hold on.
Oh no. Every hit, the dream falls further and further away. Heisen with the sidelights there. Not going to be enough here. Goes for the bow tie yet again. Acno just dodging all these hitboxes. Heisen getting a little desperate to find the KO. We see him throwing out signature after signature. He's letting it slip away too easily.
Yeah, I think this might be the GG, boys. He's already in the red. No weapon in sight. All the way on the other side of the stage. Oh, woo! Just barely evaded that Sig though.
Oh man.
Been definitely was going to be it. Tries it again. Oh, shoots him. Jeez.
Hits him with a snipe shot.
All right. So, I mean, it's still, you know, very much out of the favor of Heisen right now. But, you know, if he can make some magic happen here, we could at least get to a game 4.
Heisen, he's trying. Acno getting patient. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to wait for the opportunity. D-Light, throw it out again. He's not getting punished for any Sig he throws out. All he has to do is wait. He will find a D-Light. He will find his recovery. That's not the one. He's going to look for it again. Heisen, can you stop this from happening? He goes for the Gimp. He doesn't get it. Recovery could come out here. No, that downer on the way down.
I like that. Yeah, instead of trying to go for the defensive option. Wait a minute. Heisen. Little momentum on his side right now. Oh, shoot, boys.
Oh, he's going to die off the top. And Acno is your combo breaker 1v1 champion for EU, taking it over Heisen in a 3-0 in the reset in the grand finals. Pretty convincing and dominant victory. Heisen seemingly was doing pretty well in that first set and then immediately lost all the answers he had. Just the longer that set went, the less answers Heisen had for Acno there. So
yeah, I like that. That was a nice little weight too from Acno as well. You know, he didn't throw out an up air. He was like, you know what, I know how to finish this. Let me just see if you're gonna drop a dodge on me first. Saw that he was right on top of him, dropped that recovery, pretty much got the full recovery too. So that was like max disc, you know, max force behind that. It was time for Heisen to go. So good stuff to Acno with the Bodvar. First, the mascot of the game still winning. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
You know how many shirts I got?
Game. I definitely got like mad Boba. I got that the one where like he's like the
red and white
rush.
one?
I love that's my favorite one.
Yeah,
The red
that
and-
one's
yeah.
fire. That one's fire.
Yeah, so but yeah, man, that's gonna be it for the EU side of things, guys. It was a great time. I guess we can go ahead and look at this bracket real quick so y'all can see how the action went down here on the stream. Here in 7th place, we're going to have Blue and Addy Mestic. Obviously, in 5th place, we're going to have Goosey and Zider. And then in 4th place, we will have Simple. 3rd place, we will have Blaze. 2nd place, Heisen. And of course, 1st place, our champion for the EU side of Combo Breaker, Acno, with the 3-0 at that too, man. The 3-0.
That's pretty
Taking
tough.
that very, he took that very, very calmly.
Yeah, right. He just kind of chilled his way through the last set of grand finals, and I mean, he was able to come out on top of so many ferocious competitors. Like we had people like M for Mini who didn't make top 8. We had people like Cake. You know, you always think Addy Messick. We were like, oh, Cake. How'd Cake do? Cake didn't even. I don't even think he made it top 16. You know,
Damn.
Pavelski, he didn't make it to top 8 either. There was some crazy hitters that got sent to losers and just couldn't climb up above the competitors that we saw today. But good stuff to Acno there. For coming out on top. Heisen gonna go ahead and have to hit the lab, come back stronger next time.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty about Brawlhalla, and just like the top players in this game. I feel like all of them have, it's not about being like the best all the time. Although some people have went on streaks, obviously, it's about being the best that day. So like if you're in the top 8, you're in the top 15 or whatever, the potential for you to win that tournament all depends on how well you're playing that day. So and today just happened to be Acno.
All right, but I'm pretty sure with that, I think it's going to be a time for a caster swap as well as a region swap. We're going to be switching over to South America, so that means we're going to be getting some Fiend action, so that's going to be going crazy. So make sure y'all don't leave your seat. We'll be back after a quick break, probably like 5 minutes, probably going to have some trivia. I know y'all love that trivia. I see the chat going crazy for the trivia. I didn't know who Migley was. He's like apparently the like weapons myth of Brawlhalla. I thought it was Ogren, but I learned something today, so I'm going to be looking at that trivia too. So we'll be right back after a few. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Combo Breaker Weekend 1v1 tournament. We just got the finale to the European side of things, where we saw Acno taking it down 3-0 in the reset. I am You Got Froned, and with me is... I don't know which side you're on.
Oh, you're not going to introduce me, Fron? It's Taz. That's who I am. Yes. I'm here with Fron.
Look,
We're going to be casting... Oh, go ahead.
I can't do you justice. I gotta let you bring the beef. Or,
Fine.
you know, whatever
All right.
people like.
All right. We are here at the beginning of South America Top 8. That is what we're going to be witnessing. And all of the names, I mean, all your favorite South American players are here. They've been really making names for themselves throughout 2020, actually. It's remarkable how often I see the same 4 players in the winner's side of Top 8. We have Fiend and Stardust as a matchup, and Wesley versus Power Ranger on the other side. Very impressive. And on the lower bracket, there is DB versus Baltazar, and then Lopez versus Brawley. Brawley, a player whose name I know, but definitely haven't seen him break into top 8 this year very often.
He hasn't really been in the top 8, I think at least for the past year. A year and a half, maybe. I know he is brothers with Emperor, who was also in the tournament and didn't make it.
Oh.
I mean, we've had I was looking through the bracket earlier, and there are a lot of names here who have come to a lot of the South American tournaments in the past. I mean, we have Vecina, who is now out. Emperor, of course, like I said before, is now out. Steyr is now out. To Baltazar, who made it into top 8. LX, Gabriel WE33, who also didn't make it into top 8. There are an enormous number of players showing up to these South American tournaments, and I absolutely love it. I'm always here for it because they're incredibly entertaining, and they have, I mean, it's just a completely different meta as well, because you do tend to see some similarities between, you know, the North American region and the European region, while there's not nearly as the same consistency in Europe as there is in NA. You can compare them pretty similarly. South America has its own meta entirely, and it's almost like Fiend, Stardust, and the Wesley and Power Ranger just kind of control that meta, and everyone else plays according to how they're dominating at the time. And those are the top 4.
And so South America as a region is pretty interesting because it's, I mean, when it comes to the 5 regions that we host official tournaments for, South America isn't a young region in regards to how long it's existed, but it is a young region in how long it's been an official region, right? Before it was North America, EU, and then SA, SCA, and Australia. But now with South America being up there in the same levels in terms of the support they're getting, both with the prize pools and the length of the tournaments, a lot has changed in the region in terms of solidifying the top talents. And as you were talking about, right, we've got the people that are basically defining the meta there: Fiend, Stardust, Wesley, Power Ranger, Lopez, Baltazar, DB. They're playing so much on the ladder that I believe that they actually have legend picks that are specific to the player matchups. That's what's so interesting about watching them as they get into the bracket. They've cultivated this amazing skill within their own region, and also just have so much knowledge on how each one of them plays, just because they're their only practice partners. But in note to that, it's really cool every time we see one of these South American championships to have a player break in a top 8 that we're not used to seeing, like Brawley. And so, although we're going to be starting on the upper bracket, that's going to be a matchup that I'm very excited to see, whether Lopez is going to be knocked out early by Brawley or if our top 6 is going to be the usual names.
Well, either way, the entire top 8 is stacked, and Broly making his way back into the top 8, I think, is going to be a pretty nice breath of fresh air. And Lopez, now last time when we saw him, kind of tore up the competition as well. So Broly does have his work cut out for him, but not to say that none of these players couldn't end up taking it down. Fiend, of course, is a monster and has taken down pretty much every single South American tournament, with the exception of one where Stardust beat him in grand finals. And then, of course, the ones before that, where I think there was really only one before that, where it was Kreutzberg back in like the really, really, really early days, back when the only 2 South American players that I can remember off the top of my head were Kreutzberg and Skroyen.
Speaking of Fiend and Stardust, that's going to be the first matchup that we have in winter semis. And we got the head-to-head here. Fiend ranked 1 in his region, Stardust ranked 5. And when we look at the head-to-head, it's about, I mean, that is 66% chance to win for Fiend, if we were just looking at this as like an RNG thing. He's won 8 out of the 12 games that he's fought against Stardust. 4 of the wins going over to Stardust. Obviously, one of those being very recently, considering that Fiend didn't win that event. And now they're going up against each other in winner semis here at the South America Combo Breaker Online 1v1 Championship. Stage striking is underway, and we've got Sentinel for Stardust against Fiend's Asuri.
And we got the stage striking just about over here. Brawlhaven and Apocalypse left on the table, and we're going to go to Apocalypse. It's a pretty small stage overall. A lot of big blast zone area to deal with and airspace to deal with, and one platform that kind of moves around back and forth. But other than that, it's kind of like a thicker, like a shorter, it's thicker.
Are you
in terms of
comparing it to
wall
Mammoth
space.
Fortress? Is that what this is?
Not Mammoth Fortress, Shipwreck. Because the walls are a little bigger. In Shipwreck, the big defining factor with that is how much airspace there is and how important getting people off stage is. This is pretty similar. You just have a platform and slightly longer walls.
Okay. Yeah, and unlike Mammoth, the platform doesn't descend to become part of the stage. It's always floating up there. Opening up Guitars versus Guitars. Excellent gravity cancel neutral light on that wake up from Stardust to take Fiend by surprise and get some extra damage with that recovery. Weapon throw as well. Downlight recovery. Ooh, Fiend sent flying. And I've never seen a weapon throw follow-up off of a guitar downlight recovery work like that. That was pretty hilarious. Nice Zider as well. Weapon throw forces Fiend to fastball low, and Stardust doesn't go for the ground pound. Interesting note about guitar ground pound, which I didn't get to talk about last time that I was casting that much because there wasn't really any guitars. Nice Zider. Guitar ground pound got a little bit more powerful and can now true combo into tear. Why would you ever do that? I mean, you had it on stage. I don't know, but Stardust and Fiend both have the opportunity to do that, and I will go insane if I see it.
If they heard that, if they're aware of it, then they have the opportunity. We'll see. Well, I'll definitely let you be the one to call it out because you got your eye on the prize. Yeah, that's for sure.
Ever since I saw that wrench tweet, I was like, oh, I'm looking forward to seeing that being broken out in tournament. But here we go. Stardust on the hammer. Another nice Zider on the Fiend, and this matchup's looking super in favor of Stardust going to game 1. There's the ground pound, and so the most notable thing about that ground pound when it hit, even though Stardust just loses that stock to himself, is that Fiend is in stun a lot longer than before. And that's the most noticeable thing about guitar ground pound going into this patch. Sair has lost its weird, super hard to hit hitbox spike. It now always just basically hits horizontally. But they got that in return for the ground pound.
Well, anyway, we'll see if any of that would have come into relevance. I mean, because that super hard to hit spike off the side air did sometimes get some pretty intense kills for players, especially in the South American region, because guitars have always been pretty favorable, as that's been Fiend's main weapon of choice. But right now, Fiend getting taken off on the left side, Stardust really utilizing the high force from that hammer. That is kind of why he has been the antithesis to Fiend in these past few tournaments, and why he's the only one who's been able to really take him down in the grand finals at the very least. In these South American tournaments, is that he has a much slower, methodical play style, and that harder to hit, heavy hitting weapon that can really bring the punishing hits to some of the lighter, less defensive characters like Asuri. He has that tool that can sort of counter Fiend, and so we're going to see a little bit more of that. Very nice neutral sig though from Fiend to equalize those stocks 1-1.
Yeah, down sig and a neutral sig. Not a combo, but I mean, as long as you're catching where your opponents are going, works out just fine. Something interesting that Stardust is doing at guitars that I really like. That a lot of weapons that have good side airs can do is he's playing around the edge of the stage, and then he's just barely dashing so that he begins to fall off the stage so he can get an immediately buffer out side air. And because the guitar side air has a little bit of momentum to it, it brings it back onto the stage, so it's like he's sairing from the ground. And that's something that he got to work off of Fiend on the last stock. Now neutralizing him away. Has the guitars. Fiend's trying to recover. Oh, uses that recovery. No dodge, or he still has to dodge though, so he manages to make it back. And now Fiend, holy, charging up that neutral sig. A little hopeful. But he's getting the damage in. Oh, dodge read. Down there. Oh, he went for the down sig finish. Oh, no. What a terrible ending to Fiend's amazing combo. 2 dodge reads through the duration of that guitar string, ended by that down sig read, but no. Fast fell through. Stardust gets the guitar recovery, takes him off the top at the last second. But Fiend really found his footing at the end of that game.
That only bodes well for him moving throughout the rest of this top 8, and even just this set in particular against Stardust, because having that kind of adaptable nature when going into these games, when you're starting out on the back foot, being able to tune yourself to how your opponent plays, like Stardust, he's going to need all that skill. He showed it there at the end. He has the ability to take him to town. He just has to start off with a stronger start so he keeps that momentum throughout the whole set.
Game number 2, onto Mammoth Fortress. Still have that moving platform, but a little bit different, as we were just talking about on Apocalypse. Fiend opening up the guitars against Stardust. Hammer has one silent and went for that chain dodge forward, but didn't get anything off of it. And both players are spacing their sidelights, just trying to get that first opening that could lead to a crazy string. Oh, and of course, by doing so, they clash as they sidelight at the same time. Downlight hits, but he doesn't get the right read. Ooh, down air in a nair from his opponent. Lots of blows going back and forth. So far, barely in favor of Stardust, but as we see that one downlight and a weapon throw just evened it up completely. Ooh, down air recovery. Some good damage. 2 recoveries.
Weapon throw from Stardust, trying to get the approach. Response from Fiend as well. Stardust, no weapon now. Fiend has a little bit of an advantage, but he is going to get that weapon pickup from the hammer. And no weapon on Fiend now. Weapon throws seem to be very favorable right now, as they both try to get on each other. Fiend with the weapon throw, not going to find the snipe off onto the right side. Stardust making his way back, and the sword now going to allow Fiend to get that recovery right off the top, getting that first KO of the match number 2.
Yeah, there's very good spacing on the downlight as well. Sword downlight, another one of the weapons that got changed where it doesn't reach as far as it used to before. Still hits stacked, though, so Fiend making that adjustment, because if he went for the very edge of the downlight, it wouldn't have hit. Oh my god, 3 downlights in a row, Fiend! Oh man, it's called being hard red right there. Started dodging in place, but that's a ton of damage.
That's not only reading the book, but finishing it and throwing at him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the next weapon. Who knows? Ooh. I guess maybe you would, but that's a secret for another time. Start out with a ground pound, trying to prevent the edge, prevent Fiend from returning. Side air, though, as the punish for the neutral sig, is going to allow Fiend to get a little bit more damage and disruption onto Stardust in this third stock. And look at all this bonus damage that Fiend has accrued over this first stock, almost getting Stardust into the red already. And that if he was able to grab that downlight right there, you know he was going to follow it up with a recovery.
Ooh, down dig hits. Stardust and flying, but still into the stock. And this game looks a lot like game number 1, but with the roles reversed. And if that's the case, then that means we're still going to have a close game, even as Fiend is up 2 stocks to 1. I mean, this is pretty incredible. As far as momentum goes, Fiend definitely took it back in the last game and just barely lost to a Qatar recovery that killed off the top despite Fiend being grounded. And now Fiend is looking to 3-stock his opponent in game number 2. He's still going in, keeping all the weapons denied. Even an unarmed Sarah is not going to finish the job on the Fiend, and that's interesting. Gravity cancel neutral sig both gave him the momentum to get back to the stage and covered his head if his opponent went for a ground pound. And still alive. That guitar Sarah not enough.
Fiend holding that edge, being very careful. He wants to. I think he's really looking for this 3-stock. Oh, goes for the side.
I like the adaptation. Although I think that in that situation, if he just went for the down sig as fast as possible, it would have worked. Last time when he went for that combo, he went for the down sig, but he was at the edge, so his opponent fast fell and got out of it. But there, I think he could have just ended Stardust stock. But Stardust does take a stock, down sig sent him flying. The Fiend is still very, very far ahead in this game. Just have to be careful. If he keeps throwing away his weapon, that's not going to be so good for him.
Also, if he doesn't, if he lets Stardust get too much damage in as well and close that gap, it can also spell a little bit of danger. But he is so far ahead, he doesn't have to worry about it just yet. Well, a little bit of flashiness right there, too, as he bounces him off the lobbed weapon throw. And there it is. The recovery right off the top is going to lead into that KO, winning the second game of the set for Fiend. And this is a best of 5, of course, because we are starting in top 8. And 1-1 is the record right now in the semifinal between these two.
This is interesting. This is a trend that we don't see in regions like North America, where the maps are different every game. In fact, Going into game number 3, both Apocalypse and Mammoth Fortress were banned, even though one map went in favor of one player and one in the other. That meant that both of them are deciding, okay, we need a complete change in scenery. Now on to Small Enigma. Some players would look at this and say that it favors Sword, and I'm inclined to agree. You don't have to do nearly as much work like you would on the Katars to get a daylight recovery on one of those top platforms. Sword, Nair, and Down Air also work so well off those platforms as well. And as we see, look at all the recoveries that Fiend's hitting, and Nairs and Down Airs. Like, he's playing a completely vertical game here, and Stardust just got demolished at the beginning. So we'll see how this game 3 goes. So far, really in favor of Fiend, but now the Qatar Ditto began. Oh, we see Fiend doesn't even want the Qatars. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to stick to the sword. That was really working out super well for me.
Well, we also know that the Qatars can work for him. He just has to find the right moment, and Fiend holding that edge right now. He knows that this is a sword opportunity right now. The side air coming out, not going to be able to catch Stardust on his way back to the stage. Stardust, gravity cancel, neutral light, no follow-up there. Probably smart, keeping things safe, controlled, and just looking for the little bursts of damage that he can find so that he can close this gap from Fiend. But Fiend trying to find those recoveries high up on that top plat is going to spell a lot of trouble. Stardust can't take those hits because that gets way too close to the top blast zone.
Ooh. Stardust has done a great job of coming back into this match. He's really close to death, but if Fiend fast spell off of that jump, that down six certainly would have taken him down, but he just floated right above the electricity that Sentinel put out. And now he's continuing to deny him with weapons. Stop Zider will almost definitely do it. Recovery not going to take him out the top just yet. That one will do it. Small Enigma isn't quite as big of a culprit as the Great Hall when it comes to a high ceiling, but the ceiling's still relatively high because of that platform.
Well, it would need to be, because otherwise it would just be way too easy to get those vertical KOs. You just go up to the top plat, get someone in a recovery, and then boom, it's a KO. You got to have it at least a little bit raised, so it's not too consistent from yellow. But Stardust getting that weapon pickup, denying Fiend, but Fiend doesn't even care. Going unarmed and still doing quite a bit of work, because Fiend just is no stranger to just going in pure aggression.
Oh, I thought that Hammer Zider actually wasn't going to finish it. The bounce happened on center stage, and I was like, oh, is Fiend going to be able to make it back? But no, that Zider finishes the job. Fiend finally goes down, but did a lot of damage in that stock before losing it. And no, Stardust!
Oh, no!
We can see that's the obvious case of a connection issue. Oh, but he gets back in. Back. Or maybe that's the bot. I'm not sure.
It looks like the bot.
Yeah. Okay.
That's really unfortunate. You do hate to see that happen.
For his opponent to return. With the online championship, these things happen.
Yeah. It's an unfortunate truth of online tournaments. And sometimes these things happen. It's not all... I mean, there's really no way to get around it. It happens. Good on Fiend, though, for just being a good sport about it. I think, even so...
Look at that. Dashing back and forward.
Oh,
wait, no, that's actually just the bot being incredible right there.
Stardust bot with the recovery. Oh, looking for the neutral light, going over to the left side. Fiend playing a footsie game, just trying to play a little bit of avoidance. Stardust with the chase down, going to the top plat. No, trying to read the top plat, trying to read the high move with the down air coming out. Oh, very close to touching onto Fiend, but Fiend doing a phenomenal job at avoiding these attacks. Stardust bot going over to the ledge, on the right side, playing a little bit carefully. I'm having a lot of fun right now. Oh no!
Interesting. Okay.
Well,
so
that's
we
a little unfortunate,
are going to take a moment to switch over some different servers, and we'll be right back into the action.
Oh yeah.
Give us a moment.
Yeah. Sometimes these things happen, but what we can definitely talk about is how that match was going down and how the set was really going down before.
Oh, okay. Hold on. We'll be right back in the match. Go ahead, Frank. What were you saying?
What was happening? Sorry, a little message from the production team. We could talk about how that match was going before, and you have Stardust playing a much more a much slower game, a much more methodical game where he has to play around the movements of Fiend and has to try to read out, will he go this way, will he go that way, which is already difficult in and of itself because he's pretty unpredictable as it is. but he was actually doing a fairly good job in that in the third match, because he was able to find a few hits here and there, keep the damage at least somewhat fluid. Fiend would definitely had a handle on how that match was going, but before the DC ended up happening, the damage and the stocks were pretty much even.
I mean, they were fairly in favor of Fiend. Fiend had him like in deep orange.
That's right.
Got out of that
pretty
second
much. No, like it wasn't even, but it was like pretty much. So it does look like we will be rerunning that last set from how many stocks that they had. So that would be at 2 to 2 stocks. So that is also from the damage threshold as well, which was Fiend in white and Stardust in red. So that is where it is going to be run off there. So that doesn't count as a loss for anybody. It's just going to be run back from that point, as if there was like a save state in the game that we're just going to reset real quick.
And I think the scoreline was 1-1, and Fiend had won game number 2, and they were on small Enigma. We were talking about how that was interesting because we'll see a lot of matchups when thinking about NA. Players like Sandstorm or Noel will go back to the same stage over and over and over and over again in the duration of a single set. But I've noticed in South America in particular that we'll see a lot of stage counter picks happening rather than salty runbacks.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's a breath of fresh air because, it does get a little tiresome. I know Mammoth Fortress is easily one of the most favored maps in the game by a lot.
Yeah.
But being able to see how people change up their play styles, what people bring to the table, maybe sometimes, I don't think it happens too often really, but people changing characters depending on the map, because some of the maps do favor different weapon sets or different characters, SIG sets. So I think it is interesting to see some of these other maps being thrown into the mix.
But here we go. We've got Fiend and Stardust back in the lobby. I expect them to go back into small Enigma and set up set the stage where we left off.
I think so. So of course both of them will take some. They'll go jump off the stage real quick, lose a stock, and then I think that they're going to just try to coordinate getting Stardust to red or like 150 health.
3, 2, 1.
So there will be just a short moment while they get ready.
There we go. Let's see.
Oh, he's going to use the SIG.
That's the fastest way to build up the damage, isn't it? All right, that seems about it. Oh, that's
all right,
so.
Hey!
That is the most coordinated setting the stage after a game that I've ever seen. It was pretty nice. And now Stardust, well, he's being chased away. And Fiend now has him deep in the red. We're back to where we left off the previous game. Ooh. Down air coming out from Fiend. Try to finish him off that down sig, but Stardust is getting the damage and already has Fiend in the light orange.
Oh, very nice spot dodge as well from Stardust. Stardust doing a phenomenal job at bringing this damage deficit back. And Fiend getting the down light down air into recovery KO off the top. What a phenomenal use of that sword kit to just confirm the KO. I don't really have words for that. I mean, Fiend just he steals the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, Fiend excellent on this sword as we see him trying to get even further in the lead here. Stardust now on the hammer, falling with that Zider. Nice stomp. Look at a follow up of it. It was interesting. The stomp hit as Fiend I feel like was rising and to dodge it, and so he didn't know how to follow up off of that. But still got the damage in regardless. Kicks him away. Picks up the guitars. Nice recovery. Ooh. Just barely does a KO. The very end of that move's knockback, he kind of, like, it curves, right? But there, the curve didn't happen early enough. Fiend went straight to the blast zone. Lost that stock, and now we're in a very close last stock situation for Game 3.
Stardust looking for that down air. Not going to find it to get the continuation of that damage and sort of a elevated half pipe string onto Fiend. Fiend still taking a little bit of damage, and the stocks are nearly completely even. Stardust having brought this back so well is just a testament to how many times he and Fiend have played against each other in these tournaments, and also probably off stream as well in maybe more local tournaments, less official ones, or even just in the ranked ladder. But Fiend finding that KO off on the left side, the down sig coming out from the Katars and confirming that KO, giving him a second win in the set, 2-1.
Yes, let's see where they go for game number 4. After game 1, as close as Fiend came to making that comeback, where Stardust was able to close out the game with a nice recovery at the bottom of the stage, Fiend has been in complete control ever since. We see the stage bans coming through, and 2 of the maps that were open previously, and Mammoth Fortress being the one that Fiend did incredibly well on, are available here. And now we're going into game number 4, 2-1 lead, and Fiend back onto the stage that he nearly 3-stocked Stardust on as we go into game number 4.
Now, this is going to be the game that will either put Fiend into the winners finals or give Stardust a chance to get there. So Stardust has to bring this into full effect with that hammer to get as much damage, as much force, and force Fiend off the stage. Whatever he's got to do, he's got to do it. Fiend, well, I mean, Fiend just has to Fiend more, and then that's about it, because Fiend doing Fiend things ends up winning tournaments. So not much more to say on that front, honestly.
Yeah, but Stardust, however, is actually doing Fiend things against Fiend, and it's working out very well for him. Downlight strings and guitars going through. Once again, went for that downlight. That was cool. The down sig, sent him straight to the right. The first down sig was a dodge down read. And I like that a lot, because off of guitar down air, sometimes you want to downlight afterwards or whatever. And he went for the down sig instead, hoping that Fiend was going to dodge down or fast fall out of that combo. Second down sig did connect, and now Stardust has a nice lead on Mammoth Fortress.
Usually coming out from Stardust, looking for the omnidirectional damage there. Gravity cancel neutral light and failed. Down air is going to allow Fiend to get that reversal. Oh, and there it is again. That combo, that string coming out one more time. Stardust taking that I can't really call it a fall, a rise, I guess. Fiend taking the KO one way or the other. That to equalize those stocks, as Stardust did start with the advantage in this game.
Yeah. Fiend has been doing a great job with sword recovery in neutral. Stardust's been doing a lot of double jump approaches, trying to hit him with the hammer down air or a weapon throw, and Fiend on the sword is just doing a quick full jump into sword recovery to catch him while he's above him, and getting the nairs when he's on the platforms.
Dedicated really hard to that recovery.
Yeah.
Started making his way back to the stage in the meantime. That gave him so much time to get back and set up on the stage.
Now if Fiend hits one of those straight
Fiend.
recoveries, it would just be the stock. Lost the sword, though, so he picks up the guitars. Recovery a little bit harder to hit on that weapon. Swords picked back up. Oh, downlight, Stardust. Trying to get a little bit more damage, but Fiend is in a prime position there. You see him already trying to go for those pickup recoveries off the ground. This is falling Zider. Last hit, strong hit, sends him off to the right, and Fiend goes for the recovery, and unarmed will do it.
Wow. I wasn't sure if that one was going to hit KO before it connected, but sure enough. Stardust, one more stock left. Stardust, having slowed down quite a bit, has actually ceded a lot of damage to Fiend, and this has allowed him to get a little bit of that lead back from Stardust, who started out with that lead in the beginning. Fiend now making his approach, trying to get the neutral light startup in on to Stardust. The side air coming in, that's going to connect on a Fiend, and that's going to give him a little bit of time, but he's going to have to back off because he threw that weapon hoping to snipe him off into a KO, but losing that weapon, he couldn't hold it, and he made the right decision there by going for those guitars, because that recovery allowed him to secure that KO and equalize those stocks even further. And now it is one stock to one stock. Stardust has this opportunity to stay up in the upper bracket, because otherwise the only other option is Fiend wins and goes into the winners finals.
Ooh, and Fiend getting a nice downline to recovery. A string, downlight. Oh, double downlight downer, weapon throw. Trying to end him with that ground pound, but the weapon throw didn't connect, so he goes back onto the stage and just takes the damage that he got off of that. But man, Fiend with these drift back side airs went for that down sick finisher. Ooh. Fiend could hit so many things here. Stardust, he knows he has to get the damage, and he has to get something started. He can't play safe. Fiend would just be able to get enough chip damage to where anything is going to be able to KO. Gotta be careful about that. I don't know if I like the down sig there, but Fiend sends him away anyways. Stardust getting a little bit more damage, but the ground pound does it, and Fiend takes it 3-1 over Stardust and moves on to the winners finals.
As Fiend does. I mean, I think the last time that we saw, or at least the last one that the last thing that comes to mind at the very least was the Winter Championships, where Fiend actually lost to, I believe, Stardust in the winners finals, or was that DB? Actually, it might have been DB. And then he ended up having to face off against Stardust in the lower bracket in the losers finals. That's right. But this time around, just showing a much more dominant position and moving into that winners finals directly.
Yeah, Stardust had a great start with the hammer in game number 1. Apocalypse looked really great for him, but Fiend just never returned to Apocalypse, and his guitars really came online towards the end of game 1, and he just had momentum for the rest of the set. A really solid 3-1 coming out from Fiend there. The next matchup that we got coming up is going to be Wesley versus Power Ranger. That's the winner of that is going to be going up against Fiend in the winners finals. So another top 3 qualifier. Just getting into the lobby for the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And so taking a look at what happened in the lower bracket, DB won 3-2 over Baltazar. So DB has moved on into the lower quarterfinals to fight against Stardust, who was just knocked down there by Fiend. The loser of this will fight against the winner of Brawley and Lopez. So we've got Wesley hovering the Macho Man at the moment. He'll be going up against Power Ranger. Just waiting for him to get into the lobby. Very excited for this matchup coming up. Believe Wesley has more winner's side top 3 showings than Power Ranger, but I don't know. When it comes to these 4, my memory is hazy because they're always cycling. I'm going to try to see if I can take a look at previous brackets. But I know that both of these players are very capable of making the top 3 and fighting against Fiend.
Oh, of course. Like, every single one of these players here has showed their grit and skill in previous tournaments. I think everyone here has at least faced off against Fiend once or twice, and a few of them have won sets against him. So it's not like Fiend has never had to make a loser's bracket run, which he most certainly has.
So, yeah, we're seeing the stats here between Wesley and Power Ranger. And yeah, so my memory was correct, although I could see why I was confused. This is rank 2 and rank 3 going against each other right now. Wesley with 3 wins over Power Ranger, while Power Ranger does have a set win over Wesley. But yes, Wesley, more often than not, comes out on top. We're going to be seeing that matchup between both of these players now. Heavy hitters here, Macho Man and Thor, are going to be the legends for this matchup. Wesley, interestingly, taking out of defense for Dex, while the 8 defense stance Thor is, of course, going to be the choice coming out for Power Ranger. So, interesting note about Thor that may have been brought up previously. But Thor had 2 strong parts of his kits significantly nerfed this patch, and that was his ability to stall and recover. In particular, Orb Ground Pound, you cannot stall with that nearly as long as you used to before. You start falling like halfway earlier into the move now. We might see that this set. And then Thor's neutral signature is also a lot more punishable. Like, he's just stuck in the move, I think 6 or 7 more frames.
The Orb neutral signature, right?
Yes, yeah. So the recover time has been increased from 22 to 26. So
yeah,
Thor in general was very, very strong because of his ability to recover and stall on the Orb, coupled with his 8 defense. But now a lot of those tools were removed. We're going to see if that matters in this matchup, as right now he's taking a huge beating from Wesley and might have to be recovering pretty soon, as we see that hammer just sent flying out of his hands, recovering off the top. Wow, Wesley destroyed him.
I kind of remember this about Wesley, too, from the last few tournaments, and he has been kind of a nut on the lance, especially the Ulgrim, and he is really the only representative of the lance in South America that I can remember that consistently makes these top 8s, and this is really kind of fun to watch, because in a meta, in a region that just operates just separately from everything else, the utilization of lance is actually really interesting to me.
Yeah, and not to mention Lance isn't exactly a textbook weapon in any region. Nice side stick from Wesley, takes up that stock. But yeah, Lance has basically 2 to 3 people that can use it at a high level. So I wouldn't even say there's really a defined playstyle for how the weapon tree would be used. We see there that orb ground pound actually may have cost him the stock. He went for the ground pound and started drifting down super early, and Wesley was able to get that downer on the lance. He manages to make it back, but this might be a 3 stock on Power Ranger at this rate if he's not careful. Sidelight, sidelight there, neutral stick actually just takes him down. That was an 8 defense Thor, 145 damage to 504. Ooh, Wesley he's powered up for this tournament. That was brutal.
I mean, look at him. He's flexing right now. He's got the muscles. He's got the flames in the background. He is hot right now. A level 100 Ulgrim. You don't mess with that. I mean, you don't mess with that at all.
Also, everybody's got a level 100 Ulgrim on tourney servers, so.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Otherwise, this level 100 Gruagok might be just as scary, right? But we got the Gruagok coming out from.
I'm trying to promote him right now. I'm trying to puff him up.
Okay, I understand. I take it back. Level 100 Ulgrim going into game 2. Unstoppable. Miami Dome. So we have it's another heavy hitter coming out from Power Ranger. This time on the Gok, which is the epic crossover for Taros. So Axe and Hammer are going to be going against Lance and Axe from Wesley. But Wesley dismantled the Thor last time. Ooh, wow. Downer getting them out of that recovery as well. Wesley getting down aired, but that Nair covered that ground pound. If Power Ranger let that go immediately, maybe it would have connected, but Wesley managed to make it back. Side Sig would have connected there. Neutral Sig did not. He went for the jump read. Didn't work out, and whoa, nice side air from Power Ranger. With Axe side air, you have to be much more calculated with the direction that you throw it out because there's so much less drift after that got changed this patch. So being able to get that pivot stair was nice, but Wesley still takes the first stock.
Both of these players playing absolutely out of their minds right now. So fast, so aggressive, and just getting in each other's faces, having to make these decisions on a moment-to-moment basis within the span of like half a second or so. And that just shows how crazy both of these are. And look at that, just going for a raw side sig and just not expecting it at all. These players just know how to get in on each other in certain ways that are just completely unpredictable. Because come on, who's really going to do that? Who's just going to dash towards you?
If there's one character that you were going to expect to do that, I think it would be Gruagok. Let's be honest. Like after watching Little Cap play against Koslix, I'm pretty sure that side-sticking randomly in neutral is exactly how you play the character. But I digress. He made it work, and it was after a good 5 or 10 seconds of footsies too. So it wasn't like he just respawned and threw it out there. He was waiting for a good moment to hit him with the side stick, and now the neutral light connects. Wesley trying to take back the lead that he once had. Power Ranger hanging out on the top of the stage. Nair after Nair hits. He's got to be careful. Last time Wesley hit him with a powerful Nair and a neutral signature in the air, and he might be looking for that again.
Oh, the Taros shenanigans getting punished as he tries to throw out that neutral signature and just gets wailed by the side air from Wesley. Going down, getting down air, weapon throw. Going to lose that axe. Not going to try to risk it against Wesley down there. Oh, but the side air going to take out Power Ranger all the way from center stage. And that is, one of those dangers on Miami Dome. You got to be careful because those blastoids are close. The map is small and there is not much room to maneuver.
Yeah, that's the second stock that Wesley has taken, just with a well-placed side air. Last game, the finishers were a lot flashier, but as long as he's getting the job done, I don't think Wesley really cares how he takes the stock. So, man, the side airs and the neutral lights just picks us away from being able to connect there. Nice neutral light on to Power Ranger. Sidelight Nair, I mean, that's the bread and butter there. You want that every time on Axe, as long as you're building up damage. Weapon spawn comes in, forces Power Ranger off the weapon, and Wesley is covering it beautifully. Down airs and gravity cancel sidelights. That side's like, oh no! I thought there was going to be stomps there for sure, but he went for the scoop and he misses. Wesley gets to get a little bit more extra crit than he should. Power Ranger not finishing off that stock.
Ooh, stomp from downtown. Stomp was from so far away. Oh, no!
Oh, my goodness. The big brain plays. Okay, so to put that into perspective, Wesley... I thought Wesley was dead. I thought he was going to release the recovery early, and that Power Ranger was going to go for the hammer recovery, spike him off the bottom of the map, and that was the stock. I was going to be like, no big deal, right? He's not that far. He's not that far behind. Wesley just held it for the full charge. He held it longer than it felt reasonably to hold it, and when he went for the jump punish, he just got hit by the lance recovery as it was released. That's
why it
that's
works,
an edge guard.
Because, look, like you said, it's unreasonable to hold something down charged for that long. So
I mean, you might as well, right?
Of course, Power Ranger is going to think, so he's definitely not going to, he can't. He's got to let it go. And so he goes for where he's going to be, and then he throws that recovery out, and it just puts him right in the path.
Ooh, okay, so the Zariel is being picked up for Power Ranger. And so Zariel is one of those picks that is very, very rarely seen. I still think is very strong, but underrepresented, which we might see more representation from moving forward, assuming that Gauntlets still have the power and the Nair to have that KO potential. And Bow is also a very strong weapon, especially in the Lance. We saw yesterday a very close Game 3 set between Impala and Kosalix, where Impala was able to make great use of the bow against his opponent. We'll see how that goes out into this matchup, as Gauntlets not quite so great in the Lance. So we'll see how Power Ranger is going to be able to perform. Nice downlight into sidelight. Trying to get those nairs, perhaps. Just jumping around, really nice. Okay, there is what the Gauntlets were given this patch. He touched. Oh, it doesn't matter. The perfect punish. What Wesley's insane. Okay, so let's unpack that for a little bit. Gravity Cancel Downlight into Nair is now something that is just beautiful to do on Gauntlets because of so many of the follow-ups that you get off of Nair. We saw Power Ranger, however, not connect with one, and Wesley just punished him brutally. And then the brilliant Gravity Cancel neutral stick to touch the wall, punished by the Lance Ground Pound. Amazing play coming up from Wesley against, honestly, a character that I just don't feel like has played that much. So really brilliant play.
And you got to give credit to Power Ranger as well for the sheer ingenuity of thinking in that moment when having zero options left to throw that neutral sit. I mean, that was his only option because he had that wall otherwise, and that was it.
But we see Wesley continue to destroy his opponent. It's looking like it doesn't really matter how much ingenuity you have if you can't hit your opponent with it. And Power Ranger gets that sidelight through. Went for the read, but Wesley just jumps immediately out of it. Weapon pickup. Went for the downer as well. Double sidelight recovery. Ooh! Nicely done. That time he gets the read. Very popular thing to do with Gauntlets is sidelight in an air. There's like a 1-frame, 2-frame dodge window, a jump window that you could do out of it. So what most players on Gauntlets will do is hit the sidelight and then just float in the air, not fastball, not jump, see which direction their opponent goes so that they can get them with the follow-up. And he just went, oh, you're not dodging? Okay, sidelight recovery. Easy. Takes him off the top.
Well, it looks like just some rare footsies here. Downside coming out from Wesley, almost throwing Power Ranger right out of the map right there. These Bow not going to find that neutral light as if Wesley just smacks him straight in the face with the side air from the axe. Looking for that gauntlet grab from the neutral air. Not going to find it. And Wesley just punishing off stage, but having all that movement with the Lance kit, the side airs, the down airs, and the recovery, able to just move around outside the stage without having to use any jumps is incredibly valuable. So he was able to punish so much. Oh!
Wesley can't make it back. He's done. Nice. Okay, double ground pound coming out from Power Ranger. Finishes off that stock, holds on to this game. It is a 2-0 lead for Wesley, and Wesley has been destroying, but this is as close as Power Ranger has gotten so far. And with a nice sidelight, downlane and neutral light read, excellent. Not much, I think actually nothing at all connects from a bow sidelight, but there's so many follow-ups that you can go for, and that dash forward off of the dash back from Wesley was one of them, and he went for the side stick there. Actually, sent him far enough that the axe there wasn't able to drift far enough to punish. Power Ranger making a lot of mileage out of the bow sidelight here. But that weapon throw up didn't connect, and he has to dodge out of the way of that axe being tossed downwards. And now Wesley just has to hit one clean side air, one good sidelight recovery, and that's going to be it for Power Ranger.
But it's still so close. They're both close to the red. The Wesley in the orange right now. Oh, he takes him off the top. Power Ranger bringing it all the way back. Taking that KO. Just absolutely just not giving up at any point. What a phenomenal show of power here from Power Ranger to keep himself in the game, keep himself alive, and to prevent Wesley from just walking himself right on into grand finals.
That's the terror of Small Enigma's top platform, right? And now, as you can see, we are on a stage that has no platforms that's going to enable that kind of finisher. Sidelight recovery on Gauntlets, stealing that last stock away from Wesley. And now we're going to be seeing him sticking out of the Zariel going into this game. And Wesley putting a ton of hurt on, but we got to be careful. Like we saw last time that Wesley went off stage to get these Gauntlets, he got double ground pounded and lost that stock. Wesley, so far, the only one doing damage, though. Wesley's not happy about that last game.
This is a very difficult matchup. I'm playing Gauntlets into Lance. Anyone will tell you that this is not favorable for the Gauntlets, and trying to get in on somebody playing Lance as Gauntlets who is just even competent will just take it to town. You have to outplay them like 2 to 1, in order to just get like an even trade on most things.
Wesley, wow, that dodge was really well timed from Power Ranger. Gets through with the bow. No nair. The nair usage from Power Ranger has been surprisingly low, and I was expecting to see that a lot more. I feel like that's very powerful against Lance. But we'll see how this goes. Finally gets some damage in, hits the recovery, chase dodges to safety, but the Sayer takes him down. Wesley basically up a whole stock.
Absolute destruction from him. His lance is incredible, and he is just absolutely destroying Power Ranger in this game. He's not allowing that which happened in the last game to happen again. He is going to keep this just absolute damage flowing from this lance, just heated up, keeping the engine running, and just ramming it right into Power Ranger over and over.
Oh, Power Ranger with the ground pound.
Almost
I
had
think
it
Wesley
again.
might have. Oh, I don't know. That was a hard situation to read because I think if Power Ranger went for the ground pound there, the Lance recovery would have just stopped it anyways. It's hard to tell. Wesley does make it through unscathed, however, and the nairs are connecting even more. Wesley really running away with this game. Oh, he wanted to finish that stock off there, and then side air drops because it hits right into the stage, and the recovery hits him going after the disc. What? Okay, Power Ranger really damaged. On the verge of being down 2 stocks to Wesley's 3. Or down 1 stock to Wesley's 3. Oh, haymaker. Just puts it out there. Hits him, sends him flying. Wesley, I mean, we started this set off with the 3 stock. Are we going to end it with a 3 stock? It's going to be up to Power Ranger to see if that's going to be a true or not. Because so far these SIGs aren't hitting. Gravity Cancel downlights aren't connecting. Down SIG definitely not hitting. And he can't get the sideline recovery either. And Wesley went for the side air into Gravity Cancel sideline. What? Wesley's lance play is
It actually looked like Power Ranger was trying to chase Wesley down so that he could try to just block the recovery. But I think Wesley was a little too close to the stage to take a fall from that. And Wesley not getting taken out at all. That puts Wesley actually in a pretty decent position to look at a.
Oh, that's interesting. He went for the.
I was going to say.
He went for the slide charge pivot neutral sig, and then Power Ranger just buffered a bow recovery, take him at the top. Oh, neutral sig. Yeah, you don't want to spot dodge a Olgrim neutral sig. You're done. Power Ranger goes down. Wesley celebrates with a nice taunt, and he takes 3-1 over Power Ranger. Really impressive comeback in game number 3, but that's what it was. It was a comeback, and it was against somebody who was constantly 3-stocking and 2-stocking him. Wesley is poised to do very well in this tournament coming up.
Oh, yeah. That kind of domination does not go unrewarded. He's going to be moving on to face off against Fiend in the winners finals later on. Power Ranger dropping down, of course, to face off against Broly in the losers quarterfinals. But
I'm not so sure how much of an of course that is. That's actually very impressive. Broly re-won Lopez to get into the lower quarterfinals, which I was not expecting. So now, not only did he break into the top 8 for the first time, right? Now he's broken into the top 6. That's
that was just, of course, because now he's there in the bracket.
Oh yeah. It was more like I was just surprised to hear you say Broly was there. I was like, what? Oh
No, not that.
Yeah.
No, it's more that Power Ranger's going to go down to face Broly because, well, anyway, Stardust and DB are going to be coming up next, I believe. DB was in the lobby for a quick second, so I think we're just getting everyone arranged here in the tournament side of things, getting the game all set up. Of course, DB did have a pretty rough run through the bracket so far. He had gotten to this point by defeating Baltazar in the last match, his first match of top 8, and then before that, he took down LX and Gabriel WE33, who are both regular players in the South American tournaments for the past couple of years now. And Gabriel WE33 and LX have both made top 8 placements in the past as well. I don't remember how many each, but DB having a run through both of them, especially compared to some of the other players that I'm seeing here in the loser side of the bracket. I think the only other person who had a really difficult player to get their qualification match was Lopez, who had to play against Vecina. And so DB having to make that run through 2 really solid players is really impressive. And he is continuing to make this run through the lower bracket. So I can't wait to see how he's going to fare against Stardust.
You will have to wait no longer. That is the next matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Stardust versus DB. Rank 5 versus rank 11. And Stardust does have the history of winning the head-to-head 5-2 between these two players. We're likely going to be seeing a fate coming out from DB, but honestly, anything could change. And we see coming up from Stardust, I mean, Sentinel was the matchup that we had against Fiend. He could play out many other legends, Roland and Bodvar being two of them. So that matchup's going to be coming up pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited for that. The other lower bracket matchup, of course, being Power Ranger and Brawly.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how many people were really looking at those stats, but I just got to point out something that's absolutely insane.
Go for it.
Is Stardust's basically 100% top 3 rate compared to his top 8 rate. Every single time he plays in a tournament, he makes it his top 3. That is insane consistency.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a single player with that kind of consistency.
We were looking at
except for maybe Fiend.
The top 4 with Fiend, Stardust, Wesley, and Power Ranger, and these two probably have an incredible top 8 winner side consistency, right? We see them all the time.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we do have them all set and ready to go. Of course, Bodvar. Oh, that's... I need to get out of the lobby. That was not what I was looking at. DB!
You're like, Frode on the Bodvar?
I'm coming in. I'm going to face off against DB. I think it's going to lag a little bit, though, considering the servers are pretty far away. Either way, DB and Stardust facing off. Stardust playing the Sentinel, of course, and DB on the Asuri.
So here we go. Stage striking is starting up. Where will it be for game number 1 between these two players? Now, as you were talking about, Stardust has an incredible top 3 win rate. So this matchup coming up is going to be very important going up against DB, because if he's out, that's not even top 4. That's 5th place finish.
All he has to do is win this set, which is far harder than it sounds. DB versus Stardust. Stardust just took a fall to Fiend. And, I mean, that was a 3-1 matchup, and Fiend still had some troubles there. I mean, he made it... He was pretty... all right, I'll just say it. He was pretty strong for quite a bit of that set. But the fact that Stardust was able to take it to him that hard, that he was able to also take a set off and nearly take another game off and nearly take another one, DB's going to have his work cut out for him right here. I'm calling it.
Yeah, DB did come off of a very close set against Baltazar too, so that was neck to neck, like 3-2. We haven't been seeing many Game 5 sets in South America. In fact, it was the only one that we've seen on stream or seen in top 8 so far. So we'll see how this one plays out. DB's playing very well. Stardust, of course, too. Now going into Mammoth Fortress for game number 1. Here we go.
All right, trading the weapon for a recovery hit. That damage is probably going to allow him to at least get back a little bit here as he just uses these weapon denials and attacks to just build damage onto Stardust. Stardust finally finding a Qatar here, so it's going to be a Qatar mirror match as both of these players just continue to hit back and forth with the slaps, the stabs, and the slashes.
Yeah, this is a ditto that a matchup that we're fairly familiar with. We just witnessed Stardust actually play this exact same matchup in the top bracket, right? Sentinel versus Asuri, once again in the lower bracket. So he is as warmed up as he possibly could be for the character matchup. Now, as for the player matchup, that's a different story. We're seeing them go pretty close to each other so far, and Stardust the Hammer is looking for that falling side air. Oh, side sig straight away. Wasn't expecting that one. DB loses the first stock.
DB with the down sig, not going to connect it, and Stardust's going to get a little bit of a punish. The recovery not going to find Stardust up on the top. Down air into the down light, but the weapon throw disrupting that. And now Stardust holding the map control. DB force off onto the side, just barely getting back to the middle of the map. Stardust missing that weapon throw is going to cost him, and that recovery, the perfect punish, taking that stock away.
Ooh, nice weapon combo coming out from DB. Threw the weapon up, was able to get a nice guitar nair. Falling side air, but the wake up, gravity cancel neutral. He had to gravity cancel that to get it out as fast as possible. DB was just not ready for it. Sared away. Stardust took so much damage off of DB getting the opening, and that's got to feel bad. Sared away, weapon throw didn't get the right read, but he picks up the guitars anyways and gets an immediate recovery. Stardust, solid lead over DB so far in a game number 1. Snares him again. Oh, that
Weapon
would
throw,
have that would have
nice.
taken him down if it wasn't for that weapon throw. That throw was amazing.
2,000 IQ plays right there. You know that he's going to go for a signature. Just throw that weapon, disrupt it, and get right on top of your opponent. That gives you enough time. DB still... Oh, well, okay. Maybe he thought he was
You may not have
take
had
the
enough
fall
jumps
there.
back.
That's possible as well.
There are cases where players will evaluate the situation and go, I don't want to spend all my time recovering. I'm just going to fast fall and get a weapon as soon as possible. Because basically during that time, if they're not going to make it back anyways, your opponent could spend so much time setting up a weapon starve, and that could be worse than making it back in deep red just to lose your stock again. Stardust, however, taking this lead, really huge in his favor so far. DB is starting to hurt. Ooh. DB goes in for that down light. Right went for the recovery right afterwards. Weapon throw into side air. Nicely done. And DB with the sword. Double nair. Chase dodges all the way up. Tries to get that falling side air. D-light recovery would definitely finish the job. DB has to wait for that dodge to get back up. And Stardust is playing a little safe. But he gets the side light and neutral light down. And I think that was a chase dodge neutral light as well. Yes. Oh! Spot dodges the tail end of that neutral light. Stardust down light recovery. Oh, this is not looking great for DB. He cannot finish Stardust's second stock.
Oh! That recovery surely would have been fatal for DB's last stock right there. Stardust trying to make his way back. Weapon throw, not even needed, but he's going to do it anyway for a little extra insurance. So there we go. Stardust, one stock left. The stocks are even, and a very nice weapon throw actually stopping Stardust's approach with the neutral light. That's going to allow a DB a little bit of damage to start off on Stardust's last stock.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that situation is that it was the opposite of what we saw earlier, where DB fast fell to get to the stage as fast as possible, where Stardust tried to recover anyways, even though he couldn't make it, and we saw DB was able to set up an amazing weapon starve, got a combo off of the weapon starve, and it now has brought Stardust in the orange, and that could be the difference between evaluating whether or not you can recover in a high skill cap game like this, because now DB's in a position where he could possibly come back just because he was able to keep Stardust with a weapon for so long.
DB playing a very careful game mode, takes the weapon throw to the face and goes a little too high with the recovery, and then gets right into the range of the side air from Stardust, finding that KO. So it is going to be 1-0 in favor of Stardust in this game one.
Yeah, that recovery was in the perfect position to actually get punished by every single move in Sentinel's kit. I don't think that there was a single move that he could have used to not kill him there. It was unfortunate. The spacing was just right above the stage. And now we see DB switching to the Artemis. Interesting pick. The only other player really seeing representing this character, Phazon in North America, as far as my memory goes. But now we see it coming up for DB in game number 2. And yeah, the Asuri didn't look great, but he was managing to make that comeback possible. Stardust just had control over the entire matchup, but maybe DB's just kind of like, okay, I'm through with the guitar, ditto. I'm bringing out the Scythe and the Lance. Let's see how this plays out for him.
Weapon throw. Oh, he's going to lose the hammer. He even chased after it. He was hoping to get that back. DB trying to get that punishment, but he's not able to capitalize off the lack of weapon from Stardust. Now the guitars are going to allow him to get a little bit more damage on a DB as DB looks for the openings right now. The neutral sig coming out from Stardust not punished quite enough, and now Stardust just having the run of the map right now.
Ooh. Downlight connects. Stardust trying to get that weapon. DB's trying to keep him away from weapons himself, but he's not really in a position to be weapon starving with how much damage that he's taken. Stomp Zider, I think, would almost finish the stock as is, but Artemis is a very, very fast legend. As we can see, DB already going for those dash jump fast falls, making it all the way through. But there's one Stomp Zider. Lance being able to make that recovery back, but if it hits again, that's going to be it. Stardust putting up the down 6. Nice punish. One Sarah comes through. Can he get another one? Oh, the Nairs are starting to hit. DB doing pretty well
starting
here
to
on
get
this
that
first
damage.
stock.
And that Lance damage is pretty big too. So being able to land those hits is extremely beneficial. Oh, but he loses the Lance, and that is going to be the stomp side air, the coach pitch coming out from Stardust. Another KO on his belt against DB as he starts this game off with a pretty sizable lead, actually.
Yeah,
Things slowed down so much, I kind of lost perspective.
Stardust's been keeping a lead like this all set so far, and what's interesting about that is, ooh, nicely done. Finishes him off the signature, takes him off to the right side. DB keeps a closer game than game number 1. Stardust in his matchup against Fiend had a really, really solid game one as well, and then it started to fall apart for him. We'll see if that happens in this game. So far, he's been holding on to the momentum quite well.
That was pretty nice. DB getting a little fancy with the lance options that he has in his tool belt. Finding the neutralite because Stardust just jumped right into it. Stardust looking for a little bit more from these guitars right now, but Lance is kind of working right now for DB. He needs a few more bigger hits. He needs to get Stardust in some more precarious positions, but if he can do all of that, he might be looking really good right now.
Sidelight hits. Stop. Side air. Ooh. Weapon throw. Forces the recovery out early. DB still has a dodge. Now he doesn't. Oh, but he doesn't get the recovery. Stardust picks up the guitars. Doesn't deny him, actually. Double down lane. A neutral sig. DB. Is he going to take the lead for the first time this set? Oh, falling nine. Oh, okay. Neutral sig didn't hit. DB avoids the haymaker. Side air. Done. Takes the lead. Amazing play on the scythe towards the end. Actually, it was just unarmed that really took that back. Stardust didn't respect that DB was just going to go in with a double sidelight, and now the scythe is really coming online.
And he is exceptionally explosive right now. Slows down, kind of gets Stardust into a very comfortable position, and then explodes with just like 2-3 hits, maybe a really powerful signature move like we saw at the neutral sig or like the side sig. But whenever he is just explosive like that and lands hits, Stardust just doesn't have the right response, and DB is able to get good damage or at least offstage pressure onto Stardust.
Oh, he went for the sidelight and a side sig read. That signature is incredibly fast and very powerful. DB, oh, he's going for the side sig again. I feel like he should get a few more of those nairs like he just did. Nair and a downlight. Now the side sig almost certainly will take him off. Take him out on the side of the stage. Silent recovery might actually get pretty close too now. Oh, that side sig came so close to obliterating Stardust. Weapon throw came through a DB.
That would have been death, 100%. But he's got the side right now, looking for the downlight push off. Ooh, reading the dash in too. Interesting plays from DB right now, but he has this game, unless something goes horribly wrong, he's got this game on lock.
Yeah, there's a terrifying thing about Artemis signatures, and that's you really could just put them out in a situation like this because you're not going to get too punished most of the time, and your opponent has to be playing around all of them at all times. The neutral sig, just being able to throw out that globule without actually putting yourself at risk. The side sig coming out so quickly. Cider hits and DB does it. Takes game number 2. And I was talking a little earlier in that game about how this was a similar situation than Stardust was in against Fiend. He did an incredible job in game number 1, and then game 2 was close, but loses it, and now DB really seems to have captured the momentum. Let's see if that continues with this Artemis in the game 3, or if Stardust just has learned and adapted to fighting against it.
Well, his slower, more methodical playstyle usually lends itself to an adaptation from him. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see it from him, but I would actually be very interested to see whether or not DB can take this whole set by using Artemis, because I was pumping him up earlier at the beginning of this set. DB, or Stardust, has a 100% success rate making it into top 3 from top 8, but if DB hits him here, this is going to be the first time in a tournament where he doesn't make it.
Yeah, Stardust is fighting for that. It's weird. It's like it's not exactly like being the undefeated champion, but also that consistency is really something to live up to, right? Just being like, hey,
yes,
I might not win every event, but I am in. You're getting a medal, right? It's either gold, silver, or bronze. I'm coming back home with something, and that's what Stardust is looking to do this tournament as well. DB in his way as the set is now 1-1. Stardust, nice start here on Crystal Temple. Oh, he's got to be careful. That Cider brought him off the stage with a few jumps to utilize.
DB picking up the lance now. He's going to pressure Stardust. You see him backing off, trying to stay safe, looking for the opportunities. He sees one in the neutral air, the falling neutral air, but he gets that weapon throw. He tries to use that weapon throw like he does against Fiend, where he can throw that weapon against them and then dash the distance, pick it back up into another attack, but that's not going to work here. DB has that dialed in, it seems, and DB just hasn't been terribly punished by those weapon throws. The coach pitch, though, that is going to carry him a little bit farther there. Not quite to the KO, but a dodge through the weapon is going to allow him to take a little bit of an advantage. Ooh, and a signature to try to deny the space for DB to acquire that weapon. And there it is, another coach pitch taking the KO.
Yeah, stomp, side air into the. I mean, the stomp was like max range, so the side air didn't connect, and then the falling side air afterwards was just enough. DB sent flying, didn't get too much more damage in, but the scythe recovery, nice nair. Hits, nair picks up again. Oh, that gravity cancel neutral sig repositioned him to get the nair. DB's aerial game on the scythe is clean. Went for the down sig, but started dodges straight through. Weapon throw into the lance. Now he might be looking for those side sigs. That neutral sig came really close to connecting. Downlight, gravity cancel side light, no recovery, but DB, even though he's behind, I feel like he's in the lead. And that's how well he's playing on the second stock. Recovery hits, doesn't KO, but he is still just haunting him down in the air. Finally, one of those side sticks connects and sends Stardust flying.
I mean, of course, it's going to look like he is in the lead, even though he's actually still down by just a small deficit. But still, he brought himself back almost an entire stock at this point, as far as I'm concerned, because that is a massive undertaking to do. And look at the damage. Look at the damage. He's still going. He's still going with this scythe, just taking Stardust all over the Crystal Temple. He is giving him the exclusive premium level tour. He paid so much for this, or he could have, but DB is taking it in there for free, and he's happy to do it. Look at how much of a train he is running through this place.
Ooh, and that's the second time I've seen Stardust get that gravity cancel neutralite wake up punish on Hammer, and it's so notable because he doesn't like literally if he just waited a second, he would be on the ground and be able to get a grounded one, but because he's gravity canceling it, it's actually coming out early enough to get the punish and connect. Very close between these two players now, though. TB is so far, it's almost so far ahead, was that Zider connects. Scythe picked up nice ground pound. Doesn't get a combo off of it, but still keeps Stardust away from the weapon. Pick up side sig. DB trying to get that finisher, and there's the recovery. Oh no, this is as far in the lead as DB has been all set, and it's looking a lot like the last match we saw against Stardust. Stardust almost on his tournament game. If he's not even able to bring this back, DB on the scythe doing pretty well.
Stardust hovering the map right now, looking for that recovery from DB. DB, the turnaround, gonna dodge that side light. And DB just running a train again with that scythe. Weapon throw, he's going to manage to find it once again. Stardust looking for the hammer side airs. The weapon throw into neutral light is going to really disrupt him a little bit. A second one coming out, putting him into the red. That's going to put DB in his second stock into a pretty vulnerable position, especially without a weapon. The side air actually killing with the bounce from the stage. That's how close it was to the wall from that position.
Artemis down sig on scythe is interesting because it's a projectile. And the way that it works is that once it hits the ground, it stops traveling. So if you use the ledge, it travels farther. But when DB used it on the platform, he was like right where it started, so it just immediately fizzled against the platform. But it does get that splash effect, so it's an interesting option. Stardust bringing us back on the guitars. Nice combo. Oh, that neutral sig. He waited right as it fizzled to be able to get that dash jump weapon throw. And now he's got DB without a weapon. Hammer picked up a few stop stairs, and then the side sig would be able to finish the job. Neutral light, great start. Keeping DB away from the weapons. Nice nair.
Phenomenal map control from Stardust right now. The recovery, that surely would have been it for DB if that connected. Neutral light coming out. Oh, in the sight, now the tables have turned. Stardust without a weapon right now, just having the weapon Lux spawning right on top of him. Stardust. Oh, side air off stage. Weapon throw. DB. He has a recovery. And there it is. Stardust finding the downlight gravity cancel into the ground pound. Just ripping and tearing right now. Taking that game back from DB. That onslaught that he brought to the table did not last as Stardust closed that out. One more game is all he's going to need to move on to top 4.
Yeah, something amazing about what Stardust did there was position perfectly to punish the scythe recovery so that the downlight did not clash with it. And that is very difficult to do. He was able to get the downlight and comboed it into the ground pound right after DB utilized every single one of his recovery options. And now we're going into game number 4. Stardust up 2-1 in what was looking like a very scary game number 3 for him against DB. And DB sticking with the Artemis, so it seems, as Stardust might actually be able to continue that top 3 streak that he has been having going on throughout 2020. That's very exciting. We're going to game number 4 in just a moment. Map striking has begun.
What do you think we're going to see here? We've seen quite a variety. Do you have any idea on what they might go towards?
Maybe the Mammoth Fortress pick. It's been some time.
Ooh,
I would
made
be
it through the first
surprised if
round.
we went to Demon Island.
Oh,
Okay.
Hey, look at that. 10 points.
Yeah,
I don't know what the points are for.
there's really like nothing rewarding for guessing the map pick correctly because I feel like it's I don't know. It's so
should
easy.
be-
If you
that should be
pick
one of the-
Mammoth Fortress, 70% of the time you're gonna be right. It's just I totally
still,
just pulled
I
out that IQ percent, but
It should be a small game, you know, where BCX, one of those BCX awards at the end of the year, Caster who got the most map
pick
predictions correct.
yeah, maybe.
You never know.
We'll see about that one. Game 4.
We got-
Stardust. Oh, whoa, okay. He did. So, as scary as that looks, Qatar down air does reset your jumps if you down air into the wall. So it wasn't like he just fell, but that looked very frightening.
DB and Stardust getting into the mix right now. Damage is relatively even. Weapon throw from Stardust is going to get a little bit more built up on DB as he moves forward. That lance carrying him right through these hits, going down in the down air, going towards Stardust. Not going to carry him into the hit. Weapon throw from both Disruption and, I guess, an opportunity to recover from DP. Stardust trying to make his way back to the center of the stage, and it is blow for blow right now. The down sig actually connecting for one of the first times, like all weekend, I think. I don't think I've seen that
I don't
really
think I
come
said
out
that
too.
used at least today.
I remember seeing it at least once or twice, but I don't remember it ever connecting.
Yeah.
So that was actually really interesting that he brought that out instead of maybe the side sig.
Oh, but Stardust still manages to take the first stock. Nice recovery. Takes him off the top, and he's not at. I think only the Lance side sig would KO. Never mind. That was the weird. Wow, that's very horizontal knockback on a neutral sig. That, huh? Well, today I learned. RF's neutral sig is powerful. Even a game, and now a slight lead for DB. Actually, nice dash up around, gets that pivot neutral. Like, ooh, okay, this scythe is looking great. There's just moments, there's just these bursts of a ton of damage coming out from DB. We picked up the scythe and Stardust doesn't have the hammer, and he's still going. Oh, he fully charged it out.
No!
Is he dead?
Oh, not the weapon throw.
Oh
no,
my
can't.
goodness!
That's
So the fully charged down sig, the orb caught Stardust before he touched the ground and sent him flying, not bouncing off the platform. That was a 0 to death DB. Insane.
Absolutely disgusting. Stardust now trying to get a little bit of revenge here for what DB just brought to the table, and DB is just he's just getting more damage continuously. Stardust finding that read, but DB with the dodge roll out of there to just avoid that half pipe conversion. Stardust taking so much damage right now, and the gravity cancel wake up from DB to interrupt the approach from Stardust. Very smart part from him to just collapse that lead that Stardust was bringing back from him.
Oh, he's gonna down sig again.
He might.
No, okay. He jumps back. Sidelight hits. Went for the side signature instead. Doesn't connect. But the neutral light connects. Neutral sig. Okay, Stardust does take the stock. Brings it down 1-1. Very heavily in DB's favor. Have a feeling we're going to game number 5. But Stardust, I mean, he can just do what DB did to him. And 0 to death. Perfectly fine. Just to pick up those guitars. There's a Zider and a neutral light. Sidelight dodged out of the way. But Stardust gets a nice meaty start to this game. Or this stock. But the recovery hits and one more Lance recovery. And that's going to be it for Stardust.
Ooh, and well, it might be. He's not dead. Oh, well, weapon throw. 2 weapon throws. That's it. He knew. You saw the ground pound at the end. He knew that's going to be tying that setup 2-2. DB making this a real match between the two. Stardust, his consistency, his record of a 100% top 3 in tournaments is at risk right now. He might be forced to take that tied for 5th spot.
Yeah, this is a very close set, and I think it's going to depend on whether DB can get all the reads they did on Scythe again. Because when that doesn't happen, when DB doesn't 0 to death his opponents on Scythe or get them from white to deep red, Stardust is winning neutral more often than not. It's just when DB does get those explosive openings, he just takes it away. And Stardust is now on the back foot when it comes to momentum. Apocalypse is going to be it for game number 5, and Stardust onto the Bodvar for game 5. Or, yeah, Stardust and Bodvar. That's it's interesting. Still has the hammer. He wasn't feeling like the guitars were doing it for him.
3, 2.
Well, I mean, Bodvar is always a good fallback legend. He's been around forever. He's got a pretty consistent kit. Sword, hammer, I mean, he does, like you said, he has the hammer, as well as in terms of consistency between Sentinel and, the Bodvar. So it's not going to be too different. He just has the sword, which might allow him a little bit more freedom in terms of dealing with the scythe.
Yeah, so far only sword play coming up from Stardust. Weapon pickup from DB, the lance, and he inches forward. One nair hits, goes for the Zider, but he just falls back a little bit too far. Silent down stick coming up from Stardust, and that might be a really early KO if he's not careful. Dive kick hits, goes all the way back up, but DB manages to pick up the lance again, so he makes it back to the stage, and damage is even. It's going to be whoever gets that nice first signature hit. He's going to take the stock. Stardust doesn't have to
Zider
say
looking
gets punished.
dangerous.
Oh, that
DB
down
not
air.
quite in the red yet. Oh, just barely outspacing the side sig. Oh, weapon throw! Snipe from mid-stage, and that is going to be DB converting that into a KO against Stardust. And now Stardust, 2 stocks left before...
Yeah, side sig on Artemis is incredibly hard to punish if you don't have a sig of your own that lurches you forward. Bodvar stands in place, just slams his hammer into the ground. If he was on sword, maybe he would have connected, but because Artemis bounces back after the blast, his side sig missed, gave DB the Zider to punish and the weapon throw to finish the job. Now DB up, 3 stocks to 2. Never mind, dead even game.
Weapon throws, just trying to cycle, delay that next weapon spawn. DB being able... Wow, that was really lucky. It spawned on the exact opposite side from Stardust. But Stardust, right now with the sword, just trying to play around these scythe vectors, which can be pretty brutal. Those down airs, those neutral airs, those side airs, kind of, they have a sweeping motion around them, so you really have to be careful about where you're positioning around your opponent. But it looks like that loss of the scythe right now is going to allow Stardust to get a little bit of damage built up. The weapon throw, the denial coming out from Stardust, good map control on his part to keep DB condensed a little bit.
Yeah, Stardust has been doing a good job of controlling center stage too. Towards the end of the second stock, he's slowed down the way that he's playing a little bit. He's been hitting him with a lot of neutral lights, side lights. He's getting those one hits, going back, trying to win the neutral again. As I talked about earlier, DB much better at connecting strings than Stardust, but Stardust much better at winning a neutral. So that's the way that he's going to be able to take this game 5 if he wants to. Well, obviously he wants to. If he's going to make it further in this bracket. Now we have a really close game. DB's just hitting with these straight airs, trying to get to a point where a silent recovery or a side sig would be able to take him down. Silent recovery, not enough. The next one's probably not going to be enough either. He has to get a few more hits in the Stardust if he wants to take him out on Apocalypse. Silent neutral sig, however, that is interesting. Takes him down. DB now has Stardust on his tournament stock.
It has a much more vertical knockback vector, so of course that is going to be the angle that he needs, and that's the correct read as well. It isn't true, I think, like the sidelight recovery is, but the neutral sig read where he dodged right above because maybe he was thinking there was going to be a delayed recovery or something, and he could get away from that. That is that different hitbox coming out of that neutral sig from that from the lance is exactly what he needed to confirm that KO, because I mean, like you said, I don't think the recovery either was going to find that KO.
And it was the first time he ever used it too, so Stardust wasn't ready for it. Don't know if that will work again, but here we go. Stardust trying to play it as safe as possible with DB. He's fine with that. I mean, at this rate, if Stardust never approaches him again, he still wins even on a timeout. Now, not so much. Stomp Zider connects. Stardust now has DB on his last stock, both players. 1 stock away from being out at 5th. Winner of this goes into the top 4. Throw comes forward. DB does get the punish. Downlight hits. Lance versus Hammer. Stardust has been doing the best on Hammer so far. Sidelight stops him from picking up the weapon. Recovery hits, and now Stardust starved of a weapon. Picks up a sword. Sidelight, nair. Has DB disarmed. Oh no, he went for the downlight. I don't know what he went after that, but okay. Scythe picked up. Down air. Oh, Stardust had a jump. That's it.
Way. There's no way. DB taking it down. Stardust cannot get back, and that is going to be Stardust's perfect top 3 ratio gone as DB moves on to the loser semifinals. Be the first one there, and now all he has to do is wait for Power Ranger or Broly to meet him there. You can see this right here in the replay. Stardust almost getting that that gravity cancel down sig. That would have been absolutely devastating for DB, but that dodge through gave him all the room he needed to work with, getting Stardust off stage, following it up with the down airs, forcing that pressure off stage, and just closing out the game in a very solid fashion.
Yeah, towards the end, Stardust was too eager to recover high, and against Scythe, I mean, it's difficult recovering in any direction against Scythe because they have so much control over where they will throw you after they connect with a nair or a down air due to that active input, and we just saw DB have an excellent finish that game, 3-2, as he moves on to the lower bracket semifinals. top 4. And now the last matchup before our top 4 is solidified is Power Ranger versus Broly. We see Broly on the Roman Reigns, the Terros. And Power Ranger stick to the Zariel, which he like got to after 2 games against Wesley. And we're seeing here now with the most played legends coming up for Power Ranger. Power Ranger still ranked 3, Broly ranked 15. So we were talking about that, right?
Yeah.
Player that we knew about in South America, not necessarily a top 8 player, and considering how consistent South America is, the top 8 or the top 8 ranked players are basically the players you expect to see in top 8. So him making it here is remarkable for him. And in this record, I'm looking at the head-to-head, Power Ranger has yet to beat Broly. So this is a very tough matchup, actually. Yeah, Broly is up 2-0 against Power Ranger.
You really can't count Broly out. Lopez is a force to be reckoned with, and I think he made it to tied for 5th last South American tournament. I could be wrong. But Broly beating his way all the way to the losers quarterfinals and beating Lopez to get here. And then it is a testament to how far he's come since the olden days when he was pretty solidly a top a top 8 player. He had 3 top 8 placements, 7 top 32s. He's just making his way back in the limelight now after being gone for so long.
Yeah, and we also saw that 100% play rate.
Oh, that's true.
On Terros, so I'm very excited for this. That Roman Reigns coming out, he's got really cool cosmetic setup too.
Yeah, the gold really looks good on this skin. I think that's a pretty
and the hammer actually.
Yeah,
glorious beard and hair. Wow. Okay, going into this Power Ranger and the Zarya. Side lights through. Can't get too many hits on. And stop neutral sig. That's something that's rough to get hit by at the beginning. Okay, Broly. So be a little careful there. Whenever we have Terros, we know that we're going to be seeing some very interesting signature choices. That much is certain. But the stop neutral sig is great. Stop down sig, also an amazing damage builder at low damage too.
And Broly. And it looked like there was a bit of a mind gimp there as Power Ranger takes the fall.
Yeah. Switching over to the axe now. I think he was trying to deny that weapon for Power Ranger, but he snatched the gauntlets away. So the axe is picked back up for Broly. Great catch of down in the air. Nice. Now, of course, if that nair hit, if the nair bounced him off the ground, then he could have gone for recovery. But because it spiked him off to the right, he could really only hope to go for a ground pound and see if it connects. But it did not. Bo picked up downlight, no recovery, a little slow in that recovery. Was able to dodge out. That's why you always want to dodge out of things that you think might be confirmed. Because if your opponent isn't frame perfect, sometimes you can get out for free. Never try to not dodge D-Light Zider on Spear, for example.
Both of these players right now playing very carefully. Power Ranger knowing that if he gets right on top of Broly and he plays too recklessly, he'll take an enormous amount of damage. That axe. Oh, look at that damage out from the axe. The ground pound. Oh no, and he went the wrong way. Look, trying to think that maybe Power Ranger would go off stage and try to chase him off there because he was already on that side, potentially, and then try and do a long form read against Power Ranger to read it off, but that was a very unusual one. It looked like that set him off balance. Power Ranger able to just completely work off of that and take the stock off the top. But then again, Broly still having the lead here is a very interesting dynamic as we move further into this game. Side air.
It definitely has a lead. A whole stock lead, actually. 2 nairs into side air, and Power Ranger's just gone. And Power Ranger was like in light orange. That is Terros axe for you.
I mean, that's just Terros in general. Either one of the weapons. You got hammer, you got axe. Both weapons are going to be absolutely phenomenal at KOing it horizontally with those side airs.
Nice neutral sig punish off that sidelight whiff. Falling nair, double nair. That Zider almost finished it off. 3 nairs in a row. Gauntlet sent flying out of his hands. And that gravity cancel side stick was going to come through. Neutral hits, and Broly is on the verge of 2-stocking Power Ranger.
Recovery coming out. It's not going to be enough. The down sig coming out from Broly, and that's not going to quite catch And the down sig coming out from Power Ranger. The side air bouncing him off the wall is not going to be enough to KO, but the weapon toss down. He did get the weapon touch. It's not going to be enough.
Broly has a very interesting playstyle, and so much so that I feel like, I guess the best way to describe it is that his movement makes me nervous. And not, and it's like, not nervous for his opponent, but nervous for him. Because I'm like, you gotta be careful there. The way that you're moving right now, you might just lose that stock to yourself. But he doesn't. He manages to make it work, and then, oddly enough, he gets punishes off of how he is moving. Like we saw that part when he was off the left side of the stage, and we were like, uh-oh, what is he doing? But he managed to jump all the way up and get an unarmed nair. Also, with the axe side light halfway through that game, he had the awareness to know that he hit the side light so close to the inside of the hitbox that he jumped and pivoted with a ground pound because he knew that a sidelight nair wasn't going to connect. We now see Power Ranger making a completely radical switch. The 9 defense Onyx, Gauntlets, and Cannon are coming up to fight against Broly in game number 2 here on Miami Dome.
Well, the angles of attack that the cannon brings to the table, the sheer damage, it might be enough to finally counter this aggression from Broly. Broly having just stomped his way through past few sets, as we talked about earlier. I mean, this is obviously a powerhouse for him, and this is really just becoming incredibly successful. Broly getting so much damage every single hit he lands, and so Power Ranger, I mean, he really is forced to play a high defensive character that, I mean, you just buff the defense even further. Oh!
Oh no!
Oh no!
We're seeing a Broly take a fall due to connection issues, and Power Ranger. Oh, wait.
Is he back?
Yeah, he's back, and he's just continuing the fight. We're gonna go from there. I think Broly doesn't even care that he lost that stock. He's just going back in. He's like, no, all right.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna take the stock and bring it back to neutral, and it'll be completely fine.
All things considered, Power Ranger is pretty deep in the red. You're playing Terros. What better place to try to bring this back from than from this position? He hasn't taken any damage. Well, he took a hit, but that's still not. That's so much. I mean, Power Ranger is trying to make his way back. There's the coach pitch and the KO.
Oh, so 9 defense doesn't matter.
He still has the, the momentum on his side. All he has to do is continue to bring the beat down, and that lead will be his one more time. Well, I mean, technically, he already has the lead back. Woo.
Oh, one stop side air. Looking for a neutral light. See by that nair. Power Ranger went for the down sig, and Broly is still in the lead somehow. Down sigs are coming through, but Onyx can't spam down sig on the ledge nearly as fast as she used to be able to. Lots of end lag on those moves if you miss.
Yeah, still happy that got changed up before.
Yeah, before Onyx was a little fast, a little speedy for a gargoyle. Ooh, double sideline recovery. We're all the way up for the recovery finish. Broly is just running for his life.
Oh!
Nice down sig. Caught him jumping up for the weapon spawn. Power Ranger. Nice play with the gauntlets on Onyx so far. Broly now down to 1 stock.
Absolute gauntlet domination coming from Power Ranger. Now the cannon usage here. We're going to see if this is something that Power Ranger has any proficiency with as well. The gauntlets, obviously, that's a yes. But the cannon is a little bit of a different beast here. And now Broly trying to get a few of these punishes out with the hammer, looking for a few of those neutral sigs from the sky angle, the triple neutral air, and look at all this damage coming out from the cannon. Cannon being, a heavy weapon, down air coming down. Not going to connect the second one. That's huge.
Zider does hit, but he took a ton of damage. One of the terrifying things about cannon air is that when it connects, you can use another cannon air so much faster than if it misses. So it can be very jarring to watch that many explosions come out of the end of the cannon, but that's what happens when an adept cannon player starts hitting you with an air. Broly took a ton of damage there, but he has the axe, and he's fighting back. Side sig, nice punish with that down air.
Forcing him off the stage as well, gets him into a bad position because that's vulnerability. And the down light doesn't connect, and Power Ranger turns that into a punish, missing that neutral sig opportunity, the recovery. Did he get the wall touched?
But he makes it back anyways.
Wow.
Up and throw. Has Power Ranger without a weapon. Oh, neutral light misses. Power Ranger tries to go for that recovery finish. Nice down sig. Sidelight nair. Double nair. Sidelight nair again. No, but the nair was too slow. Power Ranger dodges that, but the side air is punished by Broly's side air.
Recovery, not
Straight
going to
up.
connect. Power Ranger with the gauntlets now. We saw what he was doing on these earlier. It's a very dangerous tool for him to have in his hands. Broly, though, with the neutral light, able to catch him on the way back down to the ground. Power Ranger looking for that down light, the down air, but it's not going to connect. Oh, and the double into the recovery is going to do it. Power Ranger taking game number 2, tying up the set 1-1. Wow.
The weirdest part about that ground pound was that it felt like there was hesitation before he used it. We're going to see that in this replay here. I think it was for a sidelight ground pound. I'm waiting for it. So the neutral light comes through. Down sig. Side light. Yeah, he waited before putting out that ground pound. And then the double down light into recovery. We saw that interrupting his own recovery. Broly goes down. Now the set is 1-1. And the Onyx has evolved with the colors, as we see. Now that newest Battle Pass colors coming in. Against still the Roman Reigns, still the Tariffs.
I'm kind of curious. He just unlocked that just now, just off of pure random chance, because he didn't have it equipped earlier.
Oh, that's interesting. Like he progressed far enough in the Battle Pass to where it just rolled the color for Onyx, and now
that's
he's just
what
like,
I'm wondering. It's like, well, I'm playing her anyway. I guess I better, just throw it on there. I mean, and I love the color scheme. It looks so good, but hopefully we're going to see more of this right now. Hey, maybe after this one, if Power Ranger wins this game, maybe he'll buy a skin in the middle of the set and then just equip it too.
Oh, yeah. It's like, wait a second, this Onyx character's pretty good. I gotta continue playing them. Okay. On Small Brawlhaven now, that 9 defense isn't going to matter as much as it did on the previous map. 1-1 in the set. So whoever takes this is going to be in the lead, but not out. A really, really close game so far. Both of them whiffing, but Broly finally gets some hits in. 2 stairs in a row. Oh, I feel like he was charging up for a side stick, and Power Ranger destroyed him for it.
Amazing dodge read on Power Ranger's part to continue that cannon string all the way over to the monocle on the left. Oh, and the down air, stuffing it out, but it isn't going to be enough. Broly is just close enough to that ledge. And now look at this, Power Ranger holding that ledge. He's got all the advantage right now, throwing out that down sig. Looking for that high angle, the side sig coming out, not going to find Broly, and no punish is going to come out for that either. The down air coming out, Broly looking for a connection. Power Ranger is just on his game right now. He is not taking any hits.
Oh, finally a hit comes through, but it's unarmed, and it's a neutral light.
It's not a big one.
Oh, avoids that neutral light, but Power Ranger really has a lot of control over the center stage. Down air comes through. Nair hits as well. Side air. Nice. That's the finisher that Broly has been hitting the most on Axe, is getting that Nair into delayed side air, because Power Ranger seems to be drifting away a lot. He's not jumping or dodging away, so those side airs are just connecting very well. Oh, excellent combo. But Power Ranger gets a double sidelight recovery, and that's how he ended the last game and evens it up in this game.
Oh, jumping off the ropes for that neutral sig. Not going to connect that one, though. Power Ranger still just holding that aerial space. Broly trying to hold the map positioning. But that cannon allows Broly to have so much movement without even having to use jumps, really. Because you can jump on one side, KO for Broly with the weapon throw. I had no idea that. I thought he was going to get the dodge to that, but maybe it was burnt already. But Broly losing that weapon again. Power Ranger getting that double read into the recovery. That's going to be a lot of damage. Not enough to find the KO, but enough to get a lot of pressure onto Broly. And, ooh, goes for that side air. Opts to not even go for the weapon pickup. Gets the pressure on that from that unarmed kit. Very nice option from Broly to take advantage of that positioning he had right in front of Power Ranger.
Yeah, Power Ranger's been finding a lot of double sidelights on gauntlets, and they've been getting him a ton of mileage. Those attacks aren't just for show. They don't just move your opponent around. They do a lot of damage as well. But Broly still a stock ahead. Weapon throw comes through. Can he get the down light or down air? You'll see that, at least from Axe players in general. Ooh, down tick hits. Downlight is going to be used a lot more often when you know it's going to hit instead of just as a general throw it out there anti-air, because there's so much more lag on miss. Down tick comes out from Power Ranger.
Going real high. Oh, goes right over the side sig. Power Ranger thinking that maybe Broly was going to touch the ground just a little bit sooner, but there it is, the ground pound coming out for Broly, confirming that KO and taking game number 3. That's going to put him up in the set 2-1. And this is a very strong showing from Broly. I wonder if we're going to see another legend swap from Power Ranger, but honestly, I don't think I want to see one.
Power Ranger's been all over the board. I think it's been played. He's played 4 legends on stream so far. Will this be the 5th? He's definitely going to be skewing that percentage statistic.
Either way, I highly believe that this Onyx pick is a very powerful one for him right now. The defense is working right in his favor.
Anything with
alongside
gauntlets in general.
Just the general damage that Teros puts out. But yes, the gauntlets in general are just phenomenal for him right now.
And we see that he's going to be sticking with them, but this time on the Mordex, bringing out gauntlets and Scythe. Into game number 4, Broly up 2-1. One more win, and Power Ranger will be out.
Well, hopefully
and that
the movement speed.
This is already Broly's most impressive performance. It'll be even more impressive if he gets in the top 4.
Oh, and if anything stays consistent, then he will get there. I mean, he's very confident on the Teros, the Roman Reigns. Power Ranger swapping over to the Mordex, keeping those gauntlets. He knows where his strength lies right now, but I wonder how it's going to affect him if he doesn't have all of that extra defense, because he's able to survive a lot of these heavy hitters from Broly. He's able to survive some of those the neutral sigs at the corner, just like that. If Power Ranger was caught at that in orange, then I don't know if he would survive that on a Mordex, but where he would on Onyx. So I wonder if taking all this damage is going to be good for him in the long run.
Yeah, Broly has shown that when he's on the hammer or the axe, he's going to hit 3 or 4 Ziders in a row when he starts connecting, and that's just terrifying for a character like Mordex. Downlight into neutral signature, sends him off stage. Edgeguard opportunity, another D-Light neutral sig. Power Ranger has to use his dodge to get through. Ground pound connects. That's the stock. Nearly a 0 to death. I think he got like a weapon throw's worth of damage on him. Broly is dismantling Power Ranger on this Mordex so far.
Side lights from Broly. Just looking for a little bit of damage. Barely any damage built up onto Broly, though. Power Ranger not having an easy time of it, getting the hit connections there. And wow, just the
backswing
back
at the down sig hit him out of the gauntlet recovery.
Always unexpected, especially from that angle.
Now Broly, even in damage, not even in stocks. Power Ranger gets 1 neutral light through, went for a hard read on the Nair. Doesn't hit, but Broly with the falling neutral airs on hammer. Tagging on even more damage. Gauntlets are picked up for Power Ranger, and he's scooped straight out of that spot dodge. Sidelight, but doesn't go for the double sidelight and recovery this time. Does hit the recovery, though, and I think he does have to look for that sidelight recovery if he wants to end the stock. Because the recovery on the ground, it's not doing it. We saw 2 hit. I mean, maybe now it will, but okay. 3 recoveries in a row. Great accuracy.
Oh, hey, if that's what it takes to find the KO, then that's what it takes. Power Ranger now with the Scythe playing that stage presence, taking a hammer to the face with that side light, though. You gotta try to avoid as much of this damage as possible. The weapon throw not going to connect, and that's going to allow Power Ranger to get back on the stage with a little bit of an advantage, but he chooses not to capitalize fully on it as Broly is going to grab that axe and make his way back. But in the red, getting interrupted. That's no recovery. He is able to touch that wall space to get that back. But the recovery coming out from Power Ranger, throwing Broly off stage. Broly getting his way back, but Power Ranger playing so carefully right now, and that is going to be taken off the top by the neutral air.
Yeah, there was a moment there where I was like, if Power Ranger hits a Nair or 2, this could be Broly's stock in a comeback. But Broly takes that in a silent Nair ground pound. That is devastating to get hit by, especially from Teros. Power Ranger returns with a Nair, but another silent combo. Okay, downlight, went for the anti-air. Didn't quite hit. Power Ranger's managing to dodge these down airs from Broly as well, and the recoveries just raw or connecting. Down sig, however, hard punished by that sidelight Nair. Another Nair, went for the side air right afterwards, and Broly's got Power Ranger in orange.
Broly with the down air, the downlight, Power Ranger looking for the signature move. Not going to find the connection, though, and Power Ranger now with a side sig, and Broly just comes right through it like just a freight train, just with the axe getting so much damage in. And there's the down sig. That's almost going to do it. Power Ranger on his last legs right now. He has to take this game in order to continue surviving in this tournament. Broly with the weapon throw, looking for the KO. The neutral sig is going to do it. Power Ranger
Okay.
able to survive just a little bit longer, but that red health, that he's over that 150 threshold, and being on Miami Dome against the Taros, that is a bad combination. And there it is, Broly taking it down. Neutral air off the top.
And that's going to be it. Broly wins over Power Ranger and continues his undefeated streak against the player. And I really want to highlight how interesting that is. Broly is rank 15 PR in South America. Power Ranger is rank 3. But this is one of those weird, like, I feel like a lot of players in every region has like a pro player who, while they don't consistently hit top 8, is kind of like their counter in play style. And Broly showed that he knows exactly how to fight against Power Ranger in tournament. And besides that one game where he basically gave a stock up to connection issues, he destroyed Power Ranger. It was really, really convincing. We saw Power Ranger go through 5 different characters today, but on that Roman Reigns, Broly was able to do it. And now, at the best placement that he's ever had in top 4, is going to be going up against DB. That is our top 4 matches decided. Why don't you go ahead and read them out for the audience front?
So, of course, in the top side of the bracket, we do have Fiend versus Wesley, and that is going to be your winners finals, and I think we're going to start off there when we get back, and that is Fiend taking down Stardust, Stardust losing to DB down in the lower bracket. DB coming through, of course, Stardust, Balthazar, Gabriel, WE, and LX on his way through the lower bracket side, and then, of course, on the lower end, loser semifinals is DB versus Broly, who we just watched take down Power Ranger, power rank 3 in Brazil, and who lost against Wesley in the upper bracket. So that's only 2 games and out for him, while Broly and DB have been both making these long form treks through the lower bracket, making this run. And honestly, it's been incredibly impressive from both of them. But
yeah,
we will see that in just a moment.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to see how they're going to be able to play out. We have a short break coming up for you guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Top 4 is coming up next.
And we are back for the rest of the South American portion of the Combo Breaker Brawlhalla 1v1 online tournament. We've seen the bracket start to boil itself down. My name's Sparky878. Sitting next to me is a face you've already seen today as well. It's gonna be Flambeau. We're here to bring you Wesley versus Fiend.
I didn't realize that 878 was like a part of the.
Everyone tells me to like drop it, and so that makes me want to do the opposite.
Well, there you have it, I guess. But yeah, you said it best. We're going to have Wesley versus Fiend in the winners finals. This should be a pretty good match overall. I mean, granted, South America has and always has been a blast to watch. I mean, you can go ahead and take a look at the bracket there. Fiend having a pretty decent time there, making his way through the bracket. Beat Stardust 3-1 on the winner's side, and then has been pushing forward here to make it to the winners finals. Meanwhile, Wesley beating Power Ranger to get here, and another 3-1 set. There's a lot of 3-1s in that bracket. Take a look at it.
Yeah, there are, but also for Fiend and Wesley, they had a solid time right before that in top 32. Both of them had 2-0s all the way through top 32 until they got into top 8, and then it was a 3-1. So still basically like the next best thing that you can do. You see the numbers right there in front of you. Rank 1 and rank 2 in this region. The two best boys, as you would imagine, fighting it out here in winners finals. This is going to be a huge set to watch, and it could have some serious implications for how the rest of this top 4 is going to unfold.
Now, you would think that with them being the number 1 and number 2 players in South America, that this should be a bit closer, but Fiend is 10-2 on Wesley, so that is that is not as close as you would think it would be between number 1 and number 2. So that kind of shows that there's probably a gap there that Wesley has been trying to close down. But we're going to see if today Wesley makes it 10-3 or if Fiend's going to put yet another tally mark on the board.
Now, we've seen Fiend also come out with an Asuri today, but going in with the Barraza here against this Wesley pick, I'm not sure if that's specifically maybe to deal with Wesley's Lance, because Axe does have a favorable matchup into Lance that he might struggle with if he's not able to find initiations on the Katars.
Just taking a look at what's going on so far. That Sarah coming out from Wesley is going around these blasters. Fiend trying to kind of twinkle toes his way around these Axe hurt boxes. There we go again. He's doing such a good job avoiding every swing from Wesley, and Wesley, pretty bad read right there, not catching the jump on Fiend. Oh my god, Fiend. Oh, the stutter step into the NSYNC?
Nice down air and the ground pound. That's going to be the stock going the way of Fiend. Now, shortly before that, though, you saw 2 neutral lights come out from Fiend, and he did 2 important mix-ups on them. He did neutral light into the pivot nair, covering high, and then neutral light into pivot dare, covering the low. Doing the nair first and then the dare. Neither one of them ended up hitting Wesley, so he didn't have the right read at the right time, but it shows he has those mix-ups coming out, but it was really his Axe play that secured the kill, reaching up with that neutral signature, just grabbing Wesley out of the air, and Wesley chases him down. Ground pound over the corner, knockout as well, gets the refrag. It doesn't have very much damage on this stock yet.
Yeah, and I love that ground pound from Wesley as well, because going for that ground pound with the Rocket Lance is always a big risk. You really can't afford to miss. You're going to have a really tough time making it back to the stage just due to the nature of that way that weapon recovers. Wesley able to find the hit. Oh, wait, hold on.
Nice read.
Goes for the read.
That's so dangerous, though. He's still able to get back. I'm surprised we didn't see Fiend try to press that a little bit more. It was going to take a lot of the in-air movement options for Wesley to get back after Fiend interrupted the recovery with the weapon toss.
Yeah, and in that scenario, that's kind of where we start screaming, don't jump, right? And Fiend actually, like, we saw Wesley actually cover the fastball option out of Hitstun there, and Fiend just did not bite there, so Wesley wasn't able to get a quick 0 to death. But Wesley barely hanging in there. It's going to be a D-Light dash jump recovery. Not enough juice, but Fiend looking poised to take this next stock. I think the Sarah, it's going to be enough to do it.
And that was a really quick Axer that he was able to find. He didn't have to float around, use all of his jumps, and then dodge, and then fast fall down to find this area. He found it straight away. So really efficient kill opportunities coming out from Fiend. You saw the D-Light recovery. The D-Light put him further into orange than the first hit of the recovery put him into red. There would have been a little bit more damage. That D-Light recovery might have knocked out, but Fiend immediately found the side air on the Axe, which can be tough for a lot of Axe players. A lot of movement options that Fiend just threw out there. Wesley unable to capitalize on that. Neutral air into nothing. You wanted to wait to see where Wesley was going before following up afterwards.
That was so hard for Wesley because he kind of had, there we go, nice edge guard from Wesley on the punish on the NSYNC there. But he had a Fiend in a pretty good spot there. Fiend was out of options. He burned that recovery because he didn't want to go for the wall touch yet. While lining up the final hit with the Rocket Lance was a bit cumbersome there. That down air felt like it should have hit, but Wesley just couldn't quite get it to line up.
Fiend has still not been able to convert these neutralites that he's hitting into any more damage afterwards. We've seen a bunch of different follow-ups coming out, but one thing that's really important, other than him getting that kill there with the D-Light recovery, getting nice, a little bit of elevation on that with the soft platform, was that slide charge reverse neutral signature that he did over on the edge. Not really sure where that was coming from. That was kind of reckless early on in the set. It is still a best of 5, so doing things like that early on in the set when you have a lead, they're not the worst thing in the world, but it still was a little bit too reckless from him because it was a very easy punish for Wesley and a very easy knockout punish that came out from Wesley.
Yeah, very, very well played from Wesley in that scenario as well. Just go ahead and secure that stock and not allow Fiend to just kind of get away with, some silly options, but still not being able to close out that first game. Fiend closing that first game out pretty convincingly and just recovering to the top of the screen here. We're seeing if he's biding time. Maybe that Wesley is a bot or something. He's just, I think he might have disconnected here. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. So this is going to be resetting this game.
This is looking like pure bot movement coming out from Wesley here. We were talking about this earlier in the lobby. Take the W.
Back.
Take the W, man. There's PR on the line. There's money on the line. Run your bag and get out.
I guess if you're Fiend and you're like, well, I've won this so many times, may as well.
That's true.
It's a PR move, and you still get what you want if you think you're going to win.
Nah, I'm telling you, you want to look good in front of the crowd and everything, looking an honorable man, you're worried about the wrong PR, homie. I'm going after that power rank.
There we go. Oh, I like that ground pound coming out from Fiend there. It's kind of one of the cheekier scenarios you'll see it used. Kind of covering high a little bit there on the way down. Oh, the end sig. Is Wesley going to be gone here?
It's the grounded dare. Went for another neutral signature. That one would have been in the middle. Might have bounced off the stage, but still could have had the knockout potential. Weapon toss down is going to allow Fiend to recover back safely to the platform. GCD Light, Wesley throwing out those nairs, trying to find connection here. Both players in the red. Easy gravity cancel, looking like Cody Travis with that one. One of his more favored knockout options with that gravity cancel D signature. An incredible signature. Definitely, probably one of Barraza's best. Like the Axe neutral signature is fantastic and you can throw that out a lot, but I still prefer the D signature over that.
Yeah, it's just like the movement, right? Any signature that kind of has built-in movement to the animation always finds itself having these nice little niche uses, right? Kind of with that barrel roll, it kind of tumbles him forward and he's able to get the hitbox that way. Or even with his Axe down sig where he takes a step back, they all kind of have that extra added use there. And Fiend showing, oh man, Wesley popped him. Still alive though, somehow.
Yeah, Wesley's starting to grab his number here. Fiend is starting to struggle against this Wesley Lance and this Wesley Axe. You see the Nair coming out, waiting very long before he chose to come in with the recovery. A lot of Lance players will just immediately go for the Nair and then charge up that recovery, guessing one direction or the other. This time Wesley was very patient on it. That time you see him go for the Nair into the immediate recovery, but the previous one he wanted to wait because he knew that Fiend was in kill zone.
Yeah, and Wesley, I mean, he's doing everything right here. He has such a read on Fiend's movement right now. We kind of already knew that. The moment you land an Ulgrim Lance down sig and it connects immediately, that means you know exactly where your opponent's going to go. There's no mincing words on that one.
Oh!
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That's why you kill the bot. That's why you kill the bot every time. Don't hesitate.
Did I make a mistake? Oh no, what did I just unleash? That's what Fiend's thinking right now, or he's saying, you know what, whatever, I'll drop a game, but it's still got a few more to work with here. So that's going to be 1-1 pushing forward in the set. Immaculately played from Wesley the moment he reconnected. Fiend might be regretting that one.
Now, Fiend's Barraza is only in the 20s. I can't remember if it was 26 or 29, but still a relatively low legend level, bringing out this Barraza here compared to like the 49 of Wesley's Ulgrim. Wesley is going to grab the first weapon. It is going to be the Axe. Fiend choosing to go in unarmed, a normal thing for a player like Fiend.
Yeah, he doesn't really care if he has a weapon or if he does or doesn't. He just kind of goes in, he'll throw some hitboxes out, see what lands, see what sticks. Wesley, on the other hand, gonna go ahead and try to be armed the entire time if he can help it. That ground pound, oh no, big punish from Wesley. Wesley missing the turnaround there, and now Fiend able to get the turnaround on the turnaround. But it looks like everyone's gonna survive here. Wesley just trying to get back to the stage.
It seemed like both of them in that entire sequence were like one good hit away from being in a really bad position, but they were trading off who was in the worst position, going back and forth. Both of them like eating a bunch of axe dares on the edge. That's a scary spot to be in for either person because they both had an axe in their hand.
Oh man, tricky recovery coming from Wesley there to make his way back to the stage. It's gonna weapon star Fiend, and the weapon throw actually gonna stop the knockback, but it doesn't matter. Wesley just lets his fist fly, and Fiend on the back foot yet again. You gotta kill the bot, man.
It's curious to see Wesley doing so well here after you mentioned that huge disparity between the two of them in their overall career history. Fiend normally coming out on top, but Wesley is doing a fantastic job here. He already has the set tied up. He was in the lead this game. Fiend is finding some solid damage here. Fiend has taken the damage lead so far, about a minute and a half into this game. There's the D-Light punishing so many of the landings from Wesley.
Okay, and there we go. So much damage racked up right here. Wesley just trying to get back to the floor, right? Once he gets control of the base platform, he can start throwing out some S-Lights, start dashing. But Fiend giving him no opportunity, no quarter to get anything started. He was juggled for like the past 30 seconds.
Like, you've heard of a no-fly zone. Well, with Wesley, it's a only fly zone. He's not allowed to land. He's not letting him touch down for long enough, or he has to take flight yet again, or Fiend will forcibly send him into the air.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be the person who drops the ball in the game of taps, right? You want to make sure you keep it in the air. That's exactly what Fiend is doing here against Wesley. Wesley with a perfect read on the jump. The weapon toss not going to hit, though, so he has to go out there, and that's going to be enough. Oh, yep, just dodge the hitbox, and he's good.
Man, he cleaned that up so good. He's thrown out like 2 or 3 of those axe neutral signatures. The last one he did gravity canceled over on the edge, and Fiend was very patient. Might have expected it coming, so he didn't immediately go over into the edge guard sequence. Waited for that neutral sig to come out and then went with a ground pound of his own. That time, Wesley caught him out just like he caught him out with the land down signature before. Wesley's signatures have been fantastic.
Man, I can't believe Fiend didn't get hit by that follow-up. Wesley followed that up with an immediate like chase dodge reverse neutral air, and the reverse was to hit the back end, but it just didn't connect. But somehow, Wesley's still alive here, just barely one good hit away from losing this match.
Also, one good hit away from turning Fiend orange. Oh, has him in the air. You see him going for that recovery. Wanted to get the kill on the top. Goes for the gravity cancel neutral signature. He has Fiend red. He didn't get punished for the neutral signature.
Oh, wow.
So close.
How did he do that?
He almost got knocked out of that with the D-line. He was almost too far to the right, man. That was so close to dropping.
I'm watching that replay because I'm like, I felt like that D-Light should not have connected, but somehow Fiend finds a way, man. Like, I really thought that Wesley was just going to be, you know, a good sidelight recovery away from winning the game. But you see Fiend, let's take a look here. Okay, he does the, man, how?
That was a max range D-Light, like picking him up from below the platform and bringing him. Oh my goodness.
That's crazy. All right, well, Fiend manages to save that one from what was looking like a pretty precarious situation. Now going to be moving ahead in the set 2-1 against Wesley, but Wesley was so close to bringing that back. I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to take this game, bring it to game 5.
Wesley is able to grab the first weapon here in the game 4 on Demon Island. Fiend's first weapon is going to be these blasters. Putting out nice damage. Oh! Hitting that side signature in orange. You see him chasing, waiting for all those movement options. Oh no, Wesley was just a little bit too far away from him. By the time the downlight blast came out, that would have made it over to Wesley. He was able to jump out of it again with another neutral signature. Weapon toss coming out. The damage potential is here for Wesley. He can wrestle this back from Fiend, who put out like almost 100 damage and now has the stock.
Man,
that damage came out so fast, dude.
They're not slowing down. Like, we saw that Fiend was aggressively pushing on a Wesley there. Wesley came back swinging with that axe, and then Fiend turned it around quickly with that edge guard. But Wesley, there he goes. He's putting on the pressure here. He's going to try to cover this. Oh, the slice! Ooh. Not enough. Roz is too thick. There we go. That'll KO him off the top. A nice full axe recovery right near the top kill box. Go ahead and say see ya. And now we have ourselves a tie game. Wesley pulling ahead.
That was 2 full knockouts within a minute. Fiend put out probably 110, maybe 115 damage in the first 30 seconds of that game. Took off like a rocket. The axe coming out for him now, but Fiend has to be careful. He's in the orange. Nice sidelight nair. Goes for the GC D-Light as the third piece. Neutral light sends Fiend further into the orange. Sidelight nair turning Fiend red, and the dare over the edge. The weapon toss goes down. The dare interrupting Fiend's recovery path back to the platform. Just like that, 45 seconds, and we have another knockout.
And you know, for Wesley, that has to be a read there, because most of the time, if you go for that unarmed down air into axe recovery, you're gonna lose. But he did it so early that the hitbox was out before the hitbox of the axe recovery, and was able to secure the gimp. And just like that, man, Wesley steamrolling his way into the lead here. Fiend looking like he has no answer. Going for another read with the down sig. He is feeling himself. Fiend needs to put the wind out of his sails ASAP.
Big X side air coming. You see Wesley using Lance side air to get back to the platform. A little bit of a slide charge down heavy over the edge from Fiend. Weapon toss comes out. Wesley's without a weapon. D-Sig doesn't quite have the range. Oh my gosh, the unarmed side heavy from Wesley tying up their set 2-2. We have game 5 on our hands.
Yeah, Wesley could potentially secure himself a spot in the grand finals, which I won't say would be unheard of. I mean, he is the second best player, but once again, referencing that head-to-head we saw earlier, it would be a huge victory for Wesley if he's able to do that, especially giving himself potentially 2 sets to work with if he does secure the grand finals. We'll see what exactly Fiend has to offer here. I mean, game 5 is going to be crazy. These guys show no signs of slowing down at all.
So it looks like we are running into a quick momentary break between these two players. There you see those stats yet again. Fiend has been the #1 man in South America for quite some time, and you see that reflected in the earnings and in his placements as well. 16 top 32 placements, 8 of those being gold medals. So half the time he's in top 32, he wins. That's impressive.
Those are some tough odds to be playing against, but like he manages to find a way. I mean, even taking a look at the most played legends here, you see that Barraza is decently up there for Fiend, kind of spread across the, it looks like the Barraza, the Bryn, and the Thatch. I'm like, man, has he not been playing, like, how long ago has it been since he played this Nash? I thought Nash would be somewhere up there, but man, maybe he's like number 4.
That might be confusing to some people. The character percentages, those are actually just for this year.
Oh, I see.
But the rest of the stats are from career.
That makes a whole lot more sense. I was like, man, does he not use Nash
You
as much
would
as I think he
expect to
does?
see like the Nash up there, the Hattori up there, but they're not up there because they haven't been played in higher percentages than what you saw up there this year.
Okay, here we are. Looks like we have them back. They're done taking their peeps and poops. They're ready to go. All jazzed up, going to game 5 on Miami Dome. So if we thought these stocks were disappearing quick already, definitely going to continue to keep up that trend, as this stage is extremely small, and especially the Rocket Lance, if it gets any sort of read here, the Sayer from doesn't matter which Lance legend should be enough to KO near the bottom left or right sides.
Neutral light coming out from Wesley. Doesn't find the follow-up here, but Fiend jumps high, gets above Wesley. Comes out with the down air, following it up with a side air. Wesley kind of stuck on the wall for just a moment. As he gets back on, he's going to eat a side air from Fiend. Here comes the axe from Fiend. Wesley still trying this edge guard situation that he's been doing really well with the Lance here against Fiend.
And Wesley just wanting to hold the base platform, kind of surrenders it to Fiend for a little bit here, and Fiend's able to get a punish and go ahead and go right back down, reset the neutral weight, and there he goes, catches the landing attempt from Wesley there with the axe recovery, and now Fiend pulling ahead into the lead, which is great for him considering how badly he lost that last game. Oof.
Just axes swinging back and forth. Neutral signature from Fiend gets punished by Wesley. Both of them even in terms of damage, but Fiend has such a lead because he's on his first stock.
Wesley's trying really hard here, gets the nair, try to juggle him a little bit. Now granted, that last patch did make it so that's a little bit harder to spam. Actually, not a little bit, a lot. They kind of gutted it a bit, but it's still really good. Wesley's trying to make it happen, but he's just not finding the hits here. A sidelight recovery might be enough. Sayer. Oh, he needs dash off there.
Waiting for how Fiend is going to recover back to the platform. Hits the side air. I think that's going to drag him along the stage. Going to knock out some of that. Oh, man, you see him dip fastball down so he doesn't run into the ground pound from Fiend, and he didn't have any more in-air movement options. Fiend definitely poised to take this game because it's game 5, poised to take the set and move on to the grand finals, guaranteeing himself top 3.
Oh, man, and that Sayer didn't KO as well. There we go. Runs off and does the D-like ground pound unarmed off the base platform there to secure the first KO. But Wesley now really needs to get some momentum in his favor if he wants to bring this back. He's going to need to find a side light. He's going to need to find maybe a down air to connect to the neutral light. Go for a dodge read. But Fiend has been making it hard. There we go. That's a start. Doesn't get a dodge read there, though, so now he has to reset that scenario again. So he finds the read he's looking for. Oh, misses it again.
Doesn't account for the jump that came out from Fiend. Went in with the down air that was just too low. We might see that happen next time. Fiend's jumped out a couple times. Neutral air coming up from Wesley, too. In the dare.
That's a punish. Oh, man. I wonder if he meant to, like, jump recovery there and just got the N-sig instead. There we go. That's not going to be enough. Needs one more of those. Maybe just a Sayer might do it if it's not from the other side of the screen.
Oh, man, that was so close to hitting. Must have just run out of hitboxes on that.
Oh.
Try to charge up that recovery, grab Fiend.
Trade?
The class prevents the knockout. There's the Zider. Wesley's taking a lot of damage. He's about halfway through this stock.
Oh,
Keeping
no.
Fiend weapon starved is a good way to start. Oh, another flash.
Wesley, he needs that weapon as soon as possible. He was trying to get the rocket lance in the last stock, but it landed on the platform when he didn't expect it to, and he couldn't get it in time. Here he's on the corner, trying to stop Fiend, dashing well aggressively in the center stage. Fiend not stopping him. Hold on. Wesley getting some momentum going. No!
No, you don't go for the down signature read. Go for what? Well, maybe don't go for a signature read, period. Maybe go for another move, but at least if you're going to go for a signature read, don't do the down signature. Any other one.
And there's part of me that I'm like, I feel like he meant to do down light. Like, I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say he pressed the heavy button instead of the light button. Because those animations, they look kind of similar, you know? Probably wanted to go for the reset with, I don't know, man. That was tough. That was tough.
That's hard to watch because he was making that comeback too, man. Oh, man. He's going to switch over, and we're going to move to another set. Wesley's going to be moving on. Didn't lose his cool after that comeback being mounted by Wesley. Holy cow, dude. Fiend's going to be moving on into the grand finals, guaranteeing himself top 2. We're moving down. Losers bracket. Broly versus DB.
Doritos boy. This is going to be good. DB had a pretty good run himself. I mean, getting through Balthazar and then, of course, Stardust on the loser side of top 8 to go up against Broly here. But Broly had to get through Power Ranger and Lopez. So it's kind of, good run on both sides. But now somebody has to go home here. We're going to see where they end up going. Looks like Broly, of course, sticking with the Roman Reigns that we saw him use a little bit earlier. And DB with the Onyx. With the newest, freshest legend on the streets of Brawlhalla. We're going to see how that pans out for him.
3, 2,
Yeah, we were seeing DB playing some Artemis earlier, but he's switching over to this Onyx. And you were talking about their runs through the bracket a little bit. I think Broly had a little bit more of a confident run through the lower side of top 8 because both of his sets that he played were 3-1s, whereas DB's were down to game 5, both sets against Balthazar and Stardust. So maybe a little bit more of a tougher time for DB to move through this lower bracket than it was for Broly.
And yeah, I'm just even starting off with kind of the momentum here. Broly going for a very strong read there with that side signature, of course, not landing the mark at all. DB nowhere to be found, but a stomps there, almost enough. Definitely a lot of force on this legend to make it go away. Oh, I thought he was going to down sig there. That would have been hot, but whiffs an attack instead.
DB in the red has the gauntlets in his hands. And have to be careful how close he gets to Broly. He needs to get in there to do damage, but if he gets too close, there's the big down signature from the big guy, Roman Reigns.
Bouncing him against the ropes. Here we go. Wow, ground pound coming up from DB. Going for a high read there, but it looks like decides to go low. So he's going to have to reset the scenario one more time. I don't know about that ground pound. A little far away to go for that one, but he's trying to get a read on the movement. He's just not quite figured it out yet.
Seen him whip that tail, though. That side signature, an extremely powerful signature. Tough to punish. It comes out so quickly. Has good hitbox, good startup, good recovery. Just overall an incredible signature on the Onyx kit. You've already seen him use it a bunch of times.
Oh, there we go. That should be the KO. Nice and easy. Comes to DB as he has the cannon in hand. Looking to see if he can kind of bring this back a little bit in terms of damage. Like, we haven't really seen any crazy kind of cannon conversion, but hold on, this offstage gameplay is going to be a good chunk of hits for DB.
He's putting some solid offstage damage. You didn't see him go too far into it. Like, you saw the ground pound coming in from Broly, and DB just kind of backed away from it. Didn't try to press his luck too much after he took some major damage that he put onto Broly there with about 3 or 4 unanswered hits. So DB, although he's going in for some stuff off stage, he's not getting too greedy, and he's not counting his chickens before they hatch.
There you go, man. I mean, definitely want to make sure you have the best flock. There we go, DB. Yeah, I mean, he's done the damage, right? He's looking for probably a D-Light Nair. That'll go ahead and might be enough to get the KO here. If not, throw out that Onyx Ensig, definitely good. But we've switched over to the gauntlets now, and you already see he's throwing out that down sig, that ground smash, and it's so good.
See, Broly kind of sticking to the ground a lot, maybe afraid of, another down signature from Broly. Maybe afraid of getting picked up by the Nair into the recovery option for DB for that knockout. The weapon toss coming out. That gets the dodge from Broly. Broly again with a down signature. That has been the death dealer for Broly onto DB so far this game.
It's okay. He's able to tie it up really quickly with an unarmed recovery. But yeah, I think you're right. It's kind of those moves like that don't care what side you're on. For people that really love to try to trick their opponents with their movement by dashing in, through, and around them, it can be really tough to deal with. He's like, all right, I think he's going to try to mix me up. I'm just going to down sig. Boom, it hit. I'm going to keep doing that until he recognizes that I'm not going to play that game with you. So DB going to have to play the neutral game a little bit more cautiously. I just want to take a little bit more of a passive approach in terms of his dodges and go away rather than into him.
Ooh, nice little 3-hit from DB. Again, that down signature. It's so good. Like, it's so good. Like, you think Taros, and you're like, okay, yeah, the Taros Axe Insig gimmick. Of course, you run into it in ranked. You run into it in free-for-all while you're trying to grind your battle pass out. Like, yeah, I get it. But that down signature, oh my god, it's such an incredible signature.
DB goes for the weapon toss, no dodge. Broly, there we go. Ooh. Clean ground pound from DB there to go ahead and secure that first game. It was looking pretty bad for DB kind of towards the beginning there, and then he was able to bring up the damage with his cannon on that second stock, and then from that point forward, I was just kind of able to maintain the lead, secure the victory. Kind of proud of him there for being able to turn that around and win as confidently was able to do that there. But we're going to see what the adjustment is in this game too. I'm very confident that this isn't going to be a one-sided set by any means.
There's going to be no character adjustment coming out from Broly as he continues to go with this Roman Reigns, with this Taros crossover into this Onyx from DB. Now, despite Onyx being still a very solid character in the current meta right now, has, like I said, that amazing side signature on Cannon, solid Cannon neutral signature as well. And now that Onyx has had like a balance pass wave go by, I kind of expected to see a lot more Onyx this weekend in this tournament now that she's tournament legal, but we really haven't seen very much of it so far.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we saw like a tad, right? We saw a sprinkle from Sandstorm in the kind of the NA side, and we have DB doing it here. But otherwise, people have kind of been going for other Gauntlet legends. Granted, maybe it's the fact that not too many top-level players play Cannon is probably what it is. Oh man, that almost obliterated DB there. Surprised you survived that. He went straight up.
Really kind of floating over DB, playing right around that weapon spawn. The Cannon is grabbed by DB, floating as the landing. Oh, hitting 2 down airs, going deep with another ground pound. He's been nailing those ground pounds lately, and vertically, that time on top of a hammer. Impressive. See if DB is able to continue with this lead like he was previously, or if he's going to fall prey to a very quick axe down sig from Broly the next time he picks up an axe. He has it, throws it away, grabs it. Oh. There we see the down signature, but DB avoids it this time.
Just barely, too. I swear he was an iframe away from death. But now DB somehow surviving that ground pound, kind of sending him at a good angle to survive there. Happens twice, but that weapon throw, he has no cannon, just tear his way to stage now. Easy edge guard for Broly there, and now we have once again a 2-stock tied match, but this time DB is already in the lead, very slightly damage-wise, but might be able to go ahead and extend this a little bit. He's not even getting a weapon. He's just scrapping him.
Yeah, there's that spawn right there on the stage, and DB actually chose to hit a sidelight that hit Broly away. Could have moved over, grabbed the weapon. You saw DB continue to go in. DB trying to play a neutral, goes for the dash weapon throw, not going to hit there. And
now has to get another weapon. The cannon is back. He's going to go for another ground pound off stage. Goes for the down air. That doesn't hit twice. It misses, but he's still able to find a hit with the recovery. Broly waiting for a weapon. There it is. What's he going to be able to do with it? Looks like nothing. And DB just covering his landing with a weapon throw. Dodge.
Man, that was so close to hitting. It seems like DB would rather be unarmed than be on gauntlets. Like,
Yeah.
he'll pick up the gauntlets for a second, but then he'll throw them away, and then it's not a big deal anymore. Oh, no, another dare. DB almost getting back, almost able to kiss that wall, get his jumps back, but it's now Broly with the lead, has the hammer in hand. It also seems like Broly doesn't really want to be on hammer very much. He would much prefer to be on axe. We haven't seen too much hammer play coming out from him. Haven't seen the standard Terra's D-Light Insig or anything like that. The weapon toss with the gauntlets going to confirm that knockout. DB gets to go back over to the cannon, and he grabs the gauntlets and moves away. Neutral Light coming out, throws it away immediately. Turn around, unarmed Neutral Light.
I'm like, how do you even do that input without moving? It's like, you really did that quite impressively there. Is DB going ahead, going for that jump down air, trying to catch Broly in the air or moving around the stage. There he go, lands a side air, not going to lead to much, but just the way that that cannon air propels you in a direction can make it so hard to punish if they do it away from you.
Gets you just far away enough, and he's changing up his placement with it too. That's actually a really solid signature. Oh, nice ground pound. That's going to confirm the knockout. But that signature he used, that'll kind of scoop down and catch people who are grounded, kind of like the Bryn axe down
exactly.
signature.
That's what I was thinking
like,
of too.
If you're just looking at it on paper, like the frame data of it, you're going to be like, yeah, come on, man. That's really not that great of a signature. Definitely not the Brent Axe down signature. But you'll catch people with that scoop. You'll be up high enough that some of their grounded attacks might not work. You'll be able to gain priority with the hitboxes that you have and scoop people over to the edge. And then just continue it. And that ground pound that DB threw out was fantastic. He's continuing this victory run.
Yeah, I mean, so far, DB, I mean, he made some adjustments in that first game, and then ever since, it looks like Broly really hasn't found much of an answer. I mean, you were talking about how we haven't seen too much out of his hammer, which is kind of weird, right? We saw Broly playing a little bit, like, not too long ago, like maybe like 20 minutes ago. You know, he was doing stomp into Ensig over and over and over and nailing his opponents with it. But now against DB, he's just not able to find those confirms. He's not able to find his stomps. He's not able to find his hits. There we go. Gets his air. It's like he might actually be trying out the hammer a little bit more this time around. DB just seems to have it. The down sig.
Ooh. Yeah, complete change in the way DB is playing right now. Looking very confident with how he's using his signatures. You see him just immediately out of the gate going for that signature right on the edge. The hammer moves coming out from Broly. Not a lot of connections made yet. It's like DB's gauntlets and Broly's hammer are kind of giving me the same impressions, and then Broly's axe and DB's cannon are kind of giving me the same impressions.
That's the worst. That's the, like, you mixed up yourself there, but it looks like he is going to survive, and Broly might be able to turn this around. Okay, just goes for a dare, D-Light, kind of standard axe stuff there. You just want to kind of get your damage where you can. He's looking for that final blow, unarmed neutral air to force a DB off stage, but just kind of unarmed versus cannon in that scenario. Can't really do much about DB staring at that height.
Neutral air from DB going back over. It's the gauntlets in his hands. Seeing those slide charge signatures, the gravity cancel signatures, and a stomp nair this time from Broly. I don't know. He was on the right side of the stage. Should have gone for the stomp sair.
I thought he was going to do, or maybe even the Ensig, but I don't remember which way he was facing. But either way, looks like Broly going to have to look for another opportunity. That's heat. That's heat. That's a sick
set
setup.
That up and did the perfect thing. He had to do the gravity cancel neutral light in order to hold Broly there in all those active frames for that cannon to come back down and conk him on the head.
And honestly, that's not something I would have expected out of DB. That's something I'd expect Fiend to do when he's like playing with someone on their last stock. But from that to come out of DB, that consider me impressed.
Oh, big dare. Not only did that interrupt the recovery, you heard it and you saw it in that animation that came out, but Broly finds the knockout there. Just about 50 damage behind DB, and you know those Teros axe moves, you're gonna hit chunks, but holy cow, DB's the one hitting chunks. Turning Broly orange, almost picks up that ground pound. Would have led to certain death as Broly probably didn't have enough options to get back.
Wow. DB just, every single time he lands a hit, he extends it here. He got a punish off a gravity cancel D-Light into Nair, I believe. You don't really see too many gravity cancel D-Lights at that height from a cannon. Oh no, the head bump. Oh no, I'm like this.
And Broly's hammer all of a sudden just came alive. Before it was like one hit, kind of reset into neutral, find another hit later on, find another hit later on. But you saw him do that chain dodge, that beautiful chasing chain dodge onto DB, going in the air, hitting a nice hammer string and getting the knockout.
There we go. Broly's getting some momentum here. DB just kind of threw a side sig, get some air particles. Not sure where he was going for that one. Looking for the recovery. Not going to KO. That's a chance. Charges the N sig unarmed to finally get the KO. And he's in like the light red now, kind of, you know, the dark orange. And that kind of stings for DB. There was a moment in the beginning of his final stock where he got the D-Light onto Broly and just didn't get a follow-up. If he had gotten that jump gravity cancel unarmed N-Sig, that could have been the stock right there. He'd be a lot healthier, but now Broly has amassed so much of a lead. I'm going to see what DB's able to do about it.
Yeah, DB was able to prime his weapon, so the next one he picks up will be a cannon, but it might be too late, because that axe coming in from Broly, you saw the damage he was able to put out before he went onto his final stock, and he was able to clean it up once he picked up the axe first, once he respawned. And Broly is fighting his way back in this. He was down 0-2 in the set. That's going to be his first victory, keeping himself in this. We're in the losers semi-finals here in our top 4. A loss there for Broly would have meant that he was done for the day.
Looks like he still has signs of life here as he's pushing on forward into this game number 4. The legends have stayed the same, but the gameplay is where the adjustments are made. These guys are going to go ahead and duke it out some more. This time taking it right back to small Mammoth Fortress here. We're going to see what they're able to do.
Ooh, DB was almost able to grab the weapon for free, but then he didn't get to it in time, and it almost got swiped up by Broly as it started to land. The first weapon for DB is going to be the gauntlets. The first weapon for Broly is going to be his axe. It's a good thing for Broly, might not be the best thing for DB, and as I say that, I take it back as he chases into the sky. Multiple recoveries, D-Light into the neutral air, into the weapon toss down. Gonna pick up the cannon. This might be what he needs to secure this kill very quickly into this game. We're about 30 seconds in, and Broly's red.
Here we go. DB looking for that final blow. Broly going for the scoop. Can't get the scoop there. Again, goes for the slide charge side sig. Not going to land. This is giving Broly some more opportunities to get some hits in because he's kind of fishing for the kill now. Side light going to whiff. Goes for the D-Light. Wants a free guaranteed nair afterward. Broly not giving it to him still. Nice weapon throw. Almost gets the ground pound. Covers himself back to the stage with the weapon throw again. DB now stuck in the corner.
Broly being very careful. You were seeing multiple weapon tosses coming out from DB. He ended up disarming himself as Broly was just completely far enough away from him, trying to play a little bit more careful. He knows he could pick up a knockout here. Neutral light sending DB far, but it was from the right side, sending to the left. Stomp side air from Broly. No stomp nair this time, and that's going to be the knockout.
All right, Broly in the lead ever so slightly. We're going to see how much damage he's able to rack up here before getting sent to a second stock. Look like it's going to be none as DB immediately finds a KO with the cannon recovery. Primes up a weapon. No, he's actually going to play with these gauntlets. We're going to see what he's going to be able to do. The gauntlets into unarmed matchup isn't bad, but Broly does find a hammer here, so we're going to see how this pans out for DB here. So far, not terrible.
Yeah, we saw some more work early on in this game. You're seeing the gravity cancel D-Light into the nair. Unfortunately, both times DB has hit that, it sent Broly off stage, and he's not able to grab the recovery as the option as Broly bounces off. So he's not able to get that 3-hit true combo that's, as of the most recent patch, is available to Gauntlet players.
Man, that's crazy. We just saw DB get caught kind of on that left side on that platform. He went to go for the gauntlet nair, and because the nair's animation puts your hands behind your head as it starts, it actually ended up running into a neutral light from hammer from Broly. That's crazy. Stupid interaction. There we go. Easy KO for Broly.
Here comes those down signatures again from Broly's Taros Axe. Heisen with the hammer. DB picks up the nair, doesn't get the signature follow up. The recovery, gonna need one more of those. Oh man, he was searching for it there. Stomp into nothing, which is a little bit too high. I don't think Broly knew exactly what to do off of it.
Broly throwing out that side sig. There we go. The Sayer is gonna bounce him off the stage and send him in the corner. Good weapon toss. And go for another one. And the teardrop sends Broly crying to his last stock here as DB accidentally picks up his weapon. He was definitely trying to starve him. There we go. Gets the cannon. Gets a crazy string as well. Nice yellow damage.
Oh! Jump down airs. Multiple jump down airs into the neutral signature, turning Broly orange. Moving back, basically following Broly as he double chase dodges forward.
just gonna go to the losers finals here. I mean, it's so close. I mean, granted, if Broly does win this, he does have one more game. He's trying to get it. Doesn't get the strong hit.
Oh man, he got the weak hit of that. That would have been the knockout for sure. Sidelight into the recovery. The knockout move not hitting.
Oh,
Broly still in the orange. DB very red. Broly needs a win here to take it to game 5. DB needs the victory to move on into the losers finals to face Wesley. Hammer coming in for Broly. Big side air. I can't imagine he has enough to get back.
yeah.
And the weapon toss is there to confirm it, and Broly ties up the set, somehow fighting back from 0-2. What a comeback he has on his hands.
And now I'm wondering where we're going to go for game 5, right? I mean, we have kind of an interesting matchup. We got Roman Reigns versus Onyx, so I'm wondering what stage he's thinking is just going to be a mammoth reset. Might we see some Demon Island? No,
Yeah.
we're just going straight back.
Yeah, it's going to be mammoth. Both players have won multiple games on here, both of them in the default stance. Coming in high strength into high defense.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
All right, let's get it popping. The final game of this set. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. Now, I feel like DB has been doing a pretty good job of racking up the damage and finding some KOs, but it feels like it's kind of been a tale of, I feel like DB's been playing more or less consistently the entire time, and it's more so Broly, I felt like, started playing better. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Ooh, gets the 2 hit, but Broly immediately out of stun, throws out that hammer down air. Sidelight from Broly, backs up, goes for another one. Pretty even in damage here. It's going to turn Broly orange, side signature right over the corner. Doesn't really have that vertical hitbox downward. 1 or 2 more hits. DB's going to be in the orange. They'll be tied. Ooh, Broly just turned red.
Oh, what?
DB, be very careful. All of the iframes necessary to get through the later frames and the later hitboxes of that signature from DB. Neutral light coming out, sending him pretty far. Weapon toss goes low. Broly's high enough to avoid it. Doesn't have to burn a dodge or anything. Neutral light comes out from DB. In comes the cannon ground pound. He's used that multiple times to great success, keeping him weapon starves the upper portion of the hitbox. Clips him this time, grabs him out the sky, and throws him up into the top corner. Big lead opportunity here for DB, but in comes the axe from Broly, which means down sig opportunities, which means side air opportunities, which means recovery opportunities.
Oh, speaking of opportunities, nice clean, like 3-hit string there, and counting, and picks up the cannon. He's shoving right now. Oh! How did that not hit that? I needed that. I needed that clip. I am upset.
And he picks it up again. They are now neck and neck in damage on their stocks, but DB is a full stock ahead, goes for the side light, doesn't get the side air read. Unarmed side air from Broly. He's going unarmed into the gauntlets of DB. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He's gonna send DB far away, grab the hammer. All he needs is a down air, and there it is.
Okay, Broly finally getting rid of the first stock of DB, but might be a little too late here. DB coming in with the cannon blazing. I mean, Broly needs to find these hits and not get touched here. Burns his dodge there, and he goes for the exhausted recovery. So smart from Broly, a chance to turn this around, get some damage. Broly has DB in the corner here. Even if he doesn't find the KO, just having this positioning is going to matter so much. Not even a bad trade. Could have been better, but you know, still gets a little bit of damage in there.
That clash is going to turn DB orange. Broly's chasing him back and forth on stage. In comes the gauntlets for DB. Trying to get that max range down light. Didn't quite have it. There, he had it. He missed the recovery afterwards. Sidelight Nair. Is Broly going to try and go for the sidelight reset? Oh, the unarmed side heavy from the middle of the stage is enough, but so much damage was done onto the stock from DB.
Yeah, I feel like Broly definitely did what he needed to with that second stock to make this game more within his grasp, and I can't believe DB was able to get away from that recovery. Broly throws the weapon out there. He can go down there. He could have gravity canceled, unarmed, sidelighted, but it didn't matter. The down sig is back, and now we have ourselves a match. The winner of this is going to be moving to the losers finals for a shot against Wesley.
Game 5 situation here in the losers bracket. Both of them basically dead even, like one more hit from Broly. DB's now yellow, dead even. Now Broly's taking the lead. Is he going to be able to fight back in this set?
Ooh.
DB is over. Brownbound has him over on the edge. It's another axe in Broly's hands coming down. 2 in this set. Now fighting back into game 5. What a comeback from Broly, but DB's not out of it yet. One more hit, Broly's going to be orange.
Oh, he's going right back to the cannon. He wants to live and die by this weapon here. It's gotten him so much mileage in this game. So many long strings, but the down sig! Again, the yell, the cry from Broly. He's going Super Saiyan in the end, the golden hair, to let you know he is the legendary one, letting his animal instincts take over and secure that victory. So we're going to be seeing Broly move on to the losers finals in what I believe was a reverse 3-0, right? Did he just win 3 games back-to-back? Yeah.
It was. DB went up 2-0 in the set, and then Broly fought back, didn't change his character, stayed on that Taro, stayed on the Roman Reigns, fought back with that mighty axe down signature. Incredible axe play from him. His hammer started to wake up. That was looking like it was going to be DB's set to lose, and Broly really fought back hard.
Yeah, man, he did it. That's all I can say. And I like the way that it ended, too, because it kind of started and ended in a similar way where we were like, wow, man, Broly's really landing these D-Sigs on a DB right now. He was getting D-Sig after D-Sig after D-Sig, and kind of toward the middle of those sets, we didn't see him use that option as much, so it made a perfect, little late, but fashionably so appearance to the end there to go ahead and secure out the set. Just perfect execution.
It all ended up coming full circle, and DB, congratulations to him for placing 4th here as Broly moves on, guaranteed top 3. Our top 3 is Fiend waiting in the grand finals for the winner of our next set that you're about to watch, Wesley versus Broly. There are the stats for you. Wesley rank 2. That is so scary if you're Broly to go into, who is ranked 15. Still a fantastic rank. I mean, he's top 16. That's incredible. Look at the earnings comparison too. 730 from Broly to the 5K from Wesley. Head to head definitely favors Wesley as well. 3-1.
Yeah, we're going to see how good he is at the Rocket Lance matchup, because that's really what Wesley is for South America. It's like, do you know this matchup, and can you deal with it well? He's kind of the gatekeeper there in terms of that regard. But also, he's really good. Not to take it away, not to say it's just a matchup thing. I mean, this guy got conversions on conversion, and his axe ain't no joke either. But definitely this. Oh, look at that. Look at that start. Already going for a read. And he's keeping it going, too. He's not slowing down. He's going for the whole ride today, baby.
Yeah, that's the beautiful 3-hit startup that you want to hit as a Lance player. Sidelight down air into the neutral line. We're going to have ourselves a smackdown on our hands as we have Macho Man versus Randy Savage, the Macho Man, versus Roman Reigns. Not many other places that you could see this matchup happen.
Yeah, just the Fields of Brawlhalla and any WWE game you've ever purchased, maybe. Not even any. Some of them don't even have these characters. That's how Brawlhalla goes crazy. Look at that. Beautiful conversion. Oh, how did that not connect? That's supposed to be true, man. Doesn't have enough dexterity because he's playing Ogrim. I think he does the 2-dex stance too, right? That might be.
Oh yeah, I think he was part of the 2-dex team. But man, look at this opening that Wesley was able to grab from Broly. You might think, okay, this is easily going to go Wesley's way, of course. But he had a similar opening against Fiend earlier that we saw in the winners finals. And of course, the fact that he's down here right now, we know that didn't go his way. He's continuing that opening though, coming out with the taunt as Broly falls yet again. We're only about a minute and 12 into this game, and Broly's already died twice. He has Wesley in the red, chasing him far. He's got to be a little bit careful, but he needs to make those Hail Mary plays here.
Oh man, Wesley is just throwing out hitboxes at this point, and Broly doesn't know what to do. He's unarmed. He needs that weapon. Trying to go up against Rocket Lance without a weapon. What? Oh no, I don't know about this, brother. You're going to get outranged pretty hard. Has the hammer in hand now. Needs to find a hit. I'm wondering if he's going to get 3-stocked here, or if Wesley's going to put the dream alive here. Oh!
Almost grabs that. At least it wasn't a D-Sig this time. Maybe he needs to charge that a little bit more just to get through those iframes to expect the spot dodge, or maybe expect the jump. In comes Broly, though, with that D-Sig that served him so well in the previous set for the knockout. He denies the 3-stock here, but he still has a lot of damage on this final stock, and we're on Brawlhaven. That's going to be the knockout. That side air turned him red and then turned him dead.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage. 441 damage. That's not even crazy. And I believe it was like 248 or something on a Broly, which is kind of criminally low. Now, granted, we were on small Brawlhaven, so you don't expect the damage numbers to be exceptionally high. But even with that said, only 200? That's not great. So we're going to see where they go for game 2, and if it's going to help Broly hang in there if at all, because it looked like Wesley just steamrolled through him. This could be a quick set. We're going back? Are you sure you wanted that?
We are. You talk about Broly's low damage number. Wesley also had an extremely low damage number, but in a good way this time. He put out 441, which means that across the 3 stocks, he averaged less than 150 damage that it took to knock Broly out. That means on average, Broly was not red at all whenever he got knocked out.
Oh man, that's tough to think about, you know what I mean? Especially, it's not like the defense on Roman Reigns is particularly bad or anything, but Wesley just gets these hits in and is efficient with his way in which he finds his KOs. And it looks like Broly's just whiffing so much here. Wesley throwing that weapon away. He definitely thought that toss was going to hit, but that's going to be perfectly fine there. He's going to go ahead and pick up an axe and start duking Broly in the ditto here while we throw out some down 6. Oh, how'd he dodge
there goes
through?
the recovery. Not quite enough active frames to get through the I frames from Broly. Hits the neutral signature, bounces off the stage, goes down onto the edge, follows that up with a side air, taking about 50 damage on this stock as he gets the knockout within the first minute. Oh, no. He's got to be careful. Oh, he gets the read! Oh, and he falls for it. Broly needs to be like a little bit more damaged, or you need to find one more hit in order to get that string. Wesley tried to go real big on that, and he's actually going to pay a very large price for it, because you see basically how even they are now. He's finding connection, so he still has the damage lead, but that lead went a lot smaller very quickly.
Yeah, and that's kind of a little bit unfortunate for Wesley there, because it really does depend on the Legend matchup and how much defense they have. If Wesley was playing Scarlet, Broly would not be alive right now. Just the hits hit too hard on this stage in particular for most Legends to survive that, but Teros has just enough defense. But Wesley still in the lead despite that, and you know, he's making it work here.
2 good punishes, 3 good punishes as Wesley tries to side air back towards the stage. Broly just gets around him, throws out the side air behind him, who got under him throughout the nair. Wesley still finds the knockout, but that was 3 crucial punishes for Broly.
Here we go, Wesley having a pretty good time here. Whoa, he went deep. Oh, I'm about to say, if you do it on this side from the top of the screen, you crazy for that. Wesley almost getting another brazy read on a Broly. Stuffs the ground pound with the neutral light. His quickest option on the rocket lance. Broly needs a chance to play. Oh!
Not good on the top. He's not going to get it. He doesn't get the chance to play. 223 damage is all Broly could do. You thought it was a low number last game. It's even lower this game, and you don't have that just like raw SD that happened from Broly.
Man. And the only reason like Wesley even SD'd in that game was because he was charging his Rocket Lance recovery, and you like kind of drift down and back a little bit as you're in that Rocket Lance recovery, and he just happened to hit the kill box there. That's the only reason he lost that stock. So for Broly, this is tough, man. It's looking like he's going to be out of this bracket real quick if we get another repeat of the last 2 games we've seen.
Keep in mind, even with that SD, 500 damage was still put out by Wesley's Macho Man Randy Savage here, forcing Broly to character swap over to the Asuri, who he has a level 100 with. And this is not the level 100 when you're on like the tourney servers where all of your characters and everything is level 100. This is a true level 100 Asuri coming out from Broly. A lot of time spent on this legend.
Man, and we're going back to Small Brawlhaven one more time, man. They love this stage, I guess, so they want these games done quick. Either way, we're going to see if the Surrey's going to be able to do it, man, because that Roman Reigns clearly was not the answer. And so far, Broly getting the first 2 hits, no huge conversions, but he's getting his hits in where he can. 4 slights at this point.
We'll see what he's able to do once Wesley gets the lance in his hands, because that's definitely been a very dominant weapon here compared to the axe. Now, Broly's going to have some range with the sword, but he's not going to have quite as much with the guitars in his hands. He does have the sword right now, so we haven't seen any evidence of what his guitars are going to do. Struggling to find some hits, but also not really taking too much damage. Sidelight Nair goes for the gravity cancel neutral signature, and the Nair charging up the recovery. Broly got up, around, and behind him. Oh, finishes it up with a side air. Maybe 60 damage on this stock from Wesley, and Broly is already dead again. Less than 1 minute KOs for Wesley here. He's ready to kill, and he's ready to kill fast.
Oh, man, and he goes for the D-Light after that one. Highlight Nair goes for a heavy read. Wow, gets just enough time on that to actually backstep it. I didn't think he was going to get punished there. And there we go. So we do finally have the KO coming out from Broly. Now in the orange on his second stock. Wesley, the moment he has a rocket lance in hand, just look how quick he was able to get that out. He just zoop, neutralite. Like when was Broly supposed to recognize that he even got that weapon?
That's due partially in part to Wesley just picking up that fast and throwing it up right as he grabbed the weapon, but also Lance and Light is it's really good, Flambo. It's a very good move.
Trust me, I know.
It is an insane move. Oh, seem to have some connection. Take it. Take it, Wesley. Do it.
He gave him the thumbs up. He said, we back. We back. All right, neutral light coming out. Oh.
And see, that's what I'm worried about right there. I'm worried about Broly daring onto the main platform, not getting the hit on landing, and Wesley will have all the time in the world to punish that. He still chose to go over, took advantage of the situation, and takes out Broly 3-0 here in the losers finals, just completely ending Broly's trip through the bracket. Third place finish, add a bronze medal onto his stats, but Wesley is going to be moving on.
Yeah, man, 248 damage for Broly on that last game as well. Just couldn't really keep up. Now, granted, I will say in that last game, he had some moments where he could have potentially made some huge plays. I mean, you had Wesley on the rocket lance going crazy off stage, and that weapon, while I guess you can do that, definitely isn't made to kind of like gimp people in the same way that guitars or gauntlets are. And it definitely had some moments where he exposed themselves for a turnaround, but Broly just couldn't capitalize. And now, I mean, we got to move on further through the bracket, man. We already know what's happening here. We're coming down to the final bout here in the grand finals, where we're going to have Fiend going up against Wesley.
And this is going to be a cool thing to see again, because last time they fought in the winners finals, it was a 3-2. It went all the way to game 5. Now, we've seen Wesley hover a few different characters already. We saw him hover the Rayman. He got off of that very quickly. That could have been a meme. Now he's on the Mordex. He spent some considerable time hovered on this Mordex here, but still, man, look at the set count between those two. It rose. From the last time we saw it, it was 10-2. Now it's 11-2. It's even harder in the favor of Fiend, man. That's crazy.
He has I don't know. This is where you just kind of get on your knees and you put the prayer hands up and you just hope that something divine gives you the way. Or if maybe it's just a mental block, and maybe he'll break through that today, open the gate that's been kind of cast down in front of him. He has the Mordex in hand here, gonna try the Scythe Gauntlet combo. We're gonna see if that's gonna work out, but I don't know.
He's gonna be praying to the Dog Lords with this Mordex pick. We saw him play the Ulgrim previously. Now it's the Mordex, going to share neither weapon with that Ulgrim pick here, as he's on Mordex with the Scythe and the Gauntlets. But Fiend is also going to be playing a different character as well. So it seems like maybe the Barraza pick was a direct result of that Ulgrim from Wesley earlier. Now Fiend is going to the more characteristic print.
Man, we already know kind of how this Bryn can go, right? I mean, Fiend definitely no stranger to throwing out some signatures, and the way he'll be letting that side sig fly in the killbot, like he does not care. Granted, just judging by the way this is going thus far, Wesley's actually doing a pretty good job of kind of keeping up the pace here, but Fiend finding sidelight nairs, getting conversions. It's going to be a tough time for Wesley.
Light Zider coming out from Fiend, man. Fiend is able to nail down lights so well on spirits. Like, he doesn't have to fish for him, or even when he does fish for him, like, he doesn't get punished like you see some other spear players going. That's the down signature I was comparing to the Onyx signature that we saw earlier, that's scooping below. Oh, man, just grabs that knockout like that. Less than a minute in, Wesley's already dead. Fiend swapping to the weapon that he wants. Refresh getting that axe. Oh, ooh. Recovery from Wesley. Somehow, Fiend's still living.
Okay. Got some stutter steps here. Tries to punish that with a quick sig. It's not going to work there. And Fiend gets a nice 3-piece combo for his troubles. The gravity cancel D-Light into the recovery, though. Nice KO confirmed from Wesley to go ahead and make the stocks even. But now he needs to rack up that damage. This is a good start. Try to get him into the vortex. No. Doesn't get the read there, but another chance.
Now, we talked about Fiend being very comfortable playing unarmed previously, but we've seen two important moments where Wesley had the weapon advantage and he put out a ton of damage. Earlier in the beginning, Wesley was able to grab the first weapon into his gauntlets, and he put out a lot of damage on the Fiend, giving him the lead. Now you just saw him with the Scythe putting out a lot of damage onto Fiend unarmed as well. Oh, almost! turning that around and snaking that knockout off the top. But Wesley playing well into Fiend's unarmed kit is a very good sign for Wesley fans out there.
Here we go. Goes for the nair. Wesley. What? The Zaslamel scooping him by the neck somehow from that range.
Is that an anime thing?
No, it's Soul Calibur.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a black guy with a scythe and like a gold eye or something.
Ooh, the recovery from Fiend gonna knock out off the top. What's he gonna swap to and stick with? It's gonna be that spear. Falling Zider coming in, just being really careful on the corner. Not trying to edge guard Wesley at all. Fiend knows he has a little bit of a lead here. Okay, he's just gonna come out with a raw. That was a very raw, fresh from the store, hasn't even defrosted, and he's gonna fall.
Here we go, just like that, man. We have ourselves right back into this. But I mean, even just taking a look at what we got, Wesley needing to rack up the damage, getting these hits in with the gauntlets. Nice turnaround from Fiend with the unarmed grab to cancel D-Light recovery, kind of get the reversal and allow himself to get a weapon. But there we go, Wesley, once again, he's not giving Fiend much time to breathe. He's trying to stay a certain distance away, where Fiend always has to be worrying about the next hitboxes coming out without being able to react to it. And wow, what a cheeky slide charge Ensig from Fiend there, but not gonna find the mark.
Not a lot of contact being made in the past few seconds. They are so dead even here. About 3 minutes and 25 seconds into this game, Fiend has the axe in his hand. You see him sidelighting right over that soft platform. Again, not a lot of connections made in the past like 15 seconds now.
Oh,
that ground pound could be huge. Gets the recovery as well. Even more damage onto Fiend. Wesley being the lead in his favor. Unarmed recovery from Wesley. The downlight from Fiend doesn't catch. Another downlight from Fiend. Not catching. Another downlight from Fiend. Not catching Wesley in the air. But again, not a lot of punishment coming off of that. The big dunk, and he's done.
Going ahead and taking him out. Wesley with the big yeet to the blast zone there. Going ahead and securing that game. Very well played as well. We saw his gauntlets, I think, played immaculately there, but even with that said, we're actually going to see him swap over to the Macho Man, and I'm just kind of like, why, man? I felt like that Mordex was doing work. I felt like the gauntlets especially were going crazy, but there's not like really a gauntlet rocket in this legend, right? And that hasn't happened yet, right? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Right? I swear, every time, like, I'll forget about that. It was like when TK asked earlier, he was like, there's no gauntlet hammer, right? And then you remember core. Yeah. Except, yo, I low-key disagree with TK on that. I think core's nuts. People need to play core.
Ensig kind of goes crazy.
But yeah, Macho Man here. Wesley swapping on the victory, and we're going to small Brawlhaven.
1, brawl.
Okay. We're just going to see how that's going to work out. Granted, we did watch Wesley absolutely decimate Broly on this stage 3 times in a row in that last set. So we know he can be, a menace on this stage, but against Fiend, someone else who can be just as aggressive, just as unpredictable with his KO options, this could very easily go either way. I mean, this Axe Ditto not faring in the favor of Wesley, didn't even touch Fiend yet, and Fiend might get this perfect, pristine stock here. Keeps playing the way he is, and he does! A beautiful 0 to death from Fiend onto Wesley. Wesley, you need to find a Rocket Lance now and try to make this game salvageable, because it's looking bad for you, brother.
Fiend's not going to let him find it. You see him grabbing that weapon spawn right out of the air. There's one on the field right now. Fiend retreats immediately back to it, throws the harpoon at him, grabs that axe back. Now keep in mind, the last time they played together, Wesley had a really strong opening in game 1, but Fiend ended up taking it. This time, Wesley is the one who took game 1, but it looks like Fiend might answer back and take game 2. This massive lead in his favor, unless Wesley's able to find maybe even a miracle at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley finally getting a couple hits in, but still not with the Rocket Lance, which is why I honestly believe he switched over to Ulgrim to begin with. But hold on, this could be a reversal here. He doesn't go for a second down air. He just gets the Rocket Lance instead, goes for a ground pound that it really didn't look like it had any business hitting any day of the week, but he'll switch right back over to the Axe, wants to keep Fiend weapon starved, and he was doing okay against Fiend's unarmed before, but now Fiend taking the lead here.
Both of them spending some serious time unarmed, but Fiend again taking the second stock. He is barely red. 1:40 into this game, and Fiend has not been knocked out, going back to the axe. Gonna take some big chunks out of Wesley. Still not red. Sidelight in air, that turns him red. The recovery not quite going to make it. The side air is going to send Fiend far, but not far enough. He's able to retreat back.
Yeah, Wesley, that was hot, though. That was sick.
That was a beautiful gravity cancel D-Light on Wake Up.
Like, what? Right? Like, what? Like, you don't see that. Into it.
I do think that's actually kind of underrated. Like, GC D-Light on stun, or like right at hit stun, is kind of a solid move.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Taking off like a rocket. That's exactly what the rocket lance is for. Taking off to the skies. We do know NASA just launched like one of their like little missile things. I don't know. Like some sort of spacecraft thing, and it looks like Wesley's riding it. Somehow this is an even stock game here. I don't know how this happened. Wesley somehow making me a believer.
Both players on their final stock. Doesn't get the neutral light. Doesn't even go for the neutral light. Wants to get the reset and go get the read the other direction. Man, that went hugely in Fiend's favor in the blink of an eye. Almost knocking out here on Small Brawl.
Oh no!
There. Oh no, he doesn't go through. Oh!
No, you crazy man!
Oh, the big move. Oh, you gotta be so careful, Wesley.
Throw the weapon! Oh, he's fine!
Oh, it's going. Oh, it's so close
Weapon
between these
throw.
two players.
He's alive!
Oh my god!
Oh no! Not enough. Oh, perfect from Fiend, man. I was gonna say the nerf to the axe drift made it so that he couldn't drift forward with that snare that he threw out, but he just kind of did that dash end sig and was able to catch Wesley. But now I'm like, if you're Wesley, do you go back? Like, I don't.
Maybe you do. That the end of that was such of like a cluster muck of chaos that it looked like Fiend was just as worried as Wesley was about everything that was going on then. What a chaotic ending to that game. And again, this tug of war that we saw earlier between Fiend and Wesley, but it's 180 degrees the other direction. Before it was Fiend winning, then losing, then winning, then losing, then winning. Now it was Wesley winning, then losing, then winning, then losing, then... We'll see what happens, man. Going into this Game 3 situation, tug of war between these two players.
They're going to go back. You're going to do it. You're going to be crazy. They're going back, Sparky.
They're going back.
Oh,
They're going
no.
back. They're Kate from Lost, or the main guy from Lost. I don't remember his name. His name's probably Billy Lost, but he's like, we got to go back to the island. We got to go back to the island.
You know what? I'm going to Google that just for you. Main character of Lost.
Now, what you're supposed to do is be on my team and be like, yes, his name is definitely Billy Lost.
I don't know. This to make Shepard?
Sure, man. I don't know.
But here we go. Fiend going ahead and putting some pressure. The damage is relatively even here. Fiend does have stage control, holding that center stage, forcing Wesley to the corner. Wesley now swapping sides here. Goes for a hard read. Won't have his dodge for a little bit. Easy ground pound.
Fiend has nailed like 3 of those ground pounds on Brawlhaven alone in this set.
Oh! Up the top with that recovery. Here we go. Goes for the weapon throw. Picks up the axe. Wesley is starved. Oh, nice conversion. What a turnaround! What the heck? Oh!
Oh no!
He's alive!
Oh no! How is this game's gotten so crazy between these two? It's like they both agreed, like, all right, are we gonna do this? All right, let's both do this.
Yeah.
We're both gonna be nuts.
Yeah, and it's like I never thought I'd ever be comparing this game of all games to Marvel vs. Capcom, but why are they comboing that high in the air? Like it's just like
No!
like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
We're seeing like unarmed GCD lights off the screen, but it's not on the edge. It's not off the bottom. It's like up in the top. No, like who goes that high and still does stuff?
Oh, that's not the read you wanted, brother. He's out of there. D-Light Stare gonna go ahead and secure that stock for Fiend. But this is exactly where Wesley was last game, where he almost turned it around. He's gonna be able to do it again. Actually win this time? That's the question.
Fiend's gonna be here to control the weapons. Oh, dude, it's like Wesley knew that that was coming in.
Oh man. Ooh,
Fighting his way back to the middle stage. Backing up just a little bit. Neutral Light coming out, gets punished by Fiend's side light. Goes for the gravity cancel D-Light. Expecting a really high option from Wesley. There's the double D-Light. Spear players everywhere rejoice. Oh, neutral signature. Man, if that would have been just a little bit higher, that might have knocked out here on Brawlhaven.
Oh, again.
Player 1 wins.
Fiend has now taken 2 games in a row.
If I'm Wesley, now I definitely don't go back. Oh.
He's playing the Rayman. Let's go. This is exciting. We don't get to see Rayman very often.
We really
I was
don't.
pumped to see Cross this weekend. I'm even more pumped to see the Rayman.
Sinister skin. It's time. He's scheming.
Yeah, that is a dope skin. Is that Soulfire colors?
I believe so, right?
Yo, he's got Soulfire Rayman? That's dope.
Maxed out the battle pass.
3, 2, 1.
Or maybe he just got a lucky Soulfire Rayman.
Yeah.
I got Vrax on like my 3rd set of Soulfire colors, so like I'm pumped with that.
Oh. I'm just like, come on, who's gonna get the first hit? It looks like it was Wesley, but he couldn't get the conversion. Fiend getting hit by that sidelight there, but then again, another hit from Wesley, no conversion. There we go, good chunk, 2-hit combo. Definitely did that in the wrong direction by accident, but he's hanging in there.
And of all stages, we're going to Enigma, when we really haven't seen hardly any platform map stages played very much today. Like we did see the Miami Dome earlier, but we haven't seen Great Hall. We've seen some Mammoth, which technically has a soft platform, but we've also seen a lot of Brawlhaven, which has no platform to be seen. Man, that recovery gets punished by Fiend. Side air, trading side air back and forth. D-Sig over the corner.
Oh wow, that double back step into the neutral light. He's gonna down sig. Yep. Oh, it missed though. He was able to get low enough to grab the wall, but it doesn't matter. Wesley able to go ahead and secure the KO anyway with the Sayer. Fiend now on the back foot. Maybe this Rayman pick is what he needed. 3-hit combo with the grab to cancel D-Light as the ender. Another hit. How did that connect? Hold on. What?
And that's what I wanted to see from him. You saw the first 2 down sigs come out that he just kind of threw over the corner in just like a standard, oh, you play Rayman? This is what you do. But you just saw the gravity cancel down signature. That's where it can be so deadly on the edge. Trying to go for the read up high with the neutral signature straight up. Oh, neutral signature as a response from Fiend. Grabs at that 45-degree angle, knocking Wesley off the top, but so much damage was done to Fiend. He is in the KO zone. He's got to be very careful.
Oh man, Wesley, another neutral light. He's gonna go run off stage, throw off another. Just let it rip, right? He doesn't have too much to lose there. And if Fiend starts getting conditioned to thinking he's gonna go for that down sig, it'll open up other opportunities for Wesley to get the KO later in this game. But first, he has to make it there. He needs to find the KO right now before Fiend mounts this comeback. And Fiend, he's making it happen. There we go, another neutral light. Not enough to KO. Off the Heisey, a double throw, ground pound. You're gone.
Oh. Man, Fiend going straight for the gravity cancel side signature, maybe to get as much distance as he can. I would have maybe expected a neutral signature coming out there. Oh,
Rufio!
Oh!
Wow.
Taking him out straight off the top, man. The unarmed play from both of these players so far has been incredible.
Oh, man. Picking him up, putting him down, and doing the thing, and Fiend turning it, sending the favor right back there. Keeping the damage relatively even. Wesley really needs this game here, because otherwise, Fiend will be... Oh, he's getting so close to being the champion yet again, and interrupt on the N-Sig. You know he's going to throw it out at least 5 more times.
Fiend has a decent lead here. Doesn't quite have Wesley in the red yet, but look how far those neutral signatures are sending.
Another N6 coming. There it is!
Another one! You called it out, and Fiend nails it. He is your Brawlhalla combo breaker online 1v1 champion here for South America. 3-1 in grand finals.
Man. What a set, though. The Rayman definitely posing a threat to Fiend, but not enough of a threat, clearly, as he was unable to get that game there, and Fiend winning yet another championship from the winner's side, which he's done it quite a few times. We've seen him do it from losers before as well, though. That's a little bit more rare, but man, Fiend just completely showing up there with that Bryn. I love the Rayman. I love the Macho Man from Wesley. Even the Mordex we saw in game 1, which actually won, but it looks like it just wasn't enough.
I do love that at one point in that set, both of those players somehow agreed, like, we're both going to start really going ham now, and they both did it, and it was fantastic to watch. There you see your top 8 bracket. Fiend came in with a 3-1 victory against Stardust, moved into the winners finals, a 3-2 victory against Wesley, taking it back and forth, win, loss, win, loss, win in that 5th game to move into the grand finals. Wesley went down into the losers bracket, the losers finals, fought against Broly, took that with a clean, easy 3-0, not even worried about it, went back up into the grand finals, took it to game 5 last time, it went only to game 4 here, and that was after a swap on the victory from Wesley. Wasn't quite enough to take out Fiend. Today he's going to add another top 32, add another top 16, add another top 8, add another gold medal, and another win in that set count. He's now 12-2 against Wesley in career tournament sets. My name's Sparky878. We want to give a special congratulations to everyone this weekend for singles. North America in 3rd place, Faison. 2nd place, Boomy. 1st place, Cody Travis. Australia in 3rd, Shadow. 2nd, Goddess. 1st, Kyler Alice, playing a different legend every single game, win or lose. Southeast Asia, 3rd place, Far, a name we haven't seen in a long time. 2, Jerry K, and in 1st place, the man who cannot be beat, Tiger. Then in EU earlier today, in 3rd place is Blaze. 2nd place, Heisen, and in 1st place, gold medal, Acno. South America, 3rd place, Broly coming in the 2nd place, Wesley, and in the 1st place, yet another dub for the man, Fiend.
Staying commanding there, taking his dubs and leaving. He'll be back later. But make sure for you guys, because we will also be back later, if you're not tired of Brawlhalla, which I already know the answer to that, you're not. We're going to have more. We're going to have more. Not today. But next weekend, I mean, we only did 1v1s. There's still a whole 2v2 meta that we haven't even touched yet. And we're going to see how that last balance patch changed things as well. So definitely want to tune in next Saturday. Right? We'll get things popping.
And if you missed anything from this tournament or you want to relive it again, make sure to tune in at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow to this twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, or like just wherever you're watching like this channel, the esports dev stream will be there to relive the highlights. I think they'll probably have one of the people who won this weekend on to play viewers as well. So the esports dev stream tomorrow is an important place to look as well. Even if you saw everything this weekend, check it out. There's going to be some cool stuff there. My name is Sparky878. I know y'all want more of Flambo, so Flambo, where can we find more things from you?
Find more Flambo, just go to Twitter at Flambeezy, and that's it. That's it. That's all you gotta do, man. It's real simple. Y'all know where to find Sparky. What is it? At Who is Sparky, right? The one and only.
That is correct.
The GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, in the flesh, bald head Magoo, but he's like the best bald person, right? Like some scenes have their ESAM, some scenes have, but we got Sparky.
I'm not the best bald person.
See, he's humble too. He's humble
I'm just gonna lay it out. I'm not the best baldy. But I'm probably up there. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We love each and every one of you. For Flambo, I'm Sparky, and we'll see you next time.